10 Gods Chapter 959 to Chapter 1009. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. A divine sword rushed out from between his eyebrows. It was completely formed by his divine consciousness. With a crack, it shattered the young man's killing dagger. He used his left hand to suppress the young man. His right hand revealed the divine light of the medicine codex and the divine light of the dragon pattern. It enveloped the young man's sun eye, which belonged to Yi Tong. Poof. Ah. He used the divine light of the medicine codex and the divine light of the dragon pattern to retrieve Yi Tong's divine eye amidst the young man's screams. Then, he threw the young man away. With a bang, the young man rolled to the side. He screamed and rolled on the ground. Blood stained half of his face. Lin Tian did not care. Just like in the Yi family, he took out a jade container. It was still filled with the water of the soul-absorbing pool. He used the medicine codex and the divine light of the dragon pattern to protect Yi Tong's divine eye. He carefully placed it in the jade container. Then, he used the dragon pattern to seal the opening of the container. Then, he carefully put it away. In front of him, the young man screamed. His blood-stained face was distorted with fear. Then, it gradually became hideous. Like a ghost, he pounced on Lin Tian crazily. "Give it back to me. Give me back my divine eye. It's mine. Mine." Boom, 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 his body was suddenly filled with a ruthless aura. He became like a wild beast. 8 precious weapons rushed out of his body. He lost his mind because of extreme fear. Behind him, Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stared coldly at the young man. "Give it back to me." The young man roared. His eyes were filled with hatred. He pounced on Lin Tian crazily. Lin Tian just stood there and didn't move at all. He just watched as the black-clothed youth pounced towards him. Again. "The divine eye is mine. It's mine." Half of the young man's face was stained with blood. He roared and rushed to Lin Tian. His divine power was in a mess. It was also at this moment that his body suddenly exploded. He was forcefully blown up by the chaotic divine power in his body. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary cultivator would not have the ability to support 8 prized artifacts at the same time. Not to mention, this is a situation where he has lost his mind. The flow of his divine power is not smooth. Forcibly supporting it under such circumstances is the same as committing suicide. Wuxing Crocodile said coldly. With an indifferent expression, Lin Tian turned around and walked to the Wuxing Crocodile carrying little Yi Tong. "Master." Little Yi Tong called out when she felt Lin Tian coming to her side. Lin Tian rubbed the little fellow's head and said gently, "Good boy, Master has already taken back your eyes. Once your body is well, I will immediately reattach them for you." The little fellow's eyes were wrapped in white gauze, so she could not see anything. Hearing Lin Tian's words, she nodded obediently. Seeing the little fellow so quiet and obedient, Lin Tian did not feel good. He preferred the little fellow's lively appearance 2 months ago. He looked at the Wuxing Crocodile. The Wuxing Crocodile nodded slightly and carried the little fellow up into the sky with him. Standing in the sky, Lin Tian looked down at the True Moon Immortal sect with cold eyes. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Countless towering heaven sword force appeared around him. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They enveloped the entire True Moon Celestial sect. Then, like a destructive rain of swords, they fell down from the sky. Instantly, all the pavilions, buildings, palaces, arenas, and scriptures of the True Moon Immortal sect were destroyed. A sea of fire instantly burned, causing the surrounding space to distort. Lin Tianling looked down coldly and said to the Wuxing Crocodile, "Let's go." The Wuxing Crocodile nodded slightly. Protecting little Yi Tong on its back with its demonic power, it rose up with Lin Tianyi and flew into the distance. They randomly went in a direction and soon found a secluded cave deep in the mountains. Lin Tian set up 9 sealing arrays around the cave. Then he carried little Yi Tong down from the Wuxing Crocodile's back. "Stay calm. Master will help you adjust your body," he said to little Yi Tong. "Okay." The little one couldn't see, but she could hear. She nodded obediently and sat down with Lin Tian's help. Lin Tian took action at the right time. His golden divine light surged and quickly entered the little one's body. Instantly, the little one was enveloped by the divine light. Her essence, qi, and spirit began to grow little by little. Soon, it reached a saturation point. However, it was still a far cry from 2 months ago. Moreover, as Lin Tian used his divine power to adjust the little one's body, his face gradually turned pale. "What's wrong?" the whooshing crocodile asked. Lin Tian's voice was low. The divine eye of the sun is similar to the imperial body. The eyes are inextricably linked to the source of life. His eyes were forcefully dug out, and his life source was damaged. The meridians in his body have withered to a certain extent. The situation inside his body is much more serious than I thought. The whooshing crocodile's face darkened when he heard this. How important was the source of life? It was the foundation of a living being's life. It was also the key to whether a cultivator could become strong. Now that it heard from Lin Tian that the little one's source of life was damaged, and even the meridians in his body had withered to a certain extent, it made it even angrier. Damn it! It gritted its teeth. Little Yitong also heard Lin Tian's words. Her body trembled slightly. "Master, I can't be cured?" Lin Tian looked at his first disciple. His eyes were full of love. He gently rubbed the little one's head. "Good girl, don't worry. We've already retrieved the divine eye. No matter what, Master will cure you." He comforted her. "Okay." The little one's voice was very soft and quiet. Outside Lin Tian's body, the golden divine light surged even more. Then, he pointed his finger. A ray of light flew out and entered the little one's forehead. Immediately, the little one trembled. Under the guidance of Lin Tian's golden divine light, blood-red flames jumped out of her body. This is the Sun Nirvana technique. It comes from the same source as the Sun Heart Sutra that I passed on to you 2 months ago. Now, Master will help you circulate it 9 times. Later, you will circulate it on your own. Use this technique to nourish your flesh, meridians, and source. Lin Tian Ondao. He injected the Sun Nirvana technique into the little one's consciousness. Just like 2 months ago, he used his own divine power to help the little one circulate this sacred technique. This caused the little one's essence, energy, and spirit to gradually become stronger. In this way, he quickly helped the little one circulate the Sun Nirvana technique 9 times. This allowed the little one to slowly circulate this ancient technique on her own. After all, the little one's talent was astonishing. Moreover, the Sun Heart Sutra was in her body. Buzz. For a moment, faint blood-red flames intertwined on the surface of the little one's body. This caused the little one's frail body to faintly grow a little stronger. Lin Tian looked at the little one silently. For a moment, he did not speak. How can we nurse the little one's body back to normal? Whooshing Crocodile was silent for a moment, then asked in a deep voice. Lin Tian looked at the little one and said, "There is an immortal origin treasure technique in the medicine encyclopedia. I need to find enough spiritual energy and use it as the foundation to reshape his meridians and restore his source." "Can he fully recover?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. Relying solely on the immortal origin treasure technique, there is only a 70% chance of a complete recovery. Lin Tian said. At that time, I will use a wisp of my source to cleanse him while performing the technique. I can 100% guarantee that he will be completely recovered. He refined a life crystal in the 5th heaven, and then refined a piece of immortal stone of destiny before. His life source has been sublimated twice. In addition, he is the most powerful reincarnated body. With a wisp of his source and the immortal origin treasure technique, he can definitely restore the little one's source and meridians to their original state, or even make him stronger than before. Whooshing Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, let's hurry up and find the spiritual energy needed to cast the technique as soon as possible. Lin Tian nodded and said. Don't worry, let's wait for him to adapt to the Sun Nirvana technique first. With the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun Nirvana technique protecting his body at the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit will only get better and better. We don't need to worry about time. Whooshing crocodile didn't say anything. One person and one crocodile silently looked at the little guy who was working hard to operate the sun nirvana technique. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. On this day, the little guy was already very familiar with the sun nirvana technique. Lin Tian carried him on Whooshing crocodile's back, then left the cave with Whooshing crocodile, heading towards some immortal mountains and old forests with rich spiritual energy. It's a pity, we should have collected Ling Jing and the immortal veins stored in the True Moon Immortal Sect. Maybe now we can directly restore the little guy's source and meridians. Whooshing crocodile said. I didn't think so much before. Lin Tiandao said, plus, with the True Moon Immortal Sect's level, the amount of Ling Jing and immortal veins stored in the True Moon Immortal Sect isn't much. It won't be of much use to restore the little guy's source and meridians with my immortal origin technique. Whooshing crocodile heard this and was slightly moved. How much spiritual energy do you need to perform that technique for the little guy? At least the amount of spiritual energy of 3 flawless source veins. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing crocodile was slightly shocked. That much? The amount of spiritual energy of 3 flawless source veins added together was unimaginable. It's very difficult to restore the damaged source of life, so the amount of spiritual energy needed is naturally not small. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing crocodile pulled its claws and said in a low voice, anyway, we have to hurry. Lin Tiandao nodded and sped up a little. In the following days, he circulated the dragon burial scripture with all his might and appeared in all kinds of immortal mountains and forests in the heaven domain. He found several hundred kilograms of immortal Ling Jing and several 100,000 kilograms of ordinary Ling Jing. His harvest was not small. However, it was still far from the amount of spiritual energy he needed to perform the technique for little Yitong. On this day, when Huang Xiaolong had found several caddies of immortal spirit crystals, he walked out of a mountain. Not far away, he sensed 8 shocking waves of divine might. 8 silhouettes appeared one after another, and shockingly powerful waves of God force intertwined around their bodies. Every one of them was in the enlightenment realm, and they were experts from the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, the 5 Great Sects, and the Dark Heart Sword Sect. Bastard! I finally found you. 8 figures rushed over, each of them surrounded by extremely powerful divine power fluctuations. The Great Path precepts intertwined with each other, exuding an extremely oppressive aura. They immediately locked onto Lin Tian with their divine thoughts. Staring at Lin Tian, the 8 of them stared at him with cold eyes. Their intense murderous intent was not concealed at all. Lin Tian stopped in his tracks. Naturally, he knew that the 8 of them wanted to kill him. However, his expression did not change at all. Scram as far as you can. His voice was not loud, but it made the 8 experts' gazes turn even colder. Insolent thing. Don't talk nonsense with him. Attack. Let's spare his life first. Skin him alive, whip his tendons, and whip his soul. We can't let him have it easy. The 8 of them looked cruel. Boom, 8 powerful divine powers surged. The 8 of them attacked at the same time. Each of them stretched out their hands and suppressed all directions, enveloping Lin Tian. At the same time, they pressed on Whooshing crocodile beside Lin Tian and little Yitong on Whooshing crocodile's back. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Without saying anything, he raised his hand and punched forward with his golden iron fist. Boom! Suddenly, the void trembled as if thunder had exploded. Poof, 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 the 8 experts' hands were all shattered. Blood splashed out at the same time, floating in the air. In an instant, the 8 experts' expressions all changed. At this moment, the 8 of them stared at Lin Tian again with a trace of shock in their eyes. The 8 of them were all at the first sky of enlightenment realm, but now, their arms were all shattered by one punch from their opponent at the same time. It was also at this moment that a cold sword essence emerged, and the ear-piercing sound of a sword reverberated. Clang, 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 beside Lin Tian, streaks after streaks of golden sword light appeared. Every one of them was like a general of slaughter, interweaving with waves that could annihilate all things, causing the expressions of the 8 realms of enlightenment to change. This is? At this moment, facing the golden sword light outside Lin Tian's body, the 8 Wuxian experts felt a great threat. With a clang, the sound of the sword rang out again, incomparably ear-piercing. Beside Lin Tian, the densely packed sword chi moved together, like a rain of swords slashing towards the 8 powerhouses. In an instant, the space cracked inch by inch and collapsed bit by bit. The 8 of them couldn't help but tremble. This level of sword light was truly too terrifying. They didn't dare to be careless. They all hurriedly activated their great divine abilities to resist. Boom, 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 the space rumbled as the 8 great cultivators unleashed their full power, causing the fluctuations of divine power in this space to become even more turbulent. Moreover, the laws of the great path interweaved, clashing with Lin Tian's dense sword lights, blocking them one by one. Even though the sword lights were all blocked, the hearts of the 8 people still trembled. That was because the 8 of them had attacked together. Moreover, they had already used 90% of their strength. How could he be so powerful? It shouldn't be. Even the god princes and goddesses of the top forces are far from this level. The 8 of them were shocked. Although they had heard that Lin Tian, who had killed the strongest young experts of their respective factions, was very strong, and could kill 8 heavenly Dao experts, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were all in the Wuxian realm. But at this moment, facing Lin Tian, their hearts trembled. At this moment, the threat of death rose in all of them. Retreat! We can't stop him. The coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elder shouted. At this time, the coldness in his eyes was replaced by palpitations. The experts from the profound Wind Flame Island and the other large forces who came here naturally saw the gap between them and Lin Tian. They nodded in unison, and while blocking the soaring heaven sword light, they retreated. Come to kill me if you want to, run away if you can't beat me. What do you take me for? A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. With a buzz, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him. With a swoosh, the reincarnation diagram turned into a streak of light and flew out, enveloping the coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elder. The coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elder trembled violently. He could clearly feel the terror of the reincarnation diagram. With a roar, he pushed his strongest divine ability and Grand Dao to resist the reincarnation diagram. However, the reincarnation diagram was Lin Tian's king's domain divine ability. With his current strength, how could it be so easy to block it? The divine ability and Grand Dao that the coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elder had raised shattered in an instant. In an instant, the coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elder revealed a look of fear, and he shouted, "Little friend, please, pooh." The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and its momentum did not diminish. It cut off the Grand Elder's words, and directly crushed his body and soul. Such a scene was too shocking, and the other 7 people couldn't help but tremble. How can this be? An expert of the Enlightenment realm was killed by a young cultivator of the 9th heaven of the Grand Dao with one blow. In an instant, the 7 people were overwhelmed by fear. Run! One of the people from the profound Gale Flame Island shouted, and he directly rushed into the distance. At this time, the other 6 people naturally didn't dare to stop for a moment. They were all frightened by Lin Tian's terrifying battle strength. Lin Tian stared at the 7 people who were escaping, and he stood quietly in the same place. His gaze was cold and indifferent. Buzz! The reincarnation diagram shone brightly, and it expanded under his will, turning into a huge diagram with a diameter of 10 zhang. It enveloped the 7 people who were escaping, and every inch of space around them was sealed. The 7 people's faces changed drastically, and each of them raised their divine abilities in an attempt to break open the sealed space. However, it was useless. The reincarnation diagram was too strong, and with their strength in the first heavenly Dao realm, they couldn't break it. Little friend, have mercy! The Dark Heart Sword Sex expert shouted. The other 6 people also trembled as they begged for mercy. None of them wanted to die. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. The Dao patterns on the reincarnation diagram flickered, and a dense killing light was released in an instant, pressing down mightily. His number 1 disciple was still living in the darkness. His source energy was damaged, and the meridians in his body had withered greatly. This caused him to be in a bad mood. Now that these people were chasing after him to kill him, how could he show mercy? For a moment, the light emitted by the reincarnation diagram became even stronger, as if the Milky Way was falling from the sky. No. The 7 people shouted in horror, and some even burned their life origin to resist. However, it was useless. Under the suppression of the strongest king physique in history, Wang Yu, his divine power was unparalleled and could suppress everything. Puff, 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 puff. 7 bloody mists exploded. Under the reincarnation diagram, the 7 people were all crushed at the same time, and their divine souls also disappeared. Suddenly, the place quieted down. "You're courting death," Whooshing Crocodile said. "Go," Lin Tian said. Killing these 8 people was nothing at all, so he didn't care. After leaving this place, he soon stepped into another immortal mountain and used the dragon burial scripture to measure the ground. After spending some effort, he found about 13 kilograms of immortal Lingjing. Afterwards, he left the immortal mountain and walked to other places to dig out spirit meridians, immortal meridians, and ordinary Lingjing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. In more than 10 days, Lin Tian dug out more than 100 kilograms of immortal Lingjing, hundreds of thousands of kilograms of ordinary Lingjing, more than 10 immortal meridians, and dozens of ordinary spirit meridians. His harvest was very shocking, but he was still far from reconstructing Little Yutong's origin. After all, it was not easy to reconstruct the origin, and it would naturally consume a lot of spiritual energy. "Kid, hurry up and gather the spiritual energy for the technique as soon as possible. Don't let little Munchkin stay in the darkness for too long," Whooshing Crocodile said. "Got it." Lin Tian looked at Little Yutong on Whooshing Crocodile's back and rubbed the little guy's head. "Be good, bear with it a little longer. Master will soon let you see again." In fact, he could connect the eye of the sun to the little guy now so that the little guy could see again. However, the little guy's physical condition was very bad now. If he connected it now, it would affect the power of the divine eye and the little guy's future cultivation path. Therefore, he had to completely recuperate the little guy's body before he could connect the divine eye. Okay. The white gauze wrapped around Little Yutong's eyes had already been changed by Lin Tian. Hearing Lin Tian's words, it nodded obediently. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head again tenderly and walked to other mountains with rich spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. During these days, he explored the immortal mountains and forests with the dragon burial scripture and found more Lingjing. On this day, when he stepped out of another mountain, he saw a group of cultivators in front of him. They were hurrying in the same direction, and the sound of discussion could be heard. "The rumors are true? Did they really find a huge ancient ruin?" "Of course it's true. A few powerful rogue cultivators accidentally found it, and then the news was leaked. It said that immortal light interweaved and rushed out from the ruin from time to time. The spiritual energy there is shockingly rich. Some powerful cultivators said that there must be a complete origin vein inside, and there must be more than one. Not only that, I also heard that some strange people who are proficient in the Tao of tomb burial have also rushed there. After some observation and exploration, they said that there might be a huge tomb inside. It's at least the burial cave of a Nirvana realm cultivator. There might be incredible ancient scriptures and powerful divine weapons inside. Hurry up, that place has been discovered for 2 days. Many people have already gone there. Moreover, it's said that powerful cultivators from the top forces have also rushed there. If we're late, we'll have nothing left." This group of cultivators all sped up and quickly rushed far away. Not far away, Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile stood together, their eyes interweaving with a bright light. "Brat Lin, go and take a look? Maybe there really are a few complete origin veins in that so-called ancient ruin. After finding them, we can directly reshape Xiao Budian's origin, and then connect the divine eye back," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, of course. At this time, when he heard that there might be a few complete origin veins in ancient ruins, he naturally had to make a trip. Immediately, he and Whooshing Crocodile both soared into the air and walked down in the direction that the group of cultivators had just left. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this time, the man and Crocodile stopped. In front of them appeared a magnificent river. It was unknown how long and wide it was. From time to time, immortal light would rush up from the bottom of the river, and the interweaving spiritual energy was extremely dense. And around this big river, there was a dense crowd of cultivators. Many people were rushing into the big river, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the river. That ruin is under this big river? There were many cultivators around the river, and many of them were rushing to the bottom of the river. From time to time, immortal light would rush up from the bottom of the river, intertwining with astonishing spirit qi. Whooshing Crocodile could not help but be slightly surprised. Lin Tian looked at the river, and the light of the dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. It was as if he was shrouded in a layer of immortal light, mysterious and hazy. There's a barrier at the bottom of the river, and under the barrier should be the so-called ruins. There's indeed astonishing spirit qi, he said. He controlled the dragon burial scripture, and when he was close, he could see many things just by the light of the dragon patterns in his eyes. Whooshing Crocodile stared at the bottom of the river and asked Lin Tiandao, "Have you found a complete source vein?" "Not yet, but it's very likely that there's a complete source vein below. We'll have to enter the ruins below to find it." Lin Tiandao. At that moment, the cultivators around the river were in an uproar as they stared at the 2 men and 1 woman who had arrived. The 2 men and 1 woman were not traveling together. Instead, they came from 3 different directions. Their clothes were extraordinary, and their qi was astonishing. The divine son of the 10,000 Swords Mountain, the sacred son of the 9 Zither divine sect, and the princess of the Yao family are all here. Some cultivators were shocked. Looking around, the divine son of the 10,000 Swords Mountain was dressed in black, and his face was as sharp as a knife. He had a threatening heroic spirit. The sacred son of the 9 Zither divine sect was dressed in luxurious clothes, and he had a faint smile on his face, giving off a warm feeling. The princess of the Yao family was very beautiful, and the divine power around her was very pure and shocking. They're all at the 3rd heaven of the Great Tao. They're still so young, but they've already reached such heights. They're true geniuses. As expected of the young sovereigns of the 3 top factions in this heaven realm. Looking at the 3 of them, many cultivators near the river could not help but tremble. A senior expert in a green robe looked at the 3 of them and said emotionally, "In this world, there's probably no one in the same generation as them who's a match for them. They've all been left far behind." "Old senior, you're wrong." At the side, a young cultivator couldn't help but say, "Some time ago, there was a ruthless young man who slaughtered the holy princes of the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Ink Feather Origin Hall, and the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect, as well as the strongest experts of the younger generation of the 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. He killed dozens of Grand Tao experts from the 8 sects, including those at the 8th Heavenly Tao realm. He was much stronger than these 3. What? There is such a person in the younger generation? Of course there is. Senior, were you in seclusion before this? How could you not know about this? The young cultivator spoke, then lowered his voice and said, "Moreover, there are more rumors about that person." "Not just a little? There are more?" The green-robed elder was shocked. The young cultivator nodded and said in a low voice, 5 days ago, someone passed by the True Moon Immortal sect and found that the sect had been destroyed. Then, he found a disciple who used to belong to the True Moon Immortal sect. From his description, he found out that the person who destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect was that ruthless young man. Subsequently, 3 days ago, several bloodstains and bone fragments were discovered outside a mountain range. Experts from the Dark Heart Sword sect, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other 4 great immortal sects rushed to the scene. From these bloodstains, they discovered the auras of the Wuxian experts they had sent to hunt down that young man. They suspected that they were killed by that young man. Lin Tian had destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect and killed the Wuxian experts of the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other 8 great immortal sects. These 2 incidents were discovered a few days ago and many cultivators already knew about it. The green-robed elder was shocked when he heard this. The other cultivators heard their conversation and heard that they were talking about Lin Tian. They couldn't help but feel nervous. That's a ruthless young man. When I went to the 5 Immortals Peak to watch the grand competition of the younger generation of the 5 major immortal sects, I saw that ruthless person kill the strongest young experts of the 5 major immortal sections. That kind of figure is simply unstoppable. He's a terrifying person. It said that the Dark Heartsword sect, the Ink Feather Origin Hall, the Rainbow Blood Immortal sect, and the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate have all kept quiet and didn't immediately send experts to kill that person. They are really afraid of that ruthless young man. In the hands of that ruthless young man, the 8 great immortal sects suffered heavy losses. These cultivators trembled. In the distance, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile stood together. Hearing the discussions of these cultivators, their expressions didn't change. They didn't care about the 10,000 Swords Mountain Divine Sun and the 9 Zither Divine Sects Holy Sun. Instead, their eyes fell on the princess of the Yao family. This was because he heard from Wuxing Crocodile that the weapon control technique he mastered was a secret technique of the Yao family. Now that he came to the 6th heaven and saw the strongest descendant of the Yao family, he naturally couldn't help but take a second look. Seeing his action, Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking at this time, but he didn't say anything. Boom! At this moment, the surface of the river suddenly boiled, and a stronger immortal light rushed up, and the spiritual energy fluctuations became stronger. Suddenly, the surrounding cultivators were shocked. They didn't have time to be surprised by the appearance of the princess of the Yao family and the Holy Sun. They rushed towards the river again, all wanting to enter the ancient ruins below to search for treasures as soon as possible. After all, there will definitely be treasures in such ancient ruins. If they can find them, it will definitely increase their combat power greatly. It is very likely that they will soar into the sky and become the strongest cultivator in the world. It is naturally very tempting for ordinary cultivators. Whoosh! 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 3 whistling sounds sounded. The 10,000 Swords Mountain Divine Sun, the 9 Zither Divine Sects Holy Sun, and the princess of the Yao family, all had dense divine light intertwined around their bodies. At this moment, they all shot into the river, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he said to Wuxing Crocodile, "Let's go." Wuxing Crocodile nodded. He used his demonic power to protect little Yitong, who was on his back, and followed Lin Tianyi into the river in the blink of an eye. After entering the river, the man and the crocodile could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the river was very dense. They dove all the way down, and not long after, they broke through the mud at the bottom of the river, creating an invisible barrier. Buzz! Lin Tian made his move. He wrapped Wuxing Crocodile and little Yitong with dragon patterns. He took a step forward and directly passed through the 5 elements barrier. Suddenly, they appeared in an extremely spacious underground world. The soil was a bit reddish-yellow, and there were many mountains. There were many strange plants growing, and there were faint roars of beasts coming from the mountains, intertwined with very strong demonic power. Lin Tian looked at this scene and felt a bit emotional. He felt that nature was really mysterious. There was actually such an ancient site under an ordinary river. There were large mountains and old forests, and there were even powerful demonic beasts. It was really astonishing. However, even though he was rueful, he wasn't surprised. After all, he had even seen the Book of Life and Death that was rumored among the people. A large ruin under a great river wasn't anything special. There were many similar places in the world. He and Wuxing Crocodile passed through the invisible barrier and landed on the surface of the ancient site. Strands of dragon patterns immediately spread out from the soles of their feet. He used the dragon burial scripture to measure this ancient site and find out if there really was a complete source vein in this ancient site. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the east of the ancient site. Strands of light flashed in his eyes. "You found the source vein?" Wuxing Crocodile knew that Lin Tian was using the dragon burial scripture to search for the source vein in this underground site. He could not help but ask when he saw the light in Lin Tian's eyes. "Found it." Lin Tian nodded and looked towards the east of the site. "There are roughly 4 of them." Now that his cultivation had reached the 9th heavenly layer, his control of the dragon burial scripture had naturally become more proficient. The dragon patterns could extend very far, and his perception of Lingjing's source vein had become stronger. "Great! Let's go," Wuxing Crocodile immediately said. Lin Tian nodded and led the way, quickly heading towards the east of the ancient site. There were already quite a few cultivators gathered in the ruins. As he rushed deeper into the ruins, naturally, many cultivators noticed him, and all of them turned pale with fright. This is? Isn't this that ruthless person? It's rumored that he destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect and killed the Wuxian experts sent by the Dark Heartsword sect and the other 8 great forces. Why is he here now? The hearts of many cultivators palpitated, and when they saw Lin Tian, they all retreated in unison, afraid that they would accidentally offend Lin Tian. How could a person who could kill a Wuxian realm elite and even destroy a super-large sect not be feared? Lin Tian did not care about these people. His footsteps did not change as he continued to head towards the east of the ancient site. Boom! At this moment, a shocking demonic aura came from a mountain not far in front of him. Dozens of powerful demonic beasts rushed out from the mountain. These dozens of demonic beasts were very powerful. After rushing out of the mountain, they coincidentally saw Lin Tian and directly pounced towards Lin Tian. Their powerful demonic aura shattered the void. Lin Tian was expressionless. His footsteps did not change, and his speed did not change. Only a golden sword ray appeared around his body. It clanged and slashed forward like a rain of swords. For a moment, slashing sounds could be heard as the dozens of powerful demonic beasts were all killed in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of the group of cultivators behind him. They could not help but tremble. Among those demonic beasts, there seemed to be existences comparable to the Great Path realm. There seemed to be 5 or 6 of them, but they were all killed by him as if he was cutting grass. He's really as terrifying as the rumors say. This combat strength is simply. These cultivators stared at Lin Tian and felt a chill run down their spines. In front of them, Lin Tian's expression was normal. He let the Wuxing crocodile follow behind him and slightly increased his speed. After passing through one mountain after another, they stopped in front of a stone wall after an hour. The 4 source veins you mentioned just now are here? The Wuxing crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. His right leg shook slightly, and a layer of soil in front of him collapsed with the dragon pattern. Immediately, a powerful spiritual energy rushed up. Looking at it, one could vaguely see 4 large dragons entwined under the collapsed soil. The spiritual energy was so dense that it could not be dispersed. In response to Wuxing crocodile's words, Lin Tianwei nodded slightly. There were now 4 complete source veins entwined together in this place. He can now reconstruct Little Yitong's source energy and meridians before reattaching the divine eye. He raised his right hand and moved his 5 fingers at the same time. Strands of formation patterns intertwined. It took him about 2 hours to engrave 3 grand sealing formations, a 7th level immortal thunder killing formation, and a corner of the eternal killing formation. Done, he looked towards Wuxing crocodile and said, "I'll bring him in to perform the technique. You stay here for the time being." "Alright, hurry up," Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tianwei nodded. He carried Little Yitong from Wuxing crocodile's back and enveloped Little Yitong with his golden divine power. Then, he stepped into the 4 source veins with a single step. For a moment, rich spiritual energy immediately drowned him and Little Yitong. Originally, Little Yitong's current cultivation level would not have been able to withstand the boundless spiritual energy of the source veins. However, with his golden divine power protecting her and his personal supervision, there was naturally no problem in entering the source veins. Master will now reconstruct your source energy and meridians before reattaching the divine eye. This process will be a little painful, so you must bear with it, he gently said to Little Yitong. Little Yitong was very obedient and nodded obediently after hearing this. Lin Tianwei took a deep breath and brought Little Yitong to the center of the 4 source veins. Golden divine power enveloped the little fellow as strands of pale light gradually surged out from his body. He raised his hands and formed a seal. Pale imprints floated out from his body as strands of pale runes spread out from his 10 fingers and intertwined in the surroundings, quickly forming a pale heart divine diagram. This was the pale heart divine diagram of the immortal origin treasure technique recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. At this moment, it completely enveloped Little Yitong and emitted strands of divine light. Activate. After the imprint of the elixir diagram of celestial source was completed, his eyes shone with a faint glow as he uttered a word softly. Immediately, the pill diagram enveloping little Yitong trembled slightly as an even brighter light erupted from it, drawing in the surrounding source vein spirit chi. The source vein spirit chi did not directly flow into Yitong's body. Instead, it first entered the immortal source elixir diagram. After passing through the diagram, it interweaved into elixir Dao chains before entering Yitong's body, causing little Yitong to violently tremble. "Be good and bear with it," Lin Tian said softly. He was using the immortal origin treasure technique to reconstruct little Yitong's source meridians. The process would be very painful. At this time, the technique had truly begun. Little Yitong naturally felt intense pain. Yes. Little Yitong's body trembled violently, but she did not cry out in pain. Wuxing Crocodile stood outside the four source veins. When he saw little Yitong trembling nonstop, he naturally knew that little Yitong was in a lot of pain. He could not help but say, "Brat Lin, slow down the technique's progress a little. We don't lack time right now. Let the little one suffer less." Lin Tian nodded. He used his mind to control the immortal origin treasure technique, causing the light emitted by the immortal origin elixir diagram to gradually become gentler. The spirit chi from the surrounding source veins also gradually slowed down, causing little Yitong's body to no longer tremble violently. He used the immortal origin treasure technique as a formation and the spirit chi from the source veins as a guide to interweave numerous elixir Dao seals, creating immortal origin treasure chains that continuously entered little Yitong's body to repair little Yitong's damaged source and withered meridians. Buzz. For a time, the space flickered with a gentle light as the spirit chi from the surrounding source veins slowly weakened. At the same time, little Yitong's essence, energy, and spirit continued to rise. Her blood and chi also became stronger little by little. In the blink of an eye, a total of 7 days passed. On this day, more than half of the four source veins had been consumed, causing the spirit chi to become much weaker. However, Yitong's essence, energy, and spirit were more than 10 times stronger than before. Her blood and chi were also more than 10 times stronger than before. The withered meridians in her body had completely recovered, while her damaged source had recovered by 70%. "Good. You're almost completely healed," Wuxing Crocodile said in a low voice. Lin Tian supported the celestial origin treasure technique, and many elixir seals circled around his body. At this moment, he formed another seal and directly took out a strand of his reincarnation origin, which quickly entered little Yitong's body. Then, it turned into immortal light and entered little Yitong's origin. Immediately, little Yitong trembled violently. Astonishing celestial radiance radiated from his body. His aura skyrocketed in an instant, like an erupting volcano. Buzz. Lin Tian formed a seal and used the immortal origin treasure technique. At the same time, he used a wisp of his reincarnation essence to cleanse little Yitong's life source, causing little Yitong's life source to become incomparably bright as it began to recover at an astonishing speed. Soon, another 3 days passed. Little Yitong's life source was completely healed. It became even brighter than before and vaguely more powerful than before. Under the cleansing of Lin Tian's reincarnation essence, it completed a small sublimation. A faint light flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. He naturally knew all of this very clearly. He inwardly said, "Very good." He maintained the immortal origin treasure technique and used the source vein spirit chi to stabilize and comb the little fellow's flesh source. He only stopped after 6 hours. With a wave of his right hand, he took out 2 jade containers. They were filled with clear and transparent soul-absorbing pond water. A god's eye was soaked in each of the containers and densely packed dragon inscriptions sealed the openings of the containers. "Master will now reconnect your god's eye. Remember, remain calm," he said to little Yitong in a deep voice. Reconstructing the source meridians was very important, but the process of reconnecting the god's eye was even more important. There was no room for error. Little Yitong could not see at the moment, but she could hear the solemnity in Lin Tian's voice. She was very obedient and nodded earnestly. Lin Tian took a deep breath. With a wave of his right hand, the white gauze wrapped around little Yitong's eyes immediately shattered and scattered. The 2 jade containers floated beside him. He raised his hand to form a seal and executed a dozen divine arts from the medicine encyclopedia in succession. Together with the spirit chi from the surrounding source vein, they slowly merged into Yutong's eyes to first nourish the pupils that had lost their eyes. Very quickly, after several dozen breaths, he opened the two jade containers with a thought. Using the light of the dragon inscriptions and the medicine encyclopedia's immortal light, he simultaneously took out the two gods' eyes. After unblocking Yutong's eyes, the two gods' eyes slowly sank into them. Immediately, the two gods' eyes returned to their original position under his extremely careful control and reconnected with Yutong's pupils. Then, he directly took out the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and hovered above little Yutong's head. Wisps of divine light fell, and some entered Yutong's eyes, guiding the two gods' eyes to truly connect with the source meridians. Just like that, the reincarnation diagram flickered. Lin Tian's expression was solemn. In the blink of an eye, a full 18 hours had passed. At this moment, little Yutong trembled violently and could not help but cry out in pain. However, an incomparably resplendent divine light appeared in his eyes, forcefully illuminating the space within a radius of 30 meters. Moreover, an extremely powerful aura overflowed from him. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the little guy's eyes were shockingly bright. His entire body was surrounded by divine light, like two blazing little suns. Vaguely, strands of innate Tao marks intertwined and appeared from his divine eyes. The initial awakening of the god's eyes is equivalent to the initial monarch physique. Moreover, these eyes seem to be more powerful than the previous god's eyes. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with a faint light. At this moment, he retreated a lot, and the reincarnation diagram also withdrew on its own and returned to his body. The phoenix's nirvana can transcend the primordial state. The little fellow's eyes have been recovered, and now they are perfectly compatible with her body. It's similar to the phoenix's nirvana, he said. Whooshing Crocodile nodded. In short, this is a good thing. Little Munchkin's future will become even more resplendent than before. Boom, in the origin meridian, little Yutong's eyes not only emitted astonishing divine light, but her life essence also lit up. There was a golden light that was identical to Lin Tian's emitted from her body, turning into a golden pillar of light that was 5 feet in diameter. It pierced into the sky, shocking many people in this space. Many powerful cultivators couldn't help but look over. This fluctuation is clearly true essence, but how can the array and aura be so powerful? This doesn't make sense. Who the hell is emitting such golden light? Many cultivators were shocked. In the origin meridian, light swirled around little Yutong's body. More and more innate Tao runes appeared in her eyes, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. This kind of Tao pattern was the innate Tao pattern of the divine sun eye. Now that the divine sun eye had just been formed, the Tao pattern inside it was like some kind of seal had been unlocked, revealing a part of it, giving people a kind of magical feeling. At the same time, the golden light around little Yutong's body grew even more astonishing. The surrounding origin meridian spirit began to enter her body little by little, causing her essence, spirit, and cultivation to rise at an astonishing speed. The Sun Heart Sutra you pass to her is circulating on its own, causing little Munchkin to subconsciously cultivate. At this rate, with the help of the origin meridian essence here, she can even reach the immortal stage in one go. Whooshing Crocodile said. With the remaining origin meridian essence here, she can indeed reach the immortal stage in one go. However, she can't raise her cultivation level by so many levels at once. Her Tao foundation will become loose, and it will affect her future. Lin Tian said. Everything was about the process and gradual progress. Although cultivating with the origin meridian spirit chi would not have any side effects, raising one's cultivation level by too many levels at once was definitely not a good thing for the cultivator. Indeed, she can't raise her cultivation level by too many levels at once. Whooshing Crocodile said, at most, she can reach the knowledge C stage. That's what I think too. Lin Tian Ondao. Going directly from the body refining realm to the spiritual C realm was, in fact, an increase of many cultivation levels. However, little Yutong now had the divine eye of the sun, so she could adapt to this speed. It would not have any effect on her Taoist foundation later on. He and Wuxing Crocodile stood to the side, silently watching little Yitong. Very quickly, a total of 9 days passed. Little Yitong's divine sense intertwined between her eyebrows, and the golden light around her body became even more dazzling. First level of knowledge C. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. It's done. He took a step forward and directly cut off Yitong's connection with the surrounding Genesis vein essence, preventing her from absorbing the Genesis vein essence to cultivate. At the same time, he shrouded her with his divine power to help her sort out her current cultivation. The golden light around her body calmed down and became more stable under Lin Tian's guidance. Just like that, another 2 hours passed very quickly. The golden light around little Yitong's body was completely absorbed, and the divine light in her eyes disappeared. The Dao runes that had appeared on her sun eye also disappeared, and it was no different from an ordinary person's eyes. Wake up. Lin Tian pointed, and a ray of light entered Yitong's forehead. Previously, the Sun Heart Sutra had been circulating rapidly on its own, causing little Yitong's consciousness to become a little hazy. At this time, he used his divine sense to wake her up. Little Yitong's body trembled, and her big bright eyes suddenly filled with vigor. She blinked several times and rubbed her eyes a few times, then looked at Lin Tian in front of her. Her eyes suddenly became wet, and she rushed over to hug Lin Tian's leg. Master, I can see you. The little girl choked. I can see. Hugging Lin Tian's leg, the little girl cried loudly. She was both happy and sad. Lin Tian rubbed the little girl's head tenderly. Master promised you that I will take back what belongs to you in one piece. This was his first and only disciple. Now that her divine eye had been reconnected, her origin had been sublimated, and her divine eye had been formed, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back, the little girl had really suffered a lot over the past few days. Little thing, it's good that you've recovered. Wuxing Crocodile smiled. Little Yitong looked at Wuxing Crocodile with tears streaming down her face. Uncle Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile nodded with a smile and said, Don't cry. A real man bleeds, not tears. Little Yitong sniffled. Her tears lessened a little, but then she cried even louder. Lin Tian crouched down and said gently, It's okay. Just cry if you want to. After all, little Yitong was only 5 years old. Wasn't it normal for 5-year-old children to cry when they were sad? Little Yitong threw herself into Lin Tian's arms and cried even harder. Daddy, Mommy, they're all gone. Hearing this, Wuxing Crocodile fell silent. It had lived for so long, so it naturally knew what it meant for a 5-year-old child to lose its parents. Lin Tian patted the little boy's back and comforted him softly, Don't be afraid. Master is here. Boo-hoo. Master. Little Yitong was very sad. Lin Tian crouched down and comforted little Yitong. Wuxing Crocodile also spoke at the right time. After more than 2 hours, the little boy finally stopped crying and calmed down a lot. Lin Tian wiped away the little boy's tears and rubbed its head. Then, he stood up again. He looked ahead. There was about half of the 4 complete source veins left, and there was a very strong spiritual energy. He directly compressed it with the Dragon Burial scripture, turning this half of the source vein's spiritual energy into a fist-sized ball of light. Then, he put it away. Let's go. He held little Yitong's hand and said to Wuxing Crocodile. Now, little Yitong's divine eyes had returned and she could see again. There was no need for Wuxing Crocodile to carry her. She could walk on her own. Let's go, let's go. Wuxing Crocodile said. Immediately, Lin Tian held little Yitong's hand and walked back the way they came. Now that little Yitong's origin and meridians had been reconstructed, and her divine eyes had been reconnected. Moreover, they were even stronger than before. He had nothing to worry about, so he slowed down. Boom, at that moment, the ground in this space suddenly shook violently. A short mountain in the distance suddenly collapsed, and waves of yin qi rushed up from below, causing the temperature in this space to drop by several degrees. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's expressions immediately changed. Little Yitong held Lin Tian's hand and also looked into the distance. Over there, where the short mountain had collapsed, a huge stone door vaguely appeared. The stone door was filled with cracks, and the rolling Xianxia was spreading out from the cracks on the stone door. It was so thick that it was somewhat frightening. It dyed the nearby mountains with a layer of black, corroding the old trees. Some demonic beasts that were comparable to immortal realm experts were even accidentally contaminated by the Xianxia, and were immediately turned into a pool of thick black blood by the Xianxia. A tomb? Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this kind of Xianxia is not simple. Master Crocodile estimates that it is at least the tomb of a powerhouse above the fifth heaven of Nirvana realm. It has existed for a very long time, at least more than 10,000 years. Before coming here, didn't I hear some cultivators say that there is a big tomb in this ruins by a strange person who is proficient in the Tao of tomb burial? It should be the one in front of us, Lin Tian said. He looked in that direction. The Xianxia that seeped out from the stone door under the collapsed hill was indeed terrifying. Moreover, he could even vaguely hear the ear-piercing howls of ghosts coming from behind the stone door. Clearly, there were many demons inside, and they were very strong. At this time, from all directions, the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Many cultivators rushed there. There is really a super big tomb. According to this kind of Xianxia, the scale of this tomb must be very shocking. There must be a lot of treasures inside. There must be a divine weapon. Many cultivators rushed near the short mountain, each of them looking excited. Then, naturally, many cultivators began to take action. For a time, divine powers and secret techniques were used to smash the huge stone door. They dispersed the Xianxia around the stone door with their divine power. Then, one by one, they rushed into the tomb. During this process, some cultivators even fought among themselves. Whoever rushed into the tomb first would fight with their swords. Soon, corpses fell to the ground. Whoosh, 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 the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard. Many cultivators rushed to the short mountain from afar. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cultivators had rushed into the tomb. In the distance, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were quietly looking at the big tomb on the short mountain. Wuxing Crocodile asked Lin Tian Dao, "Kid Lin, we don't have anything else to do now. There is such a big tomb in front of us. Why don't we go in and take a look?" "Sure." Lin Tian nodded. Little Yutong's body had recovered, and her divine eye had been reconnected. They really didn't have anything else to do now. At this time, since a big tomb had opened in front of them, they naturally had to give it a try. After all, such a huge tomb should contain extraordinary treasures. Immediately, he held little Yutong's hand and walked with Wuxing Crocodile toward the collapsed short mountain in the distance. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. They appeared close to the short mountain. They felt that the air here was much colder than other places. It was as if they were in a bottomless snow abyss. They could clearly see the dark space behind the stone door. "Quick! Go in!" I saw an immortal light flash in the darkness behind the stone door. "There must be a great treasure. This time, we must get something." More cultivators rushed over from all directions. Each of them had an excited expression as they rushed into the tomb. Then, gradually, the number of cultivators that rushed here decreased. "Go in?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. "Let's go." He held little Yutong's hand and walked into the tomb. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the tomb. They saw that there were many tomb passages in the tomb, extending in all directions. The air was even colder, and there was a rotten smell. It was very unpleasant. "Are you cold?" Lin Tian asked little Yutong. The little one shook her head and said, "No, I'm not cold." Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and looked at little Yutong. It said, "Although the little one is only 5 years old and in the spirit sea realm, her life force has become more powerful. Moreover, the divine eye of the sun has been formed. Her physique is stronger than that of ordinary airborne realm cultivators. She should be able to withstand this cold." Lin Tian glanced at it and did not say anything. He held little Yutong's hand and walked down one of the tomb passages. The tomb passage was very wide. He held little Yutong's hand and walked very far away in no time. Arg! At that moment, there was a scream in front of them. It was very shrill, and there was a strong smell of blood. As far as the eye could see, there were cultivators targeted by evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, their internal organs were dug out, and they died very miserably. In the next moment, the evil spirit suddenly turned its head and stared at Lin Tianyi and the others. After letting out a ghostly howl, it rushed straight at them with strong yin qi. Golden light rushed out of Lin Tian's body and turned into a sword light that slashed forward, directly cutting the evil spirit into ashes. He then held little Yi Tong's hand and continued to walk forward. Gradually, they walked very far away. The yin qi in the air became thicker. Several corpses could be seen on the ground from time to time. They were either killed by humans or evil spirits. Blood stained the surface of the tomb red. Clang, suddenly, there was the sound of soldiers not far away, accompanied by very strong divine power fluctuations. At the same time, there was also a very terrifying aura of death in front of them. It was so thick that it was somewhat frightening. Lin Tian held Yi Tong's hand and walked forward. After walking for another 300 meters, they saw a woman in front of them fighting with a rotten corpse. There were dozens of precious weapons floating around her, all of them shining with cold light. The princess of the Yao clan. Wuxing Crocodile stared ahead and narrowed its eyes slightly. It seems that this girl is in trouble. That rotten corpse is not simple. It is a real demon. Lin Tian looked in front of him. The Wuxing ghost deity-level zombie was surrounded by a deathly mist. It spat out poisonous light from its mouth, corroding the space inch by inch. The princess of the Yao family was forced to step back. Clang, 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 next to the princess of the Yao clan, there were more than 10 treasures. Their combined attack was very frightening, but it was useless against the rotten corpse. It only created sparks of light as if they were slashing against a hard iron body. Roar, the zombie roared. Its sharp ghost claws were intertwined with dense dark light. With one claw, it shattered the dozens of precious weapons of the princess of the Yao family. In the next moment, the ghost deity-level zombie released an even thicker deathly mist, enveloping the princess of the Yao family. It's over. Wuxing Crocodile saw this scene and couldn't help but shake its head. This deathly mist is very scary. There are even traces of precepts lingering inside. With the princess of the Yao family's current cultivation, she can't break this deathly mist. It's like falling into the ghost deity-level zombie's food cage. She will be devoured in a few dozen breaths at most. In fact, what it said was true. The princess of the Yao family was indeed trapped in this deathly mist. She couldn't break it no matter how hard she tried. Her divine power and life force were quickly draining away, and many of her precious weapons were shattered. Roar, the zombie roared again. Its ghost claws shattered all the precious weapons of the princess of the Yao family. Then, the deathly mist in the surroundings gathered crazily in the middle like a tide. It pressed towards the princess of the Yao family as if it was going to corrode everything. Suddenly, even though the princess of the Yao family was at the third sky of the Great Path and was very powerful, she couldn't help but change her expression. Lin Tian looked at this scene with a glimmer of light in his eyes. He held Yi Tong with his left hand, and a golden sword light appeared in his right hand. With a wave of his hand, the golden sword light slashed forward. Clang, accompanied by an ear-piercing sword sound, the golden sword light appeared beside the princess of the Yao family in the blink of an eye. It tore apart the thick deathly mist and sent the Wuxing ghost deity flying. He cultivated the weapon-controlling technique. Although he obtained this precious technique from a tomb, this technique was still closely related to the Yao family. Now that he saw the Yao family's princess in danger, about to face a disaster, he didn't want to just sit by and watch. In front of the deathly mist, the princess of the Yao family was shocked. She looked at the direction of the golden sword light and saw Lin Tian, little Yi Tong, and Wuxing Crocodile. It's you. Seeing Lin Tian, she couldn't help but be shocked. In the past few days, Lin Tian had killed the holy princes of the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other 2 great sections. He had also killed the strongest experts of the 5 great sects, including the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. He had also killed more than a dozen experts from the 8 great forces. He had disintegrated the True Moon Immortal cult, and he had killed the Wuxing experts from the 8 great forces. His name had long spread throughout the heavenly region, and he was rumored to be the strongest expert of the younger generation. As the current successor of the Yao family, the princess of the Yao family naturally knew of Lin Tian. At this moment, an eerie roar sounded. The rotten corpse stood up in the distance, and its pupils turned blood-red. It was very terrifying. It let out a ghostly howl, and like the friction of glass, it pounced on the princess of the Yao family again. The princess of the Yao family knew how terrifying the rotten corpse was, and she quickly retreated. Clang, the sword sound was ear-piercing, and it suppressed everything. The rotten corpse's movement towards the princess of the Yao family couldn't help but stop. Lin Tian moved again, and with a sweep of his right hand, he slashed out the heaven-piercing sword. This was one of the secret moves of the heaven-piercing sword manual, and it was equivalent to a great ability. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the rotten corpse. With a poof, it was chopped into pieces, leaving a pool of thick black blood on the ground. The princess of the Yao family was shocked again. She couldn't even escape from a powerful Wuxian immortal demon, but now, it was actually chopped into pieces by a person of the same generation as her. This stunned her for a moment, and her eyes were filled with shock. However, she wasn't an ordinary person, and she quickly recovered from the shock. She walked in front of Lin Tian, and bowed to Lin Tian seriously. "Thank you for saving me." Lin Tian looked at her, and his expression was very calm. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Who knows, you might use your sword against me in the future," he said calmly. Once the Yao family found out that he had mastered the weapon control technique, the big shots of the Yao family would definitely not let him go. After all, that was the strongest celestial technique of the Yao family, and even within the Yao family, only the core members of the direct line of descent could cultivate it. How could the Yao family be happy that an outsider like him had mastered such a celestial technique? The princess of the Yao family frowned. "You saved my life, so how could I point my sword at you?" She couldn't understand Lin Tian's words. Lin Tian looked at her, and didn't explain anything. "In a few days, I will pay a visit to your Yao family," he said. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled little Yutong deeper into the tomb. Wuxing crocodile curled its lips, and flapped its 5-colored wings to follow. The princess of the Yao family was moved again. "Pay a visit to my family?" She paused, and quickly followed. "What are you going to my family for?" "To have a heart-to-heart talk with your family head," Lin Tian said casually. "What?" The princess of the Yao family frowned again. Lin Tian glanced at her, but still didn't explain anything. He held little Yutong's hand and walked slowly through the dark mausoleum. His footsteps echoed in the air from time to time. Very quickly, he walked out over 300 meters. "Why are you following us?" He stopped and looked at the princess of the Yao family. "I also walked this tomb path," the princess of the Yao family said, and added, "and I walked this path first." Lin Tian thought for a moment, and it seemed to be true. So, he didn't say anything else, and continued to walk forward. As they walked deeper into the tomb, the air became colder, as if they were walking in a hell. The princess of the Yao family looked at Lin Tian as she walked, paused, and said to Lin Tian, "I am Yao Ming, what about you?" Lin Tian said casually. Yao Ming nodded and didn't say anything else. The group continued to walk forward. Not long after, a violent aura suddenly surged in front of them, and a monster beast covered in blood-red scales appeared. It had 3 eyes, a wolf-like body, and 4-inch-long fangs. Yao Ming obviously recognized this blood-scale monster beast, and her face changed. "Corpse-devouring beast." The Wuxing crocodile stared ahead and said, "We encountered this thing again. When we were in the 5th heaven, we were chased by this thing quite miserably." It stared ahead and said, "However, this corpse-devouring beast is stronger than the one we encountered before. It's comparable to a half-step Enlightenment realm powerhouse. Corpse-devouring beasts can only appear in the tombs of true powerhouses. They specialize in eating corpses, and they prefer the flesh and blood of living people." When Lin Tian, and the Bai siblings were training in the 5th heaven, they encountered a great Dao realm corpse-devouring beast in one of the tombs. At that time, they were chased very miserably. In front of them, the corpse-devouring beast's aura was violent and cold. It stared at Lin Tian and the others as if it had found its prey. Its 3 eyes were filled with ferocity, and with a low roar, it rushed towards the group of people like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Violent killing intent surged, and for a moment, the entire tomb trembled. In the blink of an eye, the corpse-devouring beast arrived in front of them. The cold aura it emitted made Yao Ming, a third heavenly layer supreme, tremble slightly. Lin Tian was expressionless. He waited until the corpse-devouring beast was really close to him before he made a move. He slapped it to the ground, then raised his right leg and stomped on it. Suddenly, the corpse-devouring beast screamed in pain. It struggled under Lin Tian's foot, erupting with an even more violent aura. Lin Tian raised his right leg and viciously stomped down again. This stomp was merciless, and the corpse-devouring beast was trampled into pieces. Blood flowed all over the ground. Yao Ming's eyes widened again. The corpse-devouring beast, which was comparable to a half-step enlightenment expert, was actually stomped to death by Lin Tian's foot. She stared at Lin Tian, and the shock in her eyes deepened. Lin Tian didn't care much. It was just a half-step enlightenment-level corpse-devouring beast. For the current him, it was really nothing. In fact, it was not much different from killing a third-level demonic beast. He pulled little Yitong and continued to walk into the depths of the tomb. Not long after they walked out, a shrill scream came from ahead. At the same time, it was mixed with chaotic divine power and yin qi. He didn't change his pace and quickly walked for more than 1,000 feet. He saw that the space in front of him had become very wide. Many tomb passages gathered in one place, and there was a dense group of yin soldiers and yin generals here. They were crazily killing the cultivators who walked to this place. Blood dyed a large area of the ground red. Ah! A cultivator screamed as his throat was bitten by a ferocious ghost. The blood on his body was cleanly devoured in the blink of an eye. These yin soldiers all rushed out from the depths of the tomb. There were even Ghost King-level existences among them. A few ordinary cultivators couldn't stop them at all. They all retreated in panic and fled outside. Of course, there were also very powerful cultivators among them. They didn't care about these yin soldiers and could even stop the Ghost Kings. They used their divine abilities to crush the yin soldiers and ghosts one by one as they rushed towards the depths. Boom! Yin Qi billowed. At this time, a Ghost King-level evil monster stared at Lin Tian and the others and charged straight at them. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. Golden divine light shot out from his body and transformed into a large sword, shattering the Ghost King that was charging at him. At the same time, the unparalleled might of the sword wiped out a large number of ghosts in front of him, cleaving open a path. "Let's go," he said to the whooshing crocodile. With that, he pulled little Yitong and continued to walk deeper into the tomb. The whooshing crocodile casually followed beside them. Yao Ming paused for a moment before following him. At this time, there was only one path to the depths of the tomb. The stone chamber was huge, and dozens of coffins were arranged in an orderly manner, causing the atmosphere in the stone chamber to seem somewhat stifling. Lin Tian looked at these coffins. In his sea of consciousness, the yin-yang lotus sea suddenly swayed, and strands of yin sunlight spread out. "Master, there are strange things in these coffins," little Yitong said softly. Lin Tian looked at little Yitong, and his gaze fell on her eyes. He couldn't help but smile slightly, thinking that her divine eyes were indeed extraordinary. It should be known that his current cultivation was at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao, and he had the yin-yang lotus sea, which was an anomaly in his sea of consciousness that specialized in restraining demons and evil. At this time, he only felt that there might be evil in these coffins, but the little fellow spoke with such certainty. Obviously, she had already seen through the coffins. Yao Ming followed behind, and when she heard this, she was slightly surprised. She looked curiously at Yitong, who was beside Lin Tian. Then, her gaze suddenly fell on Yitong's eyes, and she immediately revealed a trace of surprise. What bright eyes! She didn't know that Yitong's eyes were the divine eyes of the sun, but she keenly felt that the little fellow's eyes were very unusual, very unusual. There were other cultivators in this stone chamber who had arrived before Lin Tian and the others. They were looking around, and at this time, they obviously heard little Yitong's voice. Many of them immediately looked in the direction of little Yitong, who had made the sound. "Little brat, what strange thing is that? Don't speak nonsense." A bald cultivator with a scar on his face stared at little Yitong with a malicious expression. Speaking of which, a little brat like you actually dared to come here. Let me see who your master is, to actually bring you to such a place. The bald cultivator moved his gaze and looked at Lin Tian, who was holding little Yitong's hand. Then, his expression suddenly changed, and he staggered back, recognizing Lin Tian. These days, Lin Tian's reputation and appearance had long been spread in this heaven domain. Very few people didn't know him. At this time, seeing Lin Tian holding little Yitong's hand, the bald cultivator's eyes immediately revealed a panicked expression. At the same time, the other cultivators in this stone chamber also noticed Lin Tian, and they were all moved. Lin Tian coldly glanced at the bald cultivator. Watch your words. Yes, of course. The bald cultivator was in the immortal realm, and his cultivation was extraordinary. But at this time, he repeatedly nodded at Lin Tian, with a terrified expression of Lin Tian's face. This was a ruthless person who even destroyed a large sect like the True Moon Immortal Sect, and he actually described the child beside him as an egg yolk cub. At this time, he was naturally afraid that Lin Tian would attack him. Lin Tian glanced at the bald cultivator, then looked elsewhere. Although this bald cultivator's words were unpleasant to hear, it wasn't an unforgivable crime. He couldn't attack him just because of this. In this place, many cultivators looked at Lin Tian with fear, and at the same time, they carefully sized up this huge stone chamber. There's a stone door there. Suddenly, a cultivator spoke, pointing to the end of the stone chamber. Looking over, there was indeed a stone door there, and there were many images of birds and beasts engraved on it. Behind this should be the tomb owner's tomb. Someone was pleasantly surprised. In an instant, a group of cultivators surrounded the stone door, and someone directly attacked it, wanting to open it. However, the stone door was tightly shut, and these cultivators couldn't open it at all. Their divine abilities and secret techniques were also useless. Squeak. At this time, a strange sound was heard, like the claws of a wild beast scratching against glass, exceptionally ear-piercing. Immediately, many cultivators were instinctively shocked. Squeak. The same sound was heard again, and then the dozens of coffins in this huge stone chamber began to tremble. Waves of evil energy seeped out from the coffins. These coffins, there really are evil spirits inside. At this time, the expression of all the cultivators here changed. Lin Tian held little Yitong's hand and quietly stood in place. The yin-yang lotus in his mind swayed even more violently, and strands of yin light spread out like ripples, intertwining in his mind. Be careful, the things inside these coffins aren't simple. Conservatively speaking, they're at least at the ghost god level. He said to Wuxing Crocodile. Just by standing here, it could cause the yin-yang lotus in his mind to move. It was clear that it wasn't a simple evil spirit. Wuxing Crocodile heard his words and couldn't help but stare. There are more than 40 coffins in this place. And they're all ghost gods at the ghost god level. Lin Tian's face didn't change. He tilted his head and looked at a corner of the stone chamber. There, a coffin had already been shattered, and there was nothing inside. Wuxing Crocodile followed his gaze and couldn't help but be slightly moved. He tilted his head and looked at Yao family's princess, Yao Ming. Yao Ming clearly knew what Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were thinking at this time. She whispered, "The rotten corpse I met earlier ran out of that shattered coffin." Obviously. Lin Tian Ondao. With a rumbling sound, the dozens of coffins in this stone chamber shook even more violently. An even more turbulent yin qi interweaved. Then, with a cracking sound, the coffins collapsed one after another, and the rotten corpses stood up from the coffins. Suddenly, the cold yin qi interweaved in every corner of this stone chamber, causing the cultivators to tremble. This is it, someone trembled. Meanwhile, an entire 40-plus rotting corpses stood up, and their bodies were coiled with extremely terrifying auras. They were like a few tens of death gods that had charged out from hell, and it caused all the cultivators to tremble as they felt the threat of death looming over them. More than 40 rotten corpses had blood-red eyes. A majestic fog of death interweaved, forcibly forming a black yin qi barrier that enveloped the entire stone chamber, trapping all the cultivators in this stone chamber. Seeing the black barrier that suddenly formed, many cultivators were shocked. They immediately felt that they were isolated from the outside world and could no longer sense the aura outside the barrier. It was also at this time that the Xianxia surged, and the screams of ghosts were ear-piercing. The dozens of rotten corpses all moved, pouncing on the cultivators in the stone chamber. The billowing Xianxia of death seemed to want to corrode everything. In an instant, someone was in trouble. His abdomen was pierced, and his internal organs were pulled out along with his intestines. Ah! A miserable scream rang out, and blood splashed out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 cultivators in this stone chamber met with a great disaster. The rotten corpses that rushed out of the coffins tore them apart on the spot. Among them, there were even powerful cultivators at the 8th heaven of the connecting immortal realm. Damn, they really are all Wuxian realm ghost gods. Wuxing Crocodile stared. More than 40 Wuxian realm ghost gods gathered together. This kind of formation was truly terrifying. Beside him, Yao Ming couldn't help but tremble. Although she was very powerful and was at the level of the Great Tao, she couldn't resist Wuxian realm ghost gods. Previously, she had already fought a Wuxian realm ghost god. She couldn't win at all and had almost died. At this time, there were more than 40 of such ferocious beasts in this stone chamber. How could she not be shocked? Lin Tian looked ahead and saw that more than half of the rotten corpses were rushing toward the stone door at the end of the stone chamber that was difficult to open. They were closing in on the cultivators nearby. The Xianxia outside their bodies was the strongest and most frightening. These coffins should have been left behind by the owner of the tomb. Before he buried himself, he must have done something to these rotting corpses, causing them to turn into powerful evil spirits in the future to protect his tomb at the final stage. He said. Wuxing Crocodile narrowed his eyes and stared at the stone door at the end of the stone chamber that was difficult to open. He said, "It seems that the tomb owner's tomb is behind this stone door." Lin Tian nodded. This matter was already very obvious. At this time, an ear-piercing ghost howl rang out from ahead. A rotten corpse had fixed its eyes on Lin Tian and the others and directly rushed toward them. Immediately, rolling waves of energy surged towards him like a gust of cold wind. Golden divine light surged around Lin Tian's body, immediately protecting Yi Tong. Then, a golden sword ray rushed out from his body and appeared in front of the charging rotten corpse in the blink of an eye. With a puff, it cut the corpse into pieces. "Follow me. Don't go too far," he said to Wuxing Crocodile and Yao Ming. He raised his head and looked ahead. Holding Yi Tong's hand, he walked toward the stone door at the end of the stone chamber that was difficult to open. Since they were already here and guessed that the tomb owner's tomb was behind the stone door, he naturally had to go in and take a look. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Yao Ming didn't dare to be careless and followed closely behind Lin Tian. Roar! A rotten corpse let out a ferocious roar, and 3 of them rushed toward the group. Lin Tian's left hand pulled little Yi Tong. With a wave of his right hand, he slashed out with the heaven-piercing sword, and 3 sword rays shot out. Puff! 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 3 black mists of blood exploded, and the 3 rotten corpses were instantly cut into pieces. Yao Ming couldn't help but tremble when she saw the scene. She was really shocked by Lin Tian's strength. 3 Wuxian realm ghosts rushed over together, but they were still killed so easily. Ah! Screams and cries of terror echoed in the stone chamber. Many cultivators' faces turned pale. Facing the Wuxian realm ghosts in the stone chamber, they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. One by one, they were killed, and blood splattered everywhere. "We can't stop them. Run!" At this time, many cultivators were afraid. Trembling, they rushed out of the stone chamber. However, in the next moment, screams rang out again. A cultivator crashed into the black barrier that enveloped the stone chamber, and the Xianxia entered his body. His body instantly began to melt, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a puddle of thick, stinking blood. Immediately, many cultivators who were rushing out stopped in their tracks and trembled. Afterward, some people tried to break the black barrier. They used various divine abilities and secret techniques, but it was useless. They couldn't destroy it. Roar! Ghost screams were ear-piercing, and the Xianxia surged. In the stone chamber, dozens of Wuxian realm zombies had blood-red eyes. They were really like the gods of death. They crazily attacked the cultivators, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Screams rang out one after another. How could this be? How could there be so many corpses here? Are we all going to die here? Ah. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. The screams continued, and blood continued to splatter. At this moment, the cultivators in the stone chamber were completely overwhelmed by fear. Even some of the powerful cultivators in the ninth heaven of the connecting immortal realm were no exception. Their bodies kept trembling, and their faces were full of despair. At this time, a cultivator suddenly looked at Lin Tian and asked for help in fear. Fellow Taoist, save me. Save me. Instantly, the other cultivators in the stone chamber were shocked, and then they all looked at Lin Tian. Fellow Taoist, help us. Please, fellow Taoist. Save us. These cultivators knew that Lin Tian was very powerful. Even the True Moon Immortal sect was destroyed by him. At this time, all of them put their hopes on Lin Tian. They all trembled and looked at Lin Tian with hope and hope. At this time, Lin Tian was walking toward the stone door at the end of the stone chamber. When he saw these people crying for help, he couldn't help but stop and frown slightly. Then, in the next moment, he sighed slightly. The golden divine light around his body became thicker, and an extremely powerful sword will spread out. Clang! 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 The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword rays appeared around him and slashed in all directions, enveloping all the Wuxian realm zombies in the stone chamber. Lin Xianxia had met many cultivators, but he was definitely not a cold-hearted person. Now that the cultivators in the stone room were asking him for help, and he had the ability to save them, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Golden divine light intertwined around his body as streaks of sword radiance shot out in all directions. The ear-piercing sound of the sword resonated throughout the entire stone room. Pft, pft, pft. The black blood mist exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 ordinary Wuxian supernatural beings were killed, turning into pools of thick blood. For a moment, the cultivators in the stone room were delighted, shocked, and horrified. So strong. Someone said with a trembling voice. None of them could stop the supernatural beings' zombies that were comparable to Wuxian supernatural beings. They were like ants in front of these zombies. But now, these powerful zombies were so weak in Lin Tianxia's hands. They could not even withstand a single blow. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tianxia's expression was indifferent as the golden sword radiance kept slashing down. On the surface, these sword radiances looked like he was casually slashing out, but in reality, they were all sword forces that he used the High Heaven Sword Manual to activate. Every sword force was comparable to a powerful divine ability. Pft, pft, pft. The black blood mist exploded. In this stone room, the powerful zombies fell one by one, and black blood flowed all over the floor. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 Wuxian supernatural beings in this stone room were killed, and only 3 of them were left. Their bodies were covered in blood. Roar! The 3 zombies roared ferociously. Their blood-red eyes had a tinge of blue, and the death mist around them became thicker. Then, in the next moment, there was a whooshing sound as the 3 zombies emitted a ferocious aura. They were like 3 death gods as they broke through space and pounced toward Lin Tianxia. These 3 are not simple. They are much stronger than ordinary Wuxian supernatural beings. Whooshing Crocodile frowned. Lin Tian could naturally see that. When he used the High Heaven Sword Manual to slash out a dense sword aura, all the other zombies were killed except for these 3 zombies. The High Heaven Sword aura that he used only left some sword marks on their bodies. He waved his right hand slightly and activated the High Heaven Sword Manual even more. An even more astonishing sword force appeared and slashed forward. It landed firmly on the bodies of the 3 rotting corpses, drawing out a large amount of black blood. However, it was still unable to destroy them. This scene caused the cultivators in the stone room to be shocked. They could clearly see that these 3 zombies were many times more terrifying than the other zombies. Brat, can you handle it? Whooshing Crocodile asked. No problem. Lin Tiandao. With a clang, a stone sword rushed out from his body. It was covered in strange patterns, and each of the patterns emitted a faint black light. It was like a sword of death. Immediately, a terrifying sword intent radiated, causing the entire stone room to shake violently. This is a high-grade divine weapon. The cultivators in the stone room cried out in surprise. Many people stared at the stone sword beside Lin Tian and could not help but be shocked. Even Yao Ming's heart trembled, and her face was full of shock. Her family was a top force in this heaven region, but the strongest weapon in her family was only a middle-grade divine weapon. However, Lin Tian actually had a high-grade divine weapon. Lin Tian unsheathed the stone sword. It was a high-quality divine weapon that he had obtained in the desolate god mausoleum of the heaven region not long ago. Below saint artifacts, it could be said to be invincible. The moment it was unleashed, the might of the sword was terrifying, sending the 3 extremely powerful Wuxian demons flying. One of them even had an arm directly shattered. Such a scene caused all the cultivators to be unable to refrain from gasping, and all of them were shocked by the sword might. Clang, the sword hummed. Lin Tian controlled the stone sword with his mind. He activated the Ling Tian sword manual and swept away a ray of sword light. This ray of sword light was very bright. In an instant, it landed on the black barrier that enveloped the stone room. Immediately, the black barrier was shattered, and the stone room was connected to the outside world again. "Let's go," he said to the cultivators in the stone room. Immediately, the cultivators in the stone room trembled, and each of them revealed a surprised expression. Now, the black barrier formed by the Yin Qi of death was shattered by Lin Tian. They could leave now. "Thank you, fellow Taoist. Thank you, fellow Taoist. I will never forget the favor of saving my life. When we get out, I will definitely set up a longevity tablet for you." The cultivators bowed deeply to Lin Tian and thanked him profusely. Then, they rushed out of the stone room. Roar, a fierce roar resounded. One of the 3 rotting corpses stared at the cultivators who rushed out of the stone room. It spat out corpse poison from its mouth and pounced forward ferociously. However, at this moment, the ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out again. Lin Tian grabbed the stone sword beside him and directly used the Ling Tian 3 styles. A sharp ray of sword light appeared. In a flash, it jumped and appeared in front of the rotting corpse in the blink of an eye. It went straight into the corpse's open mouth. With a puff, black blood splattered and spilled all over the ground. This time, Lin Tian used the Ling Tian 3 styles, a high-grade divine weapon, to activate the Ling Tian 3 styles. Its killing power was naturally very terrifying. It directly chopped the rotting corpse into pieces and completely disappeared. "Fellow Taoist is mighty. Fellow Taoist, take care." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." The cultivators ran out of the stone room and thanked Lin Tian Dao continuously. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators in the stone room all ran away. Only Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, Yi Tong, and Yao Ming remained. Roar, roar, 2 ferocious roars rang out. The last 2 rotting corpses roared wildly. The aura on their bodies became even more ferocious, like that of wild beasts. With 2 swooshing sounds, the 2 rotting corpses stared at Lin Tian. They spat out corpse poison from their mouths and charged at him again. Lin Tian shook the stone sword in his hand. The Ling Tian 1 sword and the Ling Tian 3 styles were used one after another, enveloping the 2 rotting corpses. Puff, puff, 2 black blood mists exploded. The last 2 rotting corpses were also completely destroyed. For a moment, the stone room was filled with black and red blood stains. It was somewhat horrifying. Yao Ming stared at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. More than 40 Wuxian demon gods were actually killed so easily. Lin Tian's expression was calm. With a wave of his right hand, he put away the stone sword. Others might think that it was very easy for him to kill the rotting corpses. It was as if he had just raised his hand and swung the sword. However, that wasn't the case. From the beginning until now, he had used at least 70% of his battle strength in every attack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to kill the Wuxian demon god-level rotting corpses so easily. Especially when he was dealing with the last 3 extremely powerful demon gods, he had already used 90% of his battle strength. Of course, there was no need for him to say such things out loud. "Let's go." He held little Yi Tong's hand and walked to the end of the stone room where the stone door was difficult to open. He looked at it quietly. As far as the eye could see, this stone door didn't only have diagrams of birds and beasts. There were also imprints of mountains and rivers. It was very vast. Yao Ming stared at the stone door. Suddenly, her expression changed. She revealed a strange expression. This is a refined stone. It is very tough. Ordinary Great Tao experts wouldn't be able to break it. Also, there seems to be a very powerful Tao energy intertwining on this stone door. When the two are combined, I reckon that even ordinary Wuxian experts would have a hard time opening it. Lin Tian naturally saw this. However, he didn't care. He took a step forward, and a faint light lingered on his right hand. His movements were very simple. He raised his right hand and, using the primal Chaos Emperor's fist, directly punched the stone door in front of him. Suddenly, with a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the stone door. They spread out in all directions like a spider web. You! Yao Ming was shocked again. This kind of sturdy stone door was intertwined with a terrifying Tao energy. Ordinary Wuxian experts would have a hard time opening it. However, Lin Tian's fist had actually shattered it. Little girl, don't be shocked. At close range, if he brandished some kind of divine fist, even someone at the fifth heavenly layer of Wuxian would be easily shattered by him if the other party didn't resist. Wuxing Crocodile said. Yao Ming was shocked again. Her face was full of disbelief. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile and then looked at Yao Ming. Why are you still here? Yao Ming put away the shock on her face and said, I just want to see what's behind the stone door. I won't fight with you, and I can't win against you. Lin Tian glanced at her and didn't say anything. He lightly knocked on the stone door. Suddenly, the stone door, which was already full of cracks, collapsed, splashing up sand and dust. As far as the eye could see, there was another stone room behind the stone door. It was still very spacious, and there was a stone coffin in the middle. The rest of the room was filled with piles of precious items. There were precious weapons, precious medicines, precious pills, and jade slips with divine abilities. So many treasures. Yao Ming was slightly shocked. She casually saw a large blade with intertwining cold light. It was a mid-grade divine weapon. In other places, she saw other precious artifacts. Among them, there were several divine weapons. Very expensive. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. After flapping its wings and entering the stone door, it didn't hold back and directly grabbed a large amount of treasures. Among them, there was a mid-grade divine weapon, 3 low-grade divine weapons, and some other precious medicines and divine materials for refining artifacts. Lin Tian made his move as well, collecting the treasures piled up in the surroundings. He obtained 3 middle-grade divine weapons and 5 low-grade divine weapons. There were also quite a number of Dao soldier-level treasured weapons. Moreover, he also took many secret books of divine abilities. Among them, many were very powerful. There were even some secret techniques that had been lost for a long time. They were extremely extraordinary. The tomb owner was really extraordinary when he was alive. His collection is really rich. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and said. Yao Ming stood at the side and stared at Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile collecting the treasures. She couldn't help but feel a little envious. However, she was, after all, the successor of one of the top forces in this heaven domain. She quickly calmed down and just watched quietly. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed more treasures. He put them into the stone ring one by one. Then, after a dozen breaths, he grabbed a transparent pill bottle. There was a 3-colored pill inside, which made him slightly shocked. True acting divine pill. A light flashed in his eyes. He recognized this 3-colored pill. Wuxing Crocodile and Yao Ming heard his voice and were immediately moved. The true acting divine pill is the kind of immortal pill that can allow a cultivator to directly enter the true comprehension realm from the half-step comprehension realm. Yao Ming couldn't help but exclaim. As the descendant of the Yao family, one of the top forces in the 6th heaven, Yao Ming has naturally heard of the divine play pill. At this moment, when she heard Lin Tian mention these 4 words, her eyes were full of surprise. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. He has the medicine master's medicine book, and there are very few Baodan in the world that he doesn't know. At a glance, he could tell that the three-colored pill in the transparent medicine bottle is the divine play pill. This divine pill can allow a cultivator to directly enter the enlightenment realm from the half-step enlightenment realm without any side effects. Good stuff. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, but it soon curled its lips because there is only one such divine play pill in this place. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a faint light as he carefully put away the Baodan. After entering this great tomb, only this divine play pill is of great use to him. A good harvest. He smiled. He is now in the 9th layer of the Great Tao, and after one more step, he will enter the half-step enlightenment realm. At that time, after taking this divine play pill and refining it seriously, he will be able to enter the enlightenment realm in one fell swoop, completing another great transformation in cultivation. Yao Ming stared at him putting away the divine play pill, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of envy. Such a Baodan, even her Yao family can't take out such a priceless treasure. You can take anything you want, Lin Tian said to her. No need. Yao Ming shook her head. Her life was saved by Lin Tian, and she didn't do anything after that. How can she take anything here, seeing that she didn't want it? Lin Tian didn't say much and put away the other treasures in this tomb one by one. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile was naturally also taking action. It waved its big claws, grabbing treasures one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and all the treasures in this tomb were collected by them. There are so many treasures. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue. In total, he obtained 7 sex divine weapons, several dozen Dao weapons, as well as some precious medicines and divine materials. Meanwhile, Lin Tian obtained even more, obtaining 11 divine weapons, more than 100 Dao weapons, more than 100 divine abilities, and other things. This was especially the case with that reality-developing pill, its significance and value extremely great. This could be considered their greatest harvest after entering this great tomb this time. At this time, it stared at the coffin in the middle of the stone room. This is the only coffin left. There was a stone coffin in the middle of the stone chamber. It was made of refined stone and was engraved with dense Dao patterns. Lin Tian looked at the sarcophagus and raised his right hand slightly. He used his divine power to lift the lid of the sarcophagus, revealing a small gap. Immediately, an extremely strong stench of decay rushed out. It was extremely unpleasant. All that's left is bone dust. There's nothing else, he said. After lifting the lid of the sarcophagus by a small gap, he could clearly see what was inside. He waved his right hand slightly and closed the lid. Wuxing Crocodile pursed its lips, slightly disappointed. It originally wanted to find even better things in the tomb's owner's coffin. Let's go out, Lin Tian said again. After entering this great tomb, they had already collected all the useful things. There was no need to stay in this place anymore. Immediately, he held little Yutong's hand and walked out of the tomb. Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed behind. Yao Ming also walked out together. Following the path they came from, the group walked smoothly. It didn't take long for them to leave the great tomb and appear in the ruins outside. At a glance, they could see the crimson earth, and even further away, there were mountains. Lin Tian didn't stay in this space any longer. He brought little Yutong back the way they came, and Yao Ming also followed them. Not long after, they left the ruins, broke through the large river, and reappeared in the outside world. Let's part here. We should meet again in the future, he said to Yao Ming. He controlled the Yao family's weapon-controlling art. After he entered the Enlightenment realm, he planned to go to the Yao family and explain this matter clearly. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Yao family, but the weapon-controlling art did belong to the Yao family. He should go and explain. Yao Ming looked at Lin Tian suspiciously, but she didn't ask much. She once again thanked Lin Tian for saving her life. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. He calmly glanced at Yao Ming, then held little Yutong's hand and walked away. Wuxing Crocodile clicked its tongue and followed. Soon, the two people and the crocodile walked far away. I feel that something is strange. Yao Ming stared at Lin Tian's back as he walked away, a strange expression on her face. Forget it. Let's go home. She shook her head and soared into the sky, heading back to the Yao family. After leaving the river, Lin Tian held little Yitong's hand and walked. They didn't walk very fast, as if they were simply taking a stroll. Little Yitong walked beside Lin Tian. She seemed very quiet, and occasionally raised her head to look at the northern part of the heaven domain. What's wrong? Lin Tian naturally noticed that the little guy was looking at the northern part. That was where the Yi family was established. Yitong stammered, her eyes becoming a little wet. Daddy, and Mommy's ashes and tomb are in my old home. After walking through a large tomb, the little guy started to miss her deceased parents again. She couldn't help but feel sad again. Lin Tian rubbed the little guy's head, feeling a little sorry for her. It's okay. Master will bring you to get them back, he said. Golden divine light spread out from his body. He used this divine light to wrap little Yitong and flew towards the Yi family. Whooshing crocodile flapped its 5-colored wings and followed them. Not long after, the 2 people and 1 crocodile appeared in front of a huge mansion. They could see many pavilions inside. It was the Yi family. As usual, there were several Yi family disciples standing guard outside the Yi family's courtyard. Each of them held a long spear in their hands. Lin Tian brought Yitong back and walked towards the Yi family. The Yi family disciples standing guard outside noticed someone approaching and were about to step forward to ask. However, their expressions quickly changed when they saw that it was Lin Tian, little Yitong, and Whooshing crocodile. Young master. The Yi family disciples were happy to see little Yitong. Then, they noticed Yitong's bright eyes. Young master, your eyes. A few days ago, Yitong's eyes had been gouged out. The ordinary disciples of the Yi family all knew about this. Now that they saw Yitong's eyes again and that they were even brighter than before, they couldn't help but be surprised and happy. However, in the next moment, the Yi family disciples couldn't help but tremble. They all noticed Lin Tian, who was holding Yitong's hand. Staring at Lin Tian, the Yi family disciples were speechless. During this period of time, they had heard too many rumors about Lin Tian. Especially about how he had disintegrated the True Moon Immortal cult. Their faces were filled with fear and respect. I want to go in with Master to retrieve father and mother's ashes. Is that okay? Little Yitong spoke at this moment. Her little face looked sad. The expressions of the disciples of the Yi clan instantly dimmed slightly when they heard this. Many amongst them had received kindness from Yitong's parents in the past. Soon, the Yi family disciples regained their senses and hurriedly stepped aside. Young master, please come in. The Yi family disciples loved and respected the 5-year-old Yitong from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you. Little Yitong said, raising his head to look at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. He pulled the little girl and walked straight into the Yi family. Whooshing crocodile harumphed. Clearly, he didn't like this place. The spiritual energy in the Yi family was extraordinary. There were many pavilions and buildings. There were also many strange stones and immortal plants. It was an extraordinary sight. Lin Tian led little Yitong into the Yi family. Very soon, they attracted the attention of the entire Yi family. The Yi family's patriarch and the grand elders all walked out. Little Tong. The Yi family's patriarch called out. When he saw Yitong's eyes brighten, he realized that this was Yitong's own sun god eyes. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Beside him, the Yi family's grand elders couldn't help but tremble. Naturally, they also saw this. Yitong's sun god eyes had been reconnected. Furthermore, they were even more powerful than before. It seemed like they could see through everything. This made them involuntarily look at Lin Tian next to Yitong. Then, they couldn't help but tremble again. They had heard of Lin Tian's destruction of the True Moon Immortal sect. They were the ones who knew best why Lin Tian wanted to destroy the True Moon Immortal sect. Lin Tian charged into the True Moon Immortal sect alone and really took back the sun god eyes that Yitong had brought to the True Moon Immortal sect. Moreover, he reconnected the sun god eyes for Yitong in perfect condition. Lin Tian was even stronger than before. This level of strength shocked them. Great Patriarch, Grand Patriarch, Second Patriarch, Third Patriarch, Fourth Patriarch, Fifth Patriarch. Little Yi Tong called out the Yi family's ancestors one by one. Whooshing Crocodile snorted again, thinking that these people weren't worthy of the little guy's respect. It didn't forget that when it came to the Yi family with Lin Tian, the little guy who lost its parents and eyes was left alone in a cold little room by the Yi family. Meanwhile, the one who took the sun god eyes was protected by a group of people. Moreover, after knowing the truth, they all stopped Lin Tian from taking the sun god eyes back for the little guy. They were worried that the sun god eyes would be damaged after being taken out of Yi Huaxing's body. They only cared about the sun god eyes and didn't care about the little guy at all. Lin Tian clearly didn't like these people. He naturally didn't forget what Whooshing Crocodile remembered. "I'll bring him back and take away Yi Qing and Qin Lin's ashes." His expression was indifferent. That was all he said. After saying that, he didn't pay any attention to the Yi family's ancestors and the others. With a sweep of his powerful divine sense, he found the location of Yi Qing and Qin Lin's graves. They were buried in a small forest in the deepest part of the Yi family. He pulled little Yi Tong and walked towards the small forest. Soon, they appeared in front of Yi Qing and Qin Lin's graves. The couple was buried together. There was only one grave. It wasn't simple, nor was it luxurious. It was surrounded by lush trees. When little Yi Tong saw her parents' graves again, she couldn't help but cry. Soon, her whole face was wet. "Daddy, Mommy!" the little guy cried, heartbroken. Then, he slowly dug the soil behind the tombstone with his little hands. Yi Tong wept. Her tears flowed uncontrollably, dripping onto the ground. Her bare hands dug out the soil on her parents' coffins bit by bit. Her hands soon became very dirty, and her clothes were also covered in dirt. Moreover, because she was too sad, she didn't circulate her inner energy or physical strength. Her hands were soon injured, and blood flowed out. Lin Tian stood silently to the side, watching quietly. The Yi family's patriarch and the others soon arrived. Seeing little Yi Tong in such a state, they couldn't help but feel sad. They all quickly walked towards her. "Back off," Lin Tianling calmly said. The Yi family's patriarch and the others immediately stopped in their tracks. The Yi family's patriarch said, "We only want to help her. There's no need." Lin Tiandao. He stood quietly in place, not allowing the Yi family's patriarch and the others to step forward. He didn't help either. He only watched as little Yi Tong dug out the soil on Yi Qing and Qin Lin's coffins. His heart ached for his disciple, but Yi Tong's parents were in the tomb. If she wanted to retrieve her parents' ashes and dig out the soil, she should do it herself. This was filial piety. The Yi family's patriarch wanted to say something, but he couldn't find anything to say. He just stood there. "Daddy, Mommy." Little Yi Tong wept. Her little hands were stained with blood as she dug out the soil. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours passed. Little Yi Tong's hands were stained with even more blood. She finally dug out the soil completely, revealing a green wooden coffin. Sob. I haven't grown up yet. I still want to be loved by Daddy and Mommy, just like before." Sob. The little girl lay on top of the coffin and cried, her body twitching. Lin Tian stood to the side. He didn't go forward to comfort her. He just silently watched her. Whooshing Crocodile also didn't go forward. He just watched quietly. The Yi family's patriarch and the others wanted to go forward, but when they saw Lin Tianling's indifferent gaze, they didn't dare to do so. Wu, little Yi Tong wept. Another hour passed before she finally used all her strength to circulate the Sun Heart Sutra passed down by Lin Tian. She slowly opened the lid of the green wooden coffin. The Yi family's patriarch and the others couldn't help but be shocked by the scene. The lid of the green wooden coffin weighed several hundred kilograms, but the 5-year-old little Yi Tong was actually able to open it effortlessly, shocking them all. It was also at this time that they discovered that little Yi Tong's cultivation had already reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. This? Their eyes were filled with shock. Under normal circumstances, a 5-year-old child wouldn't even be able to truly embark on the path of cultivation. But now, the 5-year-old little Yi Tong had actually reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. She was even stronger than some of the younger disciples in their family. They couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. They couldn't help but tremble. They didn't need to think to know that all of this was because of Lin Tian. Lin Tian must have done something special on little Yitong's body and meridians. Otherwise, the 5-year-old little Yitong definitely wouldn't have been able to reach the Sea of Consciousness realm. She wouldn't have been able to withstand such a high level of cultivation. They were shocked. Lin Tian wasn't just powerful in battle. He also possessed other shocking techniques. Daddy, Mommy. Little Yitong's cries didn't stop. She picked up Yi Qing and Qin Lin's urn of ashes from the coffin and hugged it to her chest like a precious treasure. Tears dripped down her cheeks. Hearing these cries, the Yi family's patriarch and the others recovered from their shock at Lin Tian. When they looked at little Yitong, their expressions were gloomy. None of them felt good. At this time, Lin Tian moved. He slowly walked in front of little Yitong. Master. Little Yitong looked up at Lin Tian, her face streaked with tears. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He just rubbed the little girl's head. Let's go, he said to little Yitong. Little Yitong nodded with tears streaming down her face. She paused, put down her parents' urn of ashes, and looked at the Yi family's patriarch and the others. Facing the Yi family's patriarch and the others, the little girl knelt down and kowtowed to them. Patriarch, great-grandfather, second grandfather, third grandfather, ninth grandfather, little Tong will leave now. In the future, I will come back to see you. The Yi family's patriarch and the others trembled. When they saw little Yitong like this, their eyes became wet and tears streamed down their cheeks. Good child. Good child. The Yi family's patriarch stepped forward and personally helped little Yitong up. We have let you down. We have let your parents down. We. The Yi family's patriarch wept. When he thought about how obedient, sensible, and filial little Yitong was, and what had happened to her in the Yi family not too long ago, he felt his heartache and regret. The little fellow in front of him was his closest descendant, yet he had suffered such a great calamity in his own clan. At that time, they only thought about the sun god's eye and did not consider the feelings of the little fellow. They had deeply hurt the little fellow. The Yi family's grand elders also stepped forward. Some of them wiped their tears and looked at the little girl with guilt. Humph. Whooshing Crocodile stared at them and sneered. He clearly didn't have a good impression of the Yi family. Lin Tian stood to one side with a calm expression as he waited for little Yitong. Little Yitong bowed to the Yi family's patriarch and the others. Then, she carefully picked up the urn containing her parents' ashes and walked over to Lin Tian with tears in her eyes. She called out, Master. Lin Tian nodded and led the little girl out of the Yi family. Little brother, the Yi family's patriarch called out to Lin Tian and said in a trembling voice, Little Tong. We'll have to trouble you from now on. The Yi family's patriarch knew that even though Yitong was a direct descendant of the Yi family, it was impossible for Lin Tian to return little Yitong to the Yi family. Besides, with her parents gone, little Yitong probably didn't want to stay with the Yi family. More importantly, they really didn't have the face to ask the little girl to stay at a time like this. I will naturally take good care of my disciple. There's no need for you to say anything else. Lin Tian's voice was cold and indifferent. A faint golden light rushed out of his body and enveloped little Yitong. Then, he rose into the air and headed out of the Yi family. Whooshing Crocodile snorted and flapped its 5-colored wings to catch up. In the blink of an eye, the two of them and the crocodile were already far away. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. The Yi family's patriarch looked in the direction that Lin Tian had left with little Yitong. Tears streamed down his face and his body couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian led little Yitong away from the Yi family. Not long after, they traveled quite a distance and landed on a small hill. Little Yitong hugged the urn containing her parents' ashes and wept. She looked very sad. Master is still here. Lin Tian Ondao. Golden light radiated from his body and enveloped little Yitong's hands. Soon, the wounds on her hands were healed. At the same time, he used his divine power to wipe away all the dirt on her clothes. Then, he waved his right hand and a stone ring appeared. There were at least a few hundred cubic meters inside. He put it on little Yitong and used his divine sense to imprint the method of using the stone ring into her mind. Put the urn into the stone ring. Don't be careful and break it, he said to little Yitong. Little Yitong choked with sobs and nodded. She wiped away the tears on her face and used her divine sense to put away the urn containing her parents' ashes. Master. She raised her head and looked at Lin Tian. She was very sad. It will pass. Lin Tian rubbed the little girl's head. Master will take you around. He took little Yitong to walk in the small mountain forest on foot. He took the little girl to see the mountains, the water, the grass, the trees, the rivers, the clouds, the birds, and the birds. He was trying to dilute the little girl's sadness and at the same time, train his own state of mind. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. In these 2 months, he took little Yitong to many places and saw many sights. In the beginning, the little girl would take out her parents' urn from time to time and cry. Then, as time passed, the little girl became much better. Gradually, she walked out of the pain of losing her parents. Sometimes, Whooshing Crocodile would tease her and she would smile. Uncle Crocodile, you're flying so high. Little Yitong's clear voice came from high up in the sky. Whooshing Crocodile carried her and flew a few hundred feet into the sky. Lin Tian stood in the distance and saw that little Yitong was becoming more and more cheerful. She was gradually regaining her former personality. He could not help but smile. Time can dilute everything, he whispered. A gentle breeze swept past and rolled up the black hair in front of his forehead. His eyes became very peaceful, but they were also somewhat deep. In these 2 months, he took the little girl to many places and saw many things. This allowed the little girl to gradually walk out of the pain of losing her parents. At the same time, his state of mind became more and more peaceful. The aura outside his body became more and more inward. When he stood quietly, almost no one could tell that he was a powerful cultivator of the Great Path. Facing Whooshing Crocodile, who was carrying little Yitong, he smiled and walked up to it. He called out to the girl and Crocodile to go somewhere else. After that, he did not do anything else. He continued to take little Yitong to see the scenery. They were almost always walking. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. At this time, Yitong had truly walked out of the pain of losing her parents. She became the same as before. There was always a smile on her little face. It was also on this day that Lin Tian took the little girl into a lush forest. The demonic aura was very strong. There were many powerful monsters walking through the forest. The weakest one was comparable to the Sea of Consciousness realm. There were also many great monsters in the airborne realm. Let's go to battle. He brought the little girl here. Golden divine light surged and wrapped the little girl. He directly threw her into the group of monsters. Although he loved the little girl, he would not spoil her too much. Since she was his disciple, she was destined to live for battle. On the path of cultivation, he would only treat her strictly. Now, 3 months had passed. The little girl had walked out of the pain of losing her parents. She could begin to truly move forward on the path of cultivation. She needed to start fighting. Roar! Roar! In the old forest, many monsters saw little Yitong appear in their field of vision. They immediately roared and all of them pounced on her. For these monsters, at this time, little Yitong was obviously their food. Little Yitong was a little scared at first, but she soon became fearless. She knew that Lin Tian was tempering her cultivation. She did not make a fuss. She laboriously channeled the Heart Sutra of the Sun and faced the monsters that pounced on her with her bare hands. Kid, you didn't even teach her the simplest of martial arts techniques. You didn't even give her a weapon. Is this really okay? Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes and said. Lin Tian was very calm. The Eye of the Sun is her most powerful technique and weapon. Let her get used to the divine Eye of the Sun for the time being. When she reaches the airborne realm, she should be able to fully master the Eye of the Sun. By then, she should be able to cultivate the secret arts of the magic. Whooshing Crocodile thought about it and could not help but nod. Well, it makes sense to cultivate oneself first. Roar! In front, the monsters roared and pounced on little Yitong one by one. All of them were ferocious. Little Yitong only cultivated the Heart Sutra of the Sun and the Nirvana of the Sun. She did not know anything about offensive martial arts, defensive movement techniques, or secret arts of the magic. She could only fight with the monsters barehanded. She kept getting injured from the beginning. If it were not for her physique comparable to that of an airborne realm expert, her cultivation of the Sea of Consciousness realm, and the Nirvana of the Sun protecting her body, she would have been lying on the ground. However, the little guy knew that Lin Tian was tempering her cultivation. She was very strong. She did not cry out when she was injured and bleeding. She gritted her teeth and fought. Gradually, the little guy's eyes became brighter and brighter. The divine eye of the sun was opened, and the situation was improved. The battle became smoother and smoother. From time to time, she would overturn the monsters. Not bad. Wuxing Crocodile could not help but praise in the distance. Lin Tian stood to the side, watching little Yitong fight with the monsters. The battle was getting smoother and smoother. Light gradually intertwined in his calm eyes. Thinking about it, I can cultivate that technique, the divine eye of the illusion breaker. The delusion breaker divine eyes was the most profound and quintessential divine art recorded in the dragon burial scripture. Once one cultivated this pair of divine eyes, one would be able to see through many major forces in the world. One would be able to see the number of spirit veins and immortal veins under a piece of land. Moreover, this pair of eyes could see through many other things. For example, there were some powerful transformation techniques in heaven and earth. After cultivation, one could change their true appearance into other things. Divine perception could not see through them, but the delusion breaker eyes could. Moreover, in some special places, divine perception would be suppressed. However, the delusion breaker eyes could not be suppressed. They could see through many mysterious mists. Moreover, cultivating the eyes of delusion breaker had a marvelous effect in battle. They could see through the changes of many techniques and could even predict the opponent's next move with this pair of eyes. From there, they could react in advance. It was very shocking. When Lin Tian first obtained the dragon burial scripture, he wanted to cultivate this technique. However, this technique's requirements were too high. If one cultivated it forcefully without sufficient cultivation, they would only suffer a backlash. Therefore, Lin Tianyi did not cultivate this precious technique. Until now, when he came into contact with little Yitong's divine sun eyes, he began to think that he could cultivate the delusion breaker eyes. Look after Yitong and protect her. Of course, don't do anything before she is in a life or death situation, he said to the Wuxing Crocodile. He took a step back and retreated to a huge old tree. He sat down cross-legged. The Wuxing Crocodile was a little suspicious. As he watched little Yitong's battle, he looked at Lin Tian. What are you doing? Cultivating. Lin Tian Dao. When he came here, he had already used his divine perception to scan the vicinity of the forest. He found that very few cultivators came here. Moreover, the strongest demon beasts in the forest were only at the immortal realm. They were not very strong. With the Wuxing Crocodile here, it was enough to deal with them. He cultivated the delusion breaker eyes here and did not need to worry about anything. Sitting cross-legged on the old tree, birds and beasts chirped around him. He did not say anything to the Wuxing Crocodile. He closed his eyes. Buzz. Faint golden divine light intertwined as the blood in his body began to boil. Strands of blood gushed toward his eyes. Immediately after, the Tao Law manifested outside his body. It gradually moved upwards and entered his eyes through the gaps between his closed eyes. After that, he began to circulate the dragon burial scripture to the strongest level in history. Strands of dragon patterns appeared and surrounded his body. Then, they began to surge upward and entered his eyes along with the great Tao. Illusionary heaven and earth, eyes break all spells, he whispered in his heart. The divine eye of delusion breaker was a super divine ability. It could also be called a human body treasury. It was a divine ability that was released through special means from the endless potential sealed in the deepest part of one's flesh and blood. Now, his cultivation was to use his own blood qi, the laws of Tao, and the dragon markings to open this human body treasury and then cultivate the divine eye of delusion breaker. Using powerful blood qi to attack his eyes and using the laws of Tao to nourish and temper it, the potential contained in the human body's eyes could be released without limit. It was like trying to expand a small space of 100 cubic meters into a large space of 1,000 cubic meters. Then, using special means to refine the dragon markings into the eyes that would release even more potential. This was the cultivation of the divine eye of delusion. This cultivation process seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult and dangerous. A single mistake could cause a terrifying Dao injury. It could even lead to the permanent destruction of one's eyes. One's body would not be able to heal, and external forces would not be able to heal it. Buzz. Strands of divine light, laws of Tao, and dragon markings intertwined outside his body, making him appear illusory and hazy. Lin Tian appeared to be very quiet. His divine consciousness was completely immersed in his body. He mobilized his blood qi and the laws of Tao to gather in his eyes. At the same time, the dragon markings surged as he carefully cultivated according to the cultivation method recorded in the dragon burial scripture. Buzz. Golden divine light surged outside his body. It jumped from time to time. The light of the laws of Tao and the dragon markings intertwined. Just like that, time passed by minute by minute. Yitong was still fighting at the front, fighting with many monsters. She gradually entered the best state of the battle, and the battle became smoother and smoother. The whooshing crocodile looked in Yitong's direction and nodded slightly. Then, it looked at Lin Tian who was cultivating at the side. This guy, what kind of technique is he cultivating? Why are the laws of Tao and dragon markings all gathering in his eyes? It muttered, a little puzzled. However, although it was a little puzzled, it quietly stood guard at the side. Its divine consciousness covered all the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. Once there was any special movement within a radius of 1,000 feet, it would be able to sense it at the first moment. Time continued to pass. Gradually, the sky darkened. Stars appeared in the sky, sprinkling the sky with silver light. Little Yitong was still fighting not far away. Until now, there were already dozens of monsters lying on the ground. Among them, there was even a great monster in the early stage of the flight realm. It was beaten to the ground by the little guy's fist and could not stand up. At the same time, on the thick branches of the old tree in the distance, the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body became denser. The laws of Tao and dragon markings became more powerful, emitting rays of bright light, illuminating his surroundings. He used his blood qi and the laws of Tao to attack his eyes, tempering them, making his eyes brighter. He used his strongest strength to let his eyes release their potential. At the same time, he completely surrounded his eyes with dragon markings, refining them bit by bit. Soon, the stars disappeared, and the sun slowly rose in the east. A new day had begun, and the morning sunlight was very charming. The gentle rays of light scattered on this boundless land, causing people to be lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. He's still cultivating. Whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and could not help but curl its lips. It glanced at little Yitong, who was still fighting not far away. Seeing that the little guy still had energy, it did not let the little guy stop. Instead, it looked at Lin Tian and protected Lin Tian. Its divine consciousness was still covering all the space within a radius of 1,000 feet. Soon, the sun rose in the east, rising higher into the sky. It was noon of the day. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes. His eyes contained an amazing divine light, and there were strands of dragon markings intertwined on his eyes. Whooshing crocodile could not help but be shocked. It had seen the light of dragon markings in Lin Tian's eyes before, but this time, it was obviously different from before. At this time, the dragon markings in Lin Tian's eyes seemed to be engraved on his pupils. Moreover, the divine light emitted from Lin Tian's eyes was too unusual, making it suddenly feel a chill down its spine. "What are you doing?" It could not help but ask. At this moment, it acutely sensed that Lin Tian's eyes were different from before, and it made its heart palpitate slightly. Lin Tian did not speak. Although his eyes were open, his eyelids were trembling slightly, as if he had encountered some big trouble. Divine light intertwined in his eyes, and the dragon markings flickered, making one's heart tremble. However, after that, it gradually became a little chaotic, as if a stone had suddenly been thrown into a calm lake. Everything was in a mess. Whooshing crocodile's expression changed again. It clearly sensed that Lin Tian's aura had become unstable, as if he had gone mad. It frowned, not knowing what Lin Tian was doing, and could only stand aside and guard. Soon, another 10 breaths passed. Lin Tian's aura became even more chaotic, and his essence, qi, and spirit became even more unstable. Cough. His Taoist body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of essence blood. Traces of blood also flowed down from the corner of his eyes. This shocked Wuxing Crocodile, and it hurriedly moved over. Kid Lin, what exactly are you cultivating? It's fine if you're coughing up blood, but why are your eyes bleeding as well? Lin Tian shook his head and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dried the blood from the corner of his eyes. He originally thought that although the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker were difficult to cultivate, with his current cultivation level of the 9th heaven of the Great Path, his life origin that had been upgraded twice, and his spirit that had improved by leaps and bounds, he should be able to cultivate the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker smoothly. However, when he actually cultivated it, he realized that he had been too naive. The cultivation of this pair of divine eyes of Delusion Breaker was hundreds and thousands of times more difficult than he had imagined. This was the first time he had cultivated it, and he was directly injured. His essence, qi, and spirit became chaotic. At this time, his eyes hurt as if they were being burned by a raging fire, and even his spirit was trembling. With a wave of his right hand, he took out a jade container filled with the soul-absorbing pond's water. He drank some of it, then ran the Sun Heart Sutra to refine it, allowing the power of the soul-absorbing pond's water to flow through his internal organs, stabilizing his essence, qi, and spirit. Wuxing Crocodile's face changed slightly. You suffered a Dao injury while cultivating? The soul-absorbing pond's water is very precious and rare. It can heal Dao injuries that are difficult to heal by external forces. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian drinking the soul-absorbing pond's water, it naturally guessed that Lin Tian had suffered some Dao injuries. A little. Lin Tian Dao. The impact of cultivating the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker for the first time was indeed not small. Not only was his essence, qi, and spirit damaged, but he also suffered some Dao injuries. However, fortunately, he once obtained the soul-absorbing pond's water in the 4th heaven. This kind of Dao injury that is difficult to heal was not a big problem for him. Buzz. Divine light spots surrounded his body as he ran the Sun Heart Sutra to refine the soul-absorbing pond's water. His injured essence, qi, and spirit gradually stabilized, and the Dao injuries caused by cultivating the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker also healed quickly. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him, frowning deeply, and asked, Kid, what are you cultivating? How did you get a Dao injury? Lin Tianwei paused slightly. He didn't hide anything from Wuxing Crocodile and briefly mentioned the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. Divine eyes of Delusion Breaker? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lord Crocodile once saw a record in an unofficial history. It said that Celestial Lord Zonglong once fought with the great achievement of Yinai and Yang'ai at the same time. Although he won all of them, he also gained some enlightenment from the two. Then, in his later years, he combined his own Tao of Dragon and created a powerful eye technique. It is said that its power is unpredictable and very terrifying. It looked at Lin Tian with widened eyes. Your so-called divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, is it the eye technique created by Celestial Lord Zonglong in his later years? Is there really such a great ability in the Dragon Burial scripture? The Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian and asked. It was really a little shocked. Was there really a supreme eye technique in the Dragon Burial scripture? Yes. Lin Tian nodded and gave an affirmative answer. This made the Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but be moved. Its face was full of surprise. No wonder when you were cultivating before, blood qi, Dao law, and dragon patterns all went to your eyes. No wonder when you opened your eyes, Lord Crocodile felt some changes in your eyes, which made Lord Crocodile slightly palpitate. It turns out that you were cultivating the eye technique created by Celestial Venerable Dragon Burial in his later years. This, it stared and said. According to the records in the unofficial history that it had seen, the eye technique created by Celestial Venerable Dragon Burial in his later years was very terrifying. It combined the essential understanding of Yinai and Yang'ai. Once cultivated, it was no worse than Yinai or regular Yang'ai. It was a little shocked. It paused, looked up and down at Lin Tian, and asked, then, how is your cultivation? It's very difficult to cultivate. I failed. Lin Tian shook his head and said, however, I still gained a little. Although he didn't succeed in cultivating the delusion breaker divine eyes for the first time and suffered some Dao injuries, it wasn't like he didn't gain anything. The potential of his eyes was more excavated. In essence, his eyes were a little stronger. With your ninth heaven of the Great Path, you can kill a cultivator of the second heaven of Wuzhen realm. Is it very difficult to cultivate? The Wuxing crocodile was surprised. Didn't you see me vomit blood? Didn't you know that I suffered a Dao injury? Lin Tian Dao. The Wuxing crocodile rolled its eyes and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. How should I say this? It's really a great technique created by Celestial Venerable Dragon Burial in his later years. With your abnormal ability, it's actually so difficult to cultivate, and you even suffered a Dao injury. If this was given to an ordinary person, it's estimated that a half-step nirvana cultivator might be injured. It's possible. Lin Tian Dao. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but the difficulty of cultivating the delusion breaker divine eyes was indeed shocking and beyond imagination. Aya, Master, Uncle Croc, help. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. In the distance, Yi Tong was covered in mud and blood. She was being chased by a 10-meter-tall vicious beast and was almost swallowed several times. Lin Tian and Wuxing crocodile both tilted their heads to look over at the same time. They discovered that the 3-zhang-tall ferocious beast was at the pinnacle of the Zephyr realm. With little Yi Tong's current strength, even if her Eye of the Sun was at the initial stage, it was still impossible for her to block it. Furthermore, the little fellow had already battled with the other demonic beasts for a long time. Her essence, energy, and spirit had weakened a lot, and her true essence was almost depleted. She could only flee in a sorry state. Lin Tian smiled and pointed a finger forward, sending the 3-meter-tall vicious beast flying dozens of meters away. Then, he stood up and, along with the Wuxing crocodile, appeared in front of little Yi Tong in a flash. Master! Little Yi Tong grabbed Lin Tian's trousers. Her entire body was dirty, and she had a pitiful expression. Lin Tian raised his hand, and a golden divine light surged. In the blink of an eye, all the mud and dirt on little Yi Tong's body were wiped away by his divine power. At the same time, the injuries on little Yi Tong's body were healed in an instant. For a moment, the little fellow's essence, energy, and spirit suddenly surged. The true essence in her body vibrated, and the space between her eyebrows lit up. With a rumble, a small hurricane swept out, and it only calmed down after dozens of breaths. This caused the little fellow to widen her eyes and clench her small hands. Then, she looked at Lin Tian and said as if she was presenting a treasure, Master, I have reached the second level of the knowledge sea. Not bad. Lin Tian nodded with a smile and gave his approval. He looked around and found that there were many demonic beasts lying on the ground. Among them, there were several great beasts, and they were all comparable to experts in the initial stage of the Zephyr realm. At the same time, there were many broken trees scattered on the ground. It could be seen that since yesterday, little Yi Tong had been working hard to fight with the demonic beasts in the vicinity, and did not slack off at all. He rubbed the little fellow's head again, and then let the little fellow follow him out of the forest. After a day and night of cultivation, the little fellow was quite tired. He was going to take the little fellow for a walk and rest. At the same time, he also wanted to see more of the mountains, rivers, and plants. He felt that this should be useful for him to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye. At that moment, he took Yi Tong out of the mountain and walked along a road, looking at everything along the way. You're not cultivating anymore? Wuxing crocodile was a little suspicious. Lin Tian chuckled, what's that saying again? Haste makes waste. Take it slow. I will definitely cultivate it. You're quite confident. Wuxing crocodile curled his lips. Of course. Lin Tian smiled. He took little Yi Tong and walked along the road. His steps were gentle. He looked at the nearby mountains, looked at the surrounding vegetation, and even occasionally squatted down to watch the ants moving food in the haystack. His expression was very calm, and his eyes became more and more peaceful. Master, eat the fruit. Little Yi Tong had become as lively as before. She jumped and picked a few wild fruits from the forest not far away. She handed one to Lin Tianyi and another to Wuxing Crocodile. Uncle Crocodile, eat it too. Lin Tian chuckled and took a bite of the fruit he got from little Yitong. He pulled up a piece of grass from the ground and held it in his mouth. Little Yitong followed suit. She also pulled up a piece of grass and held it in her mouth, exposing a large part of it. Then she pulled up another piece and handed it to Wuxing Crocodile. Uncle Crocodile, here. Wuxing Crocodile, it was a little speechless, but it still took it from the little guy's hand and held it in its mouth. For a moment, the two of them and the crocodile looked like gangsters crossing the street. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, Lin Tian did nothing. He just took little Yitong to look at the mountains and rivers. His eyes became more peaceful. Not long after that, they walked along another road. They met a group of ordinary cultivators coming toward them. This group of cultivators immediately trembled in fear. They stared at Lin Tian with fear in their hearts and hurriedly made way for him. You really make people afraid wherever you go. TSK, you're a complete fiend. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian from the corner of its eyes. Little Yitong raised her head. Uncle Crocodile, Master is a good person, not a fiend. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes and didn't say anything. Lin Tian glanced at it. He didn't care about these cultivators who were afraid of him. He quietly walked past them and walked into the distance. Soon, he took little Yitong and walked far away. Together with Wuxing Crocodile, they gradually disappeared at the end of the road. At this time, the group of cultivators on the road finally let out sighs of relief. One by one, they exhaled. Some of them couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on their foreheads. I didn't expect to meet such a ruthless person here. Really? I feel a chill down my spine when I see him. A young cultivator shrunk his neck. Lin Tian's fierce reputation was very popular recently. He had killed the holy sons of 3 sects, including the Dark Heartsword sect. He had killed the strongest young experts of the 5 major sects, including the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. He had killed dozens of great Tao experts, and a supreme elder of the Enlightenment realm from each of the 8 major forces. He had even single-handedly destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect. How could people not be afraid? It's strange. Recently, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, the 5 major sects, and the Dark Heartsword sect have been unusually quiet. They didn't even send an expert to kill that ruthless person. I think the 8 major forces are deeply afraid of that ruthless person. They don't dare to make a move on him. I don't think it's possible. The Dark Heartsword sect, Crimson Rainbow Immortal sect, and Ink Feather Origin Hall might be afraid of that ruthless person. However, the 5 major sects definitely won't. After all, these 5 major sects are much stronger than the 3 major sections. They have experts of the 4th sky of Enlightenment realm. Then, why are these major forces so quiet recently? I feel that these major forces won't let this matter go, especially the 5 major sections. They must be secretly planning something. It's impossible for them to let this matter go. After all, that ruthless person killed the strongest young experts of the 5 major sections. It's equivalent to killing the holy sons of the 5 major sects, killing the next generation of sect masters of the 5 major sections. Moreover, he also killed many experts of the Great Tao and a supreme elder of the 5 major sects. If they really let this matter go, where will these major forces put their face in the future? This group of cultivators discussed in low voices as they walked away. Lin Tian had already brought little Yitong far away. He entered a large forest with the Wuxing Crocodile. The air in the forest was very good. The spiritual energy was very good, and the grass and trees were very lush. He brought the little guy to the mountains, looking at the grass, trees, birds, and beasts. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, he entered another mountain filled with demonic beasts. Just like a few days ago, he let the little guy fight. Little Yitong was very obedient. Although she would get hurt in the battle, she was not afraid at all. Soon, she was fighting with some demonic beasts of the spiritual sea realm in the forest. Golden vital essence spread on the surface of her body. Her little fists were very powerful. Lin Tian chuckled. His footsteps shook slightly. He sat down cross-legged on the branch of a large tree not far away. He was ready to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye for the second time. Compared to the last time he cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, he was much more cautious this time. In the process of entering this mountain, he had already set up 7 sealing formations and 7 immortal thunder-killing formations. He did not have to worry about being disturbed. "I'll leave the little guy and me to you," he said to the whooshing crocodile. The whooshing crocodile curled his lips. "Don't worry." Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Then, he closed his eyes. The blood chi in his body immediately mobilized and gathered in his eyes. At the same time, the great Tao precepts also surged together, intertwining with strands of divine light and slowly entering his eyes. Buzz. For a moment, the divine light outside his body boiled. His essence, chi, and spirit surged, jumping like wisps of flames. His expression was calm. As the blood chi and the great Tao precepts kept converging in his eyes, the dragon burial scripture also operated at the same time. The dragon patterns intertwined like chains, and like many true dragons, poured in together with the great Tao precepts. For a moment, even though he closed his eyes, there was still a shocking divine light gushing out through the gaps between his upper and lower eyelids. Divine light intertwined outside Lin Tian's body. Dragon patterns and Tao radiance flickered. He sat cross-legged on the old tree with a calm expression. More great path nomological laws and dragon patterns merged into his eyes. "Not bad," the whooshing crocodile muttered to itself. "It seems like he will succeed soon." It stared at Lin Tian seriously. At the same time, it was also paying attention to little Yitong, who was fighting fiercely with many demon beasts not far away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Yitong stopped to rest 3 times. Lin Tian had been cultivating silently. The divine light outside his body became denser. Soon, another day passed. On this day, the divine light outside Lin Tian's body became chaotic again. His essence, energy, and great path nomological laws were trembling violently. Cough. His Tao body trembled slightly. Just like last time, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. More blood flowed from his eyes. In an instant, his aura became much weaker. The whooshing crocodile was shocked. It hurriedly flashed over. Obviously, it had seen something. Failed again? Lin Tian nodded silently. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and wiped the blood from his eyes. At this time, he felt that his eyes were more painful than last time. It was as if thousands of silver needles were piercing them. He waved his right hand slightly and took out the soul-absorbing pool water from the stone ring. He drank 3 mouthfuls and then used his cultivation technique to refine it. Another Tao injury? Why does it feel more serious than last time? The whooshing crocodile stared at him. For cultivators, Tao injuries were very serious and difficult to heal. Now, in just 10 days, Lin Tian had suffered 2 Tao injuries in the process of cultivation. This was a very scary thing. It's okay. There is enough soul-absorbing pool water. Tao injuries are nothing to me. Lin Tian on Tao. As he spoke, he sighed slightly. With the soul-absorbing pool water, he did not care about the terrifying Tao injuries. He could easily heal them with the soul-absorbing pool water. What made him sigh was that the cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye was too difficult. Even with his current strength, it was still so difficult to cultivate. Yitong's divine fist. In the distance, a clear shout resounded. Little Yitong was covered in dirt. She clenched her little fist and smashed an early void flight great demon to the ground, causing this great demon to be unable to get up for a long time. He was gasping for breath. When Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile heard this, they turned their heads and happened to see this scene. They couldn't help but find it a little funny. "Master! Uncle Croc!" When little Yitong saw Lin Tian and whooshing crocodile looking at her, she stepped on the big demon's body and waved happily at them. Lin Tian looked at the little fellow from afar. He smiled faintly and stood up. "Not cultivating anymore?" Whooshing crocodile asked. "Let's wait for a few days first. Don't be too anxious." Lin Tianandao said, I want to see more mountains and rivers. By the way, little Yitong has been fighting continuously for several days. She should take a rest. Blindly fighting is not a good thing for cultivation. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips and did not say anything. Immediately, the man and the crocodile appeared in front of little Yitong. When Lin Tian saw that the little fellow was not seriously injured, he let the little fellow use the sun's nirvana art to heal herself. Then, he took the little fellow and left this place. Just like a few days ago, he did not do anything special. He just took little Yitong on a simple walk. They walked past one mountain after another, crossed a large river, and looked at the ordinary things of the world. Then, every few days, he would let the little fellow fight with demonic beasts to temper herself. And naturally, every few days, he would start a new round of cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye. In this way, 2 months passed very quickly. Including the first 2 times he cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, and the last 2 months, he cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye a total of 12 times. However, without exception, he failed every time. Each time, he was seriously injured. Buzz. On this day, he sat cross-legged on a large rock in an old forest and began his 13th cultivation. Divine light covered his entire body. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. Cough. When the sun rose, Lin Tianandao trembled and coughed up blood again. More blood flowed out of his eyes. His hands trembled slightly, and he felt like his eyes were about to explode. Wuxing Crocodile frowned. Kid, if you can't do it, then give up. This eye technique was created by the celestial venerable Zhang Long in his later years. In essence, it forcibly turns the ordinary eye into a divine eye that is comparable to the yin eye and the yang eye. It is truly going against the heavens. Lin Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and used his divine power to evaporate the blood flowing out of his eyes. His expression was calm, and he was not shaken by the dozens of failures. In essence, through cultivation, we can transform from a mortal body to an immortal body. We can fly in the sky and burrow under the ground. We can go from an old age of 100 years to a lifespan of 100,000 years. Isn't that also going against the heavens? Since we are already going against the heavens, what's the point of this now? He said. Wuxing Crocodile opened his mouth and was suddenly speechless. Lin Tiantan smiled and took out the soul-absorbing pool water. He drank a dozen mouthfuls and refined it with the Sun Heart Sutra to heal his Tao injuries. For a moment, faint light intertwined on the surface of his body, and his Tao injuries were quickly healed. Wuxing Crocodile stared at him, and his expression became serious. Kid, don't blame Lord Crocodile for not reminding you. You have already suffered 13 Tao injuries. If you continue a few more times, the soul-absorbing pool water will gradually lose its effect. Lin Tian nodded. I know. I know what I'm doing. Although the soul-absorbing pool water could heal Tao injuries very well, if the same person repeatedly suffered Tao injuries and repeatedly used the soul-absorbing pool water to heal, the effect would naturally weaken gradually. It was equivalent to humans eating delicious food. The first time was excellent, the second time was not bad, and the third time was also wonderful. However, if one ate too much, they would gradually lose the feeling. It was like drinking plain water. He let out a breath of turbid air and stood up. Let's go for a walk, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips and did not say anything. It just so happened that little Yutong fought with a group of demon beasts for a long time. He took the little girl away and walked to another place. This time, he walked for half a month and saw even more. Then, he brought little Yutong into another mountain to fight. He let the 5 elemental crocodile stand guard for him, and he began to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye on a large rock. Buzz. Faint divine light intertwined and circled around his body. The blood chi and great path precepts all over his body gathered towards his eyes. Then, he activated the dragon burial scripture. Dragon patterns appeared and surged towards his eyes. Suddenly, the light on his body became denser. His essence, chi, and spirit rose at an extremely fast speed, boiling slightly. Wuxing Crocodile watched silently from the side. At the same time, it paid attention to little Yutong's battle. It also paid attention to every inch of space within a radius of 1,000 feet to prevent any sudden changes from happening. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the big rock. Light intertwined around his body and all of it surged towards his eyes. Strands of divine light flowed out. He cultivated silently. His expression was calm and unhurried. The aura emitted from his body was sometimes gentle and sometimes violent. Just like that, he sat cross-legged on the big rock for half a month. On this day, his essence, qi, and spirit surged even more. The divine light that surged out through the gaps of his eyelids was much more intense. After another 10 breaths, the aura on his body suddenly stopped. His boiling essence, qi, and spirit immediately calmed down. The divine light that surged out of his eyes was also absorbed. He was still sitting on the big rock. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and the corner of his eyes. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. He failed again. Whooshing crocodile sighed. Then, it suddenly changed its expression. It sized up Lin Tian Dao. "Oh, your essence, qi, and spirit are stable. It seems like you didn't suffer any Dao injuries this time." Lin Tian Tan smiled. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and eyes. Then, he said to Whooshing Crocodile, "Fight with me. I will suppress my cultivation to the early stage of the Great Path precepts. Just focus on attacking me. You can use any method you want." Whooshing Crocodile immediately stared. "What are you doing?" "Cultivating," Lin Tian said simply. Whooshing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian suspiciously. However, it did not ask any more questions. It only nodded. At that moment, in this mountain, Lin Tian made little Yi Tong stop fighting with the many monsters and move her to an absolutely safe place. Then, he suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Great Path precepts. The power of his physique was also suppressed. "It's coming!" Whooshing Crocodile shouted at Lin Tian Dao. It flapped its 5-colored wings and attacked directly. At Lin Tian's request, it did not show any mercy. It attacked with its cultivation of the 6th firmament of the Great Path precepts, using all its divine abilities and secret techniques. In an instant, a tyrannical demonic light shrouded the surroundings. There were even wisps of the 5 elements precepts that surged and pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm. He did not use any divine abilities or secret techniques. Instead, he met the attack head-on. There were wisps of mysterious light mist lingering in his eyes. He only dodged the killing light of Whooshing Crocodile and did not attack. He stared at the divine abilities and secret techniques that Whooshing Crocodile attacked him and stared at them with his cultivation suppressed to the early stage of the Great Path precepts. The divine light in his eyes became even more intense. Bang! A demonic light landed on his body and sent him flying on the spot. Blood gushed out of his mouth. "Master!" In the distance, little Yi Tong was protected by Lin Tian's array patterns. When she saw Lin Tian coughing up blood and flying away, she could not help but cry out. Whooshing Crocodile also frowned. It retracted its divine abilities and said, "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Tian stood up from afar and shook his head at Whooshing Crocodile. Then, he said, "It's okay. Continue. Don't hold back. Use all kinds of methods to attack." This time, he had reached a critical point in the cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye. He was just a little bit away from achieving initial success. Now, he needed some external help. Therefore, he let Whooshing Crocodile attack him mercilessly. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through. Whooshing Crocodile paused for a moment. Finally, it moved again. Its divine abilities and secret techniques were cast even more powerfully, and the 5 elements precepts were even more turbulent. In an instant, there was a rumbling sound. The surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. All the demonic beasts in the mountain were so frightened that they fell to the ground. They trembled under the great Dao-level demonic might of Whooshing Crocodile and trembled with fear. Boom! Boundless demonic light surrounded him and surged towards Lin Tian. The killing light was boundless. In the face of this, Lin Tian was very calm. He still did not use any techniques. Only a faint light surrounded his eyes. He stared straight at the dense demonic techniques that pressed down on him. He stared at them seriously, trying hard to see their essence. Bang! Once again, he was swept by more than a dozen killing lights. He was sent flying again. More than half of his body had been destroyed, and fresh blood was dripping. Continue, he said in a low voice. He activated the Nirvana of the Sun technique and repaired his damaged body in the blink of an eye. The divine light in his eyes became even more intense. Whooshing Crocodile frowned. An even stronger divine ability appeared and pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. Lin Tian stared at the demonic techniques that pressed down on him. He was still calm and simply dodging. His eyes were focused. Bang! 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 The demonic light swept across. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood time and time again. Continue. He repaired his body and said to Whooshing Crocodile in a low voice. Whooshing Crocodile cursed in a low voice. The 5 colored wings on its back flapped. The 5 elements precepts surged like a hurricane, supporting an even stronger demonic technique that pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with divine light as he stepped forward. He dodged Whooshing Crocodile's killing lights. His eyes were intertwined with divine light as he carefully observed and dodged. Bang! 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 Again and again, he was struck by the 5 elemental crocodile's secret arts. His corporeal body was shattered several times, but he still allowed the 5 elemental crocodile to continue while he himself didn't cast any spells. He only used his eyes to observe the 5 elemental crocodile's attacks and dodged them. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 10 hours had passed. He had gradually adapted to the 5 elements crocodile's murderous aura from the beginning. His dodging movements became more and more natural and simple, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. Watch carefully. He stared at the sky full of demonic techniques from Whooshing Crocodile and whispered in his heart. With a rumble, he dodged the sky full of demonic techniques from Whooshing Crocodile. His eyes became brighter and brighter. Then, gradually, he suddenly saw that there seemed to be hazy threads intertwined in the sky of the demon clan's secret arts, like sharp steel wires, as if they were supporting the demon clan's grand arts that the 5 elements crocodile cast. It seemed that this was the essence of the divine ability cast by the 5 elements crocodile. At the same time, he saw that the killing lights from the secret techniques that were surging towards him slowly slowed down. Even Whooshing Crocodile's movements seemed to have slowed down countless times in an instant. Under careful observation, he could clearly see every detail of Whooshing Crocodile's technique. Watch carefully. His eyes brightened several times in an instant. Facing the sky full of killing lights from Whooshing Crocodile, he stretched out a finger and gently pressed it down. Suddenly, a soft sound was heard. The sky full of killing lights from the secret techniques that were pressing towards him were all shattered and dissipated into nothingness. This shocked Whooshing Crocodile. It knew very well how powerful its divine ability was. It could definitely kill a powerhouse in the 9th heaven of the Great Tao. But now, Lin Tian had suppressed his cultivation to the early stage of the Great Tao, which was 6 small realms lower than it. However, he was able to shatter its powerful divine ability with a single finger. This shocked it. It looked at Lin Tian. Suddenly, its gaze fell on Lin Tian's eyes. Its expression changed. Boy, you. Staring at Lin Tian's eyes, the Whooshing Crocodile was really shocked. It even felt a little scared, as if it could not hide anything at this moment. That feeling was really terrible. In the distance, little Yitong looked at this place and naturally saw Lin Tian's eyes at this moment. She could not help but widen her eyes. Master's eyes, why are there small circles? Whoosh! A light breeze blew in this space, swirling up bits of sand and dust. Lin Tian glanced around. At this moment, he felt that the world had become incomparably clear. The grass and trees were greener, the clouds were brighter, and even the flow of the air could be seen clearly. He looked at the Whooshing Crocodile, the corners of his mouth raised, revealing a faint smile. The dragon patterns in his eyes were mysterious and hazy. The Whooshing Crocodile shuddered again. Then, it suddenly understood something. This is the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye? You've mastered it? It stared at Lin Tian. Yes, it's the delusion breaker divine eye. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. He recovered his suppressed cultivation and physical strength. He felt that his essence, energy, and spirit had become stronger. At this moment, he felt as if he could see the essence of everything he saw. He paused, then said, however, this is only the initial stage of cultivation. It's still far from being proficient in controlling and mastering it. This is only the initial stage of cultivation? The whooshing crocodile's eyes widened even more. At this moment, it could clearly feel the terror of Lin Tian's eyes. There was a feeling that made its heart tremble. However, Lin Tian said that this was only the initial stage of cultivation. Yes, the initial stage of cultivation. Lin Tian nodded. On his eyes, strands of dragon patterns intertwined to form a circle, adding a mysterious charm to his eyes. He closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again. The dragon patterns on his eyes disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal. The patterns on your eyes are gone. Whooshing crocodile was slightly moved. You can change them back? Lin Tian nodded and said, when I don't use the delusion breaker eyes, my eyes will naturally return to normal. Master! Little Yitong shouted and ran over from a distance. She grabbed Lin Tian's trousers and stared into Lin Tian's eyes. Master, your eyes were so beautiful. The little guy's eyes were sparkling. Because he was still young and inexperienced in cultivation, he couldn't understand how terrifying Lin Tian's delusion breaker eyes were. Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little guy's head. Let's go. Let's leave this place. He said to Whooshing Crocodile. Because he had used the Whooshing Crocodile's attack to cultivate the delusion breaker divine eye, everything within a radius of several hundred meters had been destroyed beyond recognition. The vegetation had been destroyed, and the ground had collapsed. There was nothing he could do even if he stayed behind. As you wish. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and let little Yitong follow him out of the mountain. Soon, they walked out of the mountain and went further away. Let's really rest for a few days. Lin Tian said. He had cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, and little Yitong had been fighting hard for the past few months. Now that he had reached the third level of the Sea of Consciousness, he felt that he could really relax. Previously, he had gone to see the mountains and rivers every few days, but that wasn't really a rest. It was all to accumulate experience for cultivating the delusion breaker divine eye. Now, he took little Yitong on foot and went on a real sightseeing tour. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, 2 people and a crocodile walked to a grassland. The breeze blew the grass, making a whistling sound. Little Yitong pulled up a blade of grass from the ground and held it in her mouth like Lin Tian did last time. Then, she pulled up 2 more and handed them to Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile. Master, Uncle Crocodile, here. The little girl was 5 years old. She was very cute with a blade of grass in her mouth. Lin Tian chuckled. He took the blade of grass from the little girl and put it in his mouth. For a moment, he looked very relaxed. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips and also took the blade of grass from the little girl. After a pause, he simply bit it and swallowed it. Lin Tian chewed on the blade of grass. His steps were very gentle. The black hair in front of his forehead fluttered in the breeze. He looked a little elegant. I've already rested for 3 days. I have to continue cultivating and reach the half-step enlightenment realm. Then, I'll rush to the enlightenment realm in one go. He muttered to himself in his heart. Not long ago, he obtained a reality-developing elixir. As long as he entered the half-step enlightenment realm, he could rely on this elixir to directly enter the enlightenment realm without any side effects. At that time, his strength would undergo another great transformation. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light appeared in the distant sky. It was extremely cold. A black arrow rushed out from a mountain a few hundred feet away. It was like a comet with a tail. Its speed was extremely fast, and it directly pierced between Lin Tian's eyebrows. The killing intent was bone-piercing. The divine power was terrifying. Lin Tian's expression changed. This arrow came too fast and was extremely terrifying. Even now, he could kill an elite of the second heaven of enlightenment realm. At this moment, a sense of death rose in his heart. It was as if the god of death was closing in. He did not have time to completely dodge. He used his left hand to backhand palm and gently pushed away whooshing crocodile and little Yitong beside him. His body leaned to one side to avoid the vital point between his eyebrows. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and clawed at the incoming arrow. Pooh! The black arrow pierced through his right hand. Immediately after, it pierced through his chest, leaving behind a glaring trail of blood. Master! Little Yitong was very anxious. She couldn't help but cry out in fear. Tears almost fell. This was the first time she saw her master get injured. His chest was pierced through, and fresh blood was dripping. Whoosh! The peerless killing light appeared once more. In the distant mountains, another black arrow shot over. It was like a prideful true dragon, and its speed became even faster. It was still aimed straight at the space between Lin Tian's brows, shattering inch by inch along the way. This powerful arrow was even more terrifying than the first arrow. It was swift and fierce. If it really hit between the eyebrows, it would definitely be a one-hit kill. It would immediately shatter one's divine sense and divine soul. There was absolutely no possibility of survival. Lin Tian's body suddenly felt cold. He clearly felt the terror of this arrow. It was like the arrow of death, as if it could destroy everything. However, even though he felt the terror of this arrow, he wasn't afraid. The golden divine light around his body surged as he stepped on the yin and yang liang to move. He moved more than 30 meters away by a hair's breadth and avoided this arrow with difficulty. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. The black arrow that he avoided actually changed its direction. As if it had its own consciousness, it closed in on him again. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Pooh! Glaring blood splashed out. The terrifying arrow directly pierced through his chest and dragged his body into the distance. Master! Little Yitong was even more anxious. Seeing Lin Tian get injured again, her eyes became wet. Lin Tian was sent flying. Blood splashed out from his chest. He only felt that his internal organs were shattered. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. His flying body could not be stabilized for a moment. Whoosh! 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 The ear-piercing sound of the arrow resounded through the sky. This time, a total of 3 black arrows rushed out from the distant mountain. They were faster and more powerful. In the blink of an eye, they appeared beside Lin Tian, who had not yet stabilized his body. They respectively aimed at Lin Tian's head, the space between his eyebrows, and the origin of his abdomen. They were extremely ruthless. Any one of them would be enough to kill him instantly. It could be seen that the person who attacked from the distant mountain was very terrifying. His cultivation was definitely in the realm of enlightenment. Moreover, he was very good at the way of killing. He grasped the timing of his attack very well. When Lin Tian had not stabilized his body, the arrows were shot out. The 3 black sword lights arrived in the blink of an eye. They were all aimed at the vital parts of the human body. It was a sure kill situation. Moreover, it was very obvious that this person was clearly waiting here for the sake of killing Lin Tian, the whooshing crocodile growled. Seeing that Lin Tian was in a sure kill situation, the 5 colored wings on his back shook. The 5 elements now rushed out wildly and rushed towards Lin Tian. Whoosh! The cold light was terrifying. In the distant mountain, another black arrow approached and shot towards the whooshing crocodile. Moreover, after this black arrow, another black arrow rushed out and mercilessly pierced towards little Yitong. The whooshing crocodile's expression changed. It was immediately furious. At this moment, it gritted its teeth and turned around. It pounced towards the killing arrow that was piercing towards little Yitong. It did not even have time to pay attention to the killing arrow that was piercing towards itself. At this moment, it displayed the 5 elements Tao. Its demonic power was vast and mighty, but its expression was very ugly. Its face was full of anxiety. It could not catch up with the speed of the killing arrow that was shooting towards little Yitong. Damn it! It roared angrily and madly increased its speed. And almost at the same time, in another direction, Lin Tian's chest was overflowing with blood. He had already been forced to the front by the 3 killing arrows. It was already impossible to dodge. Ordinary people, even if it was a powerhouse of the third sky of enlightenment, would definitely suffer. However, there was no fear in his eyes. His gaze was deep and cold. His eyes changed in an instant. A dragon-patterned ring appeared on each of his pupils. He directly opened the delusion breaker divine eye. In just a moment, the heaven and earth became incomparably bright. The attack trajectory of the 3 black killing arrows that had already rushed in front of him became extremely clear. He opened the delusion breaker divine eye and could clearly see it. Swoosh! His figure flashed. With a sound of breaking through the air, he directly broke away from the encirclement of the 3 black killing arrows. He appeared beside Yi Tong and the whooshing crocodile by a hair's breadth. Both of his hands reached out, one left and one right, to grab the black arrow radiance that was shooting towards the person and the crocodile. The golden divine light surged and shattered the 2 arrow radiance. The whooshing crocodile was suddenly startled. Boy, you. The 3 black killing arrows just now were extremely terrifying. They seized the perfect opportunity to kill Lin Tian. They had already closed in on Lin Tian. In that kind of situation, even a powerhouse of the third sky of enlightenment would not be able to avoid it. It was very likely that he would suffer. It did not expect that Lin Tian actually broke away from that kind of situation and rushed over with extreme speed. He also shattered the 2 black killing arrows that were shooting towards it and little Yi Tong. Almost at the same time, a soft sound of surprise faintly came from the distant mountain. It also seemed to be a little surprised. However, in the next moment, the peerless killing intent appeared again. Swish! 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 The sound of air breaking reverberated. This time, a total of 5 black arrow lights rushed over. Each of them was extremely terrifying. Moreover, their auras seemed to blend together, confining the space in all directions and covering every vital part of Lin Tian's body. Boy Lin, be careful. If Lord Crocodile's guess is correct, the person who secretly made the move should be from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. This bloodline enters the Tao through killing. It's very terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile said in a low voice. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. On his pupils, the dragon patterns intertwined into a ring shape as if they were engraved. It also looked like an innate Tao pattern. Although the 5 black arrow lights rushing over were very terrifying, he could see their attack trajectory clearly. He could also see the thinnest weakness of each arrow light. He immediately shook his right hand and slashed out 5 towering heaven sword auras. Clang! The 5 towering heaven sword auras were powerful. Together with his divine eyes of illusion breaker, they slashed at the thinnest weakness of each of the 5 arrow lights. At the same time, he turned his back to Whooshing Crocodile and asked, "What is the Great Extinguishing God dynasty?" Listening to Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian frowned immediately. Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty? An assassin organization? The 9th heaven? He said, in the 9th heaven, only the desolate shrine seems to have a grudge against me. The desolate shrine wouldn't invite others to kill me, right? Who said it's the desolate shrine? Whooshing Crocodile said. Think about it yourself, who wants you dead the most recently? Lin Tianwei paused for a moment. The 5 great immortal sects, including the coiling dragon holy gate, and the 3 great sections. After saying that, he shook his head again. It shouldn't be. Among the 8 great sects, the 5 great immortal sects are the most powerful, but according to the rumors, the strongest person in their sect is only at the 4th heavenly layer of enlightenment realm. They can't reach the 9th heaven, so they can't invite the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Who told you that you have to go to the 9th heaven to invite the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty to kill someone? Whooshing Crocodile said. This assassin organization is terrifying and mysterious. No one knows where they were founded, but some powerhouses and great forces have special ways to contact them. Even in the 1st heaven, they can contact the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty through a special method. Of course, the price of entrusting them to kill someone is very high. Ordinary people and forces can't afford it. Boom. It was also at this time that the 5 black arrows shot from the mountain collided with the 5 heaven-piercing sword astral slashes released by Lin Tian. Divine light burst out, and a destructive light mist spread in all directions. Then, in the destructive light mist, 5 black arrows shot out one after another. The killing power was still terrifying. Lin Tian frowned. The heaven-piercing sword astral slashes, coupled with the divine eye of illusion breaker, hit the weakest point of the 5 black arrows, but he didn't expect that the 5 arrows couldn't be destroyed. They should be arrows shot by divine weapons. Wuxing Crocodile quickly said, "Rumor has it that there is an immortal slaying bow among the divine weapons. It is a high-grade divine weapon and does not need arrows. Instead, it uses divine power to make arrows. The arrows it shoots are extraordinarily powerful and can pierce through anything. Moreover, the most shocking thing is that the arrow radiance shot out by this divine bow will not stop until it hits the target. Unless a powerful force directly destroys the arrow radiance shot out, or the wielder of the divine bow stops the killing arrow with his own thoughts, the arrow will continue to attack on its own until it touches the target's blood. It is extremely terrifying." It stared into the distance and said, "It should be the arrow shot out by that divine bow." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. There was no need for arrows. The arrows were made from divine power, and they would not stop until they were stained with the target's blood. It did sound like a very powerful divine weapon. Its divine might was astonishing, and its uses were unparalleled. Furthermore, he finally understood why the black arrow had changed direction on its own and pierced through him even though he had clearly dodged it earlier. So that was what had happened. He stared at the 5 black arrows that were rushing towards him. His right hand shook as he observed with his delusion breaker divine eye. Then, he directly propped up the 4 symbols seal. 2 layers of silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols pressed forward, enveloping the 5 black arrows and directly crushing them. "Protect the little guy," he said to Wuxing Crocodile. As he spoke, he stared at the mountain in the distance. The yin and yang ho flashed and followed the direction of the black arrow radiance. He crossed 100 feet in one step and appeared in the mountain in the blink of an eye. From afar, he saw a middle-aged man holding a black longbow in his hand. The bowstring was sparkling and translucent like silk. The body of the bow was engraved with all kinds of strange patterns that shone with faint light. His expression was cold. Without any superfluous movements, he took a step forward and directly swung his iron fist down. Dong! The golden iron fist pressed down on the sky. The void cracked and instantly shattered. The middle-aged man was covered in a black robe. Only his face could be seen. His eyes were as cold as ice and intertwined with a gloomy aura. Xiao! 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 In front of him, the ground suddenly shattered. No less than a dozen black arrows rushed out. Their speed was unpredictable, and their killing power was astonishing. They completely enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian was moved. This black-robed man had actually set up a dozen killing arrows around the ambush arrows. At this time, they were all locked onto him. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The black-robed man also moved at this time. He held the bow in his left hand, and a short sword appeared in his right hand. He stabbed towards the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows. The short sword was exceptionally sharp. It stabbed upwards at an extremely tricky angle, like a bloodthirsty viper. It could be said that this was an excellent killing trap. Using the black killing arrows that were set up beside him at the beginning to attack Lin Tian, disturbing Lin Tian's perception and covering every vital part of Lin Tian's body. Then, with the short sword behind, he stabbed towards the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows. It could be called a fatal trap. Even if a strong man of the 3rd sky of enlightenment realm came, he would die without a doubt. Lin Tian frowned. This black-robed man was really terrifying. His cultivation was at the 2nd sky of enlightenment realm. His attacking methods were incomparably experienced. They were fierce and ruthless. One after another, it was difficult to dodge. He was secretly shocked. However, although he was a little surprised, it was only for a moment. The next moment, the light in his opened eyes of the god of destruction became stronger. His pupils shook and captured all the trajectories of the dozens of killing arrows. He directly propped up the 4 symbols seal and completely crushed them. It was also at this time that a bone-piercing chill approached. The black-robed man held the short sword and attacked in front of Lin Tian, piercing straight towards him. This kind of attack used both speed and power to perfection. Even a strong man of the third sky of enlightenment realm would find it difficult to escape. Clang! The short sword was extremely fast, like a poisonous dragon swimming past. The tip of the sword directly approached the space between Lin Tian's eyebrows. The distance was less than half an inch. The extremely cold aura enveloped Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. The murderous intent was terrifying. Lin Tian's heart trembled, but his expression did not change. He was very calm under this sure-kill sword. The god of destruction saw through everything. His right hand bent and flicked lightly. A golden sword light struck horizontally, shaking off the sure-kill sword. The black-robed man was like a dark pool, and he was like the god of death that moved through the world. Under the circumstances that the bow and sword were unable to kill Lin Tian, he immediately stopped attacking and retreated decisively like a wisp of smoke, and his speed was shockingly swift. "Want to leave?" Lin Tianling said. He moved with the yin and yang robe. His speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the black-robed man and slammed his palm down. However, it was also at this moment that the black-robed man disappeared silently. His figure was no longer there, and his aura was no longer there. It was as if he had turned into air, as if he had never appeared. Wuxing Crocodile carried little Yi Tong and ascended to the sky at this time. Seeing this scene, he hurriedly transmitted his voice. The great extinguishing god dynasty pays attention to killing with one blow. They mainly use sneak attacks. They cultivate a very advanced divine concealment technique, which can assist in assassination. They can also quickly escape after the assassination fails. They completely hide their figure and aura. He used that divine concealment technique. Lin Tian heard Wuxing Crocodile's transmission. In fact, he did not care about the disappearance of the black-robed man's figure and aura. The god of destruction shook slightly, and wisps of light mist flowed. It directly saw through everything. In an instant, he captured the black-robed man's figure and stepped to his side. Clang! The stone vein sword appeared in his hand. The power of a high-grade divine weapon intertwined, and he directly slashed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed. He clearly did not expect that Lin Tian could actually see him clearly after he used the divine concealment technique. He had no choice but to turn around and counterattack. He used the short sword in his hand to meet Lin Tian's stone sword. Crack! Lin Tian's stone sword pressed down and directly broke the black-robed man's short sword. Moreover, a strong force vibrated through the broken short sword and landed on the black-robed man's body. With a bang, the black-robed man was knocked out of his position and flew horizontally. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes narrowed even more. He stared at Lin Tian and used the divine concealment technique again. He disappeared like a ghost and escaped into the distance like a wisp of smoke. "You can't escape." Lin Tian's voice was cold. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker and saw through the black-robed man's essence. The divine concealment technique used by the black-robed man could not be hidden from him. He used the yin-yang puppet and instantly stepped forward. The stone sword in his hand shook, and he directly used all his strength to use the three styles of Lin Tian. With a clang, the sound of the sword shattered the sky. The three styles of Lin Tian transformed into a sword ray that flashed and jumped. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of the black-robed man, sealing off all of his chi and escape routes. The black-robed man shook his divine bow. Using the divine bow as a weapon, he slashed out a cold chi to meet Lin Tian's three styles of Lin Tian. Poof, blood splattered. The black-robed man flew horizontally. His body was full of cracks. If it were not for the fact that he had a high-grade divine weapon divine bow, his body would have been directly shattered by the three styles of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and the stone sword in his hand shook again, slashing down horizontally. He had to bear with it. This black-robed man from the great extinguishing god dynasty was very scary. He was very good at the Tao of killing. It was as if killing was the Tao. If it were not for the fact that he had cultivated the divine eyes of delusion breaker, the three black arrows from before would have taken his life. Moreover, the dozens of black arrows that the black-robed man set up around him combined with the short sword could also make him suffer. Moreover, at this time, if he did not have the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, he would not be able to see through his opponent's divine concealment technique. He would not be able to do anything to his opponent. At this time, his sword was merciless. The sword ray swallowed and spat, slashing straight at the black-robed man's head. The powerful sword of Ling Tian completely sealed all the space around the black-robed man, not giving him any chance to dodge. Clang! At this time an ear-piercing sword sound came from outside the mountain. A blood-red sword ray appeared out of thin air, and its power was terrifying. A powerful sword. A frightening sword. It was as if it had slashed down from the eternal unknown. It was not aimed at Lin Tian, nor was it aimed at Wuxing. Crocodile. Instead, it directly enveloped little Yitong, who was on Wuxing Crocodile's back, and went straight for the space between little Yitong's eyebrows. Obviously, there was more than one assassin from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty in this place. There were other experts hiding in the dark. They could tell that Lin Tian was very powerful and extraordinary. They also knew that Yitong was Lin Tian's disciple. At this time, they directly aimed their killing sword at little Yitong. They wanted to forcibly distract Lin Tian and create an opportunity for the black-robed man to retreat. "You're courting death." A cold light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. His divine eyes of Delusion Breaker saw through everything. He ignored the black-robed man and threw the stone sword in his hand out of the mountain. He flew up at an even faster speed and blocked the killing sword that was going for little Yitong. Almost at the same time, a cold voice came from the void in the distance. "Go." Obviously, the word go was said to the black-robed man. "Don't even think about leaving," Lin Tian said coldly. He stared in the direction of the voice. His divine eyes of Delusion Breaker saw through everything. He saw a gray-robed man who was using the divine concealment technique to hide in the void. He took a step forward and immediately activated the reincarnation scroll. At this moment, he was truly enraged. If he hadn't cultivated the Delusion Breaker divine eye, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, the black-robed man and the gray-robed man both attacked little Yitong with peerless killing lights. Their attacks were ruthless and merciless, and it was unbearable for him. This was his first disciple. She was lively, sensible, well-behaved, and cute. A few months ago, she had suffered endless hardships. Her parents passed away, and her eyes were gouged out. Now that she had recovered with great difficulty, there was someone who was continuously targeting her with the killing light in front of him. Die. He opened his divine eyes of Delusion Breaker and increased his speed. Like a golden lightning bolt, he appeared in front of the gray-robed man in one step. He blocked all his escape routes with the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. The reincarnation scroll pressed down mercilessly. The gray-robed man was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Tian's speed to suddenly increase. In an instant, he was in front of him, who was at the second level of Enlightenment realm. Moreover, whether it was Lin Tian's reincarnation scroll or Lin Tian's eyes, they both made his heart palpitate. Boom. The reincarnation scroll pressed down and directly enveloped the gray-robed man. With a poof, he was crushed into pieces. His entire body and soul were destroyed. Whoosh! The black-robed man was extremely fast. After using the divine concealment technique, he was thousands of feet away in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian tilted his head and stepped on the yin and yang hua. He instantly leaped over like a human-shaped bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, 3 breaths passed and he caught up with the other party. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the other party. The black-robed man used the divine concealment technique again and his body merged into the void, disappearing like a ghost. Even his aura was gone, and one's divine will couldn't detect him. It could be said to be a wonderful technique. "Get out," Lin Tianling said. Divine light lingered in his eyes and dragon patterns intertwined to form a ring. With a shake of his right hand, he slapped the void and forced the black-robed man out like a scarecrow. The black-robed man coughed up blood and his pupils constricted again before he fled again. However, Lin Tian wouldn't give him a chance. The yin and yang hua flashed and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of him and punched him. Boom! At this moment, he threw out the Chaos Emperor's fist and crushed a large area of space on the spot. The black-robed man had no choice but to use a great technique to resist, transforming into a large snake that intertwined with dark and poisonous light. Pushed, with a soft sound, the large snake was shattered by Lin Tian's Chaos Emperor's fist. Afterwards, the power of the Chaos Emperor's fist did not stop and landed steadily on the black-robed man's body, shattering him on the spot. Blood stained the sky, and the divine bow in his hand rolled thousands of feet away, smashing dozens of huge cracks on the ground. It was enough to tell that the divine bow weighed at least a few thousand kilograms. The black-robed man let out a low roar and his physical body reassembled. In the blink of an eye, he recovered and quickly used many mystical abilities. It was also at this time that Lin Tian directly lifted up the reincarnation scroll, and it mightily descended, directly enveloping the black-robed man, sealing off every corner of his surroundings. However, he did not use the reincarnation diagram to crush the other party for the time being. Instead, he shattered the powerful secret techniques that the other party had used and used the king's territory mystical abilities to suppress the other party on the ground. "Who asked you to kill me?" He stared coldly at the black-robed man. From Wuxing Crocodile's reminder, Huang Xiaolong had guessed that the Dark Heartsword sect, Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other 4 superpowers had sent the all-extinguishing God dynasty to kill him. However, that was just a guess. Whether it was true or not, Huang Xiaolong wanted to confirm it. The black-robed man was suppressed under the reincarnation diagram. He tried a few times but was unable to move. His eyes immediately flashed with a ruthless and decisive light. Then, in the next moment, his body swelled and a violent wave spread out. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed. He quickly said, "Kid, retreat quickly." He was about to self-destruct. With the myriad extinguishing God dynasty's unique technique as a catalyst, he was already infinitely close to the point of destruction. No divine ability could stop him at this moment. Retreat. However, it was also at this time that the black-robed man was able to move with the help of the self-destruction. He directly reached out and grabbed Lin Tian's left arm. His strength was astonishing, and he locked Lin Tian to his side. "Mission complete. Let's die together," he hissed. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile saw this scene and his expression changed. He immediately flapped his 5-colored wings and quickly went to help Lin Tian. The black-robed man grabbed Lin Tian's left arm tightly. The aura of destruction became stronger and stronger, and a majestic hurricane swept out. It shook Wuxing Crocodile away. "Damn it!" Wuxing Crocodile cursed. The black-robed man was at the second heaven of enlightenment. The power of self-destruction from a person at this level was not something that Wuxing Crocodile, who was at the 6th heaven of the Great Path, could withstand. Crack! 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 The void collapsed inch by inch. Even though the black-robed man had not really self-destructed, the space here could not withstand such pressure. Lin Tian was grabbed by the black-robed man. He could naturally feel this terrifying power. If he really exploded, he would definitely die. There was no way to survive. However, his expression did not change at all. The divine eyes of Delusion Breaker intertwined with divine brilliance. He could clearly see the chaotic divine power flowing in the black-robed man's body at this moment. He directly pointed a finger at his chest and forcibly cut off the flow of divine power in his body. Suddenly, the black-robed man trembled. His body was like a shriveled balloon. The destructive aura disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he calmed down directly. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile immediately stared. This? The self-destruction of a cultivator at the 2nd heaven of enlightenment was infinitely close to the critical point of self-destruction. Normally, it was absolutely impossible to stop it. However, Lin Tian forcibly interrupted the black-robed man's self-destruction with just a finger. The black-robed man showed a shocked expression for the first time. He looked at Lin Tian in shock. "You." His self-destruction was about to be completed. It should be absolutely impossible to stop it. But now, Lin Tian interrupted him with just a finger. Lin Tian looked down at the black-robed man. "It seems that it's impossible for you to say who commissioned you. Let me see for myself." He stared at the black-robed man. A powerful divine consciousness surged out and entered the man's sea of consciousness. "You're digging your own grave." The black-robed man's voice was emotionless. Almost in an instant, Lin Tian's divine consciousness entered the man's sea of consciousness and directly touched a divine rune. It was the broken god rune. This kind of god rune was used to protect important information from leaking out. Once someone touched it, or if the person who planted the broken god rune wanted to leak the information, the broken god rune would explode by itself. At this time, the broken god rune in the black-robed man's sea of consciousness was very bright. It was obviously planted by a real master of the great extinguishing god dynasty. Once it exploded, its power would definitely surpass the ordinary broken god rune. "Let's die together," the black-robed man said coldly. In the next moment, the broken god rune shone brightly. His sea of consciousness, soul, and body exploded at the same time as if he was self-destructing. In an instant, terrifying fluctuations swept out in all directions. It was like a destructive torrent, shattering large pieces of space. Lin Tian's expression remained calm amidst this torrent of destruction. This was because he had already guessed that there might be something like the divine fragment rune in his opponent's sea of consciousness before he searched for his opponent's sea of consciousness. The great Tao reincarnation diagram that he had secretly prepared was directly drawn in front of him. Moreover, his body retreated like lightning. At the same time, while he was retreating, he opened the divine eye of delusion, which interweaved with a thicker light fog. He caught a glimpse of several figures in the black-robed man's sea of consciousness. They contained the unique auras of the three great sects, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other four great sections. Although they were vague, he couldn't be wrong. "It's really them," he said coldly. At this time, the surrounding area was completely destroyed. A deep pit with a diameter of several hundred feet was on the ground. It was bottomless, and it was terrifying. Whooshing crocodile flew over from afar. It stared at Lin Tian and said, "Brat, you're really heaven-defying. Even that didn't kill you?" Lin Tian immediately wanted to slap it. What did it mean by "even that didn't kill you"? Do you know how to speak properly? Just as he was thinking about this, his Tao body suddenly shook violently. Cough. He coughed out a mouthful of essence blood, and blood flowed out of his eyes. Little Yitong panicked. "Master." Whooshing crocodile was also shocked. "Are you still injured?" Both the man and the crocodile stared at him. "No." Lin Tian shook his head. The dragon-patterned rings in his eyes were very magical. "These eyes are too much of a burden on the body. This is the first time I've used them for such a long time. I overdid it." As he spoke, he closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, the dragon-patterned rings in his eyes had disappeared. Then, he wiped away the blood that he coughed out and the blood that flowed out of his eyes. Hearing this, Little Yitong and Whooshing crocodile both heaved a sigh of relief. Whooshing crocodile stared at Lin Tian's eyes and sighed. "Speaking of which, the divine eyes that you've cultivated are really terrifying. If it weren't for these divine eyes today, you would have died several times. Previously, you successfully avoided the 3 fatal black arrows, saw through the great extinguishing god dynasty's divine concealment technique, and interrupted the black-robed man's self-destruction. These were all because of these divine eyes, right?" "Yes, that's indeed the case." Lin Tian nodded. If he hadn't cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye, he would have died several times today. From this point, it could be seen that the assassin sent by the great extinguishing divine dynasty was extremely terrifying. He was too proficient in the way of killing. Under normal circumstances, he could even kill a person of the 4th sky of enlightenment realm with a sudden attack. As he spoke, he didn't stand still. Instead, he waved his right hand and grabbed the black divine bow that the black-robed man had dropped in the distance. He wiped off the black-robed man's spiritual imprint on it. Whooshing crocodile stared at the divine bow, and its eyes lit up. "It really is the immortal slaying bow. This is a great treasure." It had been cultivating for many years and knew a lot of things. At this time, it could naturally recognize the immortal slaying bow at a glance. Lin Tian held this divine bow and observed it carefully. He discovered that the material of this divine bow was extraordinary. It was forged from the black meteorite divine metal, and the bowstring was also very unusual. It seemed to be forged from the spine of some extremely powerful strange beast. Furthermore, when he scanned it with his divine perception, he discovered that this divine bow was engraved with very powerful Tao patterns, both inside and outside. It was extraordinary. Good bow, he praised. Holding the black divine bow, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Now, he had the Chaos Emperor fist and the stone vein sword in close combat. For long-range attacks, he had the immortal slaying bow. His combat strength had increased a little. He waved his right hand and put it away. At the same time, he also put away the upper-grade divine weapon, the stone vein sword. Whooshing Crocodile spoke again at this time and said, "How is it? How is it?" Although the black-robed man's spiritual sea and soul were destroyed by the broken divine runes, it felt that Lin Tian seemed to have found something with his divine eyes of illusion breaker. Lin Tian nodded, "You're right. It was indeed the Dark Heart Sword sect and the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate." Whooshing Crocodile smiled proudly, "Listen to Lord Crocodile, you can't go wrong." After saying that, it was speechless. It looked at Lin Tian Dao and said, "Speaking of which, you're really in big trouble this time. Once the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty accepts a mission, they will definitely carry it out to the end. They won't give up until the target is killed. This time, they failed to assassinate you. I believe that not long after, there will be more powerful assassins coming. Sometimes, when you're walking on the road, an ordinary wandering cultivator walking in front of you may be a powerful assassin from the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. It's impossible to guard against a sudden attack. What are you afraid of? Block soldiers with arms, water with an earthweir." Lin Tian was very calm. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips, "You're very calm. You're overestimating them," Lin Tian said. "Overestimating my ass." Whooshing Crocodile looked at him, "Let me make it clear to you. This inheritance is crazy. As long as the client pays enough, they even dare to assassinate an emperor. Moreover, they have successfully killed an emperor before." Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. "They even dare to assassinate an emperor? And successfully kill one? What do you think? Otherwise, why would Lord Crocodile say that they are much more terrifying than the desolate shrine?" Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian. He suddenly felt very unhappy. "Let's go and vent," he said. "Vent?" Whooshing Crocodile was a little suspicious and asked, "What do you want to do? You set up such a troublesome enemy for me for no reason. What do you think I should do?" Lin Tian gritted his teeth, "Destroy them." Hearing this, Whooshing Crocodile immediately laughed, "This is good, Lord Crocodile likes it." It stretched out its claws and pointed to the northeast of this place, saying, "Go this way, the Dark Heart Sword sect is in this direction. Start with the Dark Heart Sword sect. With your current strength, destroying a sect like the Dark Heart Sword sect is a piece of cake. After destroying the Dark Heart Sword sect, then go to the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect and the Ink Feather Yuan Hall. As for the 5 major immortal sects like the Coiling Dragon Holy sect, I guess you can't destroy them now. After all, there are powerhouses at the 4th sky of enlightenment in those few immortal sections. You can't deal with people of that level now." "Humph." Lin Tianling laughed, "Wait until I comprehend the eternal killing array and carve it with 180 killing array platforms. If I throw a dozen of them, can't I destroy them?" Whooshing Crocodile stared, then its eyes lit up, and then it laughed. "Kid, you're ruthless." It laughed loudly. It knew that the eternal killing array controlled by Lin Tian was very terrifying. Just a corner of it could kill 10 directions. At that moment, Whooshing Crocodile led the way, and Lin Tian took little Yitong. The 2 people and the crocodile went straight to the Dark Heart Sword sect in the northeast. Soon, they were more than 10,000 feet away. "Uncle, are we going to destroy a sect?" Suddenly, a laugh sounded. Not only was Lin Tian moved by the sudden appearance of the white-cloaked girl, but even Whooshing Crocodile was slightly taken aback. "What a beautiful girl!" It couldn't help but exclaim. It was an old monster that had lived for more than 1,000 years. For it to suddenly say such a thing, it was clear that the white-clothed girl's beauty was earth-shattering. Little Yitong blinked, looked at the girl, and said in a crisp voice, "Big sister, you're so beautiful." The white-clothed girl looked at little Yitong and giggled. "You are?" Lin Tian looked at the girl and asked. This place was actually quite remote. For such a beautiful girl to appear here and ask uncle, are you going to exterminate a sect, made him feel very strange. As he thought of this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. After a pause, he figured out what was wrong. Uncle. Uncle again. He was very speechless. In the past, little Yitong had called him uncle. After all, she was 20 years younger than him. But this girl who suddenly appeared looked to be around 18. How could she call him uncle? He clearly looked very young, only in his 20s. Uncle, what's wrong? The white-clothed girl smiled sweetly. She was very familiar with Lin Tian. She moved to Lin Tian's side and stared at him. Lin Tian. On the other side, Wuxing Crocodile began to laugh maniacally. Brat Lin, just admit it. You're old. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He really wanted to beat it. He took a deep breath and looked at the white-clothed girl who was curiously looking at him. He asked again, you are? The white-clothed girl looked at him. My name? You can say that. Lin Tian Ondao. Sorry, because of some special reasons, I can't tell you this. However, I can tell you my other name. The girl's eyes were very beautiful. She blinked twice and giggled. I am the Divine King. Lin Tian. On the side, Wuxing Crocodile also widened its eyes and couldn't help but open its mouth. They had heard of gods, but they were only legendary existences. However, this girl in front of them actually called herself the Divine King. It was like a person suddenly telling them that he had been raising a big carp in the sand for 10 years. Hello, Divine King, Lin Tian said. He looked at the girl and giggled. He then added, Divine King, goodbye. Saying this, he ignored this strange girl. He called Jitong and Wuxing Crocodile and walked towards the Dark Heartsword sect. Ah. I really am the Divine King. The Divine King. The 5 elements crocodile was speechless. Little girl, there should be a limit to your boasting. You don't even have a trace of quintessential essence in your body, and you're still a Divine King. It had already scanned her with its divine sense. The girl was completely an ordinary person, but her temperament was a bit out of the ordinary. Perhaps she had seen other cultivators and read some notes about the cultivation world, so she knew about the legends of immortals and gods. Or perhaps this girl was a member of a cultivation family in this heaven realm and hadn't started cultivating yet. The girl curled her lips and didn't say anything. She quickened her pace and walked a few steps to Lin Tian's side, silently following him. Lin Tian stopped and frowned. What are you doing? Following you. The girl said. Following me? Why are you following me? Lin Tian's brows furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, a problem girl appeared. She didn't even have a bit of true essence in her body, yet she claimed that she was a divine king. Now, she even said that she wanted to follow him. This made him speechless. He simply didn't know this girl. The girl paused and thought for a moment. Then, she said, in any case, I just want to follow you. Lin Tian. He didn't say anything else. Divine light overflowed and wrapped around little Yitong. Immediately, he rose into the air and slowly left the ground. The girl reacted quickly and hugged his arm. Take me flying too. She said. What are you trying to do? Lin Tian frowned again. Follow you. The girl said firmly. Lin Tian took a deep breath. The golden divine light in his body surged and turned into a gentle force that shook the girl away. Then, he didn't stop. He wrapped little Yitong and quickly soared into the sky. Together with the Wuxing Crocodile, he flew into the distance. The girl watched as Lin Tian flew into the sky. As she watched, she bit her lower lip and squatted down. Lin Tian was flying into the distance. He turned his head slightly and saw this scene. He also saw a wronged expression on the girl's face, as if she was a little girl who had been bullied. He frowned slightly and couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He felt as if he had done something wrong. After a pause, he turned around and descended from the sky, arriving in front of the girl. Aren't you the Divine King? You don't even know how to fly? He said. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of ridicule in it. When the girl saw Lin Tian walking back, the trace of grievance on her face disappeared. She quickly stood up. My power is temporarily sealed. I can't use it now. With that said, the girl took a few steps forward and hugged Lin Tian's arm tightly. It was as if she was afraid that Lin Tian would disappear if she let go. I want to follow you. Take me flying too. Lin Tian was speechless. He felt a headache coming on when he heard the girl say things like my power is temporarily sealed and I want to follow you, you have to fly with me in a serious manner. What the hell was going on? Master, just bring little big sister along. She doesn't look like a bad person. Little Yitong said crisply at this time. Lin Tian glanced at little Yitong, then turned his head and looked at the whooshing crocodile. Why are you looking at your grandpa crocodile? Take me if you want. The whooshing crocodile pursed his lips. Lin Tian frowned, looked at the girl again, and said, I'm going to exterminate the sect. After this, if you follow me, you might be in danger. Although he didn't want the girl to follow him, what he said was the truth. Now, the great extinguishing god dynasty could send stronger assassins to assassinate him at any time. If she followed him, the girl might be in danger. You're going to exterminate the sect. I'm not afraid of danger. The girl said quickly. Her words were concise. Lin Tian was speechless. I want to follow you. The girl hugged his arm tightly. She was very determined. All right, kid. Just let her follow. The whooshing crocodile spoke again. There are many demonic beasts in this place. If you really leave her here, she might be swallowed by the demonic beasts quickly. Not even her bones will be left. Yes, yes. The girl nodded quickly. Lin Tian sighed and didn't say anything else. He simply stopped flying and walked towards the dark heart swordsmanship sect. The whooshing crocodile flapped its 5-colored wings and followed. Little Yitong also trotted to follow. Hee hee. The girl was not stupid. Obviously, she knew that Lin Tian agreed to let her follow. She quickly ran up and followed behind Lin Tian. Lin Tian walked slowly and didn't say anything else. Just like that, a day passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, 3 people and 1 crocodile appeared outside a group of immortal mountains. Looking around, there were many majestic halls. We're here. That's the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. The whooshing crocodile said. Among the immortal mountains, the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was very grand. There were many halls, all of which were built with extraordinary stones. At the same time, there was a strong aura of time intertwined. It was obvious that it had been passed down for a long time. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. With a slight movement of his mind, a black longbow appeared in his left hand. It was the deity-slaying bow that he obtained from the black-robed man who tried to assassinate him in the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty. It was a top-level high-grade divine weapon. He took a step forward. Without any unnecessary movements, he held the bow in his left hand and pulled the string with his right. Suddenly, the golden divine power in his body surged. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also swept over. In the blink of an eye, the divine bow in his hand condensed into a golden arrow of divine light. A terrifying aura quickly intertwined. Good bow. The whooshing crocodile's eyes flashed with demonic light. He couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he glanced at Lin Tiandao. Kid, you want to give the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect a gift? Of course. Lin Tiandao. He stared at the most magnificent divine pavilion in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect from afar. He could vaguely see the words Dark Heart Sword Pavilion on it. It was obvious that this was the symbolic divine pavilion of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. He moved the arrow and aimed at the Dark Heart Sword Pavilion from afar. Then, he released the bowstring with his right hand. Whoosh, suddenly, with a shocking sound, the golden arrow flew away like a real dragon. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect and directly hit the Dark Heart Sword Pavilion in the middle. This magnificent pavilion that had existed for God knows how many years exploded on the spot. It shattered into pieces, and debris flew everywhere. Smoke and dust billowed. In an instant, the entire Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was alarmed. This is? The Dark Heart Sword Pavilion is destroyed? What happened? What happened? The expressions of the disciples of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect changed. They stared at the shattered Dark Heart Sword Pavilion in shock and anger. At the same time, the elders, the sect leader, the supreme elder, and the other big shots of the sect all rushed out. Who did this? The sect leader of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect roared, his voice shaking the sky. The Dark Heart Sword Pavilion was the symbolic ancient building of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. It was very significant, but now it was destroyed just like that. How could he not be angry? Moreover, at this time even the supreme elders of the sect who were at the enlightened level were angry. I did it. It was also at this time that a light voice rang out. Lin Tian brought little Yutong and the girl with him and flew over. They descended from the sky in the middle of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the sect changed. It's that person? He came to our sect. What does he want to do? The disciples of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect trembled slightly. Even though this was the place where the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was established, their eyes were still filled with fear and dread when they saw Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect, which was more powerful than the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. How could they not be afraid of him? Most importantly, the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect had chased after Lin Tian many times. At this time, Lin Tian, who had been chased by them many times, suddenly came here and directly stepped into their sect. How could this be a good thing? Facing Lin Tian, everyone in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect felt fear in their hearts. Even the sect master and several supreme elders could not help but be moved. Their eyes were filled with fear. You. What do you want? One of the supreme elders of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect asked. Lin Tian stared at the person who spoke. You sent experts to kill me several times. You even joined forces with the other 7 sects to entrust the Great Extinguishing God dynasty to kill me. What do you think I want? Hearing this, the sect master and several supreme elders' expressions changed. The sect master could not help but cry out, "How did you know about this?" As he spoke, he seemed to realize that he had misspoken. His expression instantly turned ugly. Great Extinguishing God dynasty? What's that? A force? What does he mean by entrusted? I don't know. The ordinary disciples of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect were puzzled. Obviously, ordinary people did not know about the existence of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Lin Tian smiled coldly at this moment. He stared at the sect master and several supreme elders. At the same time, he spoke to the entire Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Other than the sect master and supreme elders, the rest of the people in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect can leave now. I won't kill you. After today, the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect will cease to exist. His voice was not loud, but it instantly spread throughout the entire Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect, causing everyone to tremble. You want to destroy our sect? Many of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect disciples panicked. The supreme elders of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect were shocked and furious. You want to destroy our Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect? Otherwise? Do you think I'm here just to chat with you? Lin Tian's expression was calm. The several grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect clenched their fists, and their faces turned ashen. In fact, they could sense that Lin Tian's current cultivation was merely at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. If it was any other time, they would have slapped away Lin Tian's face. However, Lin Tian was too monstrous. With his cultivation in the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao, he was able to destroy the True Moon Immortal sect and kill a Wuxian expert from their sect, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the rest of the 7 great sections. His battle strength could only be described as terrifying. Don't think that you can destroy our Dark Heart Sword sect just because you destroyed the True Moon Immortal sect. I have already secretly investigated all the disciples and elders of the True Moon Immortal sect ran away from the sect out of fear. That was why you were able to destroy them. Don't think that my Dark Heart Sword sect is as cowardly as the True Moon Immortal sect. You are in our Dark Heart Sword sect. If we work together, we can exhaust him to death. The Dark Heart Sword sect master said coldly. Lin Tian tilted his head and appeared in front of the Dark Heart Sword sect master in a flash. The Dark Heart Sword sect master was shocked by Lin Tian's speed. You, Pa. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped the Dark Heart Sword sect master to the ground. Then, he stepped on him. The sound of bones breaking resounded, and the Dark Heart Sword sect master let out a miserable scream. Sect master? The Dark Heart Sword sect's disciples trembled at the sight. The Dark Heart Sword sect still had 4 Wuzhen realm grand elders, and they were furious. Junior. In their sect, a sect master being trampled on by someone else was an insult to the dignity of the entire Dark Heart Sword sect. Thus, even though they were a bit apprehensive of Lin Tian, they still stepped forward at this time, all of them displaying powerful divine abilities. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at them. With a buzzing sound, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him and greeted them with a king's domain. Sizzling sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Grand Elders' abilities were all crushed by the reincarnation diagram. Moreover, each of them was sent flying while coughing up blood. This scene shocked everyone in the Dark Heart Sword sect. Of the 4 Wuzhen realm experts in their sect, the first Grand Elder was in the 2nd level of Wuzhen realm. But now, these 4 experts' abilities were all shattered by Lin Tian in one blow, and all 4 Grand Elders were injured. The Dark Heart Sword sect's disciples were all stunned. They had heard that Lin Tian had single-handedly annihilated the True Moon Immortal cult. They had also heard that Lin Tian had killed a Wuzhen realm expert from their sect, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and the other 6 great sections. However, when they saw Lin Tian sending 4 Wuzhen realm Grand Elders flying with a single strike, they couldn't help but shudder in fear. After all, hearing and seeing were 2 different feelings. That diagram, someone stared at the reincarnation diagram above Lin Tian's head and couldn't help but tremble. It was as if he was facing a flawless heavenly treasure. The 4 Wuzhen realm elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect stabilized themselves in the distance. When they saw Lin Tian's diagram, they trembled and a huge pressure rose. Further away, the girl in white also looked at the reincarnation diagram above Lin Tian's head. Her beautiful eyes shone with a trace of reverence. Activate the sect's killing array. Activate the divine weapon. A Grand Elder of the Dark Heart Sword sect roared. The 4 Grand Elders raised their hands and began to form seals. Buzz. Above Lin Tian's head, the reincarnation diagram trembled, and a ray of divine light swept across like a ripple, sweeping towards the 4 Grand Elders. Bang. 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 In an instant, the 4 Grand Elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect were sent flying, and each of them coughed up blood. You guys are not enough. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, the clanging of swords rang out. Dense amounts of towering sword force rushed out from his body, enveloping the entire Dark Heart Sword sect in the blink of an eye. The terrifying towering sword force shattered the space around it. It was a shocking sight. This is? In an instant, the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled again. At this moment, these people stared at the dense high heaven sword aura in the sky and felt the threat of death. It was as if the god of death had grabbed their throats. Everyone below the rank of Sect Master Tranquil Heart and Grand Elder, retreat within 10 breaths. Otherwise, kill. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. As soon as he finished speaking, the dense high heaven sword aura in the sky hummed in unison as if it was demonstrating its power. It instantly shattered the void. That scene was as if it was going to shatter everything in the world. In an instant, the fierce killing sword aura enveloped the entire Dark Heart Sword sect. The oppressive aura spread to every corner. The ordinary disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled. In the end, there were people like the True Moon Immortal sect who fled out of the Dark Heart Sword sect at an extremely fast speed. With the first, there would naturally be a second and a third. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect fled one after another. Even some of the great Dao Realm elders were no exception. These people had seen with their own eyes how Lin Tianyi had sent the 4 Grand Elders of their lineage flying. The 4 grand elders of their lineage could not even activate the sect guarding formation and could not even use their sect guarding divine weapon. This caused them to feel fear in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Tian had enveloped the entire Dark Heart Sword sect with boundless destructive sword aura, giving them a chance to leave. Why would ordinary people stay? After all, they only had one life. These people did not want to die and were afraid of death. Moreover, these people all had the same thought. Lin Tian, who had killed his way to the Dark Heart Sword sect, was too powerful. Even if they stayed to resist, it would be useless. They would only be crushed like ants. Since that was the case, why stay? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the sound of the air being torn apart, the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect scrambled to escape. Such a scene caused the 4 enlightened realm grand elders of their lineage to become even more furious. One of them roared, "You dare to betray us like this? Stop and come back." With this voice, some of the disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect who were fleeing trembled. They all stopped in their tracks. Clearly, they were very afraid of the grand elders of their lineage. Humph. Lin Tianling laughed. With a hum, the reincarnation diagram above his head trembled. Once again, a divine light rippled out, directly sending the grand elder of the Dark Heart Sword sect who had spoken flying. Bright red blood splattered across the sky. In the end, they don't have a sense of belonging to the sect. That's why they're leaving now. They're greedy for life and afraid of death. That's wrong, but as the leaders of the sect, you can't let the disciples have a sense of belonging to the sect. That's even more wrong. He said. The faces of the grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect turned ashen. For a moment, they couldn't find any words to refute. Lin Tianling snorted and swept his gaze across the ordinary disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect. Why aren't you leaving? Since he started cultivating, he had killed many people. However, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. When he came here, if these disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect wanted to kill him, he would kill them directly. However, these people didn't. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't be ruthless to them. As for the grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect, they had sent experts to kill him. They had joined forces with the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 7 great sects to ask the all-extinguishing God dynasty to kill him. These people were obviously involved. He wouldn't show any mercy to them. The disciples of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled. They looked at the several grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect fearfully. Then, they looked at the grand elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect who was under Lin Tianling's foot and couldn't struggle free. One by one, they turned around and rushed out. In less than 10 breaths, all the ordinary disciples and elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect had retreated. In the entire Dark Heart Sword sect, there were only 4 grand elders and the Dark Heart Sword sect's grand elder under Lin Tianling's foot. At this time, the 5 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. There was shock, anger, and fear. Lin Tianling lowered his head and looked at the Dark Heart Sword sect's grand elder under his foot. There was a hint of mockery in his voice as he said, "Your so-called cooperation of the entire Dark Heart Sword sect, does it exist?" The Dark Heart Sword sect's grand elder's face was ugly, and he was humiliated and unwilling to accept the result. Clang. Blood splattered on the ground, dyeing it red. It was a ghastly sight. For a moment, the 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect were all shocked. The sect master of the Dark Heart Sword sect was killed so easily. The 4 of them stared at Lin Tian with ugly expressions. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the 4 of them. "It's your turn," he said. As his words fell, the dense killing swords in the sky trembled. The tips of the swords were sharp, emitting an ear-piercing sound. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect trembled again. They gathered together and quickly formed a seal, preparing to summon the sect guarding array. "Don't waste your energy. Your sect guarding array is already asleep." Lin Tian spoke at this time. He had been in the Dark Heart Sword sect for some time. With his strength as a rank 7 array manipulator and his mastery of the Heavenly One Soul technique, he had long made the sect guarding array of the Dark Heart Sword sect temporarily enter a dormant state. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Sword sect felt their hearts skip a beat. They all formed seals to sense and found that they really could not get in touch with the sect guarding array. Damn it! Summon the divine weapon. This time, we must summon it. One of them growled. As they formed seals, they stared at Lin Tian vigilantly to prevent being interrupted by Lin Tian like before. After 3 breaths, they finally summoned a black broadsword from the depths of the Dark Heartsword sect. This was a low-grade divine weapon. The moment it appeared, it emitted an extremely strong sword aura, enveloping the space around it. You want to destroy my Dark Heartsword sect? It's not that easy. The 4 of them stared at Lin Tian. The low-grade divine weapon was high in the sky. Under the combined power of the 4 enlightenment-level powerhouses, the sword aura was amazing, giving them some confidence at this moment. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. A stone sword rushed out of his body, and an even stronger sword aura immediately suppressed the sword aura of the black broadsword. High-grade divine weapon? The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heartsword sect were shocked again. Lin Tian's mind moved. The stone sword above his head aimed at the black broadsword and slashed straight down. In an instant, with a cracking sound, the black broadsword of the Dark Heartsword sect shattered. All of a sudden, the 4 supreme elders trembled in fear. Their eyes were filled with fear. They had low-grade divine weapons, but who would have thought that Lin Tian actually had a high-grade divine weapon? With a single sword strike, he had shattered their trump cards. At this moment, they finally understood why the True Moon Immortal sect was destroyed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not only strong, but also had a high-grade divine weapon. Clang, Lin Tian raised his hand, and the sound of a sword rang out. The towering heaven sword force in the sky vibrated. This sword aura was extremely terrifying, causing the 4 supreme elders to feel a chill run down their spines. You really want to destroy my Dark Heartsword sect? The 4 of them gritted their teeth. You asked for it. Lin Tiantan said coldly. If someone gave him a drop of water, he would return the favor with an ocean. If someone stabbed him with a knife, he would stab them back twice. This was his principle. These people had sent experts to kill him several times, and even asked the great extinguishing godly dynasty to kill him. They had created such a troublesome enemy for him. So, how could he let them go? If he let them go, it would be cruel to himself. Repay kindness with kindness, and repay hatred with hatred. It was that simple. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed it down. Clang, in the sky, the densely packed towering heaven's sword intent descended like a rain of destructive swords. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heartsword sect roared in anger as they each used their powerful divine powers to resist the great Tao. However, the High Heaven Sword scripture was a supreme ancient technique of the Sword Exalt. How could the sword light that Lin Tian slashed out with such an ancient technique be so easy to block? The powerful abilities and laws of ways that the 4 great elders of the Dark Heartsword sect cast out were shattered in the blink of an eye. Pft, 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 blood splattered. In the face of the dense towering heaven's sword radiance, even though the 4 of them had powerful cultivations and were at the enlightenment realm, they were still in great trouble as their bodies were pierced through. Retreat! The first supreme elder gritted his teeth and roared. At this time, this person clearly saw how powerful Lin Tian was. He was too monstrous. With their strength, it was difficult to resist him. At this time, they wanted to escape. At the same time, the other 3 supreme elders also nodded. Their faces were pale as they fled into the distance. After all, where there was life, there was hope. However, just as they moved, the space trembled violently. You can't leave. Lin Tian's voice sounded. Above his head, the reincarnation diagram was drawn. The great Tao surged, and in the blink of an eye, it intertwined into the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao, directly suppressing the surroundings. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram pressed down on the 4 people like a boundless river of stars. The 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heartswordsmanship sect trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. At this moment, in the face of Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the great Tao, they suddenly felt as insignificant as dust and gravel. Fellow cultivator, please stop. Everything is negotiable. We can ask the great extinguishing god dynasty to stop the mission to assassinate you. The first supreme elder of this lineage trembled and said quickly. At the same time, the other 3 supreme elders also spoke and quickly said similar words to the first supreme elder. All of this was because the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao that Lin Tian summoned at this time was too powerful. It sealed off all directions, making them unable to escape. A real sense of death rose in their hearts. Stop the mission? In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile sneered, once the great extinguishing god dynasty accepts the mission, there is no such thing as stopping it. Even if the mission client requests to stop it, it will not work. Do you think Lord Crocodile doesn't know about this? Hearing this, the 4 supreme elders of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect trembled. You? They looked at Wuxing Crocodile. Clearly, they did not expect that a great Tao realm crocodile demon would know so much about the great extinguishing god dynasty, an assassin organization. Enough. Disappear. An indifferent voice sounded. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them. With a thought, the reincarnation diagram of the great Tao pressed down directly. Suddenly, the void collapsed inch by inch and shattered bit by bit. This was his most powerful technique, his most powerful divine art. At this moment, this technique enveloped the 4 of them, not giving them any chance to resist at all. Poof, 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 4 streaks of blood mist exploded. None of the 4 supreme elders blocked it. All of them were crushed, and their divine souls disappeared together with them. For a moment, the place fell silent. Take away their foundation and accumulation. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Of course. They entered the depths of this vein and handed over all the ancient scriptures, artifacts, baodan, precious medicines, and lingjing of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Among them, there were many ancient scriptures and secret arts, more than 100 Tao weapons, and countless immortal artifacts. The baodan was also quite a lot, which could be considered a small treasure of the sect. Only the amount of lingjing surprised Lin Tian. It was only 700,000 kilograms. That's strange. The Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect is not weak. Why is there only 700,000 kilograms of lingjing? He felt that it was a little strange. Wuxing Crocodile thought for a moment and said, it should be because they spent a lot of money entrusting the great extinguishing god dynasty to assassinate you. Hearing this, Lin Tian could not help but nod. That should be the case. He put away all the treasures of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect and then came to the center of the sect. Dragon marks spread out from the soles of his feet, shattering the layer of earth. Soon, a dense immortal aura intertwined. It was very dense. As far as the eye could see, one could vaguely see 32 spirit dragons entwined together under the collapsed soil. The scene was slightly magnificent. 32 immortal veins. Not bad. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian moved. Even more dragon patterns interweaved, using powerful dragon techniques to compress the 32 immortal veins, turning them into 32-inch-long little dragons. Then, he sealed them with dragon patterns and stored them in his stone ring. Let's go. After doing all this, he said. He wrapped the white-clothed girl and little Yitong in divine light and soared into the sky of the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Then, dense sword lights flew out of his body again and fell like rain, completely destroying the place where the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was founded. After that, he really left. Soon, he was very far away from the place where the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect was founded. Go to the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. Wuxing Crocodile chuckled. Lin Tian nodded calmly. Under Wuxing Crocodile's guidance, it did not take long for them to arrive at the place where the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect was founded. Looking around, the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect and the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect had the same aura. They were both located in a group of immortal mountains with hazy immortal veins. Lin Tian came here and did not hide anything. He directly soared into the sky and descended from the sky of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. This is? That person. Suddenly, the disciples and attendants of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect were alarmed. At the same time, the sect master and supreme elder of the sect stepped out together. When they saw Lin Tian, their faces changed. Why are you here? The sect master's face changed. I allowed you to send experts to kill me. I allowed you to ask the great extinguishing god dynasty to assassinate me. Why can't I come here? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. When these words came out, the sect master and supreme elders of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect were shocked. How did you know? The sect master of this branch was shocked, and even the grand elders were moved. Lin Tian smiled and used the divining divine technique. Various divining divine elephants appeared and pressed down on the sect master and supreme elders of the sect. At the same time, he spread out his voice like he did in the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. Sect master and supreme elders of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, retreat and leave the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. Otherwise, kill. His voice was very calm. In the blink of an eye, it spread across the entire Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, causing the disciples of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect to tremble. The sect master and supreme elders of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect were shocked and angry. Facing Lin Tian's divining divine elephants, they did not hesitate and directly attacked. They opened the sect's protective array and took out their divine weapons. At the same time, they also used their own sect's various great techniques to cover Lin Tian. No one dared to underestimate Lin Tian. However, facing the current Lin Tian, their resistance and attacks were a little weak. It was not enough. Today, the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect will be removed from the sect. Lin Tian was very calm. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonorous sound rang out. The high-grade divine weapon level stone vein sword slashed out and directly destroyed the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect's protective array. After that, he took out the Great Tao Reincarnation diagram. The intimidating divine diagram surged up and immediately enveloped the sect leader of the Blood Rainbow sect and the few grand elders of this lineage. The Great Tao Reincarnation diagram was Lin Tian's most powerful divine art, and its power was beyond doubt. The sect master and supreme elder of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect were shrouded in it, and they had no ability to resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were all crushed into blood mist. Without exception, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Sect master, supreme elders, this? How could this be? In the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, the ordinary disciples were trembling in fear. Their sect leader, their supreme elder of the Wuxian realm, were all killed in a single blow. For them, this was undoubtedly a nightmare. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the disciples of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. Suddenly, facing Lin Tian's gaze, the ordinary disciples and deacons of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect trembled in fear. I'll go now. Someone shouted in fear and directly rushed out of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. Soon after, the other disciples, deacons, and ordinary elders all started to move in a hurry. All of them had fearful expressions as they rushed out of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. At this moment, it was as if all of them wished that they could grow 2 more legs. Lin Tian looked at these people leaving and did not say anything. He walked towards the depths of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. Not long after, he collected the ancient scriptures, artifacts, Baodan, Lingjing, and other treasures of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. The Lingjing of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect was almost the same as the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect. There were only a few 100,000 genes left, which was less than the ant tribe in the 4th heaven. It seems like the Dark Heart Swordsmanship sect, Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, Ink Feather Origin Hall, and Coiling Dragon Holy Gate have all sent out a lot of Lingjing. At least a few million genes of Lingjing were sent to the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty to kill you. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this. The reward for the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty is so high? A few million kilograms of Lingjing was nothing to the current him because he cultivated the Dragon Burial Scripture and reached the 9 heavens of the Great Tao. With his cultivation level and the Dragon Burial Scripture, it was not difficult to find a few million kilograms of Lingjing. However, for ordinary inheritances and cultivators, this was a bit shocking. It could definitely be considered a super immortal treasury. Of course. I told you before that the price of hiring the all-extinguishing God Dynasty to kill someone is very high. Ordinary people and ordinary forces definitely can't afford it. Wuxing Crocodile said, however, the reason why the price to assassinate you is several million Lingjing is related to your own strength. It's obvious that the all-extinguishing God Dynasty has gathered a lot of information about you through the 8 great sections. To be honest, the assassins sent by this branch to assassinate you are definitely elites. If it weren't for the sudden change in your cultivation of the delusion breaker divine eye after accepting the mission, their assassination would have been very successful. Lin Tian nodded because that was the truth. He came to the center of the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect and used the dragon patterns to break open the ground. He took out all the immortal veins under the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect. There were a total of 32 immortal veins. He compressed them into 32 small dragons with the dragon burial scripture and put them away. The girl in white stood at the side and stared at Lin Tian from beginning to end. Her eyes were filled with a strange light. Lin Tian could naturally feel it. He tilted his head and looked at her. "Why are you staring at me? Is there a flower on my face?" The girl shook her head and said with a smile, "You're prettier than a flower." Lin Tian. He felt as if someone had punched his chest when he heard the girl say prettier than a flower. He was very speechless. He didn't say anything else. The golden divine light spread out and enveloped the girl and little Yitong. They soared into the sky and destroyed the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect's place of establishment with the densely packed soaring heaven sword aura. Then, they left and traveled far away in the blink of an eye. After that, he didn't stay any longer. Under the guidance of Whooshing Crocodile, he soon arrived at the Mo Yuan Palace. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, directly stepped into it. Then, not long after, the ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. The disciples and deacons of the Mo Yuan Palace rushed out one after another and fled in fear. Damn it! A furious roar sounded in the Mo Yuan Palace. About 4 hours later, Lin Tian killed the current master of the Mo Yuan Palace and a few supreme elders of this branch. He kept all the foundation of the Mo Yuan Palace and took out all the 32 immortal veins. Then, he used the densely packed soaring heaven sword aura to destroy the place of establishment of the Mo Yuan Palace, turning it into ruins. Then, he walked away. Soon, they were extremely far away from the Mo Yuan Palace. Kid Lin, the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect and the other 4 immortal sects won't be easy to deal with. Don't go there for the time being. Whooshing Crocodile said. The Coiling Dragon Holy Sect and the other 4 immortal sects had a longer history than the Dark Heartsword Sect and the other 3 great sections. There were many experts in the sect and they had many tricks up their sleeves. Even if Lin Tian had cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker, it would be difficult to break through and escape. You said this before. Of course, I remember. Lin Tian said, I also said that after destroying the Dark Heartsword Sect, Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect and the Mo Yuan Palace, I will immediately go into seclusion to comprehend the Eternal Killing Formation. He snorted coldly, wait until I master the Eternal Killing Formation and carve 50 Eternal Killing Formation platforms. I don't believe that I can't destroy them. The Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, the other 4 immortal sects, and the Dark Heartsword Sect had jointly entrusted the all-extinguishing God dynasty to assassinate him. If he hadn't cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker during that period of time, he would have really died. Even Whooshing Crocodile and Little Yitong would have been killed along with him. Moreover, even if he had successfully avoided the all-extinguishing God dynasty's first assassination attempt, he would have to face even more powerful assassins sent by the all-extinguishing God dynasty. It could be said that he was in danger of being assassinated at any time. These immortal sects had brought him so much trouble and created such a huge enemy for him. How could he tolerate it? Whooshing Crocodile chuckled, that's how it should be. They walked in a direction. After a few hours, they found an extremely remote mountain that was uninhabited. I'll start comprehending the formation. It will take about 10 days. During this process, don't get too close to me. Lin Tian said as he walked to a large rock in the mountain. During the process of comprehending the Eternal Killing Formation, terrifying killing intent would spread out. If the group stayed too close to him, they could be injured by this killing intent. Don't worry. Whooshing Crocodile clearly understood. Lin Tian nodded. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Eternal Killing Formation in his sea of consciousness. This killing formation was created by the Formation Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, and it was the culmination of his life's achievements in Array Dao. Its divine might was boundless. Previously, he had only controlled a corner of it, but it had helped him kill many experts who were far stronger than him. It was one of his strongest trump cards. At this time, if he wanted to destroy the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect and the other 4 immortal sects, it wouldn't be as easy as destroying the Dark Heartsword Sect and the other 3 immortal sections. He would have to rely on this eternal killing formation. Moreover, the more he could control this eternal killing formation, the more he would be able to travel the world in the future. It could be said that this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang. As he comprehended the eternal killing formation, the one heavenly soul incantation automatically circulated. Faint soul light seeped out of his body, crystal clear and pure. Wuxing Crocodile, Little Yitong, and the white-robed girl all distanced themselves from Lin Tian, standing dozens of feet away. The young girl stared at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes unblinking. She looked very serious. "Little girl, why do you keep staring at Brat Lin?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Since the white-robed girl appeared, her gaze had been fixed on Lin Tian, and she didn't look away. "That's right, little sister. Why do you keep staring at Master?" Little Yitong also spoke. The young girl retracted her gaze from Lin Tian, and her beautiful big eyes looked at Wuxing Crocodile and Little Yitong. She didn't feel embarrassed at all, and she didn't say anything. A playful smile hung on her fairy-like face. Wuxing Crocodile. "Who the hell are you? Why did you suddenly jump out? Why do you have to follow Brat Lin?" It spoke again, frowning as it asked. From the moment it saw the young girl until now, Lin Tian had destroyed the Dark Heartsword Sect, the Bloody Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall, killed dozens of Wuxin experts, and seized dozens of immortal veins from the 3 big sections. Even an ordinary Wuxin expert would be shocked, but this young girl seemed very calm throughout the process, and she didn't look surprised at all. This made it, an old monster that didn't like to think, feel more and more strange. It felt that this young girl was a bit abnormal. The young girl tilted her head, looked at Wuxing Crocodile, paused, and said, "I must follow him." Wuxing Crocodile. Hearing the young girl's words, it was speechless. In the end, it was too lazy to care. It looked at Lin Tian, who was comprehending the eternal killing formation. Over there, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform with his eyes slightly closed. The soul light outside his body was becoming more and more intense. At the same time, an astonishing, murderous aura gradually spread out. In an instant, the nearby space collapsed and split open, and the nearby grass and plants were also shaken into pieces. Moreover, with the passage of time, this killing intent became more and more intense, quickly spreading to the surroundings. In this way, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the killing intent outside Lin Tian's body became even stronger, as if he had turned into a source of death. Even the old monsters like Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. They asked Yitong and the young girl to stay further away from Lin Tian, and at the same time, they also retreated far away. It was also on this day that the 6th heaven was in an uproar. The news of the collapse of the 3 great sects, the Dark Heartsword Sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall, was accidentally discovered by some cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the news spread throughout the 6th heaven, making all the cultivators in this heaven know about it. Moreover, after that, based on the descriptions of the disciples that escaped from these 3 sects, all of them found out that it was Lin Tian who destroyed these 3 sects, and all of them were horrified once more. It's that ruthless person again. After the True Moon Immortal Sect, he also destroyed the Dark Heartsword Sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall. These 3 great sects have chased him several times. It's reasonable that they were destroyed by him, but his strength is simply, many cultivators were shocked. Not long after the True Moon Immortal Sect was destroyed, the Dark Heartsword Sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal Sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall were destroyed by the same person. This was too shocking. One has to know that these great sects have been passed down for a long time. Speaking of which, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects have chased that person several times. Will they be destroyed too? Not to that extent. The 5 great immortal sects, including the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, are much stronger than the Dark Heartsword Sect, Crimson Rainbow Immortal Sect and Ink Feather Yuan Hall. There are experts of the fourth sky of Wuzhen in charge. It's not easy to destroy these 5 immortal sects. Although that person is terrifying, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. That's not necessarily the case. God knows if that ruthless person has some extremely terrifying special means. After all, it's very unusual for him to be able to kill a second-layer Enlightenment Realm expert at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Tao. Maybe he really has a trump card that can make the 5 great immortal sects helpless. It's indeed possible, and if that's the case, if he really destroyed the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects, it's really overturning the heavens. In this heaven, many cultivators couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. P.S. Today's update. This chapter ends, 3 major sects were disintegrated by the same person in a row, and their foundations were completely destroyed, causing the entire 6th heaven to be shaken. Some people thought of the True Moon Immortal sect that was destroyed some time ago, and they couldn't help but tremble. This is really terrifying. It is said that that person is only in his 20s. To have such strength in his 20s, even in the upper heavens, he can be regarded as an absolute young supreme master. In the 6th heaven, many cultivators were shocked. At this time, Lin Tian naturally couldn't hear these voices. He was sitting cross-legged on a large rock in a remote mountain, silently comprehending the eternal killing array. The killing intent outside his body grew stronger and stronger with the passage of time. He closed his eyes slightly, but in his sea of consciousness, there were strands of array patterns intertwining, mysterious and unfathomable. These array patterns crisscrossed and crisscrossed, forming a huge killing array diagram. It was the complete eternal killing array. At this moment, he was only comprehending a part of this killing array diagram with his divine sense. He didn't comprehend the entire diagram, because it was very difficult for him to comprehend the entire diagram with his current cultivation base. The eternal killing array diagram was just too vast. Buzz. As he silently comprehended, the aura outside his body became fiercer, and the killing intent inside his body became more turbulent. Ka. 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 In this place, the space distorted and collapsed inch by inch, and even the ground began to break open, causing cracks to appear. Even further away, the birds and beasts in the mountains were terrified. They were all trembling as they fled into the distance. Lin Tian comprehended the eternal killing array diagram in his sea of consciousness. At this time, he entered a state where he forgot about everything. Only the strands of eternal killing array diagram flashed and intertwined in his mind. He observed a part of the eternal killing array diagram in his sea of consciousness with his divine sense. Gradually, he even penetrated his divine sense into this part of the eternal killing array diagram, causing the killing intent outside his body to soar again, becoming more terrifying, and destroying everything around him. Damn, this eternal killing array is really terrifying. I just comprehended it, but it has such power. In the distance, whooshing crocodile bared its teeth. Even the 5-year-old little Yi Tong shrunk her neck, clearly frightened by Lin Tian's murderous aura. Only the girl in white seemed to be very calm. Her beautiful face always had a smile, and she stared at Lin Tian without blinking. Just like that, another 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the killing intent on Lin Tian's body had reached its peak, causing the space within a radius of several hundred feet to be affected. The space distorted inch by inch, large rocks exploded one after another, and the vegetation collapsed one after another. At the same time, strands of formation markings flashed faintly outside his body, and they were coiled with killing intent that shook the heavens and the earth. It seemed as if they intended to destroy everything in the world. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground, and at this moment, he opened his eyes. Strands of killing intent intertwined in his eyes, and instantly shattered a large area of space in front of him, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by more than 10 degrees in an instant. It became a little cold. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the killing intent intertwined in his eyes gradually disappeared. The fierce killing intent outside his body also dissipated in an instant like green smoke. Not far away, whooshing crocodile saw this scene and knew that Lin Tian had finished comprehending. It immediately stepped over. "How is it?" it asked. Lin Tiantan smiled, stood up, and said, "Compared to the level of the eternal killing array that I controlled before, it should be about 3 times stronger." It's barely passable. It's already very good that it's 3 times stronger. Together with your current cultivation, it shouldn't be a big problem to carve out a new eternal killing array platform. With several platforms combined, it should be no big problem to kill a master of the 4th heaven of Wushan realm. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. Absolutely. He controlled the eternal killing array himself, so he knew its power best. With that said, he waved his right hand, and took out a crystal-clear stone platform from the stone ring, each of which was a cubic meter in size. This stone platform was called Black Water Stone Platform, which could be used to carry array patterns. It was the best carrier for the eternal killing array platform. In the past, when he was in the 2nd heaven, he obtained a huge mystic water stone and cut it into more than 80 pieces. In the past few years, he had used some of them and found some of them himself. Now, there were exactly 60 such mystic water stone platforms in the stone ring. At this time, he took out all 60 black water stone platforms, raised his right hand, and a faint soul light intertwined. He used the 5-dragon divine flash engraving technique. As his 5 fingers moved, strands of array patterns jumped out from his fingertips, followed by earth-shattering killing intent. Every time a strand of array pattern jumped out from his fingertips, the surrounding void would tremble fiercely. It wasn't until 3 hours later that the first eternal killing array platform was engraved. Not bad. Wuxing Crocodile said. Staring at the first eternal killing array platform that Lin Tian engraved at this moment, it could clearly feel an extremely terrifying killing power. Little Yitong stood at the side, blinking her eyes, curiously looking at Lin Tian engraving the eternal killing array platform. The white-clothed girl squatted down, supporting her chin with both hands, staring at Lin Tian the most seriously. Lin Tian smiled, put away the eternal killing array platform, and started again. Soul light flickered in his right hand, and he continued to engrave the eternal killing array platform. In the blink of an eye, 15 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian let out a long breath of turbid air. He finished engraving the 60 eternal killing array platforms, each of which was intertwined with dense eternal killing runes. With a wave of his hand, he put all 60 eternal killing array platforms into the stone ring, and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. Let's go. Let's go to the 5 great immortal sects. Wuxing Crocodile laughed heartily. Now, with the 60 eternal killing array platforms engraved by Lin Tian, they could directly kill their way to the headquarters of the 5 great immortal sections. The white-clothed girl jumped to Lin Tian's side, waved her right fist, and echoed Wuxing Crocodile, let's go, kill our way there. In the next moment, the group walked out of the remote mountain, and under the guidance of Wuxing Crocodile, they walked towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, one of the 5 great immortal sections. With our cultivation, we can reach the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate in a few hours by flying. If we walk, it will take 3 days. Wuxing Crocodile said. It had been to the 1st heaven to the 9th heaven, so it was naturally very familiar with the 6th heaven. Let's walk there, we are not in a hurry. Lin Tian said. He spent a lot of time comprehending the eternal killing array platform and engraving the eternal killing array platform. Now, he wanted to walk for 3 days to adjust his essence, energy, and spirit. As you wish. Wuxing Crocodile said. Naturally, it had no objection to this. Lin Tian, Little Yitong, and the white-clothed girl walked on foot, while Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed behind. They walked towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate at a slower speed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people and 1 crocodile walked for 2 days. After crossing 5 more mountains, we will reach the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. He nodded, and his footsteps were still very calm. Clang! Suddenly, killing intent appeared, and it was bone-chilling. The void shattered, and 7 sharp sword lights suddenly appeared, as if crossing the river of time and space. Each of them was peerlessly terrifying, and they were all aimed at Lin Tian, enveloping Lin Tian and sealing the surrounding space. Like a rainbow, the 7 sword lights arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's expression changed. This scene was too familiar, and the first thing that came to his mind was, the Great Annihilation God Dynasty. Most importantly, the 7 sword lights were too powerful and too fast, as if they had flown from outer space, making him feel a chill down his spine. At this moment, he couldn't even dodge, and he could only put up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory to defend himself. At the same time, he pushed away whooshing crocodile, little Yitong, and the white-clothed girl beside him. Pft! 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 Blood exploded, and the 7 sword lights tore apart the reincarnation diagram and entered Lin Tian's body, directly shattering Lin Tian's physical body. Uncle! Master! Kid! The 2 people and the crocodile all yelled. In front, Lin Tian's blood mixed with broken bones and flesh floated in the air. It was a horrifying sight. Almost at the same time, the sword chime sounded again, and another 7 sword lights closed in. They were bone-chilling and filled with terrifying murderous intent. This time, the 7 sword lights were even stronger, and they were all mixed with great Dao laws. They enveloped the void and slashed towards Lin Tian's broken flesh and bones. This joint attack was extremely fast, and it was the speed of a transcendent great Dao powerhouse regathering his physical body. Once it landed, it would definitely be a fatal blow. Boom! It was also at this moment that a violent aura surged. Blood-red flames leapt about on Lin Tian's flesh and bones. The sun's nirvana art circulated on its own. With a hum, it caused his shattered body to recover in an instant, reassembling before the 7 streaks of sword light descended. After that, he quickly rolled on the ground and avoided the 7 killing swords by a hair's breadth. Great Annihilation God Dynasty! He roared furiously. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out, and 7 figures flashed, rushing from 7 different directions as fast as lightning. These were 7 black-clothed men, all at the 4th firmament of Wuzhen. They were like 7 ghosts, each holding a blood-stained divine sword. In the blink of an eye, they closed in on Lin Tian and surrounded Lin Tian in the center. Powerful divine power intertwined, confining all the space around Lin Tian. They ruthlessly slashed down the divine swords in their hands. Lin Tian didn't have any chance to dodge this attack. 7 fourth firmament powerhouses of Wuzhen came to kill me together. You're good. Very good. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with anger. At this time, he couldn't dodge, and he didn't dodge at all. The anger in his eyes turned into endless killing intent. I'll slaughter all of you. With a buzzing sound, 10 black water platforms floated out from his body and floated outside his body. Array patterns intertwined on them. Boom! Suddenly, this place shook, and the terrifying killing intent was vast and mighty, as if the whole universe was about to collapse. The wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their color. Countless complicated patterns appeared in this space, completely enveloping the 7 assassins of the great extinguishing god dynasty. The invisible killing intent seemed to make heaven and earth tremble. Bang! 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 The 7 assassins were near Lin Tian. They were immediately sent flying by the violent killing intent, coughing up blood. Lin Tian's face was cold. Around his body, the eternal killing patterns intertwined like a spider web, densely packed. Boom! The void shook, and the killing intent flashed. The sky darkened, and violent hurricanes swept in all directions. This space was completely intertwined with the killing intent. A chill that seemed to come from hell filled all directions. It was frightening. The 7 men's pupils shrank. At this moment, they were all shocked. Without any hesitation, they hid their figures and auras at the same time, using the divine concealment technique to quickly retreat. Come out. Lin Tian said coldly. With a loud rumble, the densely packed eternal killing marks vibrated. Hundreds of killing lights slashed horizontally, shattering a large area of space. The 7 assassins of the grand extinguishing divine dynasty were shaken out of their positions. Each of them was sent flying, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with anger. He stared at one of them. With a thought, the eternal killing patterns around him vibrated. Boom! The killing patterns surged, and the dense killing light pressed forward like a wave, covering one of the assassins. Poof! Blood splattered, and the assassin was directly smashed into pieces. His body turned into a bloody mist, and not even his bones were left. With a whoosh, a divine soul escaped from the shattered body. It intertwined with the bloody light and quickly reformed a physical body. Unfortunately, Lin Tian would not give him a chance. Die. He spat out this word coldly. The dense eternal killing light pressed forward, turning into a 7-foot eternal killing sword, and directly smashed the divine soul of the assassin. The body was shattered, and the soul was destroyed. Good. Damn it, kill them. In the distance, whooshing crocodile cursed. At the same time, he protected little Yi Tong and the girl in white. Boom, in front of him, the killing intent surged. The 10 eternal killing formation platforms were activated at the same time. The power was not a joke. The dense killing light intertwined around Lin Tian, completely covering the space within a radius of 100 feet. For a moment, the sound of cracking echoed. The void and the ground here were constantly cracking and breaking. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Even though he knew some things about the all-extinguishing divine dynasty from the 5 elements crocodile and knew that the all-extinguishing divine dynasty would send even stronger assassins to kill him, he was still furious when he was suddenly ambushed and his body was destroyed. This time, this branch actually sent 7 assassins of the 4th sky of Wuzhen to kill him. What kind of regret was this, under such a sudden attack, if he did not have the sun's nirvana skill to protect himself, and if he had not comprehended the eternal killing formation and carved dozens of killing formation platforms, he would have died without a doubt even if he had cultivated the divine eyes of Delusion Breaker. After all, his current cultivation was far from that of a person at the 4th level of Wuzhen. Moreover, the 7 assassins were also very good at the way of killing. In terms of pure killing, these people were much more powerful than the 4th layer of enlightenment. His eyes were very cold. With a thought, the dense eternal killing patterns became more boiling. The killing light was about to split the 9 heavens. Clang, 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 he stood in place without moving, but the eternal killing light around him moved under his will. It was like a powerful war general, shattering the space and shattering the earth. At the same time, it enveloped the last 6 assassins. The 6 men were all in the 4th layer of enlightenment. They were very powerful and very good at killing. However, they did not attack at this time. They did not have any emotional fluctuations about the death of one of their companions. They directly retreated into the distance. However, when the eternal killing patterns appeared, they had already sealed the void. They could not rush out at all. You came to assassinate me, and you still want to leave? None of you will live. Lin Tian's voice was cold. At the end of the day, there was no enmity between him and the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty. However, the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty had accepted someone else's request to kill him time and time again. This made him feel very uncomfortable. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually rose. Boom, for a time, the eternal killing patterns boiled even more. The dense eternal killing light pressed down on the 6 people like raindrops. The 6 people waved their blood-stained divine swords and slashed out streaks of cold sword light to meet the eternal killing light. However, the sword light was crushed in an instant. At the same time, the eternal killing light fell on the 6 people, crushing half of the bodies of 2 of them. Lin Tian stepped forward. The boundless eternal killing light pressed forward. Clang, 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 suddenly, 4 streaks of sword light appeared. They were sharp and cold. Among the 6 people, the 4 people who were still in good condition slashed out bone-piercing killing swords. Every sword was very frightening. However, they were not aimed at Lin Tian. Instead, they shrouded and crushed the 2 assassins who had half of their bodies crushed by the eternal killing light. Such a scene made Lin Tian's eyes freeze. Not far away, little Yi Tong and the girl in white were also shocked. 4 of the 6 people suddenly attacked their companions? Buzz. The blood light surged. The 4 assassins who slashed their companions with the eternal killing swords chanted ancient scriptures. They used the divine swords in their hands to guide the blood mist of the 2 companions who had been slashed into pieces. With the sword light as a guide, they evolved into 2 blood dragons that were dozens of feet long. Blood soul curse? Not far away, whooshing crocodile's expression changed. Obviously, he knew what the 4 assassins of the Great Extinguishing Dynasty had used. Boom, in front of him, the two blood dragons surged. They were intertwined with a violent blood aura. There were even streaks of blood traces emerging. For a moment, the eternal killing marks in the surroundings were affected. They were forcefully shaken off by the blood aura. The four assassins controlled the blood dragons. Blood light appeared outside their bodies. It seemed to be the power of the intertwining blood dragons. It allowed them to move freely under the 10 eternal killing array platforms that Lin Tian had activated. At this moment, they controlled the two blood dragons and attacked Lin Tian coldly and mercilessly. Lin Tian immediately felt a trace of threat. The blood aura of the two blood dragons was too strong. However, he was not afraid. He stared coldly in front of him. Divine light surged in his eyes. Strands of dragon patterns appeared. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a dragon pattern ring. Delusion breaker divine eye, in an instant, the whole world changed. Everything became incomparably clear. He saw that in two corners of the two blood dragons, there were two spirits that could not be seen by bystanders howling. They were like malicious spirits, and their resentment surged into the heavens. They were the two assassins that had been crushed. At this moment, as the two divine souls roared, the blood aura in the surroundings became thicker. There were threads of almost transparent law intertwining. They cut through everything and closed in on him. Obviously, after seeing two of the assassins get half of their bodies crushed by his eternal killing light, the other four decisively gave up on the two. They coldly attacked and shattered the two's bodies, using their flesh and divine souls to form two terrifying blood dragons. All for the sake of killing him. Using the flesh and divine souls of your companions. You are indeed assassins. In order to achieve your goal, you are so ruthless to your own people. He said coldly. Opposite him, the four assassins' eyes were cold. They were not affected by Lin Tian's words at all. They chanted the inexplicable ancient language again, causing the two blood dragons to become even more terrifying. The blood dragons' bodies directly expanded to more than 60 meters, and the murderous aura they emitted was even stronger. Gusts of wild wind swept out, suppressing the eternal killing ray. For a short time. Kid, this is the blood soul forbidden spell of the great annihilation god dynasty. It is a forbidden killing technique of this lineage. After sacrificing the flesh and divine souls of cultivators, it obtains a terrifying and strange power. It will become stronger and stronger in a short time, and it will be difficult to break down. Throw a few more killing array platforms to temporarily restrain these two blood dragons and the four assassins. We will immediately retreat from here. Whooshing Crocodile said quickly. Obviously, this blood soul forbidden spell was very terrifying and difficult to deal with. Otherwise, it would not have spoken like this when Lin Tian had taken out 10 eternal killing array platforms. In front of him, facing the two blood dragons that were being pushed by the four assassins, Lin Tian appeared very calm. No need. After listening to Whooshing Crocodile's words and staring at the two blood dragons in front of him, he actually roughly knew why this so-called blood soul forbidden spell was so difficult to break down. This forbidden killing technique had a core, and the core should be the divine soul used for the sacrifice. This core divine soul was very small compared to the blood dragons, and ordinary people could not see it at all. Even if a huge amount of divine power enveloped the entire blood dragon, it would be very difficult to effectively kill the core divine soul. Moreover, if the core divine soul did not shatter, this blood soul forbidden spell would naturally not break down. It would become more and more terrifying in a short time. However, others could not see it, but he could. His delusion breaker divine eye intertwined with the light of the dragon patterns. With a shake of his left hand, the black celestial murdering bow appeared in his hand. Staring ahead, his expression was cold. He pulled the bowstring with his right hand, and his divine power surged. The eternal killing ray around him surged densely and gathered towards the celestial murdering bow in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a 4-foot-long killing arrow was formed, and its killing intent was earth-shattering. Whoosh, he loosened his right hand, and the 4-foot-long killing arrow immediately left the bowstring. It pierced through the void and went straight into one of the blood dragons. It directly pierced through and shattered the core divine soul, which was difficult for others to see. Suddenly, the blood dragon trembled, and its body was covered with cracks. Then, it shattered into pieces and dissipated with a sizzling sound. This is? Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. It was a forbidden killing technique of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty, and it was difficult to break down. But now, Lin Tian had shattered it with one arrow. Uncle is the strongest. The girl in white laughed and clapped at the side. Inside the 10-directional eternal killing marks, the 4 assassins of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty were truly shocked at this time. They were shocked. What they had used was a forbidden killing technique of their own lineage. It used the blood and soul of their companions at the Wuzhen level as a sacrifice to cast the technique. With the Wuzhen level divine soul as the core of the forbidden killing technique, it was difficult to break down because ordinary people could not see the divine soul core inside the blood dragon at all. But just now, Lin Tian's arrow had directly shattered the divine soul core inside the blood dragon. Clearly, they could see the divine soul core inside clearly, which shocked them. Logically speaking, only they, as the caster of this forbidden killing technique, could see the divine soul core of this forbidden killing technique, or someone whose cultivation level was far higher than theirs could see it. But Lin Tian's cultivation level was obviously much lower than theirs. Logically speaking, he should not be able to see it. But Lin Tian had seen it, their pupils constricted as they stared straight at Lin Tian. Then, suddenly, they were shocked again when they saw Lin Tian's eyes. Facing this pair of eyes, the 4 of them could not help but tremble slightly. They only felt that Lin Tian's eyes seemed to see through everything about them. Boom, the sound was ear-piercing, and the killing intent was violent, shaking the surrounding space. At this time, Lin Tian drew his bow again. Using his divine power and the eternal killing light here, he once again condensed a 4-foot-long killing arrow. The killing power was even stronger, and it was aimed straight at the last forbidden blood dragon. The 4-foot-long arrow was condensed with Lin Tian's divine power and the killing power of the 10 eternal killing array platforms. It shattered the surrounding space, and its killing power made people tremble. Whoosh, Lin Tian stared ahead and released the bowstring with his right hand. Suddenly, the 4-foot-long arrow pierced forward like a real dragon. This arrow was aimed at the last blood dragon. With a puff, it pierced through the blood dragon and shattered the divine soul core in the blood dragon. The entire blood dragon collapsed as a result. In an instant, the bloody aura dissipated and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This kid. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. The Great Extinguishing God Dynasty's blood soul forbidden spell was broken by Lin Tian so easily. After a pause, it subconsciously looked at Lin Tian's eyes. When it saw the dragon pattern rings in Lin Tian's eyes, it couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful eye technique. When cultivated to the great accomplishment realm, it's really not inferior to the divine eyes of Yang and Yin. Master is so powerful. Little Yitong cheered. The girl in white looked at Lin Tian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Boom, in front of him, the murderous aura surged. The dense eternal killing runes intertwined. More destructive killing lights surged out. Each killing light was like a peerless killing sword, as if it wanted to completely shatter this macro world. Lin Tian stood in the middle, like a supreme being. His eyes were cold as he stared at the last 4 powerful assassins opposite him. It's your turn. His voice was cold. He stood where he was and moved his mind slightly. The dense eternal killing patterns trembled instantly, and hundreds of killing lights slashed forward wildly. The 4 assassins of the Great Extinguishing God Dynasty were shocked. Not only did Lin Tian easily break their blood soul forbidden spell, but also Lin Tian's eyes made their hearts palpitate. This was not because they were afraid, but because their bodies naturally produced a kind of instinctive reaction, reminding them that this pair of eyes possessed an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, the 4 of them did not hesitate at all. They no longer wanted to kill Lin Tian. Instead, they each let out a low roar and connected their divine power together. Using a drop of their blood essence as a guide, they formed a huge vortex. They wanted to escape from the space sealed by the dense eternal killing marks. It was because they could die at any moment within these killing patterns. Brat, this is the blood escape technique. An escape technique that burned one's blood essence as the price was extremely profound. It allowed one to escape through a sealed space. Stop them with all your might. Whooshing Crocodile said quickly. It had lived for a long time and had seen many things. Naturally, it knew many strange methods. Although it did not know how to use them, it could recognize when others used them. Up ahead, the four of them were together, forming an enormous vortex that interweaved with the color of blood. Vaguely, the four of them were about to separate. "None of you can leave," Lin Tianling said coldly. He stared ahead. His divine eyes of illusion breaker trembled slightly and saw through everything. With a clang, a glaring eternal killing light was controlled by his will and directly entered the huge vortex. Suddenly, the vortex trembled. Lin Tian controlled the eternal killing light and directly cut off the divine power connection of the four of them. He destroyed the blood essence of the four of them and forcibly interrupted the blood escape technique. Bang! 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 Four figures were sent flying. The four great assassins were all blasted away, blood gushing out of their mouths. They stabilized their bodies. The shock in their eyes was even more intense. They once again used a strange technique to escape. Boom! It was also at this moment that the murderous aura surged and shook the surroundings. Lin Tian held the immortal slaying bow in his left hand. At this moment, he pulled the bowstring again, drawing the power of the eternal killing marks. He condensed a killing arrow that was 5 feet long and aimed at one of the assassins. "Kill," he said coldly. With a whoosh, the 5-foot-long eternal killing arrow passed through like a dragon. Its speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Puff! Blood splattered. The body of the assassin he aimed at exploded on the spot. With a whoosh, this assassin was very powerful. His divine soul escaped, and in a flash, he was extremely far away. In the process, he split open the crisscrossing eternal killing marks. Lin Tian stared at this person. His divine eyes of illusion breaker captured the trajectory of this person's every movement. With a flash of his feet, the next moment, he appeared in front of the other party. "You, boom!" Lin Tian pulled the bow, and the eternal killing light surged over. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into an arrow and aimed at this person's divine soul at close range. With a whoosh, he released the bowstring. The killing arrow directly shattered this person's divine soul, instantly erasing this person. Again. He tilted his head and looked at the last 3 assassins. His voice was cold. With a boom, the eternal killing marks in this place shook together, absorbing the spiritual chi in all directions and condensing tens of thousands of killing lights. Immediately, in the next moment, as his mind moved, the tens of thousands of killing lights moved together. With a sonorous sound, they slashed at the 3 assassins at the same time. This was a new and more powerful eternal killing matrix that he had spent 10 days comprehending. It was 3 times stronger than before. Then, he carved it out with his cultivation of the 9th heaven of the Great Path. At this moment, 10 of them were added together. The killing power was enough to frighten people. Crack! 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 The surrounding space was unable to withstand such a killing force, and it began to crumble inch by inch. Even the ground was damaged, and cracks began to appear, and the ground was sinking. The pupils of the 3 assassins constricted, and they all roared, using the divine concealment technique to dodge. Their speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Although they couldn't rush out of the space sealed by the 10 directional eternal killing marks, they avoided the beams of eternal killing light. However, this good situation did not last long. Lin Tian looked forward. His eyes were hazy as he captured the movement of the 3 assassins. With his mind, he controlled the dense eternal killing lights. The next moment, he disrupted the art of divine concealment of the 3 assassins and pierced through their bodies. At the same time, he pulled the bow again. The eternal killing lights condensed into a stronger 5-foot-long arrow. He held the bow in his left hand and released the bowstring with his right hand. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air like a rainbow. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through one of the assassins and shattered his body. After that, he took a step forward. The reincarnation map rushed up from behind him and covered the broken body of the assassin. It rolled over him and obliterated his spiritual soul. He turned around and stared at the last 2 assassins. The reincarnation map hung above his head. He pulled the bow again and absorbed the power of the eternal killing lights to condense into a destructive arrow. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the newly condensed destructive arrow pierced through the air like lightning and pierced through another assassin. The assassin growled. His spiritual soul shone and quickly escaped 100 feet away. He began to reform his body. Humph! Lin Tianlin laughed. He had already captured the movement of the assassin's spiritual soul with his eye of divine concealment. The reincarnation map appeared beside the assassin in an instant and pressed down mercilessly. How did you, Puff? Under the reincarnation map, everything was destroyed. The assassin's spiritual soul was crushed on the spot and completely disappeared from this world. In the blink of an eye, there was only one assassin left. The assassin's eyes were fierce. At this moment, he knew he couldn't escape. He decisively took out the blood-stained divine sword and activated it with violent power, causing cracks to appear on it. At the same time, his body also expanded. In the blink of an eye, there was a terrible destructive power intertwined, causing the eternal killing marks to collapse. Damn it, the divine weapon and the assassin self-destructed together. The bastards of this bloodline are all lunatics. Whooshing Crocodile cursed and reminded Lin Tian to retreat quickly. The self-destruction of a fourth Sky of Wuzhen elite and the explosion of his divine weapon was no joke. Lin Tian felt the terrible power. At this time, the self-destruction of this fourth Sky of Wuzhen elite was much more terrible than the self-destruction of the second Sky of Wuzhen elite who went to assassinate him. Moreover, because the assassin also self-destructed his divine weapon, the two formed some kind of resonance, causing the assassin's self-destruction to be astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of self-destruction. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to stop the assassin's self-destruction. However, he was not afraid. At this time, he couldn't stop the assassin's self-destruction, but with the power of the Eye of Divine Concealment and the power of the eternal killing marks here, it was still possible to weaken and suppress the assassin's self-destruction to a small area. Buzz. He stared ahead with the Eye of Divine Concealment and could clearly see the flow of divine power in the assassin's expanding body. Then he formed a seal with both hands, drawing out the seal of 4 symbols. At the same time, he gathered the 10 direction killing marks and pressed them toward the assassin. Also at this time, with a boom, the assassin exploded together with his divine weapon. The destructive power was like a stormy sea. Lin Tian faced this destructive power head-on, but he was very calm and fearless. Seal. He whispered. The 10 direction killing marks surged up, and the seal of 4 symbols covered it. With the help of his Eye of Divine Concealment, it met the attack at a special angle, suppressing the assassin's self-destruction within a radius of 100 feet. A huge crater with a diameter of 100 feet was blasted out. For a time, sand and dust filled the sky. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that the sand and dust in the air dispersed, and the space returned to normal. The whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and flew over. It stared at the huge crater and said lunatic again. Then it looked at Lin Tian. Kid, you're really something. The self-destruction of a fourth Sky of Wuzhen was actually suppressed by your eye technique to within a radius of 100 feet. It looked at Lin Tian's eyes, and there was obvious surprise in its eyes. Uncle. It's great that you're okay. The girl in white jumped to Lin Tian's side, and Yitong also trotted over. Lin Tianwei smiled slightly, closed the Eye of Divine Concealment, and returned to normal. The whooshing crocodile looked at the huge crater in front of it, and glanced at the broken earth around it. At this time, it opened its mouth again and said to Lin Tiandao, Kid, the all-extinguishing God dynasty tried to assassinate you twice. These 2 times, you were lucky. Hearing this, Lin Tianwei paused for a moment, and then nodded. Indeed. It could be said that the 2 times he faced the all-extinguishing God dynasty's assassination attempts, he was lucky to survive. The first time, he just happened to cultivate the Eye of Divine Concealment, and could see through many attacking techniques, and was able to survive. This time, 7 fourth Sky of Wuzhen experts came to kill him. Even if he had the Eye of Divine Concealment, he absolutely couldn't block them. However, the eternal killing formation that he comprehended just happened to come in handy. It played a major role in this battle, and annihilated all 7 people who came. thinking about it carefully, it could really be considered good luck. And thinking like this, his expression couldn't help but become a little more dignified. The all-extinguishing god dynasty was really terrifying. Seeing his dignified expression, the whooshing crocodile naturally knew what he was thinking, and said, "Don't think too much. You have to know that since ancient times, good luck is also a kind of strength." As it spoke, it paused for a moment before a wisp of a strange expression suddenly appeared in its eyes. It gazed at Lin Tian and said, "Speaking of which, you refined and absorbed a stone of karmic luck the other day. This thing is condensed into form from ethereal karmic luck, and it's capable of strengthening the karmic luck of anyone who possesses it. Your luck wouldn't have been so good these 2 times because of that stone of karmic luck, right?" After listening to the whooshing crocodile's words, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. When he had refined the stone of fortune, his origin had been refined, and his soul had soared. The laws of the Grand Tao had also strengthened substantially. Most importantly, when he had been comprehending the Grand Tao, he had seen many scenes related to fortune in the illusory world created by his Grand Tao. Now that the whooshing crocodile had mentioned whether or not the stone of fortune had increased his fortune, he felt that it was possible. Perhaps. He paused for a moment before continuing, "Oh, speaking of which, my luck has always been good." The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes at him. However, it had to admit that Lin Tian's fortune had always been good. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this invisible and intangible thing. Let's talk about the great extinguishing god dynasty." It pursed its lips and looked at Lin Tiandao. "Now, you should have personally experienced how terrifying the great extinguishing god dynasty is, right?" Lin Tian took a deep breath and nodded silently. The great extinguishing god dynasty. Judging from the strength of the assassins who had tried to assassinate him twice, it was clear that there were many experts in the great extinguishing god dynasty. Most importantly, the people in the great extinguishing god dynasty were ruthless. Ruthless. Not only were they ruthless to their companions, but they were also ruthless to themselves. In order to complete the assassination mission, they would sacrifice their companions and self-destruct without hesitation. A group of people like that was terrifying. "I'll destroy them sooner or later," he said coldly. The great extinguishing god dynasty had their eyes on him. It was like a venomous snake lying in ambush beside him, waiting to pounce on him at any time. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Most importantly, the great extinguishing god dynasty was unscrupulous in order to complete the assassination mission. He was afraid that one day, the great extinguishing god dynasty would shift their attention to his family and friends. Thinking about this, and thinking about the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other major sects that had entrusted the great extinguishing god dynasty to assassinate him, he felt even more furious. "Let's go to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate," he said. The Dark Heartsword sect and the other 2 major sects had already been destroyed. He would also destroy the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other major sects. Golden divine light rippled out from his body. He enveloped the white-clothed girl and little Yi Tong and slowly soared into the sky. At this time, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan to travel on foot. Instead, he decided to fly straight to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. Whooshing crocodile chuckled, flapped its wings, and followed. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them and the crocodile soared into the air. Following whooshing crocodile's directions, they flew towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. However, it was also at this time that Lin Tian suddenly stopped and looked towards a small mountain several hundred zhang away. "What happened?" Whooshing crocodile asked. "There's something." Lin Tian stared at the short mountain. Divine light surged in his eyes. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker again and looked carefully. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed slightly. As far as the eye could see, the plants on the short mountain were all withered, and there was no vitality in the surrounding vegetation. However, when he looked at the bottom of the short mountain with his divine eyes of delusion breaker, he discovered that there seemed to be a ball of fire burning below. Moreover, it contained an extremely shocking amount of spiritual energy. It was definitely denser than the spiritual energy of an ordinary source vein. "This is?" He frowned slightly. Seeing Huang Xiaolong's expression, whooshing crocodile couldn't help but ask, "Kid, what's going on? What is it?" "I can't tell for now." I can only vaguely see some images. It seems to be a flame that contains spiritual energy. It should be something extraordinary. Lin Tian said, as for the specifics, let's go and take a look. As he spoke, he closed his divine eyes of delusion breaker. Golden divine light enveloped the white-clothed girl and Yitong as he stepped towards the short mountain. Wuxing Crocodile was a little suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. He followed Lin Tianyi as they walked towards the short mountain. Because the short mountain wasn't far from where they were, the 3 people and 1 crocodile only took a dozen breaths to reach the short mountain and descend. There's actually something extraordinary at the bottom of such an ordinary-looking small mountain? Wuxing Crocodile was a little suspicious. There is. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate and immediately acted. Dragon runes flickered under his feet and spread out one by one. They broke open the surface of the short mountain, creating a huge and deep hole that led straight to a location more than 70 feet below the short mountain. Suddenly, an extremely shocking amount of heat surged, causing the surrounding space to distort and cave in. As far as the eye could see, at the bottom of the short mountain, a ball of golden flames intertwined and burned fiercely. It sizzled as if it could burn everything in the world. Wuxing Crocodile was immediately moved. This is pure yang flames. Lin Tian was also moved. Wuxing Crocodile looked at him and was a little surprised. Kid, you know this kind of immortal flame too? Obviously, it also knew what this golden flame was. I know. Lin Tian nodded. He stared at the golden flame below, and wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. Master, Master, little Yitong tugged on Lin Tian's sleeve and asked curiously, what is pure yang flames? It's a very powerful flame. Lin Tian opened his mouth and said, this kind of flame is said to be formed by the power of heaven and earth, and it is said to be able to burn everything. Once a cultivator finds and refines it, they can directly control this kind of divine flame and use it in battle. It can burn many divine abilities and secret techniques, and even the great path principles. Moreover, the most important thing is that this kind of divine flame can become stronger as the controller becomes stronger. There is never an upper limit to how strong it can become. He controlled the medicine encyclopedia, which contained the cultivation methods of many alchemy flames, and at the same time recorded more than 10 kinds of divine flames born in heaven and earth. This pure yang flames was one of the divine flames recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, and it was very powerful. He didn't expect that the vague flame he saw with the divine eye of illusion before was actually the pure yang flames recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. This kind of flame was completely opposite to the pure yang flames of the flame demon emperor he encountered in the 4th heaven, and it was even more powerful. I really didn't expect that such an extremely ordinary short mountain would actually contain such a world-shaking divine flame. Wuxing Crocodile stared at him. Don't judge everything by appearance. Lin Tiandao. With that said, he stared at the golden flame below and stepped down. Seeing his action, Wuxing Crocodile was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. Kid, what are you doing? Of course I'm refining it. Lin Tiandao. Refining my ass. Although this is a divine flame and can be refined, the prerequisite is that you have at least a half-step Nirvana realm cultivation base. If you refine it with your current 9th heavenly layer cultivation base, you will burn yourself to death in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind a single bone. Wuxing Crocodile obviously also knew about this pure yang flame. Use the cauldron you used to store the demonized middle-aged man to store this divine flame, and wait until you reach the half-step Nirvana realm to refine it. No problem, I can refine it now. Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile was not wrong. If you want to refine this pure yang flame, you must at least have a half-step Nirvana realm cultivation base, otherwise you won't be able to withstand the power of this divine flame and will burn yourself to death in the process of refining. However, he didn't care about this and didn't care about the prerequisite of having a half-step Nirvana realm cultivation base. This was because he controlled the medicine encyclopedia and had a strong tolerance for all kinds of flames in the world. At this moment, with his cultivation at the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Path, he believed that he could refine the pure yang flames here and control them well. Protect the little guy and the girl, he said to Wuxing Crocodile. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't hesitate and directly jumped down from the short mountain and into the ball of golden flames. This scared Wuxing Crocodile quite a bit. This kind of pure yang flame was very dangerous, and a moment of carelessness could burn a living thing to ashes. Lin Tian actually jumped down so carelessly, it cursed in a low voice and anxiously looked down. Then, it was shocked because after Lin Tian jumped into the golden flame, nothing happened to him, even his clothes were not burned. It was slightly surprised. Under the short mountain, inside the pure yang flame, Lin Tian had already activated the ancient scripture of the medicine encyclopedia. He used this heavenly lord ancient technique to protect himself and prevent himself from being burned by the pure yang flame. However, even so, he didn't feel good at this moment. He felt as if his body was melting, and every movement was extremely difficult, as if his body was about to disintegrate. Buzz. Faint divine light lingered on the surface of his body. He activated the medicine encyclopedia even faster, interweaving an even stronger medicine encyclopedia divine light. Then, after a quarter of an hour, he sat down cross-legged in the pure yang flame and began to refine it. Suddenly, the golden pure yang flame jumped, and wisps of flames flowed into Lin Tian's body in an orderly manner like golden fairies. Under the special flame refining technique recorded in the medicine encyclopedia, they slowly merged into his flesh and blood. Seeing this, Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed again. How did this kid do it? He actually succeeded in refining the pure yang flame with his 9th heavenly layer cultivation base. It stared at Lin Tian in disbelief, but in the next moment, it seemed to have thought of something and was slightly moved. That's right, the medicine encyclopedia. This kid also mastered the Heavenly Lord's precious technique. The medicine encyclopedia recorded many alchemy flame refining techniques. It could roughly guess that Lin Tian was relying on the medicine encyclopedia to refine the pure yang flame. Beside it, Yitong poked her head out and stared down, then quickly shrank back because it was really too hot. The white-clothed girl also looked down and stared at Lin Tian as usual. Her beautiful big eyes blinked from time to time. Buzz. Under the mountain, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the pure yang flame. His entire body was covered by the golden flames, which entered his body bit by bit. In this way, not long after, he activated the medicine encyclopedia and absorbed half of the pure yang flame here. At this time, his entire body was fiery red, and every inch of his skin was hotter than magma. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and even moving a finger was difficult. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. He directly suppressed this pain and activated the medicine encyclopedia even faster, allowing the pure yang flame to continuously enter his body and be refined into his flesh and blood. Moreover, at the same time, this pure yang yen contained an astonishing amount of spiritual energy, and as the yang yen was refined, this spiritual energy poured into his physique and meridians, causing his cultivation to rise little by little. P.S. It's still the 4th night watch today. The blazing golden flame surrounded Lin Tian like a golden ocean that drowned Lin Tian. It was as if it wanted to burn everything. However, Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the middle. He was unscathed as he continued to absorb and refine the flames. On the surface of his body, the faint divine light of the medicine codex flickered. It was very gentle. At the same time, the Sun Heart Sutra in his body was also circulating. Golden divine light overflowed from the surface of his body. Speaking of which, other than the medicine codex, the Sun Heart Sutra also seems to be able to make him more compatible with the pure yang flames. The color of this divine fire is exactly the same as his divine power. Wuxing Crocodile muttered. Beside him, Yitong blinked. It's the same as mine. Yes, it's the same. Wuxing Crocodile said casually. Then, he looked at Lin Tian. The girl in white was very quiet. She kept looking down. Under the short mountain, the golden flames outside Lin Tian's body gradually decreased. They were continuously absorbed into his body. During this process, because the golden flames contained a very shocking amount of spiritual energy, his cultivation was also constantly increasing. At this time, he was circulating the medicine codex and the Sun Heart Sutra at the same time. He was refining the pure yang flames while cultivating his own body. This process was undoubtedly very difficult because the pure yang flame was simply too hot. At this time, the temperature in Yang Kai's body had already reached a terrifying level and he felt as if his body would melt at any moment, but even so, Yang Kai's expression did not change in the slightest as he silently circulated the Alchemy Classic and Sun Heart Sutra to refine this golden divine fire. In this way, the pure yang flames under the short mountain became less and less. The temperature in his body became hotter and hotter. His cultivation also became higher and higher. He endured the heat in his body that could melt everything and calmed his mind. He circulated the Medicine Codex and the Sun Heart Sutra again and again to quickly refine the divine fire. In this way, more than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the pure yang flames under the short mountain were completely absorbed into Lin Tian's body. Not a single trace was left. His entire body was like a piece of burning iron. Every inch of his skin was frighteningly red. This brat really absorbed all of this divine fire with his cultivation at the ninth heaven of the Great Path. Wuxing Crocodile stared at Lin Tian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Also, this cultivation is about to break through to the half-step enlightenment level. Lin Tian sat cross-legged at the foot of the short mountain and finished absorbing the pure yang flame, but he did not immediately get up because the divine fire he had absorbed into his body had not been completely refined. Buzz. He circulated the Medicine Codex and the Sun Heart Sutra, silently refining the pure yang flames in his body and merging them into his flesh and blood. Gradually, the temperature of his body began to drop while his aura continued to rise. Very quickly, another 6 hours passed. At this time, the skin on his body returned to its normal appearance, intertwined with sparkling and translucent light. Then, a powerful force spread out from his body, causing the entire hill to shake violently. Half-step Wuxing. Wuxing Crocodile glared at him. At the foot of the short mountain, Lin Tian Wei's closed eyes opened at this time. In his eyes, 2 rays of fire flashed and disappeared. Vaguely, the void in front of him became slightly distorted because of this. He took a deep breath and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he stood up. Lightly clenching his right fist, his eyes instantly intertwined with radiance. He could clearly feel that his cultivation had reached the level of half-step Wuxing. His divine power was more abundant, his spirit was stronger, his sea of consciousness was vaster, and his battle prowess had an obvious improvement. Moreover, because he had refined the pure yang flame with the Medicine Codex, his alchemy skills had also improved tremendously. Now, he had reached the peak of a 6th-grade alchemist and was only a step away from becoming a 7th-grade alchemist. Very good. He could not help but exclaim in his heart. It had to be said that this was a great improvement in his strength. His cultivation had increased and his alchemy skills had also improved greatly. He stood quietly on the spot and sensed again. He realized that there was an extremely powerful heat energy intertwining in his flesh and divine power. It was extremely shocking. Then, he stretched out his right hand and used his mind to channel the heat energy contained in his flesh and divine power. Instantly, a ball of golden flame surged out and jumped in his right palm. It was scorching hot and oppressive, and it burned the surrounding space to the point of collapse. He was like a god of war of fire that could burn everything in the world. Looking at the golden flame in his palm, he could not help but exclaim in his heart. This was the legendary divine fire. Pure yang flame. Now, he had mastered this divine fire. He took another deep breath and then clenched his right hand to extinguish the pure yang flame that he had summoned. He then flew up from the bottom of the short mountain and came to the side of Wuxing Crocodile and the others. You really mastered it. Wuxing Crocodile stared at him in surprise. Naturally, he had seen the scene where Lin Tian stretched out his hand and summoned the pure yang flame. I've mastered it. Now it's compatible with my flesh and divine power. It's a bit weaker than when it was in its original state. Lin Tiandao said, however, if I use it now, it shouldn't be a problem to burn a person of the 3rd sky of enlightenment realm to death. This is a rare divine fire. It will form a relative balance with the user's own strength. You're now half a step into the enlightenment realm. After it merges with your flesh and divine power, it will naturally decrease in power. Otherwise, do you think your body can withstand it for a long time? Wuxing Crocodile said, this is also one of its specialties as a divine fire. Indeed. Lin Tian nodded and said, anyway, in the future, as I become stronger, it will also become stronger. At this time, the girl in white jumped to his side and said with a smile, "Congratulations, uncle." Lin Tian nodded and smiled at her. After refining the pure yang flame, he had mastered this divine fire. His cultivation and strength had increased a lot. Most importantly, this divine fire could become stronger as he became stronger. It could burn many divine powers and secret techniques, and even burn the great past precepts. This would become a powerful method in his future cultivation. Your cultivation has also reached half a step into the enlightenment realm. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him. You're really lucky. Lin Tianyi smiled. It's mainly because of my good character. Whooshing Crocodile looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Shameless. Lin Tian, it was also at this time that Whooshing Crocodile seemed to have thought of something. A ray of light appeared in his eyes, and he spoke again to Lin Tiandao. That's right, Kid Lin, now that you've reached half a step into the enlightenment realm, you can refine the reality developing pill you got before and break through to the enlightenment realm. At that time, we'll go to the 5 great sections. Hearing Whooshing Crocodile's words, Lin Tian smiled again and narrowed his eyes. I think so too. Not long ago, in the ruins of a large tomb under a large river, he obtained a realization pill. After a cultivator who was half a step away from the enlightenment realm refined it, he could directly enter the enlightenment realm without any side effects. Its magical effects were shocking. Now that he had reached the half-step enlightenment realm, coupled with the Yen divine pill he had obtained previously, he would be able to break through to the enlightenment realm very soon. At that time, his battle prowess would undergo a huge transformation. When he went to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects, he believed that even without the dozens of eternal killing array platforms, he would be fearless. He could easily destroy the 5 great immortal sects without worrying about any unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, he was facing the assassination attempts of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty at any time. Raising his cultivation to the enlightenment realm before taking action, it would be many times safer to face the assassins of the Great Extinguishing God dynasty. Let's go. He said. Go? To where? Whooshing Crocodile asked suspiciously. Can't we just refine the reality developing pill here? I've just entered half a step into the enlightenment realm. I need to rest for 3 to 5 days and let my cultivation stabilize before breaking through. Lin Tiandao. Whooshing Crocodile thought for a while. Oh, that's true. Lin Tian had broken through half a step into the enlightenment realm by refining the pure yang flame. At this time, immediately changing to another method to break through would not be good for his Dao foundation. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, he did not fly, but chose to walk. He left the short mountain and walked into the distance. The girl in white smiled brightly as she followed beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at her and said, "Where is your family? I'd better send you home first. You saw before that there were people trying to assassinate me. You'll be in danger if you follow me." "I'm not afraid. I want to follow you." The girl blinked and said, "Uncle, a man keeps his word. You've already agreed to let me follow you. You can't go back on your words." "That's not good." Lin Tian. He was speechless. What kind of trouble did he get himself into? Looking at the girl, he sighed and did not say anything more. He walked away on foot, minding his own business. The girl giggled. She had a youthful vitality as she followed him. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips and flapped its 5-colored wings to follow. Little Yitong naturally trotted after them. Walking behind Lin Tian, she looked around from time to time. The 3 people and 1 crocodile left the vicinity of the short mountain. They didn't do anything special. They just walked and stopped randomly. During this time, little Yitong picked some wild fruits in the woods along the way. Not long after, she dragged a blue flower demon python that was more than 30 feet long and put it in front of Lin Tian. Lin Tian used the divine fire to roast it and eat it. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile both blushed with shame. Just like that, the group walked on foot and wandered around some large mountains. Along the way, they encountered several powerful demon beasts. Every time they encountered one, Lin Tian would throw little Yitong out and let her fight. At the same time, he would guide her from the side. Very quickly, 5 days passed. On this day, the 3 people and 1 crocodile walked into another large mountain. Lin Tian found a very secluded valley. After continuously carving 9 ceiling formations and the immortal thunder-killing formation around it, he sat cross-legged on a large rock in the valley. After 5 days of adjustment, his half-step enlightenment level cultivation had completely stabilized. His state of mind had also become more stable and firm. At this time, he was ready to refine the yen pill and break through to the enlightenment level in one fell swoop. Let's begin. Whooshing Crocodile said to him. Lin Tian nodded. This place was very secluded. Moreover, he had already carved 9 ceiling formations and the immortal thunder-killing formation around it. His aura wouldn't leak out. In addition, Whooshing Crocodile was guarding here to protect him. He didn't have to worry about anything. After calming down a little, he began to circulate the Heart Sutra of the Sun. For a moment, faint golden light intertwined and lingered around his body, causing his essence, qi, and spirit to surge little by little. After dozens of breaths, he finally reached a peak state, making him feel like a powerful celestial furnace. His vitality was astonishing. It was also at this time that his right hand slightly shook. He took out the yen pill that he had obtained not long ago. He wrapped it in gentle divine power and sent it into his mouth. The Xianxia pill appeared in 3 different colors. When Lin Tian put it in his mouth, it melted instantly, turning into a refreshing warm current that flowed down his throat and into his body. He kept his body calm as the Sun Heart Sutra slowly circulated. The medicinal power of the Xianxia pill that flowed into his body was instantly refined, surging towards every corner of his body. Buzz. For a moment, a faint golden light appeared, covering his entire body within the golden light, filled with pure yang energy. Then, every inch of his flesh and blood started to vibrate. As the Sun Heart Sutra circulated, the divine power flowed faster, crazily absorbing and refining the medicinal power of the Xianxia pill, making his divine power purer and his flesh and blood more crystalline. Then, in the next moment, his life origin began to emit rays of light, and the Great Path Order began to boil on its own. Buzz. Little bits of Tao light intertwined out of his body like celestial radiance. At this moment, it became extremely active and clear, rapidly increasing in strength. Lin Tianwei closed his eyes and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra. At this moment, he could naturally sense this. He couldn't help but think that the Xianxia pill was indeed amazing. At this moment, it made his understanding of the Great Path in his body much stronger. At this moment, he kept himself even more calm. With the help of the Xianxia pill, he tried his best to understand the Great Path in his body. Buzz. Suddenly, the Tao light outside his body became even more intense. Now, he wanted to enter the enlightenment realm from the half-step enlightenment realm. The most important thing was to understand the Great Path and strengthen his Great Path Order to a new height. Only then could he break through the door of the enlightenment realm and enter the enlightenment realm in one go. He sat cross-legged on the big rock as the space between his eyebrows shone brightly. At this moment, his divine sense was completely activated and immersed in his body. He completely ignored everything around him and only focused on refining the Xianxia pill. Then, with the help of the Xianxia pill's powerful effects, his Great Path Order kept boiling and becoming stronger, making his understanding of the Great Path more profound. In an instant, the sparkling Great Path Order jumped like rays of the world's origin light, and the fluctuation of the Great Path became stronger and stronger. Whooshing Crocodile watched from the side and felt the great Tao laws outside Lin Tian's body becoming stronger and stronger. A demonic light flashed past his demon eyes. As expected of the truth-acting elixir. According to this situation, in at most 14 hours, he should be able to directly enter the truth-comprehending realm from the half-step truth-comprehending realm. As it spoke, it looked at the hazy Tao radiance outside Lin Tian's body and could not help but feel a little curious. Speaking of which, what exactly is this kid's great Tao law? Although it had not lived for a very long time, it was definitely not short either. However, it could not recognize the great Tao rule that Lin Tian controlled. Even after looking at it countless times, it still could not understand what kind of great Tao it was. It felt like it could not figure it out. Beside him, the girl in white was looking at Lin Tian. Her beautiful eyes were shining like stars, and she was looking at him very seriously. the Tao radiance intertwined and lingered outside Lin Tian's body. It became stronger at an exponential rate. Immediately, the golden divine light outside his body became brighter and brighter. Everything around him was reflected in a layer of golden brilliance. Lin Tian silently refined the truth-acting elixir and cultivated from the beginning to the end. His powerful divine consciousness was immersed in his body, and he forgot about everything else. Gradually, his divine consciousness vibrated and became vast. Immediately, in the next moment, just like before, a hazy big world appeared. His divine consciousness directly entered this hazy big world, and there was Tao radiance everywhere. This hazy world was evolved from his great Tao law. It was an illusory world. At this time, because of the truth-acting elixir, this hazy world rapidly expanded and became more and more vast. "It's here again," he muttered to himself in his heart. In this world that was becoming more and more vast, the sky was just like before. It was still floating with clouds, and it was still blue and gloomy. The sun rose in the east, then set in the west, and the cycle repeated. At the same time, his divine consciousness was in this world, and he saw more scenes. With every scene that he saw, the Tao radiance of this world would become stronger. At the same time, the great Tao law outside his body became stronger and stronger, and it continued to grow at an exponential rate. Just like that, 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Lin Tian was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra, and he had completely refined the truth-acting elixir. The great Tao law was powerful to a true peak, and his divine consciousness also retreated from that hazy, illusory world. Just a little bit more, and I can enter the enlightenment realm," he muttered to himself in his heart. He sat cross-legged on the big rock. The golden divine light and Tao law immortal radiance outside his body became extremely bright, and the great Tao law was shockingly rich. Immediately, in the next moment, he gradually slowed down the circulation of the Sun Heart Sutra, and slowly refined his own Tao. It was like forging a piece of rough iron, and the impurities within it were removed, slowly turning it into pure immortal iron. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, another 6 hours passed. At this moment, Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. His flesh and blood had become strong to a peak, and the great Tao law had become extremely pure. There was a very shocking power gradually surging out of his body. At this time, he vaguely felt that there was a door opening in his body. Then, a surge of turbulent power quickly surged up, like a mountain flood that was about to erupt. Enlightenment. I'm about to enter the enlightenment realm. Whooshing crocodile's eyes were filled with divine light. Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the big rock, and he could feel everything more clearly. Naturally, he was even more excited. Refining the truth-acting elixir took 12 hours. At this moment, he was about to enter the enlightenment realm, and enter the enlightenment realm, he was only one step away, the last and the smallest step. This small step, he could easily enter it. In fact, at this time, he was trying to break through this last small step. Immortal light interweaved outside his body. He only needed a few breaths to enter the enlightenment realm. Boom! Suddenly, the firmament trembled, and this part of the world instantly turned pitch black. An extremely oppressive aura instantly descended. As far as the eye could see, right above Lin Tian's head, a huge thundercloud vortex condensed in the blink of an eye. Within it, strands of blood-red lightning interweaved, as if a sea of blood-red lightning had gathered in it. It could easily destroy everything in the world. This is? Whooshing crocodile's expression suddenly changed. Heavenly tribulation? This? Almost at the same time, Lin Tian's body trembled fiercely. He only felt a chill in his heart, and his scalp went numb. At this moment, he could clearly feel the changes in the sky. He could feel the rolling thunderclouds. He felt as if there was a merciless god of death within, holding a heavenly treasure and aiming it at him. It could easily destroy him in both body and soul. Cough. He directly coughed up blood, and his face instantly turned pale. Rolling thundercloud, blood-red lightning. Without a doubt, this was the heavenly tribulation. At this moment when he was about to break into the enlightenment realm, the heavenly tribulation began to form. The destructive aura made him terrified. It was as if he was instantly placed in an endless darkness, and he could not find the slightest trace of a path forward. He dared to be sure that once he entered the enlightenment realm at this time, the heavenly tribulation would directly descend. At this time, he would definitely be struck to death without any preparation. He gritted his teeth and quickly and forcefully stopped his cultivation. He stopped his cultivation at the peak of the half-step enlightenment realm and stabilized it outside the door of the enlightenment realm. He did not dare to step inside. In the firmament, the rolling thundercloud trembled slightly, and then dispersed like green smoke. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. For a moment, the oppressive destructive aura disappeared. This part of the world was no longer as dark as before, and light returned to the world once again. Sitting cross-legged on the big rock, Lin Tian's mouth was stained with blood. He opened his mouth to breathe, and his Taoist body was slightly trembling. The power of the heavenly tribulation just now was too terrifying. Under that destructive aura, he felt like a tiny speck of dust. "Uncle, are you okay?" The young girl jumped over. Lin Tian shook his head and forced a smile. "Master." Little Yitong also ran over. Seeing that Lin Tian suddenly coughed up blood and his face was much paler, the little guy immediately became anxious. Whooshing crocodile flapped its wings and flew over. It stared at Lin Tian, its eyes full of shock. "Kid, what's going on with you? It's already very strange that you attracted the heavenly tribulation to kill you when you entered the great virtue realm. Why is it that now that you're entering the enlightenment realm, another heavenly tribulation appears?" This is simply. It had an expression of disbelief. Other cultivators would only attract the heavenly tribulation when they entered the immortal ascension realm because of the change in their true essence and divine power. After that, the heavenly tribulation would not appear again. However, after Lin Tian passed the great tribulation of immortality, he attracted the heavenly tribulation to kill him when he was advancing to the great virtue realm. Now, when he was about to enter the enlightenment realm, another heavenly tribulation descended. This was really unbelievable. Most importantly, the rolling thundercloud just now was really a little scary, and it still made its heart tremble. "My aptitude is too good, and I'll be envied by the heavens," Lin Tian replied. As for why the heavenly tribulation would descend when he was advancing to the enlightenment realm, he was very clear now. It was related to his reincarnation imperial physique. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his state of mind and spirit to a stable state. However, his cultivation level was still outside the enlightenment realm. "What do you mean by being envied by the heavens? I think you've done too many evil things in your previous life. That's why you have to suffer this in this life," Whooshing crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at it and did not say anything. He continued to take deep breaths to adjust his body. At the same time, he felt a little helpless. He had forgotten the problem with his physique again. He had forgotten that every time he entered a major realm, he might attract the heavenly tribulation. "Am I really going to be struck all the way to the emperor realm?" he muttered to himself. Whooshing crocodile looked over. "What are you muttering about?" Lin Tian shook his head. "Nothing." After a pause, he stood up from the big rock. At this time, although he had not entered the enlightenment realm, he was infinitely close to it. He could enter it at any time, and the aura he emitted was much stronger. "What are you going to do next? How are you going to prepare for the heavenly tribulation?" Whooshing crocodile looked at him and said, "Judging from the power of the thundercloud just now, it's simply. Don't mention it." In short, Lord Crocodile estimates that you have to at least find a flawless sacred weapon to pass the next heavenly tribulation. Listening to the Whooshing crocodile's words, Lin Tian couldn't help but be a little speechless. How can a flawless holy weapon be so easy to find? Without a flawless holy weapon, don't try to reach enlightenment for the time being. When the heavenly tribulation comes, you will definitely not be able to resist it. The Whooshing crocodile curled its lips. It was not trying to scare Lin Tian. Instead, it was the truth. From what it had sensed earlier, the might of the thunderclouds was simply enough to destroy the world. Without a flawless sacred weapon, it felt that Lin Tian would not be able to withstand it. "It doesn't matter if you don't have a flawless holy weapon, I have other ways." Lin Tian Dao. At this time, he wasn't in a hurry and was very calm. This made the Whooshing crocodile somewhat curious. "You have a way? What is it?" Tell this Grandpa Crocodile. Alchemy. Lin Tiandao. The whooshing crocodile was taken aback. What? What does transcending a tribulation have to do with alchemy? What do you mean? It frowned. Lin Tian waved his right hand, and a purple grass appeared in his hand. Divine light intertwined around it, and a dragon pattern sealed it. Soul-rotting grass? The destructive thing you got in the heavenly palace of death before, why did you take it out? The whooshing crocodile was puzzled, but then it thought of something and stared at Lin Tian in surprise. You mean, you want to refine the kind of divine pill that can increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects by 10 times at the same time without any side effects? It remembered that when they were in the fifth heaven, their group was sucked into the legendary Extremine Temple. When they were in the heavenly palace of death of the Extremine Temple, Lin Tian took this soul-rotting grass and said that it could be used to refine a kind of divine pill that could increase a cultivator's combat power, speed, spiritual sense, and other aspects by 10 times in an instant without any side effects. At this time, Lin Tian took out this soul-rotting grass and said that he wanted to use it to transcend a tribulation. It roughly understood what he meant. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. With a wave of his right hand, he put the soul-rotting grass back into the stone ring. This? After getting Lin Tian's confirmation, the five-element crocodile's eyes lit up immediately. With your strength after entering the enlightenment realm and increasing your strength in all aspects tenfold, you should be able to get through this thunder punishment heavenly disaster. Its eyes, but then he frowned. Grandpa Crocodile, I vaguely remember that you said that you need at least a peak to refine that kind divine pill at the peak, right? You don't seem to be a 7th grade alchemist yet, let alone a 7th grade alchemist at the peak level. It shouldn't be possible to achieve it in a short time, right? I can do that. Lin Tian smiled and said, after refining the pure yang flame, my alchemy level has already reached the peak of the 6th order alchemist realm. With just a little bit of cultivation, I will be able to step into the 7th order alchemist realm. As I control the alchemy encyclopedia, it has a great effect on my alchemy, so I only need to reach the early 7th order to refine that divine pill. Hearing his words, the whooshing crocodile suddenly widened its eyes. It didn't expect that after Lin Tian refined and controlled the pure yang flame, not only did his cultivation reach the half-step enlightenment realm from the 9th heaven of the Great Path, but his alchemy level also reached the peak of the 6th grade. After a pause, it said again, that's fine. Hurry up and break through to the 7th grade alchemist. After refining that kind of divine pill, give Grandpa Crocodile a few, and then you can begin to transcend the tribulation. Lin Tian glanced at it and said, I've already said that the amount of soul-rotting grass can only refine 3 divine pills at most. Moreover, this is under the condition that there is no mistake. After saying that, he didn't say anything more. He immediately sat cross-legged in the same place again and operated the ancient scripture of the pharmacopoeia. Suddenly, a faint pharmacopoeia divine light intertwined outside his body, causing the place to suddenly have an additional pill chi. The whooshing crocodile looked at him and then looked around to guard him. The girl in white was still the same as before. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Tian without blinking. Little Yutong was naturally the same. She squatted by the side and looked at Lin Tian. Buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, a faint light surrounded him. It was very peaceful. He operated the pharmacopoeia to cultivate. Gradually, the pharmacopoeia divine light outside his body became stronger. The pill chi also became stronger, like a large lake that began to gradually churn. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the light outside Lin Tian's body trembled. Immediately, the pill chi showed signs of condensing. Then, he opened his eyes again and exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi. Done? The whooshing crocodile directly jumped over. You've reached the level of a level 7 alchemist? Yes, I've reached it. Lin Tian nodded. Previously, after refining the pure yang flame, his alchemy level had already reached the peak of the level 6. He could enter the level of a level 7 alchemist at any time. Now that he had cultivated in silence for 3 days, he naturally reached the level of a level 7 alchemist. Then let's hurry up and refine that divine pill. The whooshing crocodile said, oh right, what's that divine pill called again? It's called the ultimate divine pill. The meaning is very simple. It means that it has the miraculous effect of turning a mortal into a god. Lin Tianandao. With a thought, he took out a mysterious azure cauldron. This cauldron is 1 meter high, with various lifelike birds and immortal beasts engraved all over it. It was obtained from the master alchemist's retreat in the second heaven. Although it doesn't have any offensive ability, it's very sturdy. Of course, since it's the master alchemist's cauldron, it's naturally an excellent alchemy cauldron. He placed the mysterious azure cauldron, took out the soul-decaying grass, unlocked the dragon-patterned seal, cut off a part of it, and threw it into the cauldron. Wang. He stretched out his left hand, and a golden pure yang flame appeared. As he approached the green cauldron, a buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the green cauldron. Then, wisps of golden pill fire condensed and burned fiercely without dissipating. He controlled the golden pill fire to envelop the soul-decaying grass he threw into the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, the soul-decaying grass melted, turning into a purple liquid. Then, an extremely amazing fragrance came from the mysterious azure cauldron. This broken grass, it's obviously as fragrant as a life-prolonging elixir, but it's a fierce thing. It's really not worthy of this fragrance. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at it but didn't say anything. The pill fire formed by the pure yang flame was very gentle, but the heat contained in it was very amazing. After melting the soul-decaying grass, it continued to condense. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the mysterious azure cauldron and asked curiously, "You can refine that kind of divine pill with just the soul-decaying grass? You think too much. This is just the core material. It needs to be matched with 49 other materials." Lin Tianandao. As he said, he waved his right hand, and a large number of herbs and pills flew out from the stone ring and arranged neatly next to him. Over the years, he had been to many places, destroyed several great sects, and obtained many treasures. Naturally, he had a very complete set of materials for alchemy. Except for some very rare materials, he had a lot of ordinary materials. He stared at the mysterious azure cauldron and carefully controlled the pill fire formed by the pure yang flame. After refining the soul-decaying grass to a certain extent, he moved his mind and threw the other 49 materials into the mysterious azure cauldron in a certain order and proportion. Wang. Suddenly, a halo appeared in the mysterious azure cauldron, and then slowly dissipated. His expression was serious, and his right hand moved. He also took out the pure yang flame and turned it into pill fire to refine pills. It had to be said that in the process of refining pills with the pill fire formed by the pure yang flame, he found that all the materials were very easy to refine, and the quality of the refined materials was very amazing. As expected of the divine fire, he thought to himself. Beside him, little Yitong blinked her eyes and looked curiously at Lin Tian. From time to time, she would move her head to the side of the mysterious azure cauldron, and then immediately move back. Lin Tian chuckled. He made a few pill seals with his hands and put them near the mysterious azure cauldron again, making the pill fire in the mysterious azure cauldron even purer. Chi. 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 From the outside, one could hear the sounds coming from the mysterious azure cauldron, like bubbles bursting. Lin Tian controlled it silently. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. After 6 hours, he stopped and gently opened the mouth of the mysterious azure cauldron. Suddenly, a strong fragrance came out. Looking into the mysterious azure cauldron, there was a thumb-sized purple divine pill floating in the mysterious azure cauldron. It was surrounded by wisps of light mist, as if it had fallen from the celestial realm. It was very magical and made people want to swallow it. Success! Lin Tian's eyes shone brightly. He waved his hand and took the purple divine pill out of the mysterious azure cauldron. Wuxing Crocodile came over. Is this the Transcendence divine pill you were talking about? It looks good. As it spoke, its eyes shone brightly. Can this thing really increase one's strength by 10 times in an instant? Of course. Lin Tiandao. This was a divine pill recorded in the medicine encyclopedia. It was written by one of the 9 celestial venerables, the master apothecary. Naturally, it could not be wrong. He stared at the Transcendence divine pill with bright eyes. The pure yang flame is a great help. It can be 100% successful. With the amount of soul-rotting grass, he could refine 3 Transcendence Divine Pills without any mistakes. At the beginning, he had estimated the success rate and thought that he would make some mistakes. In the end, he would only be able to refine 2 Transcendence Divine Pills at most. But now, with the help of the pure Yang flame, he was confident that he could refine 3 Transcendence Divine Pills with a 100% success rate. Continue. He carefully put away the Transcendence Divine Pill and began the next round of refining. Just like that, 16 hours passed in the blink of an eye. In these 16 hours, he refined 2 more Transcendence Divine Pills. Both times, he used the pure Yang flame to condense the pill fire. Then, he perfectly refined 2 Transcendence Divine Pills. Including the one he refined at the beginning, he had 3 Transcendence Divine Pills in total. 10 times combat strength 3 times. He muttered to himself. Whooshing Crocodile came over with shining eyes. Good stuff. Increasing a cultivator's strength by 10 times without any side effects was definitely an amazing divine pill. Its value was immeasurable. After this heavenly tribulation, if there are any left, I'll give them to you. Lin Tian said to Whooshing Crocodile. Then, he tilted his head and looked out of the valley. Next, I'll find a suitable place to start the heavenly tribulation. With 3 Transcendence Divine Pills in hand, he could accumulate 10-fold combat strength 3 times. Now, he was ready to transcend the tribulation. Let's go. Lin Tian beckoned little Yitong and the others to leave the valley. His enlightenment tribulation would definitely be terrifying. He needed to find a very spacious and deserted place to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, many innocent people would suffer. Let's go to the westernmost part of this heaven. There's a vast wasteland there. Whooshing Crocodile said. It was still very familiar with this heaven domain, so it immediately led the way. Very quickly, an entire 12 hours had passed. At this time, a vast wasteland appeared in front of him. It had a radius of about tens of thousands of feet. There were withered grass that was half a person's height, low shrubs, and small swamps. There was not a single person in sight. Seeing this, Lin Tian nodded slightly. Such a place was very suitable for him to transcend the tribulation. He would not hurt others. Take the little guy and the girl away from here, he said to Whooshing Crocodile. Then, he soared into the sky and walked towards the center of this vast wasteland. Uncle, you can do it, the girl shouted. Little Yitong followed suit. Master, you can do it. Whooshing Crocodile wrapped the girl and the boy in a demonic light and retreated further away from this wasteland. At this time, Lin Tian had already arrived at the center of this wasteland. He turned his head to look at Whooshing Crocodile, little Yitong, and the girl in white. Seeing that they had all retreated far away, he relaxed and turned his head again. He took a deep breath. His eyes were intertwined with a bright light. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra to the extreme. His essence, energy, and spirit boiled as he began to break through to the enlightenment realm. Buzz. Golden divine light intertwined around his body. Tao Law and immortal radiance surrounded him. A powerful aura spread out. Then, almost in an instant, a majestic aura rushed out of his body, causing his entire person to become a little different. At this time, he directly stepped into the enlightenment realm at the fastest speed. Boom! The boundless sky directly exploded. Rolling thunderclouds covered the sky, and darkness enveloped the land in an instant. As far as the eye could see, above Lin Tian's head, there was a huge thundercloud vortex. The pitch-black thundercloud rolled and rotated, one circle after another. Strands of blood-red lightning interweaved within, and the destructive power was shocking. Damn, this power is really, in the distance, Whooshing Crocodile felt his heart tremble. How terrifying. Little Yitong shrunk her neck. Dong. In the sky, thunder rumbled like the beating of a sacred drum. Streaks of tribulation light brewed at the center of the thundercloud vortex, and oppressive fluctuations interweaved in all directions in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian stood at the center of the vast wilderness. He only felt that there seemed to be a pair of cold eyes in the thundercloud vortex. At this moment, they were staring straight at him. The destructive aura completely locked onto him. It was much more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation of the great virtue realm. His whole body was cold. He clearly felt the threat of death, but his expression did not change at all. With a wave of his right hand, the purple transcendence divine pill appeared in his hand. It was surrounded by strands of light mist, hazy and magical. At this time, his body was suppressed by this lightning. All the bones in his body were cracking, but he stared straight at the sky. When the blood-red lightning and the thundercloud vortex interweaved to a certain extent, he raised his hand, wrapped the transcendence divine pill in his right hand with divine power, and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, his body shook, and the aura outside his body began to skyrocket. It was like a dormant volcano had begun to erupt. Boom! Golden divine light penetrated his body and covered his body like blazing flames. It was dense to the extreme. The majestic power caused the ground beneath his feet to be unable to bear it, and it could not stop shaking. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile stared at this scene, and its eyes widened again. This is the effect of the Transcendence Divine Pill? This kid. His aura at this time is simply. Looking at the current Lin Tian, it could not help but be shocked. It only felt that Lin Tian's current power was like a bottomless pit. It seemed that even a half-step to Nirvana realm expert could be easily blasted to death. Boom! In the vast wilderness, the golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body became denser. It burned like a raging fire, surging and surging violently. At this moment, he stood there like an immortal god of war, as if he could easily shatter everything. He clenched his fist slightly. At this moment, he could clearly feel his strength. The divine power in his body seemed to be able to drown everything. His spiritual perception and physical strength had skyrocketed. He felt that there was nothing he could not do at this moment. With the Transcendence Divine Pill, he could increase his battle strength by 10 times. He raised his head and looked at the destructive thunderclouds in the sky. His eyes were bright and resplendent, just like an emperor of a generation. Come! Boom! The sky trembled fiercely. The oppressive aura became denser, and the destructive waves became more intense. The heavenly Tao seemed to feel that Lin Tian was provoking him, and it also seemed that the lightning punishment had just finished brewing. At this moment, the first bolt of lightning struck down, straight towards Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, the space directly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, this bolt of lightning appeared above Lin Tian's head and mercilessly struck down. Boom! Lin Tian was directly submerged by this bolt of lightning. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and the space within a radius of dozens of feet completely collapsed. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile's expression changed on the spot. It did not expect that the first bolt of lightning would strike Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, after the smoke and dust in front of it dissipated, it was moved again. It saw that Lin Tian was standing straight in the same place. The golden light outside his body was still dense, and he was intact. He did not even move his feet. Even the ground under his feet was not broken. This made its eyes widen even more. This brat deliberately did not dodge and forcibly took that bolt of lightning. Moreover, he even protected the ground under his feet and was not struck by the lightning. Looking ahead, its eyes were full of shock. This, 10 times his battle strength. How strong is this brat now? It was very clear how terrifying that bolt of lightning was just now. Striking and killing an ordinary fourth sky of enlightenment was simply easier than piercing through tofu. However, Lin Tian, at this time, unreservedly took this bolt of lightning with his physical body. He was actually intact. Uncle is so powerful. The girl in white shouted. Little Yitong continued to imitate her. Master is so powerful. Ahead, in the middle of the wasteland, Lin Tian was looking up at the firmament. Just now, he did nothing. He only used his pure physique and the golden divine light intertwined outside to defend. However, the lightning that struck him did not have the slightest effect on him. This made the light in his eyes even stronger. The Transcendence Divine Pill, 10 times his battle strength. Now, he did not feel the threat of the heavenly tribulation at all. Again. He stared at the firmament and made a sound. Boom. Almost at the instant he made a sound, in the firmament, the lightning became even more turbulent. The blood-colored lightning condensed like a blood dragon. It was densely packed and turned into a huge lightning dragon that was more than 10 feet thick. The dragon's head was aimed at him, vast and mighty, crushing all the lightning power. Immediately, in the next moment, this huge lightning dragon let out a loud roar. The dragon's body trembled, and it charged straight at Lin Tian. Ka! 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 Everywhere the lightning dragon passed, the void was instantly annihilated. Spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. For a moment, a fierce wind swept through the wasteland. Many shrubs and withered grass were lifted up along with the soil. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dragon pressed down. The entire wasteland trembled violently as if an astonishing earthquake had occurred. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the wasteland. The black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly in the wind, but his expression did not change in the slightest. He watched indifferently as the lightning dragon pressed down. When the lightning dragon landed 10 feet away from him, he moved. Simple and direct. He raised his right hand and punched at the firmament. Boom, with a boom, a huge golden beam of light rushed out from the tip of his fist. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it directly landed on the oncoming lightning dragon. Suddenly, there was another loud boom. The huge lightning dragon trembled violently and then exploded on the spot. 10 times his battle strength. What a freak! That kind of destructive lightning dragon was actually smashed into pieces with a single punch. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile was shocked. Above the firmament, the thundercloud vortex vibrated. The blood-colored lightning was dense and intertwined. With a sizzling sound, there was another boom. 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 This time, 3 consecutive sounds that sounded like the beating of heavenly drums rang out. The vortex in the middle of the thundercloud became bigger, and a rain of thunder and lightning directly pressed down. The lightning in the middle was very dense, and every bolt of lightning was as thick as a bucket, which was terrifying. Such a scene made the 5 elements crocodile suddenly couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Such a thunderstorm was simply destruction for the sake of destruction. It estimated that even if a powerhouse of the 6th sky of Wuzhen came, his body and soul would be destroyed in an instant. Lin Tian was in the middle of the wasteland, but he was still calm. His eyes were intertwined with light. He was fearless of this thunderstorm. His movements were very simple. He still only waved his fist. With pure physical strength, he faced the falling thunderstorm. Boom, 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 under the power of his fist, the dense thunderstorm collapsed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. He looked at the firmament, and his body stood straight. Come on. With the help of the Transcendence Elixir, his strength in all aspects had increased by 10 times. He really didn't care about the heavenly tribulation thunder punishment in the firmament. At least at this time, there was no pressure. Boom, the thunder rolled, and there was an even more shocking roar. The heavenly Tao of thunder punishment seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lin Tian's provocation. This time, the 4th and 5th round of tribulation lightning came crashing down together. A lightning river and a lightning palace seemed to have come crashing down from the sky. The cracking sound kept ringing. As the 2 rounds of tribulation thunder fell together, the entire wasteland began to collapse. Lin Tian stood in the wasteland without any change in his emotions. The 4th and 5th round of tribulation thunder still didn't make him feel the slightest pressure. The 10-fold increase in combat power made him feel as if he was standing in an invincible domain at this moment. Buzz. The great deity king arcane technique of the Bai family was unleashed with Lin Tian's current strength that had skyrocketed by 10 times. The divine shadow was at least several hundred feet tall, and it was incomparably solid, as if a real war god had been summoned by him. The huge divine palm intertwined with resplendent golden radiance, mightily striking towards the heavens. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the 4th round of tribulation lightning that descended from the heavens immediately collapsed on the spot, directly shattering into pieces. Immediately after, the deity king divine palm's momentum did not decrease, landing on the thunder hall that was formed by the 5th round of heavenly tribulation. With a whoosh, it was struck into pieces, and blood-red arcs of lightning splashed everywhere. In the distance, whooshing crocodile stared at this scene, and couldn't help but gasp, damn it, what a freak. These 2 terrifying rounds of heavenly tribulation lightning punishment could simply obliterate a powerhouse of the 7th heavenly layer of Wuzhen easily, but they were smashed into pieces one after another by Lin Tian's ordinary divine ability, which really made it somewhat shocked. Boom! Thunder resounded in the heavens, and the thunderclouds became even more turbulent. The blood-red lightning became more and more numerous, and more dense. The instant the 4th and 5th round of tribulation lightning shattered, the thundercloud vortex directly opened up, and a huge lightning ball appeared, ruthlessly pressing down. Then, the thunderclouds boiled again, and a blood-red lightning net condensed, also falling down. Everywhere it passed, the space was cut into countless pieces, and the spatial turbulence caused a great frenzy. After that, the cry of a celestial bird rang out, and a celestial phoenix completely condensed from lightning appeared, swooping down from the heavens. The 6th round of lightning punishment, the 7th round of lightning punishment, and the 8th round of lightning punishment, each more terrifying than the last, all pressed down together at this moment. For a moment, the wasteland trembled even more violently, and cracks appeared one after another, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Even the ground was sinking downwards, sinking down a full 3 feet in the blink of an eye. This kind of lightning punishment was undoubtedly very terrifying, causing people to tremble in fear. Violent hurricanes swept up in this wasteland. Lin Tian stood in the wasteland, his clothes fluttering in the wind. At this time, he finally felt a trace of pressure. Of course, it was only a trace. Activating 10 times his combat strength gave him the ability to look down on this kind of lightning punishment. Facing the 3 consecutive rounds of lightning punishment, Yang Kai waved his right hand again and a golden flame instantly surged out. With his current strength, it directly burned down the surrounding space, pure Yang flame. Yang Kai's voice was indifferent as he threw a punch towards the sky, his pure Yang flame instantly turning into a golden sea of fire that directly swallowed everything. In an instant, the entire wasteland was enveloped in an extremely scorching heat flow. Large areas of the earth were melted. Chi, 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 sounds rang out one after another. Above the firmament, the void was annihilated. 3 consecutive rounds of lightning punishment were instantly incinerated. In the distance, Wuxing crocodile opened its mouth, but no words came out. Under the pressure of those 3 terrifying thunder tribulations, the destructive power contained within them was actually so easily incinerated by Lin Tian's pure Yang flame. As expected of the legendary divine flame, as expected of the accumulation of 10 times combat strength. This heavenly tribulation is probably the easiest tribulation in history. It couldn't help but roll its eyes. Master is so amazing. Little Yutong blinked and said, her big eyes full of worship. The girl in white stood at the side and looked at Lin Tian seriously. Also at this time, a rumble rang out in the sky again. This time, 10,000 thunderbolts appeared together. Each one was 3 feet thick, and each one seemed to be able to easily crush a powerhouse at the 8th heaven of Wuzhen. As soon as they appeared, they caused the surrounding space to shatter. Even the space turbulence couldn't flow out and was directly annihilated by this aura. Peerlessly terrifying, this was the simplest word that could be used to describe this 9th round of heavenly tribulation. Since ancient times, 9 has been the limit. Heavenly tribulation uses 9 as the number. Resist this round, and you'll pass. Wuxing crocodile's eyes intertwined with a demonic light. Boom! Thunder rumbled and the sky trembled. 10,000 thunderbolts appeared together and pressed towards Lin Tian mercilessly without stopping at all. The wind swept and the ground sank. Every inch of the space within a radius of a few hundred feet was full of destructive power at this moment. Lin Tian squinted and stared at the sky. The pressure was several times greater than before, making him feel a little threatened. However, his expression was still calm. With a buzz, he propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and faced the sky majestically. All of a sudden, the sky trembled and the vast wilderness shook. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory that he activated with 10 times his combat strength was so powerful that it could be said to be terrifying. It was as if he had really pulled out a heaven-splitting sacred diagram. It immediately spread out a hazy sacred radiance and spun towards the sky. Ka! 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 The crisp sounds continued, and the 10,000 thunderbolts that fell from the sky seemed a little fragile at this moment. They shattered and broke apart. After more than 10 breaths, the 10,000 thunderbolts finally collapsed completely and dissipated completely. The 9th round of heavenly tribulation was shattered. Done. In the distance, whooshing crocodile laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, its laughter gradually stopped, because above the sky, the pitch-black thundercloud vortex still existed and didn't dissipate. This is? It frowned. Since ancient times, the heavenly tribulation has a maximum number of 9. After 9 rounds of tribulation lightning, the heavenly tribulation should dissipate, and 7 colored auspicious clouds should appear to reward the person transcending the tribulation. Even if there were more thunderbolts, it would be considered a new heavenly tribulation, just like the 2 heavenly tribulations that Lin Tian transcended consecutively when he ascended to the great Tao realm in the 5th heaven. However, at this moment, after 9 rounds of tribulation lightning, the 7 colored auspicious clouds didn't appear, and the thundercloud vortex in the sky showed no signs of dissipating. Most importantly, there was an even more terrifying destructive power brewing in the thunderclouds. Lin Tian's expression also changed at this moment. The thunderclouds in the sky trembled, and the blood-red lightning became denser and denser. The world became darker, and this darkness spread crazily to the surroundings, almost enveloping the entire 6th heaven. This gave him a feeling of absurdity, as if the next moment was the real beginning of his Wuzhen heavenly tribulation. Boom! Shocking thunder resounded throughout the world. In the sky, the dark thunderclouds rolled and trembled, rotating like a vortex. In the next moment, the thunderclouds split open, and a total of 18 blood-red thunder palaces appeared. Each of them seemed to be an ancient temple, and each of them exuded terrifying destructive fluctuations. In an instant, the entire 6th heaven trembled. The oppressive aura was like a rolling sea, quickly sweeping to every corner of this world. For a time, most of the cultivators in this heaven felt this destructive aura, and many creatures trembled in fear. What's going on? The sky is beginning to darken. Suddenly, is it going to be night? This, in the 6th heaven, all the cultivators were shocked. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded in the sky of the 6th heaven, clearly spreading throughout the entire 6th heaven, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. What the hell is this? This seems to be the aura of a heavenly tribulation. Is someone crossing the immortal ascension tribulation? But, whose tribulation can have such power and aura? Even the immortal ascension tribulation of the ancient Empyreans was far from this level, right? What the hell is going on? In this heaven, countless powerful cultivators were shocked. Boom! Another roar sounded. In the 6th heaven, the sky became darker, and the oppressive aura became denser. Under this oppressive aura, in the mountains of this heaven, many fierce beasts that were originally very active suddenly fell down, trembling in fear. It was also at this moment that the space in the dark mountain at the very end of the southern part of the heaven region shook. A pair of dark eyes suddenly opened. They were cold, deep, and emotionless as they stared at the vast wasteland where Lin Tian was undergoing his tribulation. Wuzhen, heavenly tribulation. As the 4 words came out, the eyes were cold, causing the entire world to shake slightly. The space in all directions couldn't help but distort, then collapse inch by inch. Interesting. Almost at the same time, a pair of deep eyes opened at the eastern, northern and southeastern ends of this heaven region. They looked towards the place where Lin Tian was undergoing his tribulation as strange light intertwined in their eyes. Boom! In the great wilderness, the sky shook again. The 18 thunder temples that appeared in the thunderclouds were even more terrifying and shocking. Under such an oppressive aura, Lin Tian's face didn't look too good. At this moment, even though he had used the Transcendence Divine Pill to increase his combat power by 10 times, he still felt the threat of death. His back became a little cold for the first time. Finally, along with another rumble, the 18 lightning palaces in the sky finally moved, slowly descending towards the ground. Transcending the extreme number of heavenly tribulations in history, the 10th tribulation had arrived. Immediately, the entire great wilderness was shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and all the grass and shrubs were destroyed. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile couldn't help but tremble. It wrapped little Yutong and the white-cloaked girl in a demonic light and retreated far away. It only stopped after retreating several hundred meters away from the edge of the great wilderness, and looked at the 18 falling thunder temples in shock. The 10th tribulation lightning, this. It stared at the 18 terrifying thunder temples that were slowly falling, and then looked at Lin Tian, who was in the middle of the great wilderness. This kid, was he really full of evil in his previous life? Why is the heavens so against him in this life? Boom! Thunder resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earth. The 18 thunder temples fell, and with every inch they fell, the aura of destruction became even stronger. Lin Tian was below the 18 thunder temples. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. At this time, staring at the 10th tribulation lightning in the sky, he was a little doubtful. Was his physique really so hated by the heavens? After the extreme number of 9 had passed, the heavenly tribulation didn't show any signs of stopping. The 10th tribulation actually came down, and it was so terrifying. If he really cared about it, this couldn't be considered a heavenly tribulation at all. It was basically going to destroy him completely. Lin Tian clenched his teeth as he watched the 18 thunder palaces descend from the sky. He really wanted to curse, Mother ***. However, he didn't do so in the end. He stared at the top of his head as the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory was unfolded again, releasing rays of light that collided with the 18 thunder palaces. Immediately afterwards, the two collided in the blink of an eye. Boom! All of a sudden, tyrannical fluctuations spread rapidly in all directions. The reincarnation diagram of the king's territory that he had activated with tenfold combat power was still astonishingly powerful. Even the terrifying 10th round of tribulation thunder was still crushed in the sky. However, the reincarnation diagram had also become much weaker as a result. It trembled a few times before shattering and breaking apart. In the distance, whooshing crocodile was moved again. The stacking of tenfold combat power is indeed terrifying. He actually managed to block such a terrifying 10th round of tribulation thunder. He had seen the scene of Lin Tian transcending the heavenly tribulation of the Tao realm back then, and it could be said to be extremely miserable. Compared to that time, Lin Tian transcending the heavenly tribulation of the enlightenment realm was way too easy. Boom! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing as it exploded in the sky again. As far as the eye could see, the sky had become even darker, and an even more terrifying aura was pressing down on this part of the sky. Vast thunderclouds rolled and surged. Immediately afterwards, a boundless sea of thunder appeared, and every bolt of lightning was extremely terrifying. The 11th round of tribulation thunder. Boom! The sea of thunder surged, and as soon as it appeared, it exuded a mighty wave that could destroy everything, causing the entire ground to tremble. At this moment, cracking sounds could be heard continuously, and the vast wasteland continued to collapse and sink. It was a complete scene of destruction. With a rumbling sound, the 11th round of lightning sea had yet to truly descend, but tiny bolts of lightning had already struck down. These bolts of lightning looked quite small, but in fact, they were intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura. Every bolt of lightning was like the 9th round of tribulation thunder, and it was terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the vast wasteland and completely ignored these tiny bolts of lightning. He only held up a golden divine light defense. At this moment, his gaze stared at the boundless sea of lightning at the highest point, and his eyes were interwoven with deep divine radiance. Staring at this boundless sea of lightning, he felt an even more terrifying threat. As such, he did not wait for this sea of lightning to descend. Instead, he took the initiative to move. He activated the powerful killing sword in the Ling Tian sword manual with tenfold battle prowess, causing densely packed Ling Tian sword intent to form a golden rain of Ling Tian swords that rushed into the sky. Clang, 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 the clanging of swords was ear-piercing. At this moment, the dense streaks of sword light entered the boundless sea of lightning, causing the sea of lightning to tremble as thousands of cracks appeared. Then, he lifted the reincarnation portrait again. With a thought, he threw the reincarnation portrait into the sky and pressed down on the sea of lightning. This time, the sea of lightning could not hold on and shattered with a crack. In the distance, whooshing crocodile's eyes widened. The 11th round of lightning punishment hadn't even truly descended, but it was actually destroyed by Lin Tian. This brat, boom, just as it was about to lament, another bolt of lightning exploded in the sky. In the sky, densely packed killing lights rolled. The 12th round of lightning punishment descended, and a huge lightning millstone appeared. It was like a millstone that wanted to obliterate the entire world. It was horrifying. With a rumble, the lightning millstone did not stop this time. As soon as it appeared, it pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. At this moment, even though he had activated tenfold battle prowess, he still felt a very terrifying threat. He did not dare to be careless. With a low roar, he activated the reincarnation portrait and the Great Path precepts. Then, with a thought, he merged the two into the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path and faced the lightning millstone that was pressing down. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the two collided and fought fiercely. This sort of collision was extremely terrifying. It caused numerous enormous rifts to appear in the boundless expanse of space, and it caused expanse after expanse of space to be obliterated. On the other hand, the expanse of desolation that Lin Tian resided in had naturally sunk even deeper. Cough. Lin Tian's body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The lightning millstone formed by the 12th round of lightning punishment was too terrifying. Even though he activated the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path with tenfold battle prowess, he was still injured. Moreover, at this moment, his power began to weaken. The tenfold battle prowess that was activated by the ultimate divine elixir was about to disappear. He gritted his teeth slightly, and his eyes trembled slightly. He opened the divine eye of delusion and looked at the lightning millstone in the sky. In an instant, he saw strands of blood-red lightning that intertwined into the lightning millstone. They were like lines that intertwined together, and he could barely see the thinnest point in it. Break! Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he spat out this word. With a rumble, he used the divine eye of delusion to see through the lightning millstone. He controlled the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path and faced the weakest corner of the lightning millstone. Immediately, the lightning millstone trembled violently. Then, cracks spread all over and it shattered into pieces. However, even so, there was still a great force of lightning punishment that passed through the reincarnation portrait of the Great Path and landed on his body, shaking him back dozens of feet. Cough. He coughed up blood again, and his face paled slightly. It was also at this moment that his body trembled slightly. The golden divine light on his body weakened, and his aura also weakened a lot. In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile naturally sensed the change in Lin Tian's aura. The effects of the ultimate divine elixir have worn off. In the wilderness, Lin Tian panted slightly. Then, he looked at the sky again. At this moment, the thundercloud vortex in the sky was still there, but it had become even darker and more terrifying. It was as if it was going to swallow one's mind. Then, in the next moment, another rumble sounded. The 13th round of lightning tribulation manifested. It was completely formed by lightning, and there were more than 100 ferocious beasts and birds. They trampled the sky, and their roars shattered the earth. They swarmed toward Lin Tian. However, this was not the end. After the 13th round of lightning tribulation, the 14th round of lightning tribulation also manifested. It was a densely packed celestial mountain. Every celestial mountain was formed by lightning, and every celestial mountain was extremely terrifying. Boom! With a loud rumble, the space in all directions collapsed at the same time. Moreover, as the 2 rounds of lightning tribulation pressed down, the densely packed lightning at the edges also fell. They were all terrifyingly destructive. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. He swallowed the second ultimate divine elixir as fast as he could. Once again, he activated 10 times his combat strength. He stared at the sky with his delusion breaker divine eye, summoned the Great Path reincarnation diagram, and faced the attack. Suddenly, the Great Path reincarnation diagram collided with the 13th and 14th rounds of lightning tribulation. Then, after a few breaths, the Great Path reincarnation diagram was shattered. The 2 rounds of lightning tribulation pressed down together and directly drowned him. In an instant, the entire wilderness became dilapidated. Everywhere was charred black, and the surface of the ground sank by a full 3 feet. Smoke and dust enveloped all directions. Whoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. Lin Tian rushed out of the smoke and dust. More than half of his body was shattered, and he was covered in blood. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile revealed a shocked expression. Even with 10 times his combat strength, he was still injured to this extent. This, in the wilderness, Lin Tian panted. He activated the nirvana of the sun technique and immediately reformed his body. He stared at the thunderclouds that still existed in the sky, and his expression gradually turned ugly. Just now, he activated 10 times his combat strength. He used both the Great Path reincarnation diagram and the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye, but half of his body was still shattered. Dong! There was another rumble. This time, the thunderclouds were boiling. The 15th round of lightning tribulation formed, and a cross-shaped lightning tribulation appeared and pressed down directly. The cross-shaped lightning didn't cover a large area, but its power was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, Lin Tian's heart trembled. He only felt that his internal organs were cold. At this moment, even though he activated 10 times his combat strength, he still felt that it was difficult to resist. He gritted his teeth. The reincarnation diagram, the Great Path precepts, the pure young flame, the seal of 4 symbols, the divination divine technique, and other means were all used together to meet the 15th round of lightning tribulation. Boom! The two sides collided, and the divine power was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation diagram and other things were all shattered. The cross-shaped lightning tribulation pressed down directly. After being blocked by the reincarnation diagram and other things, the cross-shaped lightning tribulation weakened a lot. However, its killing power was still extremely shocking. Pfft. This time, even though Lin Tian had the help of the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye and activated 10 times his combat strength, he still suffered great injuries. His physical body directly exploded, and blood stained a large area of the ground. In the sky, the rolling thunderclouds didn't even give him the slightest time to react. The 16th and 17th round of lightning tribulation appeared at the same time. Without any pause, they directly pressed down on the ground. In an instant, the entire wilderness sank again, and the earth and stones crumbled inch by inch. Lin Tian had just regathered his physical body with the Sun Nirvana technique, but he was submerged by the 16th and 17th round of lightning tribulation. Even with the help of the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye, he couldn't avoid it. Pfft. Once again, his body exploded, and his divine soul and source both dimmed a little. The blood-red flames flickered, and the Sun Nirvana technique was activated. In the blink of an eye, he condensed his physical body again. His face was solemn as he looked at the sky. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky became a little quiet, but the destructive fluctuations were getting stronger and stronger. Immediately, after 9 breaths, the dark thunderclouds in the sky exploded, and the 18th round of lightning tribulation emerged. This time, there was only one lightning bolt, but it was hundreds of meters in diameter. Moreover, the destructive aura it exuded made the entire sky seem like it was about to collapse. The 6th heaven was shaking uncontrollably, unable to stop at all. Lin Tian was in the center of this lightning beam. His powerful body trembled uncontrollably, and cold sweat flowed down his back. Under this lightning beam, he suddenly felt as if he was covered by a boundless darkness in an instant. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels became somewhat cold, and he felt as if he was about to be obliterated by this lightning beam in an instant. However, this was only for a moment. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth fiercely and quickly calmed himself down. By relying on 10 times the combat power, I can resist it. He gritted his teeth. This should be the last round. As the one transcending the tribulation, at this time, he could barely sense that this was the last round of lightning tribulation. He had to pass it. Come on. He opened the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye and roared towards the sky. He activated the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram, Divining Divine Technique, High Heaven Sword Scripture, Dragon Burial Secret Technique, Pure Young Flame, 4 Symbols Seal, and other techniques at 10 times the combat power. Then, he operated the Weapon Control Technique and pulled out more than 100 high-grade Tao weapons, causing them to explode and rush towards the sky. It was also at this time that the 18th round of lightning tribulation fell from the sky, and the huge lightning beam instantly annihilated everything. The huge bolt of lightning descended, drowning out everything. It directly collided with the various abilities and techniques that Lin Tian had unleashed. At that moment, the entire great wilderness collapsed once again, and the ground caved in by a full 5 feet in an instant. Boom! A strong wind swept across the space, and smoke and dust covered everything. At this moment, the entire sixth heaven was trembling. It wasn't until dozens of breaths later that everything calmed down. In the sky, the rolling thunderclouds gradually dissipated, and the world regained its clarity. As far as the eye could see, the great wasteland, which had a circumference of tens of thousands of feet, was utterly ruined. The ground had sunk a great deal, and scorch marks could be seen everywhere. Bolts of lightning could be seen interweaving in the air, making crackling noises. When the smoke and dust dissipated slightly, in the middle of the great wilderness, Lin Tian's body was completely gone. Only a pool of broken flesh and blood was left on the scorched ground. Buzz! In the bright sky, a large expanse of auspicious clouds gathered, displaying 7 different types of radiance, divine and holy. This auspicious cloud floated right above the pile of flesh on the surface of the great wasteland. With a slight tremble, a large expanse of 7-colored light descended, enveloping the pile of flesh on the scorched ground. Strands of 7-colored light quickly surged into the pile of flesh. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed, and the pool of flesh and blood quickly surged, absorbing the 7-colored light. At the same time, blood-red flames jumped out, condensing into Lin Tian's true body in the blink of an eye. Even his clothes were reassembled. "Uncle! Master!" Far away from the great wilderness, the girl in white and little Yitong shouted towards him. Whooshing Crocodile also let out a sigh of relief. We finally passed. In the great wilderness, Lin Tian was shrouded in 7-colored light. He raised his head and smiled faintly at the 2 people and the crocodile. Relying on the 2 Transcendence Divine pills to increase his combat power by 10 times, he forcibly survived the Enlightenment Lightning punishment. The process wasn't too difficult. At this moment, the 7-colored auspicious light in the sky descended and enveloped him. He immediately channeled the Sun Heart Sutra and absorbed the 7-colored light to stabilize his cultivation in the Enlightenment realm. At the same time, he used the divine light to temper his physical body. The 7-colored light that appeared after transcending the heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly a treasure among treasures, and he couldn't waste a single bit of it. Buzz! He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and seriously refined the 7-colored light to cultivate. The aura on his body recovered in the blink of an eye and became stronger and stronger. His essence, energy, and spirit were all surging. 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the rainbow-colored clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and Lin Tian's aura was extremely powerful. Middle stage of the first layer of Wuzhen. He thought to himself. It had to be said that the benefits of going through 18 consecutive rounds of destruction of heaven's punishment were great. It made his cultivation go from the early stage of the first sky of enlightenment to the middle stage of the first sky of enlightenment. This was enough for him to cultivate for several months. Moreover, at the same time, he was able to clearly feel that his body, divine sense, soul, and so on had made a huge leap. At this moment, purely in terms of body, he believed that an ordinary half-step nirvana stage expert would find it difficult to compare with him. In terms of true combat strength, if he exerted his full strength now, it was sufficient to battle an expert at the 9th level of Wuzhen stage. Very good. He secretly said to himself, and his eyes were intertwined with a bright light. Needless to say, his level of strength was extremely frightening, because the closer one was to the end of the cultivation, the greater the gap between each small realm. The realm of enlightenment was already the 7th major realm on the path of cultivation. He had just entered this major realm, but he was already able to fight against the 9th celestial level cultivators in this major realm. It was enough to be called supernature-defying. Not bad. Whooshing Crocodile flew over and looked at him up and down. Its eyes were very bright, and it could feel Lin Tian's current strength. Immediately, it looked around and clicked its tongue. It squinted at Lin Tian and said, another piece of land was destroyed. At this time, this vast wilderness that had existed since ancient times was completely destroyed. It would definitely be barren within 10,000 years. Lin Tian, listening to Whooshing Crocodile's words, he was quite embarrassed. When he crossed the Great Tao Tribulation in the fifth heaven, a large mountain range was also destroyed, but now, it was even more exaggerated than that time. It's the fault of the heavenly tribulation, the fault of the heavenly tribulation. He coughed dryly. Whooshing crocodile curled its lips and squinted at him. Then, its eyes lit up again, and it stretched out its claws directly at Lin Tian. Transcendence divine pill, there is one more, hurry up and give it to your grandpa crocodile. It said. Lin Tian gave an O. Although the Transcendence divine pill was priceless, the 5 elements crocodile was one of his own, so he would naturally not be stingy. He directly took out the last Transcendence divine pill and tossed it to the 5 elements crocodile. Whooshing crocodile took the Transcendence divine pill and laughed suddenly. Its eyes were full of light. A Baodan that could instantly multiply one's combat power by 10 times in an instant, and there were no side effects after the medicinal effect passed. The value of such a thing was simply immeasurable. It carefully put it away and couldn't help but laugh again. It then looked at Lin Tiandao and said, Brat Lin, in a few days, take some time to find some soul-rotting grass and refine a few more of these divine pills. Refine 100 or 80 of them. Lin Tian squinted at it and said, do you think soul-rotting grass is so easy to find? The growth conditions of this thing are very harsh. In a sense, it is more precious than divine medicines that can prolong one's life for tens of thousands of years. It's not something I can find easily. Is it really that hard to find? Whooshing crocodile was suspicious. Nonsense, it's that hard to find. Or, do you think I don't want to refine 10 times my combat power a few more times? Lin Tian continued to squint at it and said, why don't you think about where I found the soul-rotting grass I used to refine these 3 Transcendence divine pills? It's in the heavenly palace of death in the Extremine Temple. Why don't you find a chance to go in and look for it again? Whooshing crocodile, in the end, it could only curl its lips and roll its eyes. Even if it was beaten to death, it would never want to go to the heavenly palace of death again. Moreover, that place was not somewhere it could go as it wished. The wasteland was in ruins. They paused here for a while and then prepared to leave. Let's go to the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. Lin Tian said. Now that he had reached the Enlightenment realm, he did not need to do anything. He just had to fight his way up. Let's go. Whooshing crocodile laughed loudly. Immediately, 3 people and 1 crocodile walked out of the wasteland. However, it was also at this moment that this expanse of space suddenly trembled, and then it suddenly became oppressive, deathly silent, and shocking. Lin Tian trembled. He felt an aura 10,000 times more terrifying than the Enlightenment realm heavenly tribulation descending here. At the same time, Whooshing crocodile also felt it and its body shook violently. They raised their heads and saw 4 figures in the sky above the wasteland. All of them looked like middle-aged men. One wore a blood-red robe, one had a head of brown hair, one wore purple armor, and one wore gray clothes. All 4 of them had cold eyes. For a moment, Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile were shocked again. Emperor Aura. Whooshing crocodile trembled slightly. The 4 middle-aged men were all wrapped in Emperor aura. They were all chaotic realm emperor experts. Lin Tian's expression changed because at this moment, all 4 of them were looking at him. It made him feel like he was being strangled by 4 invisible hands. All the bones in his body gave birth to an intense pain. In the sky above the wasteland, the 4 middle-aged men's eyes were cold and deep. They were the 4 people who opened their eyes at the southern, eastern, northern, and southeastern ends of the wasteland when Lin Tian was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. They were all emperors. Wuzhen triggered the heavenly tribulation. Very interesting. The blood-robed middle-aged man said. His eyes were deep and cold. The other 3 middle-aged men were the same. They looked at Lin Tian coldly, but there was a faint light in their eyes. Obviously, the 4 of them came for Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who triggered the heavenly tribulation at the Wuzhen realm, attracted their attention. Life force origin, split equally. Let's not fight among ourselves. The brown-haired middle-aged man said. When he said this, although his eyes were fixed on Lin Tian, he was obviously talking to the other 3. Okay. The other 3 nodded with cold expressions. Hearing this, Lin Tian's expression changed again. He felt a chill down his spine. These 4 people wanted to steal his life force origin? Kid, let's go. Whooshing Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, these 4 old things should be similar to the 3 emperors of the Flame Demon. Their lifespans should be about to dry up. Seeing that you can still trigger the heavenly tribulation at the Wuxian realm, they want to steal your heaven-defying origin to refine life-prolonging elixirs. Let's go. Lin Tian naturally guessed this at this time. He immediately wrapped Whooshing Crocodile, Little Yi Tong, and the girl in white with golden divine light and quickly fled into the distance. Now that he had reached the Wuxian realm, his combat power had increased greatly. However, he had no way to deal with emperors. Other than running away, he could not think of anything else. His speed was very fast. With his Wuxian realm cultivation, he used the yin-yang avatar. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 10,000 feet away. In the sky, the 4 people's eyes were still cold. They looked at Lin Tianyi and the others as if they were looking at ants. The blood-robed middle-aged man's eyes were gloomy. At this moment, he stretched out his hand and covered the vast sky. He immediately sealed all the space around Lin Tian and grabbed at Lin Tian. Lin Tianyi trembled. He was frozen and could not move at all. He could only watch as the blood-robed middle-aged man's hand grabbed at him. In the blink of an eye, it was only 10 feet away from him. Swish, suddenly, the void trembled. A divine picture of the 4 symbols fell from the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, 10,000 times faster than lightning. With a poof, Emperor blood splattered. The blood-robed middle-aged man's hand was directly cut in half and then exploded. Lin Tianyi suddenly felt extremely relaxed. His body could move again. It was also at this moment that a middle-aged man in a white robe appeared silently in front of him. His large hand directly pressed down on his head, and he revealed a mouthful of white teeth. It's been a few years since we last met. Kid, you've become even stronger. Lin Tian stared at the white-robed middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of him. His powerful physique could not help but tremble. Immediately, he revealed a surprised expression. Who is it? In the sky, the blood-robed middle-aged man's eyes were cold. The blood-red light around him intertwined as he stared coldly at the white-robed middle-aged man. The white-robed middle-aged man rubbed Lin Tian's head and smiled slightly. Clang, an ear-piercing sword sound reverberated. In the higher sky, a dazzling sword aura fell and directly shattered the blood-robed middle-aged man. P.S. 4th update, I hope everyone has a good time watching. After that, I have to apologize to everyone. The original plan was to release 4 chapters on the 19th and 20th, but with the dragon's stamina, he probably wouldn't be able to release 4 chapters for the next 2 days. Oh, that's right, the dragon made a compromise and decided to release 3 chapters per day on the 19th and 20th. The 2 chapters for the next 2 days will be released on the 21st and 22nd. That's 3 chapters per day on the 21st and 22nd. I hope you guys can understand and thank you very much. Then, tomorrow's first chapter will be released at around noon. The bright red blood splattered in the void and was glaring to the eyes. Everyone was shocked. Even the brown-haired, middle-aged man and the other 2 emperors were slightly moved. One must know that the blood-robed middle-aged man was an emperor-level powerhouse, but now, he was smashed into pieces by a single blow. Lin Tian stared at the white-robed middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was originally full of surprise, but at this moment, it was full of shock. You. The white-robed middle-aged man had a lazy expression on his face. He hadn't seen him for several years since they parted ways in the 3rd heaven. It was his master, an old drunkard. Staring at an old drunkard at this time, he was very surprised. The blood-robed middle-aged man who attacked him was an emperor-level emperor, but he was smashed into pieces by a single sword strike. He knew very well that the sword strike that fell from the void just now was definitely from an old drunkard. An old drunkard slapped him in the face and said, I haven't seen your dear master for so long, and now you're the first one I see? You won't die if you call me master. Lin Tian, next to him, Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. It was surprised that the blood-robed middle-aged man was smashed into pieces, but it was even more shocked by an old drunkard's words to Lin Tian. It glanced at an old drunkard, then stared at Lin Tian and said, This is, your master? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened even more, looking straight at an old drunkard. In the past, Lin Tian told it that an old drunkard, who only cultivated for 100 years, was able to kill a great success stage emperor with ease. At that time it was a little shocked, but it didn't expect to see Lin Tian's master in person. Most importantly, Lin Tian's master appeared and smashed the blood-robed middle-aged man into pieces with a single blow. Such a scene was a little scary. Master's master? Beside him, little Yitong blinked her eyes and stared curiously at an old drunkard. This is a disciple that I recently accepted in this heaven realm. Her name is Yitong. Lin Tian smiled and said to an old drunkard. Then he rubbed the little guy's head and introduced an old drunkard to the little guy. This is Master's teacher. Call him Grandmaster. Yitong made a no sound. She was very well behaved and obedient. She bowed towards an old drunkard and said crisply, "Greetings, Grandmaster." An old drunkard immediately laughed and glanced at little Yitong's eyes. Very good. Obviously, he could tell that little Yitong had the sun god's eyes with just a glance. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly. A silver divine light appeared and instantly disappeared between little Yitong's eyebrows. This is a strand of my divine consciousness. It can protect you at critical moments. However, it can only be used once. Little Yitong blinked her eyes and said happily, "Thank you, Grandmaster. Speaking of which, why haven't you given me such a big gift before?" Lin Tian curled his lips. An old drunkard slapped him again and scolded jokingly, "How old are you? How old is he? Besides, why are you fighting with your own disciple? Why are you being jealous?" Lin Tian. Beside him, the white-clothed girl stared at an old drunkard and blinked her beautiful eyes. Boom. At this moment, a tyrannical divine power surged. The emperor's aura spread and shattered a large area of the void in an instant. Not far away, the red-robed middle-aged man reformed his physical body. His eyes were dark and cold, and it seemed as if there were billions of creatures roaring in them. Human. He stared at an old drunkard. A bloody light appeared around him and he did not hide his murderous intent at all. An old drunkard first cut off his arm that was grabbing at Lin Tian and then tore his emperor's body into pieces with a sword gleam. Naturally, his murderous intent was boundless. These fluctuations were a little terrifying. Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile could not help but tremble. The emperor's aura was too terrifying. At the same time, the brown-haired middle-aged man, the purple-armored middle-aged man, and the gray-clothed middle-aged man who came with the red-robed middle-aged man were also staring at an old drunkard. Their eyes were deep. They were all emperors. Just now, an old drunkard was able to shatter the red-robed middle-aged man who was also an emperor. Such strength was not simple. They were very calm at this moment. However, even so, there were strands of emperor's aura intertwining around the three of them, causing the surrounding void to distort inch by inch. An old drunkard turned around at this moment. His gaze landed on the red-robed middle-aged man and his expression was very lazy. "You attacked my disciple and wanted to kill him. I cut off one of your arms and shattered you once. You won't lose out." As he spoke, he glanced at the other three monarchs and said, "Now, can I trouble you to leave this place and continue sleeping? It will be good for you. After all, your lifespan is really not much longer." Facing the four monarchs, his expression was relaxed and he seemed very casual. This attitude caused Lin Tian and Whooshing Crocodile to be slightly shocked. The four people in front of them were all emperors. The killing intent in the red-robed middle-aged man's eyes became even denser. The other three emperors' expressions darkened. As emperors, they were supposed to be respected. However, an old drunkard was facing them with such an attitude and showed no respect at all. Moreover, most importantly, they did not have much lifespan left. They had been sleeping in seclusion in this heaven region to slow down the passing of their lifespan. Now that an old drunkard had casually said that they did not have much lifespan left, it undoubtedly poked at their sore spot. "Junior." The brown-haired old man spoke with a cold gaze. The purple-armored middle-aged man and the gray-robed middle-aged man stared at an old drunkard with cold gazes. Just now, when an old drunkard appeared and spoke with Lin Tian and the others, the emperors had been indifferently sizing up an old drunkard. They had already realized that an old drunkard was only 100 years old. Compared to them, who had lived for almost 100,000 years, he was too young. Facing the cold gazes of the emperors, an old drunkard was very calm and his expression was still lazy. "I advise you to leave." As soon as these words were said, coupled with his casual attitude, it made the five elements crocodile feel his heart tremble. "Brat, your master, is very arrogant," he whispered to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian. He looked at an old drunkard and was secretly shocked. An old drunkard was facing the four emperors in front of him and seemed to be too calm. It felt as if he didn't put them in his eyes at all. In the sky above the great wilderness, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the others' expressions darkened again. The coldness and killing intent in their eyes intensified. "Kill him and take his disciple's source." The blood-robed middle-aged man was very direct. An old drunkard first chopped off one of his arms and then shattered his body. To an emperor rank expert like him, this was a form of humiliation. He couldn't let it go. At this moment, an old drunkard was facing them in such a manner. Naturally, his killing intent intensified. Boom! Blood light surged around him and he immediately made his move. The blood-red hand covered the sky and pressed down on an old drunkard. With a crack, the void was silently annihilated. The surrounding space was completely sealed by this palm. Obviously, the hand he stretched out at this moment was different from the one he used to grab Lin Tian. The difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile both trembled. The blood-red-robed middle-aged man's hand was clearly pressing down on an old drunkard, but it still made their hearts palpitate. Facing this blood-red hand, they felt as if a vast Milky Way was pressing down on them. "Old man, be careful," Lin Tian said to an old drunkard. Although an old drunkard used a sword radiance to shatter the blood-red-robed middle-aged man and could see that he was very strong, Lin Tian was still worried when the blood-red-robed middle-aged man made his move. After all, this was a person who had lived for almost 100,000 years. Moreover, the blood-red hand he stretched out was indeed terrifying. It was at least 1,000,000 times more terrifying than the Enlightenment tribulation he experienced before. Boom! Billowing blood light intertwined. The blood-red hand shattered and annihilated everything. In the blink of an eye, it fell on an old drunkard's head. An old drunkard squinted his eyes slightly. His movement was very simple. He also faced the blood-red hand with one hand and simply slapped it with his palm. Suddenly, the two collided, shaking the sky with the light of destruction and stirring up a shocking hurricane. Crack! 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 The space collapsed and the ground cracked open. Pieces of soil and stones were swept up by the hurricane and turned into dust. The scene was extremely terrifying. Lin Tian and the others suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Under such an aura, it was as if their bodies would collapse in the next moment. However, in the next moment, a divine light emerged from an old drunkard's body and directly enveloped them. It completely isolated the destructive aura in the space, causing them to feel their bodies relax. The terrifying pressure directly disappeared. This? The Wuxing Crocodile stared ahead with its eyes wide open, while facing the Emperor's palm. "He can still draw out divine power to protect us. In addition, he just shattered the blood-red-robed middle-aged man with one blow." This? Its eyes were full of shock as it looked at Lin Tiandao. "Kid, your young master, don't tell me, he's in the Emperor's domain?" This? "I'm not sure either. I just know that he didn't have to spend much effort to kill someone with a monarch body." Lin Tian was also a little surprised. Boom! In front of them, a blinding divine light intertwined. An old drunkard and the Emperor's blood-red-robed middle-aged man were equally matched. The tyrannical wave caused the ground to shake. There were strands of electric arcs intertwining around them. The blood-red-robed middle-aged man's eyes became even colder as he stared at an old drunkard. On his right hand that was pressed down, the bloody light suddenly exploded. All of a sudden, the surrounding void crumbled, and the clouds in the sky were directly shaken away. Die. He coldly spat out this word. As the word die came out, the bloody light in his right hand became even stronger and more terrifying. It was as if it was going to collapse the world. With a crack, the ground under an old drunkard's feet directly collapsed and sank more than 3 feet deep. An old drunkard slightly squinted his eyes and remained calm. On his right hand that was facing the blood-red-robed middle-aged man, the divine light also surged and dazzled for a moment. They were still equally matched. This caused the blood-red-robed middle-aged man's eyes to suddenly become even colder. Not far away, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the other two emperors' eyes became even deeper and colder. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe listened to the brown-haired man's words and snorted coldly without turning his head. He stared at an old drunkard with eyes that were as cold as 2 black holes. With a boom, the blood-red light around his body surged and strands of runes intertwined. Suddenly, a blood-red rune ring was formed and trapped an old drunkard within it. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile's expressions changed as they felt an even more terrifying fluctuation. Obviously, this blood-red rune ring was a kind of magical power, and a very terrifying one at that. Die. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe said coldly. At this moment, the blood-red rune ring shook and began to press down on an old drunkard. The surrounding space was frozen immediately. An old drunkard's expression was calm. As the divine light intertwined, a silver divine diagram was drawn out from his body, intertwining with hazy radiance. For symbol seal. Buzz. The silver divine diagram shone and collided with the blood-red rune ring of the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe. Immediately, the blood-red rune ring was annihilated. After that, the silver divine diagram's momentum did not decrease as it pressed down on the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe's eyes turned cold. With a low shout, an even more shocking blood-red light rushed up and turned into a blood-red sea that pressed down. However, an old drunkard's 4-symbol seal was too extraordinary. It broke through 100,000 and 10,000 times and shattered the sea of blood. Immediately, an old drunkard's right hand shook and a divine light shone brightly. Bang! With a boom, the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe was blown away and was immediately covered by the silver 4 symbols Tao diagram. This divine diagram buzzed and a silver light shone in all directions. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe's eyes turned cold. The blood-red light around his body became denser and his strength became stronger. He slashed out another precious technique and directly shattered the silver Tao diagram that an old drunkard had used. Clang! The ear-piercing sound of the sword reverberated. An old drunkard's expression was calm. He raised his hand and a peerless sword aura appeared and crossed the sky. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe raised his hand and grabbed the sword intent, shattering it into pieces. For a moment, the shockwaves from their battle spread out like waves, causing the surrounding space to constantly shatter. It would recover after shattering, but not long after recovering, it would be shattered by the two of them again. A draw? Wuxing Crocodile glared at him. Even Lin Tian was surprised. He knew that an old drunkard was very powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill someone with a monarch physique so easily. However, he never expected that an old drunkard was actually this powerful. He was actually able to fight evenly with an emperor rank expert. Emperor! That was the pinnacle of the known path of cultivation. Boom, in front of him, bloody radiance and divine light surged together. It was extremely terrifying. The brown-haired middle-aged man and the other two emperors stood in the void. At this moment, their gazes were getting heavier and heavier. Obviously, old drunkard's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. Let's ignore him for now, the brown-haired middle-aged man said, looking at where Lin Tian was standing. Let's take his origin first. As he spoke, he immediately moved. Just like the middle-aged man in the blood-red robe at the beginning, he directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. The middle-aged man in the blood-red robe was fighting an old drunkard, but it didn't affect them from taking Lin Tian's life origin. Lin Tian was able to attract a heaven's trial when he was advancing to the enlightenment realm. This had never happened before. This was enough to show that Lin Tian's origin wasn't simple. Now that their lifespans were about to dry up, they couldn't last much longer. They wanted to use Lin Tian's life origin to prolong their lives. Wang, the void surged. This person reached out his hand and directly covered Lin Tian. For a moment, Lin Tianji felt his scalp go cold. The brown-haired old man was also an emperor. When this palm pressed down, Lin Tianji couldn't resist at all. Damn, this old man isn't kind. He actually attacked you while your master was fighting with the blood-red robe. Whooshing crocodile cursed. With a rumble, the void was completely confined. The brown-haired middle-aged man's hand immediately appeared in front of Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tianji felt a sharp pain in his body. Just like before, he couldn't move at all. His surroundings were completely suppressed. Clang, the sword whistled. An old drunkard slashed towards Lin Tianji at the same time as he was fighting with the blood-red robed middle-aged man. It was extremely fast. With a puff, blood splattered. The brown-haired middle-aged man's hand that was grabbing towards Lin Tian was directly chopped into pieces. Such a scene shocked Whooshing Crocodile again. This, after the blood-red robed middle-aged man, an old drunkard also chopped off the brown-haired middle-aged man's hand with a simple slash. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well. An old drunkard's battle strength surprised him again and again. The brown-haired middle-aged man's face sank. As an emperor-level expert from tens of thousands of years ago, it was very humiliating to have his arm chopped off by a 100-year-old man from the later generation. He experienced the same feeling as the blood-red robe middle-aged man. It was also at this moment that an old drunkard calmly clashed with the blood-red robe middle-aged man's palm again. Then, he slowly retreated in front of Lin Tian. The blood-red robe middle-aged man also retreated with an exceptionally gloomy expression. He was an emperor-level expert who had lived for almost 100,000 years. At this moment, he actually couldn't take down a 100-year-old cultivator from the later generation in such a short period of time. This junior isn't simple at all. He's definitely not simple. Even in the resplendent ancient era, there aren't many people who can compare to him. The blood-red robe middle-aged man stared at an old drunkard with an even colder gaze. I can see it. The brown-haired middle-aged man said in a deep voice. They weren't ordinary people, so naturally, their eyesight couldn't be bad. Now, they could all see that an old drunkard was extraordinary. He was only a 100-year-old man, yet he had such battle strength. It was hard to find someone like him even in the ancient era. On the side, the purple-armored middle-aged man and the gray-robed middle-aged man's gaze also fell on an old drunkard. Their gazes were deep and cold. Forget it, I've changed my mind. At this moment, a voice rang out. In front of Lin Tian, an old drunkard's expression was still lazy, as if he didn't have any fighting spirit. He looked at the blood-red robe middle-aged man and the other three and said, "You all don't have to leave." Once these words were spoken, the blood-red robe middle-aged man and the other three's faces sank again. Their gazes became even colder. We don't have to leave? The purple-armored middle-aged man sneered and said, "Are you saying that you want to kill the four of us? You all know that he's not ordinary and want to take advantage of him. Naturally, I can't leave you all alive. After all, he's my only disciple. As his master, it's only right for me to eliminate some dangerous elements for my disciple." An old drunkard was very calm and lazy. Also, I gave you all a chance to retreat. You didn't do so. You can't blame anyone if you die. Once these words were spoken, the entire space became silent. The Whooshing Crocodile stared at an old drunkard and said to Lin Tiandao, "Brat, your master is even more arrogant than you." Lin Tian was also a little dumbfounded. They were facing four emperors. But now, an old drunkard actually said that he wanted to kill the four of them. This shocked him. On the wasteland, the blood-red robe middle-aged man and the other three stared at an old drunkard. At this moment, they couldn't help but laugh. However, their laughter was very, very cold. Do you think that you are invincible just because you can exchange a few moves with this lord and shatter my body once? The blood-red robe middle-aged man looked at an old drunkard coldly and said. In order to delay the elapse of our lifespan, we sealed our bodies. We are far from our peak state. You, a brat from the later era, dare to say that you want to kill the four of us? Who gave you such courage? Sure enough, just like the three emperors of the fourth heaven, in order to infinitely slow down the elapse of their lifespan, they sealed their bodies. If they unseal their bodies, their combat power will be 10 times or even 100 times stronger than now. Whooshing Crocodile said in a low voice. Lin Tian was also secretly shocked. These people are not easy to deal with. An old drunkard looked at the four of them. He was still lazy, and his black hair fluttered in front of his forehead. Are you done? He raised his head and looked at the blood-red-robed middle-aged man. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Then, here I come. As his words fell, his figure silently appeared in front of the blood-red-robed middle-aged man. He stretched out his right hand and aimed directly at the blood-red-robed middle-aged man. The blood-red-robed middle-aged man was shocked. An old drunkard's speed at this moment made him feel a chill down his spine. Even with his Emperor Realm cultivation, he couldn't see how an old drunkard moved. You, Buzz. An old drunkard's expression was indifferent. He pressed his right hand down, and the silver Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared, shrouding the blood-red-robed middle-aged man. There was only one silver Tao diagram of the four symbols, but in the blink of an eye, a second one appeared, then a third one appeared, surrounded by a rolling halo. The blood-red-robed middle-aged man's face instantly changed. At this moment, as the three Tao diagrams of the four symbols shrouded him, he suddenly couldn't feel the power in his body, and even his movements were restricted. In the distance, Lin Tian's expression changed. The third seal of the four symbols. Damn it! The blood-red-robed middle-aged man roared and struggled under the three stacked Tao diagrams of the four symbols, trying to break free with all his strength. An old drunkard's mouth curved up slightly. The fourth Tao diagram of the four symbols appeared, stacked neatly, and performed the complete seal of the four symbols. At this moment, the four divine diagrams of the four symbols didn't overflow with terrifying power, but the blood-red-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with fear. He no longer had the cold look in his eyes at the beginning. He looked at an old drunkard and said, "Stop, stop." Too late. An old drunkard said lazily. In the next moment, the four Tao diagrams of the four symbols shook and turned into a silver whirlpool, immediately swallowing the blood-red-robed middle-aged man. There wasn't any blood sputtering, only a scream was heard. Then, the blood-red-robed middle-aged man disappeared without a trace. Under the complete seal of the four symbols, his body and soul were destroyed. Not far away, Lin Tian was shocked. The blood-red-robed middle-aged man, an Emperor Realm expert, was killed by an old drunkard. Moreover, the process of killing him was so simple. It was like cutting grass. This, whooshing crocodile's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Grandmaster is so powerful. Little Yutong couldn't help but exclaim. The white-clothed girl also stared at an old drunkard. Her beautiful eyes blinked as if she knew him. On the other side, the brown-haired middle-aged man and the others finally changed their expressions. We still underestimated you. You are much stronger than we thought. The brown-haired middle-aged man's eyes were extremely cold. However, you were only able to kill him by luck. He underestimated you too much. In the end, he didn't even have time to undo the seal on his body. He was far from his peak state. As he spoke, he walked towards an old drunkard step by step. Divine light suddenly surged from his body, and the aura he emitted suddenly began to increase exponentially. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 times stronger, and it was still getting stronger. You are also not bad. I want your origin energy too. P.S. The third update should be around 22 p.m. The brown-haired middle-aged man walked towards an old drunkard step by step. Even though an old drunkard had killed the blood-robed middle-aged man who was also an emperor, he didn't care anymore. The aura around his body erupted like a volcano and instantly became 10 times stronger. Instantly, the entire heaven and earth shook due to the aura that the brown-haired middle-aged man was emitting. This old man has undone the seal that he placed in his body. Whooshing crocodile said in a deep voice. Lin Tian naturally knew this and looked at an old drunkard worriedly. After undoing the seal, this brown-haired middle-aged man was much stronger than the blood-robed middle-aged man. This kind of aura fluctuation seemed to be able to crush everything. Boom. The brown-haired middle-aged man walked towards an old drunkard as his aura continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, it was already 20 times stronger. For a moment, the void couldn't withstand this kind of aura at all, and large ripples appeared one after another. These ripples were undoubtedly destructive. Even if a half-step emperor rank expert touched them, they would instantly die. An old drunkard's expression was still lazy as if he didn't care about anything. He didn't look like he was in a battle at all. Stop using your godly power. Judging from your blood chi fluctuation, even if you recover to your peak, you will only be at the second tier of the primal chaos realm. You don't think that you can look down on this world with such a cultivation, do you? As he spoke, an old drunkard's godly power fluctuation gradually became stronger. It was calm and steady but extremely vast. The brown-haired middle-aged man stared coldly at an old drunkard and stepped forward. However, after a few breaths of time, his expression changed. At the same time, the purple-armored middle-aged man and the gray-robed middle-aged man revealed shocked expressions. The two experts who had lived for close to 100,000 years stared at an old drunkard and couldn't help but tremble. Lin Tian was flabbergasted, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Whooshing Crocodile's jaw almost dropped. Third heaven of emperor rank. It was completely stunned. This wasn't because it had never seen such a rank before. It had seen the purple fairy back then. She was at 9th heaven of emperor rank, which was much higher than 3rd heaven of emperor rank. At this moment, the reason why it was shocked was because Lin Tian had told it about an old drunkard. It knew that an old drunkard had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years. Moreover, most of this time, he was dispirited because of the passing of a beautiful woman. Even so, an old drunkard was still standing at the 3rd heaven of the emperor realm. What kind of regret was this? Even in the most ancient times of the Desolation Age, I don't think there were more than 2 people like this. It trembled slightly. An old drunkard lazily looked at the brown-haired middle-aged man in the sky above the wasteland. I'm going to make my move, he said casually. These 5 words were very simple and calm. However, it caused the brown-haired middle-aged man to tremble. Immediately after, an old drunkard's figure silently appeared in front of the brown-haired middle-aged man. Just like how he faced the blood-robed middle-aged man, he pointed his right hand at the other party. You, Wang. The silver 4 symbols Dao diagram appeared in an old drunkard's palm. It turned from 1 to 4. The 4 layers overlapped and covered the brown-haired middle-aged man. A silver whirlpool was formed and covered everything. No. A panicked scream was heard. The emperor-rank brown-haired middle-aged man was directly destroyed by the 4 symbols seal. His body and soul were destroyed. Whooshing Crocodile trembled in shock. This method was a bit horrifying. Even Lin Tian, who knew about the 4 symbols seal, felt his heart palpitate. When an old drunkard used this technique, it was extremely terrifying. It was just like the purple fairy's blood-colored crack. Grandmaster is so powerful, little Yitong exclaimed. An old drunkard smiled lazily and looked at the purple-armored middle-aged man and the gray-robed middle-aged man. His eyes weren't cold at all and were no different from usual. However, the purple-armored middle-aged man and the gray-robed middle-aged man felt a chill run down their spines. At this moment, they trembled again. Young man, this time, it's our fault. After this, we won't have any ideas about your disciple. Let's just forget about this, the purple-armored middle-aged man said. The gray-robed middle-aged man nodded. It's our fault. Let's end it here. At this moment, facing an old drunkard, these 2 antiques that had lived for close to 100,000 years became exceptionally polite. An old drunkard yawned and looked listless. Don't say that I took advantage of you. Release your seals. I'll wait for you, he said. Once these words were spoken, the purple-armored middle-aged man and the gray-robed middle-aged man's faces darkened again. Young man, leave some leeway for everything. It's not bad for you, the gray-robed middle-aged man said coldly. If you push us too far, you won't be able to get away with it, the purple-armored middle-aged man also said. An old drunkard didn't say anything and just looked at the 2 indifferently. Obviously, he was waiting for them to release their seals. This caused the 2 emperors' faces to become even uglier. They were actually forced by a young man from the younger generation. The 2 of them looked at each other. In the end, divine light burst out from their bodies as they directly unleashed their full power. The aura they exuded was like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the sky, causing the entire 6th heaven to tremble. Kill! Kill! The two opened their mouths at the same time, each displaying an emperor-level great divine power, pressing towards an old drunkard. At this time, they had no other choice. An old drunkard made it clear that he wouldn't let them go. They could only fight. Since they want to fight, they naturally have to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Both of them are at the first layer of the Emperor realm. An old drunkard said. Facing the Emperor-level great divine powers of the two Emperor-level great divine powers, his expression was very calm. Using the four-symbol seal to protect his body, he stepped forward. With two sizzling sounds, he walked forward, and the two Emperor-level great divine powers were instantly annihilated. With a swoosh, he appeared in front of the purple-armored middle-aged man in the next moment. Such speed naturally shocked the purple-armored middle-aged man. "You, Kung." An old drunkard raised his head and pointed his sword at the purple-armored middle-aged man's forehead. A silver sword light burst out. With a puff, the purple-armored middle-aged man's body exploded, and his divine soul escaped in a sorry state. However, in the next moment, a silver Tao diagram of the four symbols rushed out from the old drunkard's body. Like a bolt of silver lightning, it instantly caught up with the purple-armored middle-aged man's fleeing spirit and pressed down mightily. Chi. With a soft sound, the divine soul of the purple-armored middle-aged man was directly crushed under the four symbols Tao diagram, dissipating like a wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, 3 emperors were beheaded. 100 years against 100,000 years, but the result is such a crushing defeat. Whooshing Crocodile's heart trembled. At this moment, it looked at an old drunkard and finally understood the meaning of the words "peerless genius" that Lin Tian used to call him. These words were really prepared for such a person. Only such a person was qualified to bear it. Lin Tian stared ahead, and his eyes flashed. He was really proud to have such a master. An old drunkard tilted his head and stared at the grey-robed middle-aged man. World annihilation. The grey-robed middle-aged man roared. With a rumble, an astonishing power of law covered the sky and earth. Like a flood bursting a dam, it surged and turned into a long river of destruction, surging towards an old drunkard. It immediately covered all directions and covered all 9 heavens and 10 earths. Whooshing Crocodile said, "This old guy is going all out. He seems to be burning a wisp of his origin to perform some kind of great technique." Boom! Destructive waves intertwined, and the power of an emperor surged. The grey-robed middle-aged man spat out blood. Indeed, as Whooshing Crocodile said, he had burned a wisp of his life origin to perform some kind of great technique. It was so terrifying that it seemed like the whole world was about to collapse. An old drunkard's expression was still calm. He indifferently stretched out his right hand and pressed down with the four symbols Tao diagram. Qi. With a qi, just like before, the divine technique that the grey-robed middle-aged man used by burning a wisp of his life origin was directly annihilated by the four-symbol seal. In the next moment, an old drunkard stepped forward and appeared in front of the grey-robed middle-aged man. The 4 layers of the four-symbol seal appeared again. "No!" the grey-robed middle-aged man screamed. In the next moment, he was completely enveloped by the four-symbol seal and disappeared from the world. Since then, all 4 emperors had been killed. Hiss! Whooshing Crocodile sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. Without exception, all 4 emperors were killed by an old drunkard like weeds. His methods were terrifying. An old drunkard tilted his head and appeared beside Lin Tian and the others in a flash. "Kid, your master came all the way here to help you eliminate the danger. Don't you feel touched? Come, let me hear you call me master," an old drunkard said. Lin Tian, this old man was still the same as before. He didn't know how to be serious. Even Whooshing Crocodile couldn't help but blush with shame. He suddenly felt that an old drunkard's personality and words didn't match his cultivation. "Grandmaster, you are so powerful." Little Yitong looked up at an old drunkard. Her big bright eyes were filled with admiration. An old drunkard smiled at the little fellow. He suddenly tilted his head and stared at the white-clothed girl. His expression changed slightly as he looked at Lin Tian. "Dao, this is?" Just as Lin Tian was about to speak, the girl jumped out and bowed to an old drunkard like little Yitong. "Greetings, Grandmaster." She smiled charmingly. An old drunkard was slightly suspicious. He looked at Lin Tian. Is she also your disciple? Lin Tian was slightly speechless and said, she is not my disciple. Then? I picked her up on the road. Picked her up? Picked her up. An old drunkard, let's not talk about her first. Lin Tian looked at an old drunkard. His eyes were filled with shock and suspicion. Speaking of which, old man, how come you are already at the third heaven of the Emperor realm? Isn't that too fast? As he said that, he suddenly remembered that when he asked an old drunkard if he was in the Nirvana realm, an old drunkard replied with almost. So he asked again, when we were in the third heaven, what realm were you at that time? He was really surprised by an old drunkard's current cultivation realm. This time an old drunkard was quite direct and said casually, half-step Emperor realm. Lin Tian couldn't help but stare. When they were in the third heaven, an old drunkard was already at the half-step Emperor realm? Okay, kid, don't be surprised. An old drunkard raised his hand and slapped him. The expression on his face became very gentle, and he said, let me introduce you to someone. The old drunkard said. With a wing sound, a world of light appeared behind him. It was extremely vast inside, carrying bits of spiritual splendor. This is? Lin Tian's expression changed. At this moment, he stared at the barrier of light behind the old drunkard. He felt as if this was an independent space. After reaching the chaotic realm, you can use your divine force, life source, and other things to create a relatively real small world. An old drunkard said. He propped up his emperor's small world and let a woman out of it. The woman was beautiful, wearing a green dress, and looked very young. She was led out of his small world by an old drunkard. She looked at an old drunkard with gentle eyes, then looked around. Lin Tian's expression changed again. Seeing the woman in the green dress, then looking at an old drunkard, a touch of joy flashed in his eyes. Xianxia, you know. An old drunkard introduced the woman beside him to Lin Tian, then introduced Lin Tian to the woman. Lin Tian hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the woman, master's wife. This woman in the green dress is an old drunkard's lover who passed away in the past. More than 100 years ago, because of the disappearance of this woman, an old drunkard has been dispirited and drowning his sorrows in alcohol all day long. When he was in the third heaven, he saw a wisp of this woman's remnant soul that the old drunkard found. Now, after a few years, the old drunkard has truly resurrected this woman. At this time, he bowed to this woman with a respectful look on his face. Lin Tian. Xianxia had a gentle smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and helped Lin Tian up. Before I woke up, I could hear Changfeng mentioning your name and your deeds to me. You are very outstanding, very outstanding. Mistress, you flatter me. Lin Tianwei smiled, then looked at an old drunkard. Congratulations, master. At this time, he did not call an old drunkard an old man. An old drunkard was greatly affected by Xianxia's resurrection. An old drunkard smiled and nodded. His expression was still lazy, but when he looked at Xianxia, his eyes were filled with tenderness. Grand Tutor's wife. Little Yitong ran over and bowed to Xianxia just like Lin Tianyi. Xianxia looked at Lin Tian in surprise. This is my new disciple. Lin Tian explained. Xianxia understood and revealed a gentle smile. She helped the little fellow up and then handed over a piece of ancient white jade. This ancient jade was intertwined with a faint multicolored light. It was clearly extraordinary. Thank you, Grand Preceptor's wife. The little guy had a sweet mouth. Xianxia smiled and rubbed the little guy's little head. Lin Tian looked at little Yitong, then introduced Wuxing Crocodile to an old drunkard and Xianxia, and introduced the white-cloaked girl to Xianxia. The white-cloaked girl was very friendly. There was a very sweet smile on her beautiful face. She jumped to Xianxia's side and held Xianxia's arm very intimately. Like little Yitong, she called Grand Tutor's wife. So beautiful. Xianxia exclaimed. She had to admit that the white-clothed girl was really beautiful. Because of the sunlight, she seemed even more lively. No, Grand Tutor's wife is the beautiful one. The girl said with a smile. Lin Tian, this girl was really too friendly, which made him sweat profusely. The group gathered together and the atmosphere was very good. Especially when the white-clothed girl and Xianxia were together, there were bursts of laughter from time to time. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Xianxia, it's time to go back to the sect. An old drunkard said at this time. Not far away, Xianxia was talking and laughing with a white-cloaked girl. When she heard an old drunkard's words, her body suddenly trembled. An old drunkard's so-called return to the sect was naturally going back to the Burning Sun sect. That was the place where she grew up. It was her home. Her father was in that place. Yes. She nodded gently. Her eyes could not help but become misty. She had been gone for too long. Counting the time, she had been separated from her father for more than 100 years. She naturally missed him very much. The Grand Elder will be very happy. So will the sect master and the other elders. Lin Tian said with a smile. On this day, he bid farewell to an old drunkard and Xianxia and bowed seriously again. Kid, when you're out training and cultivating, remember to put safety first. An old drunkard said with a smile. With a wing sound, a light wind blew past. An old drunkard brought Xianxia and disappeared silently. Lin Tian looked at the place where an old drunkard and Xianxia left and smiled. An old drunkard's only beauty had truly been reborn. Now, she was going to return to the Burning Sun sect. The Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder, the Burning Sun sect's sect master, and the other elders would all be incomparably happy. Naturally, he was no exception. A peerless prodigy, a peerless hero. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the direction where an old drunkard left and sighed. When they see this man, I wonder how many old antiques will sigh that they have wasted their lives in vain. A person who had cultivated for more than 100 years and spent most of his time in decadence had actually reached the third heaven of the Emperor realm. How heaven-defying was such a person? Grandmaster is so powerful. Little Yitong also said. Lin Tian looked in front of an old drunkard with a faint smile on his face. After dozens of breaths, he turned around. Let's go. We should also leave this place. He opened his mouth and said, go to the 5 great immortal sects, one by one. As he spoke, he walked forward by himself, towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, one of the 5 great immortal sections. Now, he had entered the Enlightenment realm and passed the Enlightenment heavenly tribulation. It was time to settle some grievances. Whooshing Crocodile took a deep breath and put away his shock towards an old drunkard, chuckling. Hee hee. The white-clothed girl was very cheerful. She was like a fluttering butterfly as she followed beside Lin Tian. Little Yitong blinked her big eyes from time to time and jogged to keep up. Soon, Lin Tian raised a golden divine light, enveloping Yitong and the white-cloaked girl, and flew in the air. Flying in the air was naturally very fast, but because the place he chose to pass the tribulation was very remote, it took more than a day's time. Only then did the white-cloaked girl, Little Yitong, and Whooshing Crocodile arrive in front of an immortal mountain. Everywhere that met the eye, numerous pavilions and halls resided within these mountains. Every single one of them was dazzling and resplendent, and when they were connected together, they were like enormous dragons that lay cross-legged within this group of mountains, causing them to reveal an extremely extraordinary dignified aura and divine aura. Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, we've arrived. Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. He directly walked towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect. Soon, he arrived in front of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect's main entrance. Who is it? There were naturally disciples standing guard in front of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect's main entrance. When they saw someone approaching, they immediately went up to greet him. However, in the next moment, the expressions of these disciples changed as they recognized Lin Tian. These people trembled, and when they saw Lin Tian, fear flashed in their eyes, and they couldn't help but retreat. In the past few days, Lin Tian's ferocious reputation had spread far too far. He had single-handedly destroyed several large sections. How could these disciples not be afraid? One of them trembled as he shouted, quick, inform the Patriarch and the Grand Elders. The group of disciples retreated in unison, and some of them ran into the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect to inform the Patriarch. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent, and his footsteps were steady. He didn't care about these ordinary disciples as he walked into the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect. When he entered the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, he immediately felt extraordinary spiritual energy fluctuations. There were ancient strange plants in the sect, and they emitted immortal radiance. That is. It's that person? He actually forced our Coiling Dragon Holy Gate to come here. Inside the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, a group of disciples ran out. Every single one of them had an ugly expression on their faces. Humph. A cold snort sounded, and several voices whistled through the air. When the disciples guarding the gate reported that Lin Tian had barged into the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect, the Patriarch and several Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect stepped out. Their eyes were cold, and they were all in the Enlightenment realm. You really have guts. Do you think that our Coiling Dragon Holy Gate is comparable to the Dark Heartsword sect? The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Patriarch sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. At the same time, the 9 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect's Patriarch's gaze turned even colder as they locked onto Lin Tian with killing intent. There's no difference. Lin Tian was calm as he looked at the 9 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. The 10 of you have a share in entrusting the Great Extinguishing God dynasty to kill me, right? Hearing that, the Patriarch and the 9 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Sect's Patriarch's eyes widened. It seems like all of you have a share. Lin Tian Dao. He didn't need these people to say anything. Just from the look in their eyes, he could see many things. The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elders narrowed their eyes, and a cold light flickered in their eyes. The Patriarch of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Patriarch spoke in a cold voice. It seems like you have learned about this matter from the Dark Heartsword sect, Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, and Ink Feather Origin Hall. But even if you know, what can you do now? At this time, this person didn't think that Lin Tian had learned about this matter from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's assassins because he knew how terrifying the Great Extinguishing God dynasty was. Once they sent out their assassins, they would definitely kill Lin Tian. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Tian to learn about this matter from the Great Extinguishing God dynasty's assassins. Thus, this person could only think of one point. Lin Tian had learned about this matter from the Dark Heartsword sect, who had followed them out with Ling Jing's request. Speaking of which, the Great Extinguishing God dynasty has failed in its duty. We have already paid the reward, but we still haven't sent out the assassins. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Patriarch's eyes, but it quickly turned cold as he looked at Lin Tian Dao. But, it's not a big deal. Since you've delivered yourself to our doorstep, only death awaits you today. My Coiling Dragon. Clang. The sound of a sword rang as Lin Tian Tan raised his hand and pointed a finger at the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Patriarch. You talk too much. He said indifferently. He casually pointed a finger, but his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Patriarch. Pooh. When the Coiling Dragon Gate's chief collapsed, blood seeped out from the space between his eyebrows and flowed down his cheeks. There was even some white brain matter mixed with the blood. In an instant, everyone in the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate turned pale. Gate Chief? The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's disciples couldn't help but tremble. Their gate chief was killed in a single strike. Beast. The 9 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were enraged, and their killing intent soared to the sky. Lin Tian had barged into the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and killed the Coiling Dragon Gate's chief in front of them. Lin Tian's gaze swept over the 9 Grand Elders, and his expression was indifferent. With a flicker of his feet, he appeared in front of the 9 Grand Elders. Without any hesitation, he sent a slap towards the nearest Grand Elder. Now that he had stepped into the Enlightenment realm and had passed the Enlightenment realm Great Tribulation, his physique was much stronger than before. His pure physique wasn't any weaker than a half-step Nirvana realm expert. With such a slap, the space around him was sealed. Puff. The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elder who was closest to Lin Tian exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, the Grand Elder's soul was shattered by Lin Tian's slap, and his body and soul were annihilated. Such a scene undoubtedly shocked the Coiling Dragon Holy Gates disciples even more. That's the fifth Grand Elder. He's in the 2nd heavenly layer of Enlightenment realm. He actually. The group of disciples panicked. A 2nd heavenly layer of Enlightenment realm expert was annihilated by a single slap. What kind of battle power was this? At this moment, even the other 8 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were shocked. They knew that Lin Tian had destroyed the Dark Heart Sword sect and several other major sects, and they knew that these sects had second heavenly layer of Enlightenment Realm experts. Since Lin Tian had destroyed these major sects, he definitely had the ability to kill second heavenly layer of Enlightenment Realm experts. However, what they found hard to believe was that Lin Tian had killed a second heavenly layer of Enlightenment Realm expert so easily. He had done all this with his pure physique. Boom, powerful waves of divine power swept out. The first Supreme Elder of this lineage stared at Lin Tianyi with an extremely gloomy expression. It was as if he wanted to swallow Lin Tianyi alive. At this moment, he directly moved. The cultivation of the 4th level of Wuzhen realm was completely exposed. As soon as he stepped out, the space around him shattered with a crack, and the ground shook. It had to be said that this kind of power was somewhat terrifying. At the same level of cultivation, it could be said to be invincible. Die. The Supreme Elder said coldly. He channeled his majestic divine power and reached out with his right hand to grab Lin Tian's head. His 5 fingers glowed with divine light. Like 5 peerless swords, they created 5 tiny black holes in the void. That's quite a big commotion. Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips. He's no match for Master. Little Yutong clenched her fists. She had 100% faith in her master. She believed that the other party couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. This crocodile and human did not lower their voices. In this place, many people could hear their words. Especially the first Supreme Elder of the sect who made the move. The killing intent in his eyes intensified, and the hand that reached for Lin Tian became stronger. Ka! In an instant, the surrounding space collapsed. Grand Dao laws appeared, pressing down on Lin Tian mercilessly, and a huge hurricane was formed. Lin Tian's black hair fluttered wildly in the wind, but his expression was calm. He still sent out a slap. With a sizzling sound, the hurricane dissipated, and the God Force dispersed. The first Supreme Elder's right hand shattered, and he was completely exposed to Lin Tian's palm. Puff, blood splattered, and the first Supreme Elder of this lineage was smashed into pieces. Grand Elder! Other Grand Elders cried out in alarm. With a swoosh, divine light flickered, and the first Supreme Elder's soul flew out, fleeing into the distance. After all, he's at the 4th heavens of Wuzhen. He won't die so easily. Lin Tiantan said coldly. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a ray of golden divine light wrapped around a strand of Grand Dao laws flew out. With a puff, the first Supreme Elder's soul was smashed into pieces. Body and soul destroyed. Grand Elder! How is this possible? In this bloodline, the other 7 Grand Elders who were still alive were all trembling violently, their expressions changing greatly. The strongest expert of their lineage, a 4th heavens of Wuzhen expert, was killed. The 7 Wuzhen powerhouses stared at Lin Tian at this time, their eyes all revealing fearful expressions. Not only did you send people from your own sect to hunt me down several times, you actually joined forces with several other great sects to entrust the great extinguishing god dynasty of the 9 heavens to kill me. You guys are really good. Lin Tiandao. His voice was calm, but there was a kind of indifference and coldness in it. He had been assassinated twice by the great extinguishing god dynasty, and had almost died twice. Moreover, he had almost killed Wuxing Crocodile and Little Yutong. In the future, he would have to be vigilant against other stronger assassins. This made him very unhappy. Clang, 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 dozens of golden sword lights rushed out from his body, slashing in front of him. These golden sword lights were not simple. He had activated the High Heaven Sword Manual, and every one of them was terrifying. Every one of them contained a terrifying killing intent. Puff, puff, puff. On the opposite side, 3 of the remaining 7 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were directly destroyed, and blood dyed the sky. In the end, the remaining 4 Grand Elders were both shocked and enraged. They quickly propped up their own sect protecting formation and divine weapons, enveloping Lin Tian within them as they attacked together. However, Lin Tiandao had already stepped into the realm of enlightenment. How could the killing formation and divine weapons here be a threat to him? In the blink of an eye, all of them were destroyed. Buzz. He didn't say anything unnecessary. Summoning the four-symbol seal, 2 layers of Tao diagrams appeared, and pressed forward. No. Accompanied by a terrified cry, one of the coiling dragon Holy Gate's Grand Elders was enveloped by the 2 layers of Tao diagrams. His cultivation was sealed in an instant, and he was killed by Lin Tianyi with a single slap. Flesh and bones splattered everywhere. Puff, Lin Tiandao used the divining divine art to summon the 9 Springs Holy Sword, and with a single slash, another Grand Elder of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was smashed into pieces. Even his soul was destroyed. Tilting his head, Lin Tianyi glared at the last 2 Grand Elders. The reincarnation diagram appeared behind him, and without any mercy, it pressed down on the 2 Grand Elders. Fellow Taoist, stop. Everything is fine. Puff. Puff. 2 clouds of blood mist exploded, and the last 2 Grand Elders of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate were killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. In an instant, the entire Coiling Dragon Holy Gate fell silent. Around them, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's disciples trembled in fear. Staring at Lin Tianyi, they retreated. How long had it been since Lin Tianyi had barged into the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate? Their patriarch and 9 Grand Elders were all killed. That kind of feeling was akin to Lin Tianyi pulling out weeds. How could these ordinary disciples not feel fear? Someone screamed in fear and turned to flee, rushing towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate like a stray dog. In the next moment, swooshing sounds rang in the air. Even the Grand Tao Realm Elders of this Coiling Dragon Holy Gate started to flee. At this moment, not a single person from this Coiling Dragon Holy Gate thought of resisting Lin Tianyi. Because it was meaningless. Lin Tianyi had destroyed their patriarch, 9 Grand Elders, and the sect's protective grand formation and divine artifacts. What could they do if they stayed? If they tried to resist, they would only be killed. In the blink of an eye, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate's disciples and elders rushed out of the gate, fleeing into the distance. Running really fast. Whooshing Crocodile's lips curled. Lin Tianyi watched as these people fled, but he did not stop them. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and the others, and entered the depths of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate. Soon, he took out several low-grade divine artifacts, hundreds of Tao weapons, and many other treasures. He even collected close to 2 million caddies of Lingjing and kept them all in his stone ring. Then, he went to the center of the vein and activated the Dragon Burial Scripture. He grabbed 50 immortal veins from the ground and compressed them into the size of an inch using the powerful secret technique recorded in the Dragon Burial Scripture. Then, he put them away. Let's go. Huang Xiaolong said. Golden light rippled out, and Huang Xiaolong wrapped around Yitong and the white-robed young lady as they soared into the sky. The reincarnation diagram appeared once again, and they fell towards the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate below. A huge mushroom cloud exploded, and the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate was torn into pieces. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze over the ruined Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, and his expression was indifferent. He left with little Yitong and the white-robed young lady. Go to the Hejia Immortal Sect. Huang Xiaolong said. Heh. Whooshing Crocodile chuckled as he flapped his 5-colored wings and followed beside Huang Xiaolong. Not long after, a group of people appeared outside the Hejia Immortal Sect. Lin Tianyi walked at the front, and no one dared to stop him as he walked into the Hejia Immortal Sect. After that, not long after, cries of anger and fear rang out from the Hegemon Immortal Sect. Terrifying waves of divine might intertwined. One by one, the ordinary disciples of the Hegemon Immortal Sect fled frantically into the distance, trembling. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Lin Tianyi killed the sect master and a group of Grand Elders of the Hejia Immortal Sect. He took all the treasured scriptures, Lingjing, and other treasures of the Hejia Immortal Sect, and dug out 50 immortal veins from the ground. Let's go to the Sunluo Divine Sect. Huang Xiaolong said. This day was destined not to be a normal day. After he walked out of the Hejia Celestial Sect, he went to the Sunluo Divine Sect, the Green Mark Celestial Pavilion, and the Profound Gale Flame Island one after another. He showed no mercy and killed all the sect masters and supreme elders of the sects who were involved in the assassination of him by the all-extinguishing Divine Dynasty. Then, he took away all the spiritual crystals and celestial veins of the sects and destroyed the places where the sects were established with the reincarnation map. From then on, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate, Hajia Immortal Sect, Sunluo Divine Sect, Green Mark Immortal Pavilion, and Profound Gale Flame Island were removed from this world. They were all destroyed by Lin Tianyi. It's going to be lively again. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, the five-element crocodile chuckled mischievously. It wrapped the girl in white and the little leaf boy in demonic power and sent them to Lin Tian's side. Then, it turned into a beam of demonic light and plunged into the fully developed Genesis vein. In an instant, the aura on its body began to rise steadily. A woo! Awesome! It let out a wolf howl. The Genesis chi of a fully developed Genesis vein was much stronger than that of an ordinary Genesis vein. A simple fully developed Genesis vein was comparable to 5 ordinary Genesis veins, and this fully developed Genesis vein had already reached the metamorphosis stage, making it even more astonishing than ordinary Genesis veins. If one were to carefully compare it, it should be comparable to 6 or 7 ordinary Genesis veins combined. Lin Tian wrapped the little leaf boy and the girl in white with his divine power, and did not refine the fully developed Genesis vein. After all, he had already reached the enlightenment stage, and the Genesis chi of the fully developed Genesis vein was no longer of much use to him. At the same time, he did not allow the little leaf boy to absorb and refine it, because the little fellow had already absorbed a considerable amount of Genesis vein essence and directly advanced from body tempering to consciousness C. It would not be good for him to absorb the essence of a fully developed Genesis vein. The 5-element crocodile's fully developed Genesis vein was surging with demonic power, interweaving laws, and its aura continuously rising. It continued to refine the Genesis vein, laughing from time to time without the slightest worry. After all, Lin Tian was here, and with him protecting him, there was no need for it to worry. This, a essence origin vein that was on the verge of metamorphosis was refined just like that. How extravagant! Many experts of the Yao family were shocked. Yao Ming's gaze fell on Lin Tian, and her face was full of shock. Lin Tian was too powerful. Lin Tian stood at the side, watching the 5-element crocodile and protecting it. Just like that, several hours passed very quickly. At this moment, the 5-element crocodile completely refined the fully developed Genesis vein, and its cultivation directly soared from the 6th heavens of the Great Path to the 9th heavens of the Great Path. The aura it exuded was even more tyrannical, and extremely rich 5 elements Tao laws intertwined around its body. Awesome! It laughed loudly, and after a while, it shrank its demonic body and flew back to Lin Tian's side. Its cultivation had entered the 9th heavens of the Great Path, and its battle prowess was undoubtedly much stronger. Moreover, because it was the second time it had been reborn, and it was a primordial beast, its battle prowess was naturally extraordinary. Now, it was confident that it could kill a cultivator at the 1st heavens of the true enlightenment realm. Congratulations, Brother Yao! The Yao family's patriarch and the others naturally saw that the 5-element crocodile's cultivation had improved greatly, and the 5-element crocodile was with Lin Tian, so they naturally had to congratulate him. After that, with the Yao family's patriarch as the leader, all the important figures of the Yao family bowed slightly to Lin Tian, and at this time, they sincerely thanked him. Little friend, this time, I really have to thank you. Seniors, please don't be like this. You are much older than me. Lin Tian hurriedly said. A favor is a favor, and it has nothing to do with age. The Yao family's patriarch shook his head. Dozens of people solemnly bowed to Lin Tian, then stood up straight. Lin Tian, thank you. Yao Ming said, thanking Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled faintly and shook his head. Then, his expression became slightly more serious, and he looked at the Yao family's patriarch. In fact, the reason I came to visit this time is to explain something to your clan. He said to the Yao family's patriarch. As he spoke, with a slight movement of his mind, numerous treasured weapons appeared beside him, and in the blink of an eye, more than 100 of them appeared. In an instant, the Yao family's people's faces changed. This is? With just a glance, the Yao family's experts recognized that this was the weapon control technique. This was their Yao family's treasure immortal technique. They looked at Lin Tian in shock. How could Lin Tian know their Yao family's weapon control technique? It's like this. Lin Tian spoke again. Without hiding anything, he briefly explained how he obtained the weapon control technique. Of course, he only mentioned that he obtained the weapon control technique in an ancient tomb. As for the exact location of the ancient tomb, he did not go into detail. The weapon control technique is your clan's treasured technique, so this junior thought that I should come and explain it to you. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the Yao family's experts fell silent, and their eyes couldn't help but flicker. The Five Elements crocodile frowned. What? Do you have any objections? It said that Lin Brat first saved your clan's precious pearl, and now he helped your Yao family through a disaster. Could it be that you want to make a scene? At the end of the day, he obtained this technique by chance, so there's no need for him to explain it to you. Brother Yao, you've misunderstood. The Yao family's ancestor hurriedly shook his head and looked at Lin Tian. We are indeed very surprised that our clan's weapon control technique has been grasped by you. To be honest, if we had known about this before, we would have taken action against you and snatched the technique back at all costs. The Yao family's ancestor was very honest. He continued, but now, after experiencing so many things, little friend, you have done great kindness to our clan twice. We will naturally not be ungrateful and repay kindness with enmity. The reason why we're silent is because the Yao family's ancestor sighed. Because the ancient tomb that young friend Lin mentioned belongs to a direct descendant of our clan. At that time, he was also a rare genius, but because of some family conflicts, he eventually broke up with the family and never returned. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. No wonder there is a secret weapon control technique of the Yao family in the first heaven. It turns out that the owner of that tomb is a descendant of the Yao family. Sorry, this junior didn't know about this at that time. I didn't know that the owner of the tomb was related to the nobles. In order to prevent the insects in the tomb from harming ordinary people, I destroyed the tomb. He apologized seriously and didn't ask about the conflict between the Yao family's ancestor and the mysterious person mentioned by the Yao family. The Yao family's ancestor waved his hand and didn't care about this matter. This is also good, to prevent other family secrets from being leaked. Lin Tian apologized again, then said sternly. This junior promises to the nobles that this junior will never pass the weapon control technique to anyone, not even to his descendants. The eyes of the Yao family's ancestor and the others flashed with a bright light. They all nodded. Thank you, little friend. The weapon control technique is very important to their Yao family. Lin Tian has mastered the weapon control technique. Making such a promise undoubtedly makes them feel more at ease. The group of people stood in the void, exchanging simple words. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Go back and prepare for the banquet. The Yao family's ancestor said to the Yao family's head, then looked at Lin Tian and said politely. Little friend, please stay in my family for a few days. I hope my family can repay you for your kindness twice. Okay, sorry to bother you. Lin Tian nodded. The Yao family was also very polite to him for solving the weapon control technique problem so peacefully. Now that they were inviting him to be their guest, he naturally wouldn't reject. Otherwise, it would be too arrogant. Today, the Yao family held a banquet to welcome Lin Tian and to express their gratitude for his kindness twice. One after another, the important figures of the Yao family took the initiative to toast Lin Tian. After all, Lin Tian's kindness to the Yao family wasn't small. The first time, he saved the pearl in their palm, and the second time, he helped the Yao family protect its foundation. These were truly great kindness. At the same time, some of the young prodigies of the Yao family also carefully walked up and toasted Lin Tian. Their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. The current Lin Tian was too powerful and too dazzling. He was worthy of their respect. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't be arrogant. Anyone who came up to propose a toast, he wouldn't reject them and would politely welcome them. Heroes come from the young. Looking at you, this old man can't help but feel like I've lived my life in vain. The ancestor of the Yao family looked at Lin Tian and sighed. Senior, you are flattering me. Lin Tian humbly said. The banquet lasted until midnight. Then, Yao Ming personally picked out the best guest room for Lin Tian and the others. Afterward, Lin Tian temporarily stayed at the Yao family. During the day, he would occasionally chat with the ancestor of the Yao family. One had to admit that the ancestor of the Yao family had lived for a long time and had plenty of cultivation experience. After discussing with them several times, he did gain some benefits. Soon, 7 days passed. He stayed at the Yao family for a full 7 days. On this day, he found the ancestor of the Yao family and prepared to leave, saying that he still had things to do. The ancestor of the Yao family and the other experts originally wanted to ask him to stay, but seeing that Lin Tian had already made up his mind, they didn't say anything else. The group of important figures personally sent Lin Tian to the door. "Young friend, you are welcome to visit my Yao family anytime," the ancestor of the Yao family said to Lin Tian with a smile. "The door of my Yao family will always be open for you, young friend. You are welcome to visit anytime." The head of the Yao family and the other important figures of the Yao family also spoke. Through these days of interaction, the important figures of the Yao family found that Lin Tian didn't match the wild and ferocious rumor that he was. Although he was extremely powerful, he was very humble. They all had a good impression of Lin Tian. "Thank you, seniors, for your hospitality. If there's a chance, this junior will definitely come and disturb you again." Lin Tian expressed his gratitude. He bowed to the important figures of the Yao family and then slowly retreated. Only when he was a certain distance away from the Yao family's residence did he soar into the sky. He wrapped little Yi and the white-clothed girl with his divine power, called the five-element crocodile, and flew into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the horizon. The ancestor of the Yao family stood outside the clan, looking at Lin Tian's disappearing figure. He couldn't help but nod. "A genius," he sighed. "Yeah." The other important figures of the Yao family nodded. Lin Tian left the Yao family at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. He wrapped little Yi and the white-clothed girl with his divine power, heading towards the northwest of this heaven region. "Kid, where are you going?" asked the five-element crocodile curiously. From its point of view, Lin Tian clearly had a specific place to go. "There's a valley in the northwest of this heaven region. There's a Saint Spirit stone there. I'm going to take it out." Lin Tian didn't hide anything. He told the five-element crocodile about what he saw in the Sea of Consciousness of the Origin Vein. Wuxing crocodile chuckled. The Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other four immortal sects were the second-level forces of the sixth heaven. Now that they have all been destroyed, this is definitely much more shocking than the destruction of the Dark Heart Sword sect and the other major sections. Once this matter is spread out, I don't know how many jaws will drop. Even the top forces of this heaven will be shocked. It said. Lin Tian didn't care about this at all. At this time, he walked calmly. Little Yitong and the girl in white followed him on his left and right. He thought about it for a while. After destroying the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other four immortal sects, he got a lot of things. More than 250 immortal veins, more than 1,000,000 kilograms of Ling Jing, more than a dozen low-grade divine weapons, and countless Dao weapons and immortal artifacts such as the Baodan. It can be said to be a great treasure. Of course, being called a great treasure trove was only for the Scorching Sun sect and the Ascension Dao Gate. To the current him, these things really were nothing. They were not of much use to him. As he walked, he suddenly looked at the girl in white beside him and asked, "How long are you going to follow me?" "I don't know." The girl in white shook her head. Lin Tian, he was really speechless, but in the end, he was too lazy to say anything. Originally, he wanted to take little Yitong to the sky like he did in the beginning and fly away with the five elements crocodile to separate from the young girl. However, when he thought of the young girl's aggrieved expression at that time, he inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. He reckoned that if he really did that again, he would still turn back and take the young girl away. Therefore, in the end, he dispelled this idea because it would instead make him feel uncomfortable. "I'm so kind," he secretly said in his heart. While he was thinking about this, he didn't stop and continued to walk forward calmly. "Boy, where are we going next?" Wuxing crocodile asked. Lin Tian thought for a while, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. Let's go to the Yao family. He has the supreme weapon control technique of the Yao family. He planned to go to the Yao family after reaching the Enlightenment realm and explain this matter clearly to them. Now is the time. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. What's the point of going there? Even if the Yao family knows that you have their weapon control technique, what can they do to you now? Besides, you didn't snatch this technique from the Yao family. I just want to feel better. Lin Tian. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips and said, Divine Stone of Fortune, Immortal Veins, Master Crocodile, and Immortal Stone of Destiny, Master Crocodile, Masters, and Immortal Stone of Fortune, Master, and Immortal Stone of Fortune Stone. Master Crocodile. Master Crocodile Source Immortal Divine Stones Masters Immortal Stone. Alright. Lin S. In Wuxing Lin Crocodile Clans Clan Yao Family S, Crocodile Sun S's Clansm Stone. Tites Est. This place is very far from the Yao family. If we walk there, it will take about 9 days. Wuxing Crocodile said. I know. Lin Tian nodded. Wuxing Crocodile yawned and shrank his body even smaller. He simply lay on Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian walked together with little Yitong and the white-clothed girl. They walked like ordinary people, looking at the surrounding mountains and rivers. In a flash, 3 days passed. On this day, the news of the destruction of the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects was discovered. In an instant, the news spread throughout the entire 6th heaven, causing a great shock. Not long after, the ordinary disciples who escaped from the 5 great immortal sects naturally learned that the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects were destroyed by Lin Tian. After the Dark Heartsword sect and the other 4 great immortal sects, even the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects, this person is simply too crazy. The 5 great immortal sects all have experts at the 4th heavenly layer of Enlightenment realm. How did that person do it? Many cultivators were shocked. In addition to the True Moon Immortal sect, the Dark Heartsword sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall that were destroyed a few days ago, Lin Tianyi alone destroyed 9 great immortal sects in this heaven in just a few months. The power structure of this world can be said to have changed. This is simply the change of era. Some experts of the older generation sighed. At the beginning, the True Moon Immortal sect, the Dark Heartsword sect, the Blood Rainbow Immortal sect, and the Ink Feather Origin Hall were destroyed. Although this was shocking, it didn't have a big impact on the power structure of this world. After all, these sects belonged to the 3rd-level great forces in this heaven. There were more than a dozen sects that were comparable to them. However, the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and the other 4 great immortal sects were destroyed together. This was a bit serious because these 5 great immortal sects were the 2nd-level great forces in this heaven, and there were only 5 of them. Now that the 5 great immortal sects were destroyed together, there was a gap in power. Terrifying. Many cultivators murmured. At this moment, in every corner of the heaven region, wherever there were cultivators, they were discussing this matter. At the same time, Lin Tian's figure naturally became infinitely large, causing people to fear him even more. It could be said that his name was world-shaking. At this time, Lin Tian was walking towards the Yao family with the girl in white and little Yitong. Along the way, he heard a lot of voices talking about him, but he didn't care much. He didn't change his pace, neither fast nor slow, as if he was on a scenic tour. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, another 6 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian and the others came in front of a vast spiritual mountain. As far as the eye could see, a large stretch of mountains crisscrossed, like many dragons lying on the ground. The aura was very shocking, as if it had the aura of a flying immortal. He looked up, and at the center of this mountain range, there was a huge immortal palace horizontally. Inside, there were many palaces and pavilions, with a kind of ancient vicissitudes, and also a little bit of solemnity. At a glance, one could tell that this place had existed for a very long time. This is the Yao family. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded. He had already seen the big word Yao on the main gate of the immortal palace in front of him. At this time, the main gate of the Yao family was tightly shut, and a few powerful disciples of the Yao family were guarding outside. Their expressions were serious, as if the nearby air was about to condense. The gate is closed. Whooshing crocodile was a little strange. Logically speaking, for a big force like the Yao family, the main gate should always be open, even at midnight. But now, the gate of the Yao family was tightly shut, which made it a little strange. Lin Tian also felt a little strange, but he didn't say anything. He moved his feet and walked towards the Yao family. Soon, he arrived in front of the main gate of the Yao family. Who is it? Seeing that someone was approaching their family, the disciples of the Yao family who were guarding the gate immediately went up to greet him. But soon, these people's expressions changed, and they recognized Lin Tian. It's you. In these days, Lin Tian's fierce reputation had spread too widely in the heaven realm. Almost no one didn't know Lin Tian. At this time, the disciples of big forces like the Yao family stared at Lin Tian with deep fear in their eyes. Lin Tian's face revealed a peaceful smile, and he said very politely, "Sorry, I have some matters to discuss with your family head. I'll have to trouble you to inform him." He paused, and then said, "Perhaps, you can report to Princess Yao Ming of the Yao family that Lin Tian has come to visit." Back then, in the ruins under a large river, he saved the Yao family's current generation's successor, Yao Ming, and told her his name. He believed that she should still remember him. Hearing Lin Tian mention Yao Ming, the disciples of the Yao family were all moved. "You're a friend of our family's princess?" "You can say that," Lin Tian said. The disciples of the Yao family who were guarding the gate were a little suspicious. Then, one of them said to Lin Tian, "Dao, please wait a moment." This person's words could be considered very polite. He pushed the gate of the Yao family open a crack, and quickly ran into the Yao family. Lin Tian looked ahead, and at this time, his expression changed slightly. Through the crack opened by the Yao family's disciple, he could clearly feel that the Yao family's spiritual energy fluctuations were somewhat chaotic. He frowned and wanted to ask the other disciples of the Yao family, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. After a quarter of an hour, the gate of the Yao family was pulled open from the inside, and a beautiful woman quickly walked out. It was the Yao family's current generation's successor, Yao Ming. She quickly walked towards Lin Tian. When she arrived in front of Lin Tian, Yao Ming was a little surprised. "You really came?" Some time ago, Lin Tian saved her life. After that, she traveled with Lin Tian for a while. At that time, Lin Tian told her that he would visit the Yao family soon. At that time, she thought that Lin Tian was joking. She didn't expect that today, Lin Tian would really come. At the same time, there was a trace of surprise in her eyes. Lin Tian had destroyed 3 great sects, including the Dark Heartsword sect. A few days ago, he destroyed the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and 5 other great immortal sections. These news had spread throughout the entire 6th heaven, and she had heard about it. Now that she saw Lin Tian and thought about these things, she was naturally very surprised. "I said that we would meet again." Lin Tian smiled and said, "I want to visit your patriarch and talk about something." "Talk about something?" Yao Ming was suspicious. Lin Tiandao said, "With your status in the Yao family, you should be able to introduce me to him, right?" Although Yao Ming didn't know what Lin Tian was here for, she still nodded and said, "That's my father, it's naturally easy to introduce you to him. However, there has been some trouble in the family recently. My father, several uncles, the great elders, and the old ancestor are all dealing with it together. It will probably take some time before they can meet you. Let me take you in first, and then find a place for you and your friends to live." Saying this, Yao Ming's eyes showed a touch of worry. Lin Tian called little Yi Tong, the girl in white, and the whooshing crocodile followed behind Yao Ming, and soon they entered the Yao family's residence. There were many immortal plants in the Yao family's residence, and their aura was extraordinary, but Lin Tian didn't care about this. At this time, he walked into the Yao family's residence, and he clearly felt that the spiritual energy fluctuations in the Yao family's residence were very chaotic. "Is there a problem with your family's Earth Vein Foundation?" he asked Yao Ming. Yao Ming was shocked when she heard Lin Tian's words. "How did you know?" She couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian was right. There was indeed a problem with the Yao family's foundation. A few days ago, the underground spirit veins and immortal veins had become chaotic, as if they were alive and wanted to escape from the family. Moreover, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were constantly leaking out. Even the great formation used by the family to seal these immortal veins and spirit veins wasn't of much use. Because of this, the Yao family had no choice but to have all the big shots in the family act together. They used their own divine power to seal these spirit veins and immortal veins to prevent them from causing trouble and prevent excessive spirit chi from leaking out. She didn't deliberately hide this matter and told Lin Tian about it. Wuxing Crocodile and the others also heard it. No wonder your Yao family's doors were tightly shut. So this is what happened. Wuxing Crocodile said. Yao Ming nodded, then looked at Lin Tian. Do you have a solution? She looked at Lin Tian, and her eyes couldn't help but be filled with hope. Now, Lin Tian's name was too famous. Moreover, the moment he entered the Yao family, he asked her if there was a problem with her family's foundation. Obviously, he saw something. She felt that Lin Tian might have a way to help the Yao family. Lin Tian looked at her, met her hopeful eyes, and said, I should be able to. What should I do specifically? Can you let me see the foundation of your earth veins first? In reality, he had the dragon burial scripture, so he could easily solve the problem of ordinary spirit veins and immortal veins. Moreover, with his current cultivation, he could use his dragon patterns to explore the situation of the immortal veins under the Yao family's ground. However, since he came to visit the Yao family, he naturally wouldn't use his dragon patterns to explore the foundation of another family without the Yao family's permission. That would be very disrespectful to the Yao family. Of course, no problem. I'll take you there now. Yao Ming said. She trusted Lin Tian very much. This wasn't only because Lin Tian was very powerful, but also because Lin Tian had saved her life. She had no reason to not trust her savior. All right. Lin Tian nodded. He could explore the Yao family's roots here, but he still followed Yao Ming into the depths of the Yao family. The girl in white followed him with a smile. Yi Tong looked around curiously. Wuxing Crocodile was lying on top of Lin Tian's head. Soon, the group of people followed Yao Ming to a stone hall in the Yao family. There were many Yao family experts standing guard outside the stone hall. Open the door. I've asked for help. Yao Ming said to one of them. She was in a very special place in the Yao family. The Yao family experts guarding this place naturally did not hesitate and immediately opened the door of this square stone hall. Miss, please. One of them said. Yao Ming nodded and led Lin Tianyi and the others into the stone hall. There were no decorations inside the stone hall. There were only densely packed runes engraved all around, covering almost the entire stone hall. Lin Tian followed Yao Ming into the stone hall. He instantly felt an extremely dense spirit energy. It was much denser than the outside of the Yao family. At the same time, the spirit energy here was more chaotic, like boiling water. Moreover, at this moment, he saw dozens of figures in the depths of the stone hall. All of them had strong blood chi fluctuations, and the weakest of them was at the half-step enlightenment realm. Faint divine light intertwined around each of them. At the same time, the dozens of people in the stone hall naturally noticed Yao Ming's group. Their gazes fell on Lin Tian. Their eyes were slightly cold, and they were a little surprised. Obviously, they knew something about Lin Tian. Old ancestor, elders, father, this is Lin Tian, the person I mentioned to you before. He's the person who saved me before. Yao Ming introduced him to the dozens of people. Lin Tian looked at the dozens of people and nodded slightly as a courtesy. Little friend Lin, thank you for helping Yao Ming a while ago. The Yao family's old ancestor, who was wearing a purple robe, took the initiative to speak to Lin Tian. Some time ago, after Yao Ming came back from the ruins under the river, she mentioned to the Yao family's big shots that Lin Tian had saved her. Little friend, we are extremely grateful. The Yao family's patriarch also spoke. He was a middle-aged man whose cultivation was at the half-step enlightenment realm. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lin Tian. Lin Tian had saved his daughter. This favor was very important to him. At the same time, the other Yao family's elders also politely expressed their gratitude to Lin Tian Dao. This was because Yao Ming, whom Lin Tian had saved, was the most outstanding person in their Yao family's younger generation. She was very important to their Yao family. Lin Tian shook his head and said with a faint smile, "You're welcome." The Yao family's old ancestor, patriarch, and dozens of people were pouring their divine power into the stone temple. Obviously, they were performing a technique together. Just as Yao Ming said, they were guarding and maintaining the foundation of their family's earth veins. The Yao family's old ancestor looked at Lin Tian and said apologetically, "Little friend Lin, we're really sorry. We can't leave for the time being, so we can't receive you. This old man asked Yao Ming to prepare the best guest room for you. You can rest in our family for a few days. After a few days, this old man will apologize to you." The Yao family's old ancestor was at the 9th heavenly layer of enlightenment. His cultivation was very strong, but at this time, he was very polite to Lin Tian. This was not only because Lin Tian had saved Yao Ming's life, but also because Lin Tian's name was too famous in the 6th heaven. He single-handedly destroyed the Coiling Dragon Holy Gate and 5 other great immortal sections. Moreover, the most important thing was that Lin Tian was still so young. If he could reach such a level at such a young age, his future achievements could be said to be limitless. Therefore, the Yao family's old ancestor naturally wouldn't put on any airs in front of Lin Tian. The Yao family's patriarch also spoke with an apologetic tone. At this time, they were working together to maintain the foundation of their family. They really couldn't withdraw their power suddenly. Once they forcibly withdraw their power, it may cause a lot of trouble. Seniors are too polite, I can understand. Lin Tian said. If others were polite to him, he would naturally be more polite to them. Old ancestor, elders, father, I asked Lin Tian to help. He said that he might be able to help us. Yao Ming spoke at this time. Hearing this, the Yao family's old ancestor and the others were slightly moved. They all looked at Lin Tian. Perhaps, I can be of some help to your family. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the Yao family's old ancestor and the others. He said, however, before that, I want to take a look at your family's foundation. I wonder if that's possible? The Yao family's old ancestor and the others' eyes lit up. Lin Tian could really help them? No problem, naturally you can. The Yao family's old ancestor opened his mouth and said, I will open a corner of the spiritual array that is imprisoning our family's immortal vein foundation. Although the Yao family's old ancestor was currently using his divine power to stabilize the Yao family's foundation, opening a corner of the spiritual array that imprisoned the immortal vein foundation was still a simple task. As soon as he finished speaking, a ring of divine power spread out and opened a corner of the spiritual array that imprisoned the immortal vein foundation for Lin Tian. He said, little friend, it's done. The corner of the spiritual array is right beside your feet. Little friend, you can use your divine sense to explore it. The foundation of an immortal vein was extremely important to a family. It was the foundation of the family, and generally, it would not be easily shown to outsiders. However, at this time, the Yao family's old ancestor did not hesitate. Firstly, Lin Tian's strength was extraordinary, and he was Yao Ming's savior. Secondly, the Yao family was indeed having a headache right now. He hoped that Lin Tian could really help them. Lin Tian nodded. His divine sense entered the underground of the Yao clan. In the blink of an eye, he discovered 72 spiritual energy dragons and densely packed smaller dragons. They were 72 flawless immortal veins and countless ordinary spiritual veins. At this moment, these immortal veins and spirit veins seemed to have their own consciousness. They trembled crazily, wanting to escape out of the Yao family. Moreover, they were escaping in the same direction, facing the east with the Yao family as the center. It was as if they were subjects going to meet the emperor. This caused him to squint his eyes. Strands of dragon light intertwined as he looked towards the east of the Yao family's residence. Little friend, what did you see? Seeing Lin Tian's expression, the Yao family's old ancestor could not help but ask. He felt that Lin Tian seemed to have found some clues. Yes, I saw something. Lin Tian nodded and said, there is an external force affecting the immortal and spiritual veins underground. As soon as these words came out, the big shots of the Yao family all revealed strange expressions. External force? Our family has a powerful formation protecting us. What kind of external force can affect the foundation of our family's earth veins like this? Who is scheming against our Yao family? All these years, our Yao family doesn't seem to have offended anyone. The dozens of big shots of the Yao family all frowned. Seniors, you worry too much. Perhaps, this is not man-made. Lin Tian said. This caused many big shots of the Yao family to be moved. It's not man-made? Then what is affecting it? The Yao family's old ancestor was more concerned about another matter. At this time, he looked at Lin Tian with some light in his eyes. Then, little friend, do you have a way to solve our family's current predicament? He asked Lin Tian Dao. At this time, like Yao Ming at the beginning, he could not help but show a strong sense of hope on his face. For a family, the foundation of the earth veins was too important. Lin Tian nodded and said with a faint smile, yes. As he spoke, his right leg moved slightly. Immediately, endless dragon runes spread out from the soles of his feet. Through the gap in the spiritual formation that the Yao family's old ancestor opened for him, they quickly sank into the ground of the Yao family. Circles of dragon runes coiled around the foundation of the Yao family's earth veins. Soon, dozens of immortal veins and countless spirit veins became quiet. He controlled the dragon burial scripture, and his cultivation had reached the enlightenment realm. It was naturally easy for him to suppress and stabilize some chaotic immortal veins and spirit veins. Immediately, the Yao family's old ancestor and the others were shocked. They all felt that the family's immortal veins and spirit veins had all stabilized. At this time, all the big shots of the Yao family were shocked as they stared at Lin Tian. For a moment, they forgot to thank him. Their clan's immortal veins and spirit veins had become chaotic a few days ago. The dozens of experts had spent so many days and used all sorts of methods but were still unable to completely stabilize them, causing them to be in a terrible fix. But now, Lin Tian actually stood on the same spot, and with just a shake of his leg, everything was resolved. Roar. It was also at this time that a roar mixed with anger sounded from the east of the Yao family. It was like the roar of a true dragon, and the sound waves were terrifying. Even the Yao family's old ancestor, who was at the 9th layer of enlightenment realm, could not help but be shocked. As expected, Lin Tian narrowed his eyes and looked towards the east of the Yao family. The source vein that has become a spirit is about to transform. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked towards the east. Previously, when he probed the foundation of the Yao family with his divine sense, he found that the immortal veins and spiritual veins under the Yao family were all moving towards the east. Then, he looked towards the east and vaguely sensed the aura of a source vein. Moreover, it's the same aura as the source vein he refined in the 4th heaven, but it's much more refined. At that time, he guessed that a source vein might be seizing the aura of the Yao family's foundation from a distance, causing the immortal veins and spiritual veins under the Yao family to become chaotic, causing their aura to constantly leak out. At this moment, as the roar sounded, the aura similar to that of the source vein grew even stronger, completely confirming his guess. This is? The old ancestor of the Yao family and the others also looked towards the east. At this time, they all sensed an incomparably powerful spiritual energy fluctuation, and at the same time, they also felt a tyrannical pressure. Even the old ancestor of the Yao family was a little shocked. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. It jumped up from Lin Tian's head and looked straight towards the east. Boy, this aura. When it was in the 4th heaven, it also sensed the aura of the source vein, so it naturally had an impression of this aura. Now that it detected a similar aura, it naturally guessed that the roar coming from the east is most likely from a source vein. Moreover, it's even more astonishing than the source vein in the 4th heaven. It was also at this moment that another roar sounded from the east of the Yao family. It was very cold, and the aura of the source vein was even stronger. You ruined this lord's plan, damn it. Don't let this lord find out who you are, otherwise, I will kill everyone related to you. This voice was very loud, like a thunderclap, causing people's eardrums to feel slightly numb. Lin Tian's expression suddenly turned cold. He only used the dragon runes to stabilize the foundation of the Yao family and the immortal veins to block the source vein from seizing the source vein's aura. Originally, he didn't want to do anything to the other party. Although the source vein's aura would be of great use to him after suppressing the other party, after all, the source vein has already developed its own consciousness and can be regarded as a life form. He wouldn't destroy the other party just because he wanted to steal the aura of the Yao family. That would be somewhat cruel. However, the other party's words directly made him want to kill. He hates people who want to harm his family and friends the most. No matter who it is, as long as they want to harm his family and friends, he will never show them the slightest bit of mercy. Damn crocodile, come with me, I will let you evolve. He Tian said coldly. As he spoke, he walked out of the Yao family's stone hall, moving several hundred feet with each step towards the eastern side of the Yao family estate. Wuxing Crocodile naturally understood Lin Tian's words. His eyes lit up incomparably brightly as he chuckled. Then, under the yelling of little Yitong and the girl in white, he wrapped them in demonic power and soared into the sky above the Yao family estate, following closely behind Lin Tian. Let's follow and take a look. Let's go. The important figures of the Yao family looked at each other, then rose into the air and followed Lin Tian to the eastern side. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He stepped on the void, crossing several hundred feet with each step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above a mountain 10,000 feet east of the Yao family estate. Dragon runes intertwined in his eyes as he threw a punch at the mountain. Boom, this punch was powerful and heavy. At the same time, it was intertwined with powerful physical strength and astonishing divine power, making it extremely frightening. Suddenly, the large void collapsed, and the mountain below was directly shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust rose into the air. This scene happened to fall into the eyes of the Yao family experts who were not far away. Each and every one of them trembled violently, and their faces were filled with shock. Even Wuxing Crocodile, who knew Lin Tian's background, could not help but be moved. This punch was truly terrifying. Almost at the same time, a roar sounded from below the mountain, accompanied by a vast amount of spiritual energy. A large silver dragon rushed out. Although it was only 10 feet long, its spiritual energy was incomparably refined, and it was frighteningly dense. This is? The aura of the source vein. Could this be a source vein that has turned into a spirit? The external force that little friend Lin mentioned before is this source vein that has turned into a spirit? The Yao family experts were shocked. What a huge dragon! Little Yitong was wrapped in Wuxing Crocodile's demonic power. Looking at the large silver dragon in front of her, she could not help but let out a cry of surprise. The little guy doesn't know much. That's a source vein, the type that becomes a spirit. It's completely unrelated to Dragon 8. The Five Elements alligator said, but his eyes were full of light as he laughed. Hi hey. We're going to make a huge profit today. After being with Lin Tian for such a long time, he understood Lin Tian's temper very well. Anyone who had any ideas about Lin Tian's relatives and friends would definitely seriously touch Lin Tian's bottom line. This source vein said that it wanted to kill everyone around Lin Tian. It could already imagine the consequences. It would definitely be ruthlessly wiped out by Lin Tian, and at that time, only the pure essence of the source vein would be left. This was a huge treasure trove. Roar. In front of them, the source vein roared again. Its body was like a dragon, and its pupils were blood red, cold and eerie. Human! You're the one who interfered with my business. It stared at Lin Tian with a cruel gaze. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. His feet flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the source vein, and slapped down. With a crack, space was directly shattered. Bang! Following a crisp sound, the source vein was directly slapped down by Lin Tian from the sky, and fell to the bottom of the collapsed mountain. An ear-piercing roar sounded out once again. The source vein angrily roared as it charged up from the bottom of the mountain. However, Lin Tianji took a step forward and appeared in front of it once again. He raised his right hand and slapped down again. With a bang, the source vein that had just charged up was once again slapped down by Lin Tian, looking extremely miserable. This, according to the ancient records, even a half-step to Nirvana stage practitioner would find it difficult to deal with a source vein that has turned into a spirit. It is said to be invincible under the Nirvana stage. However, this source vein has been, little friend Lin is stronger than a half-step to Nirvana stage practitioner? The Yao family experts were shocked. Even the Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Although Lin Tian was monstrous and powerful, at this time, he could easily suppress the source vein without using any special means. This made it somewhat suspicious. However, in the next moment, a demonic light suddenly flashed in its eyes as it thought of something. I know, this source vein is in the final stage of transforming into a human form. It is at the most crucial step. Not only does it need external spiritual energy to help, but its own combat strength will also be suppressed to a very low level. Therefore, it is a little weak at this time. As it spoke, it looked at the experts of the Yao clan and couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder a mature essence source vein would secretly absorb the spiritual energy of your clan's foundation from 10,000 zhang away, instead of directly snatching it. So this is the reason. Hearing the Wuxing crocodile's words, the Yao family experts could not help but be moved. This seems to make sense, the Yao family ancestor said. Thinking about it, with the source vein's true strength, if it was at its peak, if it wanted to snatch the spiritual energy, it could directly kill its way into the Yao family. The Yao family might not be able to stop it, and the other party would not need to spend so much effort. The Wuxing crocodile glanced at the Yao family ancestor and said, "What do you mean by seems to be the case?" "This is the situation." Roar. In front of them, the source vein roared. Its body trembled as it rushed up again. However, what made it sullen was that just as it rushed up, Lin Tian stepped over and raised his hand again, slapping it into the dust again. "Human!" It roared, but it did not rush up again. Instead, it stuck close to the ground and fled into the distance. Its speed was shocking. "The next time we meet, I will definitely take your life. Then, I will kill everyone related to you." In the distance, the Wuxing crocodile was speechless. "You really want to die?" Lin Tian stood in the air, and his eyes were even colder. The yin-yang rock moved, and like lightning, it swept across the void. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the fleeing source vein. He raised his right leg and kicked the source vein's head fiercely. Suddenly, with a bang, the source vein was kicked into the air, and a large amount of spiritual light spread out. Lin Tian raised his head, and his feet flashed. In an instant, he appeared in front of the source vein and directly punched out. Bang! The source vein was sent flying, and it was in a sorry state. However, this was not the end. Before its body could stabilize, Lin Tian's figure appeared beside it again, and another punch landed on its body. For a moment, the sound of banging echoed. It was beaten to the east and kicked to the west by Lin Tian. It was in an extremely sorry state, and it could not even escape. "Human!" It roared again, but this time an extremely terrifying pressure spread out from its body. It stirred up a violent hurricane, and its destructive aura rose steadily. "I'll give up this opportunity to transform and kill you." As its words fell, the aura on its body became even more terrifying, like a dormant volcano that suddenly erupted. In the distance, a glimmer of light flashed in the Wuxing crocodile's eyes. Lord Crocodile knew it would be like this. At the critical moment of transformation, this guy's power is suppressed to an extremely low level. As it spoke, its eyes narrowed slightly as it continued, "However, that guy is pretty decisive and willing to part with his life. According to the rumors, it will take at least 1,000 years for a Genesis vein to transform into a human form. Over 1,000 years of hard work has vanished like smoke in an instant." Roar. In front of him, the mature essence source vein let out a roar. It gave up on the opportunity to transform and forcefully pulled out its full power. For a time, that powerful spiritual pressure continuously surged out, shaking this large space until it cracked inch by inch and then collapsed. Lin Tian stood in midair, looking at the source vein that was getting stronger and stronger. His expression did not change, and his eyes were still indifferent. Boom! Spiritual power surged out, and the aura emitted by the source vein became even more terrifying. After a few breaths, it finally reached a peak, and its body became 1,000 feet long. It was as if a real dragon had been born. "Die," it said coldly. The spiritual aura shattered the sky and turned into a huge dragon claw, ruthlessly pressing down on Lin Tian. The huge dragon claw covered the sky and cast a huge shadow on the ground. No one knew how much land it covered. The violent aura caused the entire space to shake as it slammed down towards Lin Tian with the power to destroy everything. In an instant, the expressions of the Yao family experts changed. "My friend, dodge." The Yao family ancestor could not help but shout. At this moment, the claw of the essence veins was too terrifying, causing him to feel terrified. Boom! In front of him, there was a surge of divine power, imprisoning and destroying everything. The huge dragon claw arrived in front of Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. "It's too easy to kill you like this. After I kill you, I will make sure that the people around you suffer together with you," the essence veins said coldly. At this moment, its body was more than 100 feet long. It was truly a huge monster as it looked down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Lin Tian stood in midair as his face turned colder. His eyes began to change as dragon patterns intertwined. Divine Eye of Delusion. After opening the Divine Eye of Delusion, Lin Tian's gaze was deep and cold. He gently moved to the side and dodged the essence veins attack. Then, he stretched out his right hand as streaks of dragon light wrapped around his right hand and landed on the huge dragon claw. Ah! In an instant, a piercing scream was heard as the entire essence veins trembled. This caused the Yao family experts to be shocked. The essence veins, which was more powerful than an ordinary half-step to Nirvana realm cultivator, slammed its claw towards Lin Tian. First, Lin Tian easily dodged it. Then, under Lin Tian's gentle attack, the essence veins let out a piercing scream. It felt as if the cultivator's spiritual soul had been severely injured. Is he so powerful? He looks like he is in his 20s. He actually made the essence veins, which is more powerful than a half-step to Nirvana realm cultivator, let out a scream. The Yao family experts were shocked. But soon, they saw Lin Tian's eyes and the bright dragon patterns intertwined on Lin Tian's right hand. His eyes, on his right hand, could that be a dragon tattoo? It's recorded in the ancient books. I've seen it before, and it's indeed a dragon pattern. That's a technique unique to Celestial Venerable Zonglong. At this time, the dozens of great characters from the Yao clan could no longer remain calm. Lin Tian's eyes caused them to feel horrified. The intertwining dragon patterns on Lin Tian's right hand caused them to be astonished. In just a moment, each and every one of them became like wooden sculptures. He has mastered the supreme art of the Celestial Venerate Zonglong? The Yao family's old ancestor trembled slightly. In front of him, the huge body of the essence-forming origin vein trembled as it let out a miserable shriek. It was only a long while later that it finally calmed down. "Human! What did you do?" It roared angrily at Lin Tian. At the same time, there was a hint of fear in its huge eyes. Just now, Lin Tian's right hand had only lightly patted its paw, but it had suffered unimaginable pain. A part of its consciousness had been forcefully wiped out. Lin Tian raised his head. The intertwining dragon patterns in his divine eyes of illusion breaker carried a deep and cold aura, causing the essence-forming origin vein to tremble involuntarily. It felt as though everything about it had been seen through in an instant. It was as though every move it made could not be hidden from those eyes. The essence-forming origin vein trembled, but it soon became angry again. Facing a young human who looked like he was in his 20s, it actually panicked. Roar! It roared as spiritual energy surged, intertwining into an even more terrifying killing light. It majestically pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the killing light had completely enveloped Lin Tian, trapping Lin Tian like a cage. Die! It roared as the extremely terrifying spiritual energy killing light shrunk towards the center. It was obvious that it wanted to crush Lin Tian within it. The killing light itself was extremely terrifying. It was enough to kill a half-step to Nirvana stage elite. Lin Tian was within it and naturally could sense how terrifying the killing light was. However, his expression did not change at all. The divine eyes of Illusion Breaker trembled slightly and instantly saw through everything. His right hand was wrapped with dragon patterns as he slammed his palm forward. With a swoosh, the spiritual energy killing light that was pressing down on his body directly shattered and dissipated into the air like fireworks. This scene caused the big shots of the Yao family to be shocked once again. That killing light is definitely enough to kill a half-step to Nirvana stage elite. He actually shattered it so easily? Dozens of people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the essence-forming origin vein itself trembled as its huge pupils involuntarily widened. Impossible! It roared angrily. Lin Tian raised his head, his eyes cold. He took a step forward and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the essence-forming origin vein and pressed down with his palm. Just now, the killing light from the essence-forming origin vein was indeed terrifying. Even if he had the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker, he would not be able to withstand it under normal circumstances. After all, the essence-forming origin vein was extremely powerful. However, unfortunately, the essence-forming origin vein was ultimately still an origin vein. Furthermore, the dragon burial scripture that he possessed could control the momentum of the heavens and earth. It was enough to weaken the essence-forming origin vein. In front of others, the essence-forming origin vein was truly invincible under the nirvana stage. Ordinary people could only die if they faced it. However, to him, who was at the enlightenment stage, under the circumstances of him using the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker and the dragon patterns of the dragon burial scripture, the essence-forming origin vein was nothing. Currently, he was in a domain where he could absolutely suppress the other party. Buzz. He slammed his right hand down and the dragon patterns on his palm landed directly on the head of the essence-forming origin vein. Instantly, the essence-forming origin vein violently trembled as it let out an ear-piercing shriek. You! What have you done? It screamed in horror. A part of its consciousness had been erased by Lin Tian. To it, this was undoubtedly a great disaster. Not far away, the whooshing crocodile narrowed its eyes and muttered to itself, "For Kid Lin, who has mastered the dragon burial scripture and successfully cultivated the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker, now that he has reached the enlightenment stage, the essence-forming origin vein is really nothing." Using the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker and the dragon burial scripture together, coupled with the powerful cultivation of the enlightenment stage, it is enough to easily suppress the essence-forming origin vein. Little Yitong was enveloped in the demonic light that it had summoned. She waved her little hands and cried out happily, "Master is so powerful." In front of him, rays of spiritual light shot out. The essence-forming origin vein was shocked and angry. It once again summoned a powerful killing light towards Lin Tian. The killing light from the essence-forming origin vein turned into a giant tower that pressed down on Lin Tian, crushing pieces of space. In response, Lin Tian did not even raise his head. The dragon tattoos on his right hand were intertwined, and with a light slap, they were shattered. Looking at the essence-forming origin vein that was hundreds of feet long, his gaze was cold. At this time, he really made his move. He locked onto his opponent with the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker. With a shake of his right hand, dense dragon tattoos instantly intertwined, binding the essence-forming origin vein like chains of purple essence. With a thought, the essence-forming origin vein let out a shrill scream. Moreover, at the same time, he circulated the dragon burial scripture and combined it with the powerful cultivation of the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker and the truth comprehension realm to forcefully suppress the 300 m long mature essence source vein back to the size of 30 m long. The essence-forming origin vein screamed again and again. It trembled and struggled, but it was useless. It could not break free from the dragon tattoos at all. Even its power was frozen. In the blink of an eye, an extremely panicked expression appeared in its eyes. At this time, it finally realized that Lin Tian seemed to have mastered a strange secret technique that could completely suppress it. "You! Stop! Let me go!" It began to beg for mercy. At this time, it was bound by the dragon tattoos. It could not break free or resist, so it could only beg Lin Tian for mercy. When such a voice was heard, it undoubtedly shocked the Yao family experts not far away. A powerful essence-forming origin vein was not a match for an ordinary half-step to nirvana stage expert, but now it was begging for mercy from Lin Tian, who was in his 20s. Lin Tian stared at the source vein with a cold look in his eyes. "Originally, I didn't want to deal with you, I didn't want to do anything to you, but what I hate the most is other people having dangerous thoughts about my family and friends. If they do, I will kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, with a thought, the dragon tattoos that bound the essence-forming origin vein emitted a bright light. "Ah!" The essence-forming origin vein screamed. Lin Tian opened the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker and displayed the dragon tattoos. Then, he released his divine consciousness and worked together to break down the consciousness of the essence-forming origin vein. The essence-forming origin vein screamed and struggled madly. Unfortunately, it was useless as it could not break free no matter how hard it tried. Lin Tian's expression was cold as he locked onto the essence-forming origin vein with the divine eyes of Illusion Breaker. The dragon tattoos and divine consciousness vibrated together and continuously crushed the consciousness of the essence-forming origin vein. Then, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed and revealed a strange look. At this time, in the process of breaking down the consciousness of the essence-forming origin vein with the dragon tattoos and divine consciousness, he suddenly saw a huge valley in the consciousness of the essence-forming origin vein. In the depths of the valley, there was a strange stone that showed 5 different colors and was branded with mysterious patterns. This is a Saint Spirit Stone? He was slightly shocked. He had once read about the Saint Spirit Stone in an ancient book. It was a divine stone that was born naturally and could upgrade a high-grade divine weapon to a low-grade divine weapon. His eyes shone brightly. He did not expect to see a Saint Spirit Stone in the consciousness of the essence-forming origin vein. The value of such a precious item was not cheap. He paused for a moment and continued to look. He found that the essence-forming origin vein could not take away the Saint Spirit Stone in the valley. There was a powerful natural seal there that made it difficult for the essence-forming origin vein to break through. It could only see the Saint Spirit Stone in the valley from afar. Very good. He secretly said as the light in his eyes became even brighter. He now controlled several high-grade divine weapons. Once he found this Saint Spirit Stone and seriously refined it, he would be able to turn any of the high-grade divine weapons into a low-grade saint weapon. At that time, his battle prowess would increase by a large margin. He took a deep breath and looked at the essence-forming origin vein. He no longer held back and circulated the dragon burial scripture to the maximum. He also released more divine consciousness and completely crushed the consciousness of the essence-forming origin vein as it let out a final scream. At this time, the essence-forming origin vein was still there, but it did not have the same pressure as before. There was only rich origin vein spirit chi. Dead. Dead. The Yao family experts trembled. At this time, they stared at Lin Tian and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The consciousness of a essence-forming origin vein was crushed by Lin Tian so easily. How terrifying was that? How heaven-defying was that? The white-clothed girl was wrapped in the demonic light of the whooshing crocodile. She stared at Lin Tian, her beautiful big eyes full of splendor. Not far away, Lin Tian closed his divine eyes of delusion breaker. His aura immediately calmed down like an ordinary person. He glanced at the essence-forming origin vein that he had wiped away and looked at the whooshing crocodile. I'll leave it to you. Refine it yourself. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the whooshing crocodile immediately laughed. It wrapped the girl in white and little Yutong with its monster power and sent them to Lin Tian's side. It then turned into a beam of monster light and plunged into the source vein that had its consciousness erased. In an instant, its aura began to rise steadily. A woo! Awesome! It let out a wolf howl. The spiritual chi of a source vein was much stronger than that of an ordinary source vein. A simple source vein was comparable to 5 ordinary source veins, and this source vein had already reached the stage of metamorphosis. It was even more astonishing than an ordinary source vein. If one were to compare it carefully, it should be comparable to 6 or 7 ordinary source veins. Lin Tian wrapped little Yutong and the girl in white with his divine power and did not refine this source vein. After all, he had already reached the enlightenment realm, and the spiritual chi of this source vein was not very useful to him. At the same time, he did not let little Yutong absorb and refine it. This was because the little one had already absorbed a lot of source vein essence and directly entered the sea of knowledge from the body refinement realm. It would not be good for her to absorb the source vein essence now. Wang, in front of him, inside the source vein of the whooshing crocodile, monster power surged, laws intertwined, and its aura continued to rise. It was refining here, laughing from time to time. It was not worried at all. After all, Lin Tian was here. With Lin Tian's protection, there was no need for it to worry. This, a source vein that is about to metamorphose, is being refined just like that. How extravagant! Many of the Yao family's experts were shocked. Yao Ming's gaze fell on Lin Tian, and her face was full of shock. Lin Tian was really too powerful. Lin Tian stood at the side, watching Wuxing crocodile and protecting it. Like this, several hours passed very quickly. At this moment, Wuxing crocodile had completely refined the source vein, and its cultivation soared from the 6th heavenly layer to the 9th heavenly layer. The aura it emitted was even more tyrannical, and the 5 elements Tao law intertwined around its body was very rich. Awesome! It laughed. After a while, it shrank its monster body and flew back to Lin Tian's side. Its cultivation had entered the 9th heavenly layer of the Great Path, so its battle prowess was undoubtedly much stronger. Moreover, because it was reborn for the 2nd time and was also a primitive ferocious beast, its battle prowess was naturally extraordinary. Now, it was confident that it could kill a cultivator in the 1st heavenly layer of enlightenment. Congratulations, brother monster! The Yao family's ancestor and naturally had to congratulate Wuxing crocodile. Since Wuxing crocodile was together with Lin Tian, they naturally had to congratulate it. After that, with the Yao family's old ancestor leading the way, all the big shots of the Yao family bowed slightly towards Lin Tian. At this time, they sincerely thanked him. Little friend, this time, we really have to thank you. Seniors, don't be like this. You're much older than me. Lin Tian hurriedly said. Kindness is kindness. It has nothing to do with age. The Yao family's ancestor shook his head. Dozens of people bowed to Lin Tian seriously, and then stood up straight. Lin Tian, thank you. Yao Ming opened her mouth and thanked Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian Tan smiled and shook his head. Then, his expression became a little more serious as he looked at the Yao family's ancestor. In fact, I came to visit this time to explain some things to the nobles. He said to the Yao family's ancestor. As he said that, his mind moved slightly, and treasure weapons appeared beside him. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 weapons appeared. Suddenly, the expressions of everyone in the Yao family changed. This is? With just a glance, the powerhouses of the Yao family recognized that this was the weapon control technique. It was the Yao family's most powerful technique. They looked at Lin Tian with shock. How could Lin Tian know the weapon control technique of the Yao family? It's like this. Lin Tian spoke again. Without hiding anything, he briefly explained the process of how he obtained the weapon control technique. Of course, he only mentioned that he obtained the weapon control technique in an ancient tomb. As for the specific location of the ancient tomb, he did not say in detail. The weapon control technique is a precious technique of the nobles, so this junior thought that he should come and explain. Hearing Lin Tian's words, the powerhouses of the Yao family fell silent. Their eyes could not help but flicker a little. The Wuxing crocodile frowned. What? You have something to say? It said, Brat Lin saved the precious daughter of your family first. Now, he has helped the Yao family survive a great disaster. Don't tell me that you want to throw a tantrum or something? In the end, he obtained this technique by chance outside. There is no need to explain it to you. Brother Crocodile, you misunderstood. The old ancestor of the Yao family quickly shook his head and looked at Lin Tian Dao. We are indeed very surprised that the weapon control technique of our family is controlled by little friend. To be honest, if we knew this in the past, we would have attacked little friend at all costs to get the technique back. The old ancestor of the Yao family was very frank. But now, after experiencing so many things, little friend has done a great favor for our family twice. We will not be ungrateful and return kindness with ingratitude. The reason why we are silent at this time is because the old ancestor of the Yao family sighed and said, because the ancient tomb little friend Lin mentioned belongs to a direct descendant of our family. At that time, he was also a rare genius, but because of some family conflicts, he eventually broke with the family and never returned. Lin Tiandao's expression changed slightly. No wonder a tomb in the first heaven contains the secret technique of the Yao family. It turns out that the owner of the tomb is a descendant of the Yao family. Sorry, this junior didn't know about this at that time. I didn't know that the owner of the tomb was related to your family. In order to prevent the poison in the tomb from harming ordinary people, I destroyed the tomb. He apologized seriously and didn't ask what kind of conflict the old ancestor had with the Yao family. The old ancestor of the Yao family waved his hand and didn't care about this matter. That's good, to prevent the secrets of other families from being leaked. Lin Tian apologized once more. Then, he said with a serious expression, Junior promises that I will never pass on the art of weapon control to anyone. Even if it's my descendants, I will not pass it on. The eyes of the Yao family old ancestor and the others flashed with a flash of light. They all nodded, thank you, little friend. The weapon control technique is very important to the Yao family. Lin Tiandao has mastered the weapon control technique. Now that he made such a promise, it undoubtedly made them feel more relieved. The group stood in the void and exchanged some simple words. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Let's go back and prepare for the banquet. The old ancestor of the Yao family said to the Yao family head, then looked at Lin Tiandao and said politely, little friend, please stay in our family for a few days. You have done us two great favors, and we hope that our family will do something to express our gratitude. Okay, then I will disturb you. Lin Tiandao nodded. The problem of the weapon control technique was solved in such a peaceful manner, and the Yao family was also very polite to him. At this time, they invited him to be their guest, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Otherwise, it would seem a little too careless. On this day, the Yao family held a banquet to welcome Lin Tiandao, and also to express their gratitude for Lin Tiandao's two great favors. One after another, the Yao family's big shots took the initiative to toast Lin Tiandao. After all, Lin Tiandao's two great favors to the Yao family were not small. The first time, he saved their beloved daughter, and the second time, he helped the Yao family to protect their family's foundation. It was a true great favor. At the same time, some of the Yao family's young talents also cautiously stepped forward and toasted Lin Tiandao. Their eyes were filled with respect and reverence. The current Lin Tiandao was too strong and too dazzling. He was worthy of their respect. Lin Tiandao naturally wouldn't be arrogant. He didn't refuse anyone who came forward to toast him, and he politely welcomed them. Heroes come from the young. Looking at little friend, this old man can't help but feel that I have lived my life in vain. The Yao family's old ancestor looked at Lin Tiandao and sighed. Senior is overpraising me. Lin Tiandao said humbly. The banquet lasted until midnight. Then, Yao Ming personally selected the best guest room for Lin Tiandao and the others. Then, Lin Tiandao temporarily stayed in the Yao family's residence. During the day, he would discuss cultivation with the Yao family's old ancestor and the others from time to time. One had to admit that the Yao family's old ancestor and the others had lived for a long time and had ample cultivation experience. After discussing cultivation with these people several times, he gained some benefits. Soon, 7 days passed. He stayed in the Yao family's residence for a total of 7 days. On this day, he found the Yao family's old ancestor and the others and prepared to bid farewell, saying that he still had matters to attend to. The Yao family's old ancestor and the other experts originally wanted to persuade him to stay, but seeing that Lin Tiandao had already made up his mind, they didn't say anything. The group of big shots personally sent Lin Tiandao out of the residence. Little friend, you're welcome to visit my Yao family anytime. The Yao family's old ancestor smiled at Lin Tiandao. My Yao family's door is always open for little friend. You're welcome to be a guest at any time. The Yao family's patriarch and the other big shots of the Yao family also spoke one after another. Through these days of interaction, the big shots of the Yao family found that Lin Tiandao was not the ferocious and vicious person that the rumors said. Although he was incomparably powerful, he was very humble. They all had a good impression of Lin Tiandao. Many thanks for your hospitality, seniors. If there's a chance, this junior will definitely come and disturb you again. Lin Tiandao expressed his thanks. He bowed to the big shots of the Yao family, then slowly retreated until he was a certain distance away from the Yao family's residence. Only then did he soar into the sky, enveloping little Yi Tong and the white-clothed girl with his divine power. He called out to the whooshing crocodile and flew into the distance, quickly disappearing into the horizon. The Yao family's old ancestor stood outside the residence, looking at Lin Tiandao's back as he left. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly. A genius. He sighed emotionally. Yes. The other big shots of the Yao family nodded. Lin Tiandao left the Yao family unhurriedly. Enveloping little Yitong and the white-clothed girl with his divine power, he headed straight to the northwest of this heaven region. "Kid, where are you going?" Wuxing Crocodile asked curiously. From its point of view, Lin Tiandao clearly had a specific place to go. "There's a valley in the northwest of this heaven region. There's a Saint Spirit stone inside. I'm going to retrieve it." Lin Tiandao didn't hide anything. He told the Wuxing Crocodile what he saw in the Sea of Consciousness. Wuxing Crocodile's expression changed when it heard Lin Tian's words. "Holy Spirit Stone? Are you sure?" Obviously, it knew what a Holy Spirit Stone was. "Of course." Lin Tiandao. He didn't stop as he spoke, and his speed didn't change as he headed towards the northwest. After about a day, he appeared in the northwest of the celestial domain. Following the clues in the Sea of Consciousness, he arrived in front of a slightly spacious valley. Looking around, the valley seemed to be relatively spacious. There were pieces of red rocks, and occasionally, he could see some ordinary grass growing on the edges of the red rocks, swaying with the breeze. "Is this the place?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded and took a step forward. After pausing for a while, he kicked a fist-sized rock forward. The stone flew straight into the valley, but the moment it entered the valley, a transparent killing light suddenly appeared in the void, crushing the stone into ashes in an instant. "There's really a powerful restriction? Even a half-step to Nirvana realm expert wouldn't be able to break in easily, right?" Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. The killing light at the edge of the valley only appeared for a moment, but it could feel its power. It was terrifying. "Otherwise, why do you think the Holy Spirit Stone wasn't taken away by the origin source?" Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile frowned. "Then, do you have a way to get in?" "It's a little difficult, but I can get in." Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, the dragon tattoos under his feet spread and rushed into the valley. Then, almost at the same time, his eyes changed. He opened his divine eyes of delusion. Suddenly, the tattoos in the void fell into his eyes. These patterns were natural patterns, and ordinary people couldn't see them. At this moment, he saw through these patterns with his delusional breaker eyes. He circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster, and the dragon pattern turned into light swords, destroying these patterns from subtle angles. Soon, 15 minutes passed. "It's done," he said. With the combination of the delusion breaker divine eyes and the dragon burial scripture, Xianxia was able to destroy the natural killing markings in the void outside the valley. He was able to move freely now. "Really?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian didn't say anything more. He kicked another stone into the air. This time, the stone entered the valley unscathed. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. "There really isn't a problem." As it spoke, it looked towards Lin Tian and clicked its tongue. "Kid, you're really something. Even a half-step to Nirvana stage practitioner could not do anything about this natural restriction, and you only spent half an hour to break it. The dragon burial scripture has always been good at this kind of thing. The delusion breaker divine, I can see the hidden patterns and see their weaknesses. Besides, I'm also a 7th rank array manipulator. Combining all of these, it's natural for me to crack it." Lin Tiandao. Xianxia did not hesitate as he said that. He immediately stepped forward and walked into the valley. The girl in white and little Yitong followed him on either side. The Wuxing Crocodile, on the other hand, flapped its wings leisurely. Soon, the 3 people and the crocodile entered the valley and walked more than 300 meters in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the whimpering of beasts was heard. Blood wolves half the height of a human suddenly appeared in the valley. There were about hundreds of them, and each of them emanated a very bloody demonic aura. However, they were not all that powerful. They were roughly comparable to airborne realm beings. "So many." The girl widened her eyes. Wuxing Crocodile teased, "What's wrong, little girl? Are you scared?" The girl blinked and said, "I'm a divine king." The meaning of her words was very clear. In other words, she was saying, "I'm a divine king. Who am I afraid of?" Wuxing Crocodile was speechless. "Your whole family are divine kings," it said. The girl blinked. How did you know? Whooshing Crocodile was speechless. Even an old monster like it was somewhat speechless. It was really defeated by this girl. Lin Tian glanced at the girl and the monster. He did not say anything and looked at the pack of wolves in front of him. Awoo! A blood wolf roared. Its demonic eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. It stared at the three people and the monster and began to prepare to pounce. Little Yitong looked at the whooshing crocodile. Uncle Crocodile, they roar the same as you. Bah! How are they the same? They're completely different. Whooshing Crocodile was so angry that its face turned dark. In front of them, the pack of wolves let out another low roar. At this moment, all of them moved together and all of them pounced on the three people and the crocodile. There were hundreds of these blood wolves together. Running together like this, the formation was somewhat extraordinary. Lin Tian looked at little Yitong, who was next to him. He wrapped the little girl in his divine power and threw her directly at the blood wolves that were pouncing on them. Oh, master, you, the little girl shouted. Let's see how many of them you can defeat in such a bad situation. Lin Tian Dao. These blood wolves were all at the early stage of the flight realm. With hundreds of them together, it was very scary for ordinary people. He threw little Yitong out to gain experience. At the same time, he wanted to see the extent of the little girl's current limit. Awoo! In front of them, the pack of wolves roared and all of them pounced on little Yitong. Oh! Little Yitong shrunk her neck in fear and dodged in a panic. Then, she clenched her little fists and began to fight back against the pack of wolves. Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile stared. Boy Lin, there are hundreds of monsters. Isn't this a little too much? Flowers in a greenhouse are raised, and talents come from difficult situations, Lin Tiandao said. Besides, we are here. What are we afraid of? Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes and did not say anything. He looked at little Yitong in front of him. Lin Tiandao's eyes were fixed on the front. Although he was very strict with Yitong in terms of cultivation, he was also the one who was most worried about the little girl. After all, she was his only disciple. Oh! I'll fight. Yitong's divine fist. The little girl's voice was crisp and clear as she fought with the blood wolves. Just like that, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Help, master! Little Yitong shouted. At that moment, there were about 30 blood wolves lying on the ground. All of them were great monsters at the first level of the airborne realm. All of them were beaten up by the little guy with his bare fists. They were so weak that they could not even stand up. However, at this moment, the little girl was also very embarrassed. She had black marks all over her body, and she had suffered serious injuries. Lin Tiandao nodded secretly. He knew that it was about time. He gently flicked his finger, and a golden divine light suddenly flew out and shrouded the little girl. When it formed a solid defensive light curtain, it quickly healed the little girl's injured body. In 2 hours, the little girl charged among hundreds of flight realm monsters with her cultivation at the Sea of Consciousness realm. She had beaten more than 30 monsters. It had to be said that her battle record was amazing. Lin Tiandao, as her master, was naturally very satisfied with this. The golden divine light protected little Yitong's body. When a blood wolf pounced on her, it was immediately shattered and died on the spot. All of you, get out of here. Whooshing Crocodile spoke at this time. He casually cursed at the blood wolves, mixed with a faint pressure of the Great Path realm. Suddenly, the blood wolves trembled and looked at Whooshing Crocodile. Fear appeared in their eyes. They were monsters. At this time, in the face of the demonic power emitted by Whooshing Crocodile, who was at the 9th level of the Great Path realm, they were naturally very afraid. Then, in the next moment, these blood wolves slowly retreated. After retreating a certain distance, they all ran away with their tails between their legs. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of blood wolves had all run away. Lin Tiandao did not care about this. He walked forward and came to little Yitong's side. At this time, little Yitong's injuries had mostly healed. After all, his divine power was stimulated by his cultivation at the Wuzhen realm. The healing power was naturally amazing. Master, next time you throw me out, remember to tell me first. Little Yitong raised her head and looked at Lin Tiandao, feeling a little wronged. Lin Tiandao smiled and knocked on the little girl's head. Let's go, he said and walked forward. At this moment, little Yitong's injuries were completely healed. Moreover, under his golden divine light, her essence, energy, and spirit had all become stronger. At this time, he walked in front, heading deeper into the valley. Little Yitong puffed up her cheeks and hurriedly trotted to keep up. The girl in white kept following beside Lin Tiandao, while the whooshing crocodile was still wobbling forward, flapping its wings. Soon, Lin Tiandao led the way, following the clues found in the sea of consciousness of the source of essence vein. Soon, they arrived about a few hundred feet deep into the valley. We're here. Lin Tiandao. In this place, there were more plants around, and the life aura was very strong. He looked straight ahead and saw a five-colored strange stone lying on the ground. It was about the size of a fist, sparkling and translucent, with strands of strange patterns intertwined on it. Whooshing crocodile's eyes immediately lit up. It really is a Holy Spirit stone. An old monster like it had read many ancient books and history books. Naturally, it knew what a Holy Spirit stone looked like. Lin Tiandao's eyes flashed with a strange light. He took a step forward and grabbed the Holy Spirit stone. Buzz. On the Holy Spirit stone, strand after strand of patterns trembled and emitted radiance. They were like ripples of water as they rippled outwards. They looked very peaceful, but they contained an incomparably terrifying destructive force. There was a faint saintly might nurtured within them. It was extremely shocking. Facing these ripples, even as strong as Lin Tiandao was now, his expression changed drastically. He retracted his right hand and quickly stepped on the yin and yang road to retreat. He moved 100 feet away by a hair's breadth, avoiding the power from the Holy Spirit stone. Even so, he was still slightly shaken, and streams of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. No wonder it could evolve a high-grade divine weapon into a low-grade holy weapon. The light in his eyes grew brighter. At this moment, he realized that the strange patterns on the Holy Spirit stone seemed to be natural holy runes, and they contained extremely terrifying holy power. Kid, are you okay? Whooshing Crocodile was a little surprised. It didn't expect that Lin Tiandao, who was so strong now, would be injured by the Holy Spirit stone. I'm fine. Lin Tiandao shook his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After that, he asked Whooshing Crocodile and the others to retreat further away. He opened his Delusion Breaker Divine Eye again. Strands of dragon patterns swirled out, winding around him like a chain. He slowly approached the Holy Spirit stone, looking very cautious. Buzz. The Holy Spirit stone sensed it. The natural patterns on it vibrated, and a terrifying force surged out like water ripples, sweeping toward Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian held the Holy Spirit stone in his hand. The patterns on it became even more violent, and the destructive holy power overflowed. For a moment, the surrounding space was shaken to the point that it was difficult to bear. It was extremely distorted, and then it began to shatter. Lin Tian's powerful body trembled involuntarily. Cracks appeared one after another, but he did not let go. With a low roar, the reincarnation diagram and the Great Path Order merged together, forming a Great Path reincarnation diagram that pressed down on the Holy Spirit stone. Buzz. Boom, suddenly, the power of the Holy Spirit stone collided with the Great Path reincarnation diagram, creating a huge hurricane. Not far away, Whooshing Crocodile was moved. This is indeed a divine stone that can upgrade a high-grade divine weapon to a low-grade sacred weapon. With Lin Tian's current strength, he can't take it down easily even with the delusionary divine eye and the most powerful diagram. Uncle, you can do it. The girl in white shouted. Master, you can do it. Little Yitong also shouted. In front of him, Lin Tian gripped the Saint Spirit stone tightly in his right hand. His arm was already covered in cracks from the impact, as if it would shatter at any moment. Even with the suppression of the Great Path reincarnation diagram, it was difficult to suppress the Saint Spirit stone immediately. He stared at the natural patterns on the Holy Spirit stone and gritted his teeth. The delusionary divine eye trembled violently, and the dragon pattern rings on his pupils spun rapidly. Divine light shone in his eyes, and he could see the power overflowing from the Holy Spirit stone more clearly. Then, with a thought, the four symbols seal and the yin-yang lotus sea also appeared. Together with the Great Path reincarnation diagram, they pressed down on the Holy Spirit stone together. The Holy Spirit stone trembled violently, and its power jumped. It was obviously showing signs of being suppressed. Just like that, an hour passed quickly. Suppress, Lin Tian said in a low voice. His right hand exerted force, and with all his techniques, he finally calmed the Holy Spirit stone down. At this time, his body was covered in cracks, and blood flowed out. Even the corners of his eyes were bleeding. He was in a sorry state. Even so, a smile appeared on his face because he had truly obtained a Saint Spirit stone. "Kid, how are you?" At this moment, Wuxing Crocodile came over. It stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Even with Lin Tian's current strength, he was actually forced to use all his powerful means to obtain a Saint Spirit stone. Furthermore, he was heavily injured, and his entire body was drenched in blood. "I'm fine." Lin Tian Dao. Blood-red flames danced around his body as the sun's nirvana art was activated. In the blink of an eye, his injured body was healed. At this moment, the fist-sized Saint Spirit stone was held in his hand. Naturally, Saint runes intertwined with each other, flowing with a faint glow. "Not simple, not simple." Wuxing Crocodile's eyes twinkled. Lin Tian nodded. The power contained within this Holy Spirit stone was extremely shocking, especially the natural sacred inscriptions, which were very terrifying. "Master." Little Yitong ran over, followed by the white-cloaked girl. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and smiled faintly. Looking at the Holy Spirit stone, he took a deep breath. He had several superior-grade divine weapons. Under such circumstances, this Holy Spirit stone in his hand was equivalent to a divine weapon. Wuxing Crocodile stared at the Holy Spirit stone in his hand and said, "Kid, do you want to use it to forge a divine weapon now, or do you want to do it after we leave this place?" Now that Lin Tian had obtained the Holy Spirit stone, coupled with a superior-grade divine weapon, he could obtain a divine weapon. A divine weapon with terrifying power. It was a little excited just thinking about it. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's forge it now, right here." This valley was very wide and quiet. At this time, it was naturally the best place to forge. "Lord Crocodile thinks so too," Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and looked around. Soon, he found a huge black stone. He sat down on the black stone, holding the Holy Spirit stone in his hand. Then, he quieted down a little. "What's wrong?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. "Think about which superior-grade divine weapon to merge it with." Lin Tian Andao. Now, he thought of two divine weapons that were more suitable for merging. The first was the stone sword he obtained in the Desolate God Mausoleum. The second was the immortal slaying bow that he took from an assassin in the Great Extinguishing Divine Dynasty some time ago. These two divine weapons were superior-grade divine weapons, and their power was definitely the best among superior-grade divine weapons. If he merged these two divine weapons with the Holy Spirit stone, after upgrading to a divine weapon, its power would be much stronger than after merging with other divine weapons. He thought seriously, and soon, dozens of breaths passed. It was also at this time that he made a decision. "Merge with the immortal slaying bow," he said to himself. His physical body was now very strong. In close combat, he had enough advantages. Under such circumstances, he felt that it would be better to upgrade the immortal slaying bow, which was an upper-grade divine weapon, to a sacred weapon, to strengthen his long-range attack. He took a deep breath, and with a slight thought, he took out the immortal slaying bow in a flash. This divine bow was completely black. The bow was made of black meteorite divine iron, and the bowstring was made of the spine of a powerful exotic beast. The materials used were all extraordinary. Forge a divine bow? That's right. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the immortal slaying bow that Lin Tian took out and said, "Your physical body is now very strong. Just your physical body alone is not weaker than a half-step to Nirvana stage expert. You have an obvious advantage in close combat. Under such circumstances, forging a divine bow is indeed more suitable than forging a divine sword. Let's begin," it said. Lin Tian nodded. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun and quickly adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit. Soon, his essence, qi, and spirit reached their peak state. Then, he asked Wuxing Crocodile, Little Yi Tong, and the girl in white to step back. He held the immortal slaying bow in one hand and the Holy Spirit stone in the other. He wrapped the two with golden divine power and slowly drew them together. Merge, he said in a low voice. He wrapped the Holy Spirit stone with his golden divine power and intertwined the great path's precepts. He forcefully merged the Holy Spirit stone into the divine bow. Suddenly, there was a buzz. The immortal slaying bow shone brightly and the power of a cosmic treasure also began to increase rapidly. Clang, 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 the immortal slaying bow that had merged with the Holy Spirit stone vibrated violently and let out a sonorous sound like that of an ancient divine sword. Lin Tian calmed his mind and focused. He opened his eye of illusion breaker again. His divine power, divine consciousness, and great past precepts were all released. They enveloped the immortal slaying bow that had merged with the Holy Spirit stone and allowed the two to merge quickly. Buzz. The immortal slaying bow vibrated. The divine light outside the bow became denser and denser, and the aura it emitted became more and more powerful. Gradually, lines of runes appeared on the bow. They blurred and became clear. They were the natural divine runes that had wrapped around the Holy Spirit stone. At this moment, they were slowly imprinted on the immortal slaying bow. As the natural divine runes were imprinted on the bow, the immortal slaying bow's aura became even more terrifying. The aura it emitted was like a boiling volcano, and it created a huge hurricane. Crack! 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 The immortal slaying bow floated up and down, surrounded by light. The vibrations caused the space to shatter continuously. Moreover, the surrounding earth and rocks were also constantly crumbling. Gradually, more divine runes appeared on the immortal slaying bow, causing it to vibrate even more violently. After dozens of breaths, a faint divine aura emanated from the immortal slaying bow. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The divine aura has been revealed. It's about to succeed. Not far away, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes flashed. Buzz. The immortal slaying bow shone even more brightly. The divine aura grew stronger and stronger. It was like a sleeping beast that was awakening. Lin Tian released even more divine power and enveloped the immortal slaying bow, allowing it to merge with the Holy Spirit stone more smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Boom, at that moment, an extremely powerful aura exploded in the valley, quickly surging to every corner. The immortal slaying bow floated in front of Lin Tian. At that moment, the divine runes covered it, and the powerful divine aura spread out. It's done. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with divine light. He waved his hand and took the immortal slaying bow in his hand. Instantly, he felt an incomparably terrifying power. Now, it's a divine weapon. He gripped the bow tightly. Wuxing Crocodile flashed over. Its eyes were shining as it stared straight at the immortal slaying bow in Lin Tian's hand that had merged with the Holy Spirit stone. Divine runes, divine aura, it's really turned into a divine weapon. It sized up the immortal slaying bow that had turned into a divine weapon and said to Lin Tian, "Kid, try it out." Lin Tian nodded. He had the same intention. He shifted his gaze and stared at a mountain not far away. He held the bow in his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. Instantly, his divine power surged into the bow. At the same time, the spiritual chi in all directions was swept up and absorbed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling golden arrow was condensed. The powerful divine aura was undeniable, as if it could pierce through all things. Lin Tian stared at the mountain not far away. He released the bowstring, and the golden arrow immediately flew out like lightning. A huge space tunnel was directly pierced through the void. Then, the golden arrow landed in the mountain in the blink of an eye. Boom, in an instant, a golden wave of divine light rippled out and swept out in all directions. The entire mountain was directly blasted apart. Seeing this scene, the 5 elements crocodile immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a huge mountain was actually shattered by a single arrow. How terrifying! It said with its eyes wide open. Lin Tian was naturally shocked. the power of that arrow was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. It was really terrifying. However, at the same time, he clenched his right hand again. That arrow just now had consumed too much of his divine power. As expected, the higher the level of the weapon, the more divine power it consumes. He muttered to himself. However, although he said so, the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. After all, consuming a lot of divine power was a small matter. The most important thing was that he now had a divine weapon. Staring at the divine weapon level immortal slaying bow, he took a deep breath and imprinted his divine sense brand on it. Then, he shook his arm slightly and stored it in his divine sense ocean. Let's go. Let's leave this place. He said to Wuxing Crocodile, Little Yi Tong, and the girl in white. After coming here and obtaining the divine spirit stone, the immortal slaying bow, which was a superior divine weapon, had turned into a divine weapon level divine weapon. At this time, there was no need to stay in this place anymore. As Lin Tian spoke, he beckoned Little Yi Tong and the girl in white to lead the way out of the valley. The Wuxing Crocodile flapped its wings and followed behind, still immersed in the power of the Saint-grade celestial slaying bow's arrow. It was really terrifying to blow up a mountain with one arrow. However, it did not take long for it to return to normal and quickly walked out of the valley. Kid, go and dig the source vein. Lord Crocodile is only a small step away from the realm of enlightenment. It said to Lin Tian. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. The three people and the crocodile walked out of the valley and walked along the road. After a few hours, they arrived at a plain. This plain was very vast, and it was covered with inch-tall grass. As the breeze blew, the grass swayed slightly. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian suddenly stopped as he looked ahead. There, a gray-robed elder stood calmly a few dozen feet away from them. His body was withered and his face was full of wrinkles. Very powerful. The Wuxing Crocodile stared at the gray-robed elder and narrowed its eyes. As far as the eye could see, the gray-robed elder stood in front of them, his robes fluttering in the wind. His sunken eyes did not contain the slightest emotion, as if he was a puppet. However, the aura outside his body was very shocking. Under this aura, the surrounding space seemed to be frozen. Who is it? Lin Tiantan said indifferently. He was not stupid. At this moment, the withered gray-robed elder was standing in front of him. It was obvious that he was here for him. The gray-robed elder spoke, his voice calm. You have avoided 2 assassination attempts in a row and managed to kill them. You are very good. Lin Tian's face immediately turned cold. The Great Annihilation Dynasty. He stared at the gray-robed elder, feeling very unhappy. This clan would not stop until they killed him. How long had it been? This was the 3rd assassination attempt. However, he was a little surprised this time. This time, the assassin from the Great Annihilation Dynasty did not hide in the dark to kill him. Instead, he appeared in front of him openly. Hasn't the Great Annihilation Dynasty always attacked from the dark like a mouse? Why didn't you hide this time? He mocked. Hearing his words, the gray-robed elder was very calm and did not show any emotion. If you want to stomp an ant to death, do you need to plan carefully? The gray-robed elder said. He stood firmly on the spot. The aura outside of his body became colder, and a quiet and terrifying fluctuation intertwined. Instantly, Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile were slightly moved. Half-step to Nirvana. 5-element Crocodile narrowed his eyes and sneered. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue, Little Lin, it seems like the Great Extermination God Dynasty doesn't want to drag this on for too long. They directly threw a veteran assassin over. This kind of veteran assassin at the half-step to Nirvana stage is proficient in the Tao of killing. Lin Tian snorted, and his eyes became even colder. Since ancient times, there have been very few people who have been able to avoid our assassination twice and kill our experts. You can count them with one hand. Young man, you are very good. Your head is very valuable. It can be placed in the ancient palace of the Great Annihilation Dynasty and coexist with our dynasty. The gray-robed elder looked at Lin Tian. His voice was calm, as if everything was under his control. At this moment, he moved and stepped towards Lin Tian. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer too much. He strode over, and when his footsteps landed, there was no sound at all. He was like a ghost, and it made people feel a little scared. In an instant, the space was obviously shrouded in a cold chill, and the temperature dropped rapidly. This kind of aura was a little scary, and it made people tremble. Facing this kind of aura, even though Lin Tian had entered the enlightened realm, he still felt the threat of death in an instant, and he felt that it was difficult to resist. However, even so, his expression did not show the slightest fear. At this moment, he only had one action. With a flash of his left hand, he took out the divine weapon-level celestial slaying bow, and directly pulled the bowstring. Buzz, suddenly, in all directions, spiritual energy surged. The divine power in his body also quickly flowed into the divine weapon-level celestial slaying bow, and in the blink of an eye, a golden arrow of divine light was condensed. The tyrannical divine might swept across the land like a raging wave beating the shore. Immediately, the gray-robed elder stopped in his tracks. His withered body trembled violently, and his expression changed. Divine weapon? At this moment, the calm and composure on his face disappeared, and clear cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Tian stared at the gray-robed elder with a cold gaze. His left hand held the celestial slaying bow, and his right hand directly released the bowstring. Whoosh, the sound of air breaking echoed, and the golden arrow of killing was like the birth of a true dragon, instantly rushing out. With a crack, a huge hole was directly pierced through the void. The golden arrow of killing was imbued with terrifying divine might, and its speed was extremely fast. It pierced straight towards the gray-robed elder, and its aura was terrifying. The gray-robed elder was horrified. He retreated like a ghost, and used the secret technique of the Great Extinguishing Holy Dynasty to the maximum. As a half-step to Nirvana realm, although he was very powerful, he definitely did not dare to face a divine weapon head-on. After all, Lin Tian, who was using a divine weapon, was not an ordinary person. At this moment, he exerted all his strength and instantly moved more than 10 feet away, dodging the golden arrow of killing. You actually have a divine weapon? Staring at Lin Tian, his face turned pale, and his sunken eyes were filled with coldness. Very well. I'll let you live for a while longer. Boom, divine might surged. At this moment, the golden arrow of killing that he had dodged changed direction in the distance, as if it had its own consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it was behind him, directly interrupting his words, and causing his expression to change drastically. This, poof, blood splattered, and the golden arrow of killing pierced through the gray-robed elder's chest, dragging his body into the distance. Old man, did you enjoy it? Ha 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 ha. Whooshing crocodile laughed out loud. Lin Tian also sneered. The deity-slaying bow had a special characteristic, and that was that the arrow would not stop until it was stained with the target's blood. After being upgraded to a divine weapon by the Saint Spirit Stone, this characteristic was still preserved. The gray-robed elder dodged the killing arrow shot by the deity-slaying bow, but he did not expect the arrow to return, and was immediately severely injured. At this moment, he did not hesitate. Holding the bow in his left hand, he pulled the bowstring again with his right hand, and another golden arrow was formed. The divine might was vast and mighty, and it was very terrifying. Whoosh, he released the bowstring, and instantly, the golden arrow flew out again at an extremely fast speed, closing in on the gray-robed elder. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space directly shattered. Under such a terrifying killing arrow, there was no way it could withstand it. In the blink of an eye, the killing arrow appeared in front of the gray-robed elder. Damn it! The gray-robed elder was shocked and angry. With a loud roar, he directly propped up a powerful seal, a high-grade divine weapon. However, facing the killing arrow activated by Lin Tian's divine weapon, this seal was too weak. The killing arrow pierced through and directly shattered it. Poof, blood splattered. After the golden killing arrow shattered the divine weapon seal, its momentum did not decrease, and steadily landed on the gray-robed elder's body. This time, the gray-robed elder's physical body directly exploded, and he was shot into a cloud of blood. Beautiful, whooshing crocodile laughed. This old man looks like he has everything under control. He needs to be taught a lesson. Ah! In the distance, the gray-robed elder roared. The blood cloud surged, and in the blink of an eye, his physical body reformed. Staring at Lin Tian, he secretly cursed, "Damn it," with a trace of pain in his eyes. His high-grade divine weapon was destroyed. This was a great loss to him. At this time, he was regretting. He regretted appearing in front of Lin Tian openly. If he had suddenly attacked in the dark, even if Lin Tian had a divine weapon, he probably would not have been able to block it. This was because under a sudden attack, it would be difficult for Lin Tian to take out a divine weapon. At that time, after killing Lin Tian, he would still be able to obtain a divine weapon. He would not be in such a sorry state now. Damn it. The next time we meet, I will definitely take your head. He roared, activated the divine concealment technique, and turned to leave. In the face of a divine weapon, he really could not block it. In an instant, his figure and aura disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from this world. Lin Tianling smiled. His pupils shook, and he directly opened the delusion breaker divine eye. Instantly, he saw through everything and saw the grey-robed elder who was quickly escaping into the distance. "You can't escape," he said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly drew his bow. In the blink of an eye, a saint-level killing arrow was formed and shot straight at the grey-robed elder. Swoosh, the killing arrow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the grey-robed elder. This caused the grey-robed elder's expression to change drastically. He had used the divine concealment technique to hide his figure and aura. Lin Tian should not be able to see or sense him. But now, the killing arrow was piercing straight at him. This showed that Lin Tian could see him. He could sense his aura. This caused his expression to change again. His eyes were filled with shock. How is this? Puff, the golden arrow flew past and directly pierced his chest, causing his physical body to shatter again. Ah! The grey-robed elder roared. His flesh and blood surged, and in the blink of an eye, his physical body was reformed. However, at this time, the fourth golden arrow was already approaching. It was like a golden dragon. Puff! Ah! The grey-robed elder screamed. After being hit for the fourth time, his powerful physical body was shattered again. His blood dyed a large area of the void red. He roared in shock and anger. His flesh and blood wriggled crazily toward the center, reforming his physical body at the fastest speed possible. This old man is really something. He took 4 consecutive saint weapon attacks and is still alive. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. It's about time. Lin Tiandao. He held the deity-slaying bow. This time, he directly drew the bowstring to the shape of a full moon. Rolling Saint Aura erupted like a volcano. His divine power surged up like the Yellow River. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1/10 of his divine power was sucked away. Moreover, the spiritual chi in the void was also madly absorbed. In an instant, an incomparably bright golden arrow was formed. Its killing power was extremely terrifying. As Lin Tian let go of the holy bow's bowstring, there was a loud rumble as the surrounding space collapsed. The golden arrow was like the origin energy of slaughter, piercing through a huge spatial tunnel as it headed straight for the grey-robed elder. The grey-robed elder's flesh and bones surged, but before he could condense his body, he was forced to the front by the arrow. His flesh and bones exploded again, and more blood splashed in all directions. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, and it was very mournful. The grey-robed elder's aura weakened by more than half in the blink of an eye. After all, this arrow was shot by Lin Tian with a full moon-shaped bowstring. Whoosh! A divine light rushed out from the bloody mist that filled the sky. It was the grey-robed elder's divine soul. At this moment, he was shocked, angry, and afraid. After a roar, he did not even condense his body, and directly fled into the distance with his divine soul. His speed was also very fast. In response, Lin Tianji snorted coldly. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker, and his mind locked onto the grey-robed elder's divine soul. He drew the bow again, and in the blink of an eye, it was drawn into a full moon shape. In an instant, another terrifying golden killing arrow was formed, and it swept up a terrifying hurricane, causing the ground under his feet to begin to crack inch by inch. It was impossible to withstand such a destructive saint aura. Kill! He coldly spat out a word, and after injecting a trace of his great path order, he directly released the fully drawn bowstring. With a whoosh, the golden killing arrow flew straight out, piercing through the great void, and there were strands of blood-red lightning around it. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the gray-robed elder's divine soul, and the arrow pierced through it. Ah! The gray-robed elder let out an even more shrill scream. His divine soul was directly shattered, and only a faint wisp of soul light was left. Damn it! He let out a low roar of anger, and the last wisp of soul light that was left fled quickly like a stray dog. This old fellow is not bad. Under such a destructive arrow, his pure divine soul was not completely shattered. Whooshing Crocodile was slightly surprised. Beside him, Lin Tian did not say anything. His actions were simple and direct. He was still drawing the bow, and it was still a full moon shape. The golden arrow of destruction was formed in an instant. His expression was indifferent as he released the bowstring of the holy bow. Swish, the arrow was like a rainbow. It was accompanied by wisps of lightning. Within a breath's time, it had caught up with the final wisp of spiritual light left by the gray-robed old man. It carried a murderous aura that could destroy everything as it mercilessly pierced through it. The gray-robed elder's last wisp of soul light had already condensed into a soul shadow. At this moment, his entire body was covered by fear. Stop, Chi! With a soft sound, the wisp of spiritual light of the gray-robed elder was shattered. He was truly dead. In an instant, the world became quiet. Bad luck. Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Lin Tian had just found the Saint Spirit Stone and used it to forge the immortal slaying bow into a low-grade holy weapon, and this gray-robed elder came. Moreover, he stood in front of Lin Tian openly and slowly approached Lin Tian. In its opinion, this was simply courting death. As it spoke, its eyes lit up again as it stared at the longbow in Lin Tian's hand. It clicked its tongue and said, "However, the power of this holy bow is really indescribable. With such a holy weapon, we can really do whatever we want under the Nirvana realm." Lin Tian also stared at the holy bow in his hand. Naturally, he was very satisfied. The power of this bow was really amazing. It just consumes too much divine power. He muttered to himself. He was now at the first sky of enlightenment realm, but the divine power in his body far exceeded that of an ordinary first sky of enlightenment realm cultivator. Even so, if he were to draw the bow in a full moon shape, he would only be able to draw it 10 times at most. Of course, he didn't care too much about this. With a slight shake of his left hand, he put away the holy bow. "Master is so amazing," little Yitong said crisply. The white-robed girl blinked her beautiful big eyes. Then, the group left the plains and walked to other places. Soon, another 3 days passed. On this day, Lin Tian found a complete source vein in a mountain. Whooshing Crocodile dived in with a whoosh. After a long while, it emerged from within and refined the entire Genesis vein, causing its cultivation to improve by quite a bit. "The source vein is not enough to support me anymore. Boy Lin, open the dragon burial scripture and dig out a divine vein," Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian glanced at it. Did it think that divine veins were ordinary spirit veins? "Aya, uncle, help me." The voice of the white-robed girl came from afar. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked. The girl was holding a fist-sized red fruit in each hand. She was being chased by a 3-meter-tall black ape and was shouting at him. This made him speechless. He raised his hand and pointed a finger in that direction. A ray of golden divine light flew out and reached its peak in the blink of an eye. With a bang, the black ape was sent flying. After breaking a dozen old trees, it fell to the ground and didn't get up again. The girl ran over. There was a little black mark on her beautiful face. She thanked Lin Tian Dao with a smile. Then, she handed one of the fruits to Lin Tian. "Here." Lin Tian took the fruit from the girl. Looking at the black mark on the girl's face, he felt a little helpless. He swept a ray of divine light and wiped away the black mark on her face. "Uncle, you're so gentle." The girl blinked and said happily. "Lin Tian, little girl, you're so mushy." Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. Then, it teased, "You're a divine king. Can't you handle a little demon in the spiritual sea realm?" Our little Yutong can beat it down with one hand. Little Yutong looked up at Whooshing Crocodile, then looked at the white-robed girl. She waved her little fist and said, "I can beat it down." As she said this, the little girl thought for a while and added, "I can beat 500 of them by myself." Lin Tian, the girl was not embarrassed at all. "My power is temporarily sealed. I can only use it at a critical moment." Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. "You said it so casually. Even Lord Crocodile thought you were telling the truth." "It's true from the start," the girl said. Whooshing Crocodile, Lin Tian was also a little speechless. However, he couldn't help but want to laugh. This girl really made people feel happy. Dong. Suddenly, the world shook violently, as if a sacred drum was beaten, instantly resounding throughout the entire sixth heaven. In the sky, the wind and clouds changed while space fell into chaos. Chaotic light interweaved, and the faint ringing of a bell could be heard. It seemed to come from the river of time and space, causing the entire world to fall deathly silent. All living beings were horrified. "Found you." An indifferent voice sounded, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. In an instant, the entire sixth heaven was plunged into darkness. The void shattered into pieces. All kinds of light interweaved, and endless chaos emerged. Vaguely, a boundless river of time and space appeared. A vague figure stood at the end of the long river. The indistinct figure walked forward like a deity. Tiny stars revolved around his body, and all bowed down to him. This is? The five elements crocodile was completely shaken. All the scales on its body stood up. It looked at the blurry figure in shock and trembled nonstop. Master. Little Yutong grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes, trembling. Compared to them, Lin Tian's internal organs became cold. This vague figure pushed the stars forward, as if it was the destroyer of heaven and earth. The most important thing is that at this moment, he clearly felt that the other party's consciousness fell on him. The other party's eyes were staring at him. It seems that the other party came for him. Boom. In the sky, boundless rain of light interweaved as boundless primordial chaos churned. The blurry figure stood there, as though he was standing at the end of the world. At this moment, he moved, a gigantic primordial chaos hand pressed downwards, grabbing towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian trembled violently, and his soul was on the verge of breaking apart. This person was really here for him. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed. At this moment, it also saw that the vague figure came for Lin Tian. It was obvious that the other party wanted to kill Lin Tian. Almost at the same time, beside Lin Tian, the girl in white suddenly stepped forward and walked in front of him. "You're finally here." The girl spoke, looking at the vague figure in the sky. At this time, her expression was not the same as usual. She was no longer smiling cheerfully. Her beautiful face was very calm, and bits of celestial light seeped out of her body. In just a moment, a peerless divine power spread out from her body. It was extremely powerful, as if it was even more vast than the world. Pooh! In the sky, the vague figure's chaos hand was directly shattered, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating between heaven and earth. Lin Tiandao's body shook, and his expression changed again. He was even more shocked than when he saw the vague figure raise its hand and attack him. "You?" He stared at the girl, and his pupils couldn't help but twitch. At this time, this girl, who didn't even have a trace of true yuan in her body, suddenly emitted such a terrifying divine power. It was no less than the vague figure in the sky, and it was even more powerful. Oh my god! This. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Like Lin Tian, it stared at the girl in white in shock. The weak girl, who was being chased by a little demon in the sea of consciousness, suddenly emitted such a terrifying aura. This aura shocked it. It suddenly felt that in front of such an aura, even an emperor was like an ant. Little Yutong opened its mouth wide, and its face was also full of shock. Who is it? In the sky, the rain of light interweaved, and the chaos rolled. The vague figure was surrounded by stars, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, and they were extremely cold and deep. At this moment, his gaze fell on the girl in white. At the same time, an extremely terrifying invisible power surged down, and the entire 10 directions celestial domain shook. Around the girl, strands of divine light interweaved. She looked very delicate, but she was like the master of the world. The majestic power of the vague figure couldn't do anything to her. You all lived in the future, and the 7 divine kings worked together to hide the mysteries of heaven, and disturbed time and space to come to this era to kill him. You really have guts, and you really think you can hide it from everyone? P.S. Unknowingly, our 10 directional divine kings has reached the 1000th chapter today. That's really fast. Dragon feels like it's just a blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, our 10 directional divine kings is already so strong. I'm a little moved. Of course, more importantly, he wanted to thank everyone for their support and companionship. Next, we will continue to write the 10 directions divine kings to be even stronger and more resplendent. Ha 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 ha. In fact, the core of what this dragon really wanted to say was, "Thank you, everyone." The girl stood in front of Lin Tian. Her voice was calm, and immortal light surrounded her body. Suddenly, Lin Tian and the others' faces changed. From the future, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened as he stared at the vague figure in the sky in horror. This terrifying and boundless figure turned out to be, from the future? Lin Tian's heart trembled, and his body turned cold. This blurry figure that was wrapped in primal chaos light and moving the stars actually came from the future to this era. He actually came from the future to the present to kill him. What kind of method is this? Someone can actually reverse time and space. He had never heard of such a thing before, and he didn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, he felt his body turn cold. Why did this terrifying person want to kill him? Moreover, she actually came from the future to the present to kill him. Then, he couldn't help but look at the girl in front of him. Who is this girl? She seemed to know that someone was coming from the future to the present to kill him. In the sky, boundless light interweaved, and endless chaos flickered. The vague figure stood in the long river of time, surrounded by stars. His eyes became colder and deeper. You are also from the future. Staring at the girl, the vague figure opened his mouth. His deep eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light, terrifying to the extreme. This was originally just an ordinary gaze, but it caused the entire 6th heaven to tremble violently. The void in many places shattered, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Countless living beings were horrified. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Yitong were all shocked when they heard this. The girl who had been with them for so long turned out to be the same as this vague figure, from the future? This girl is a person from the future? This, Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian was even more shocked. He stared unblinkingly at the young girl in front of him. This endlessly beautiful girl had come from the future to this era. And then, no matter what, she insisted on following him by his side. She said that her powers were temporarily sealed and could only be used at critical moments. Everything she did was because she knew that someone was coming to kill him, so she came to protect him? The girl's soft black hair draped over her shoulders, and strands of celestial light surrounded her body. It was as if numerous celestial spirit generals were guarding her, making her seem unapproachable. With a light shake, she shattered the terrifying gaze of the blurry figure. You won't be able to defeat him in the future. In the end, you can only come up with this inferior idea. You didn't hesitate to reverse time and space, taking a great risk to enter the long river of time and step into the present era. You want to kill him in the cradle before he grows up. I have to say, your calculations are very good. However, aren't you afraid of dying in this era? The girl's voice was calm. Hearing the girl's words, Lin Tian and the others' expressions changed again. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian in shock, his eyes wide open. Is your future so exaggerated? You actually forced such a terrifying figure to come to the present to kill your young body? It glared at Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian ignored it. At this moment, his entire body was ice cold. He didn't know what the future would be like. Right now, he only knew that a peerlessly terrifying person had come from the future to kill him. This was a very frightening thing. In the sky, the blurry figure was surrounded by many stars. It was as if he was standing alone in the long river of time. He didn't have the slightest bit of emotion toward the girl in white's words. His voice was indifferent. I'll just exhaust some of my cultivation. It's worth it to get rid of him. Exhaust some of my cultivation? The girl was very calm. She shook her head and said, "No, you'll die." Her words didn't have the slightest bit of power, but they were intertwined with a kind of confidence. It was as if what she said was the truth. The blurry figure stood in the long river of time and looked down at the girl in white. Are you trying to say that you can kill me? That's also not right. It's not you, it's all of you. You 7 divine kings worked together to conceal the mysteries of heaven and deceive all Tao. You didn't hesitate to touch the taboo and cross over from the future to the present to kill him. It's too despicable. All of you will die. The girl's words were still calm. I walked from the future to the present, crossing over countless eras. I want to kill all 7 of you. The girl's words were very calm, but there was a kind of immortal sternness contained in the calmness. It was as if the master of the world had descended. The blurry figure stood in the long river of time. His gaze was indifferent, as if he had seen the ups and downs of countless eras. You are very confident. However, you will soon know how insignificant your confidence is in front of absolute power. Boom, standing in the long river of time, his figure didn't move at all, but the dense divine light around him moved. Endless primal chaos surged, instantly turning into a great river of primal chaos. It mightily pressed down on the girl in white. In just an instant, the entire world lost its rhythm. Everything was suppressed by this great river of primal chaos. At this moment, the endless great Tao trembled as if it had seen the ancient emperor. In an instant, it faded to the lowest point. At the same time, the entire 6th heaven was trembling. The void was full of cracks, and the earth was constantly sinking. Countless creatures were terrified. It was as if in the next moment, this vast world would come to a conclusion. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Yutong all trembled. This kind of power was too terrifying. They had never seen or heard of it before. It was beyond the limit of power. It was as if there was nothing that couldn't be destroyed or suppressed. Boy, what kind of people did you provoke in the future era? Is this really a human? Wuxing Crocodile had a look of horror on his face. Lin Tian also felt cold all over. His body couldn't help but tremble. You only used your aura to suppress me. Are you trying to show off to me? To show your majesty as a divine king? The girl said. With a buzzing sound, the immortal light around her trembled. Like a mighty immortal sea, it rose against the sky and hit the long river of time. With a loud bang, the sea of immortal light collided with the great river of primal chaos. In the blink of an eye, both of them dissipated like flowers in a dream. Lin Tian was shocked again. The strength of the girl was beyond his expectations. At the same time, he was also shocked by the girl's words. The great river of primal chaos that could destroy everything was just a wisp of her aura. How terrifying was this? In the long river of time, a faint light flashed in the eyes of the blurry figure. He stared at the girl in white. Divine King. His eyes deepened. In the future era, there is no one like you among the divine kings. As soon as these words came out, it undoubtedly revealed the girl's strength. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Yutong were all shocked. Is she really a divine king? Wuxing Crocodile stared at the girl in white. Lin Tian, like a blurry figure, stared at the girl in front of him. Do you really know how big the world is? Can you really count how many creatures there are in the world? Some people, even if they have never experienced any great battles, even if they are not famous, they can still suppress you effortlessly. The girl said. Are you talking about yourself? The blurry figure surrounded by primal chaos light looked at the girl in white and said, Are you trying to say that you can suppress me effortlessly? That's what I mean. The girl said. The blurry figure snorted coldly for the first time. The stars around him exploded one by one. Then, these exploded stars suddenly turned into densely packed star swords. Each sword seemed to be able to easily destroy a great world. With a sonorous sound, they pressed toward the girl like a group of comets. Lin Tian couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He stared at these huge swords pressing toward him. Obviously, this time, it was no longer a simple aura. It was a terrifying divine ability that could destroy all things. The girl stood in front of Lin Tian without moving. The immortal light around her body shook and turned into a rain of light that went against the flow. Chi, chi, chi. Following a series of crisp sounds, the dense killing swords that were pressed down by the blurry figure were completely shattered in an instant. In the sky, the blurry figure's eyes darkened slightly. You have some skills. As soon as he finished speaking, more stars suddenly appeared beside him with a rumble. Every single one of them seemed to be real, as if they had been pulled over from the universe. All of them were entwined with endless power, and at this moment, they emitted astonishing divine light. Their destructive power was vast and powerful, and they were ridiculously strong. Don't waste your energy, the girl said. Her voice was still calm. She looked at the blurry figure standing in the river of time. You are just an incarnation here. It is difficult for you to do anything. You can only end up dying in my hands. Just an incarnation? Lin Tian and the others were shocked again. This blurry figure was just an incarnation? It was just an incarnation. How could it be so terrifying? The blurry figure's eyes were cold. They were like two black holes that could swallow everything. He looked down at the girl in white. Nonsense. You are just an incarnation. The river of time was irreversible. If one wanted to enter the river of time and cross into the past to do something big, no one dared to use their real body. They could easily be destroyed in body and soul and pay the price with their lives. Even if they used an incarnation, they would still be tainted with great karma and have to pay a very high price. The girl smiled faintly and looked at the blurry figure calmly. Are you so sure that I am just an incarnation? Beside her, the dense immortal light intertwined and became denser and more powerful. In just an instant, the aura she exuded rose strand after strand. It was as if this world couldn't contain her power, starting to tremble crazily. Countless creatures trembled in fear, all of them kneeling on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship. In the sky, the blurry figure stood in the river of time. The divine light and stars around him trembled because of this aura. A trace of shock flashed across his deep eyes. He looked at the girl and said in a low voice, "You actually dare to come here with your real body? Entering the river of time with one's real body and returning to the past. No one had ever done such a thing. No one had ever dared to do so." He didn't expect that the girl in white in front of him would actually cross into this era with her real body from the future. At this moment, looking at the girl in white in the river of time, the blurry figure's eyes darkened. He glanced at Lin Tian and the others and said, "You should have been in this era for some time. You should have interacted with the people of this era too much. The karma of time you were tainted with should be enough to erase you. You shouldn't still be alive." Time was the most terrifying thing. Reversing time to return to the past was a true taboo. There weren't many people in this world who could do this, and even if some super existences could do this, they only dared to descend with their incarnations. They didn't dare to use their true bodies, because the karma of time involved would be countless times more exaggerated than that of an incarnation. Even if they touched the most insignificant leaf in the past era, it was extremely possible that they would instantly turn into ashes. The blurry figure looked at the white-clothed young girl. He could clearly sense that the young girl had been in this era for a very long time. She had interacted with Lin Tian and the others for a very long time with her true body. Under this kind of situation, the young girl was actually still alive. This made him unable to understand. The divine light in his eyes became even more terrifying, as if he wanted to see through the young girl. Why are you still alive? The blurry figure stood in the long river of time. He spoke again, staring fixedly at the young girl in white. Lin Tian looked at the young girl. At this time, he couldn't help but be moved. Although his cultivation wasn't high, he also knew how terrifying time was. It couldn't be blasphemed. This young girl had traveled from the future to the present with her true body. She didn't belong to this era. He didn't know how much time had passed with them. They went to exterminate sects together, ate fruits together, and traveled together. But now, the young girl was completely fine. Although he didn't want anything to happen to the young girl, he was still very shocked. Normally speaking, this was indeed a bit abnormal. It was too shocking. The young girl looked at the blurry figure, and said, "Because it's me." Her face was extremely beautiful, her voice was calm, and her words were also very simple, but mixed with a kind of attitude of looking down on all things. The blurry figure snorted coldly, his eyes becoming much sharper. "Little girl," he said coldly. The young girl lightly snorted. "Old fool." With a rumble, the celestial light around her shook. At this moment, she took the initiative to attack the blurry figure. A large expanse of celestial light flew out, condensing into a 3 feet long celestial sword, mightily slashing towards the blurry figure. 2 rays of cold light suddenly shot out from the blurry figure's eyes. In this world, there are not many who dare to attack this lord like this, even if this lord is an incarnation, even if you are also a divine king. As he spoke, the aura exuding from his body became even more terrifying. Great stars spun one after another, accompanied by dense chaotic light, rushed towards the young girl's 3 feet long celestial sword. Chi! With a soft sound, the immortal sword pressed down, shattering the stars one by one and slashing straight at the blurry figure. The blurry figure stood in the long river of time. His eyes were like swords, and the chaotic light outside his body evolved into a chaotic divine blade. With a clang, it carried a power that could destroy everything and went to meet the immortal sword that was pressing down. Crack! The immortal sword's aura was magnificent. It instantly cut the chaos divine saber into pieces and continued to press on toward the blurry figure. In the distance, Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Yutong couldn't help but be shocked. "Little sister is so strong." Little Yutong glared at him. In the sky, the eyes of the blurry figure became even colder. This time, he directly punched out. All kinds of light rain intertwined, and all kinds of divine light bloomed. It was as if the river of time was about to disintegrate. With a bang, it landed on the celestial sword that the young girl was suppressing. With a clang, the celestial sword emitted a series of metal whistling sounds. Under this punch, it shook violently, but it wasn't destroyed. It still existed in good condition, and the aura it emitted became even more powerful and terrifying. The blurry figure snorted coldly. The fist that landed on the celestial sword shook, and a large amount of divine light erupted. Densely packed tiny stars appeared vaguely, suppressing the celestial sword from all directions. Obviously, he wanted to destroy the celestial sword with a single strike. "Break!" he said coldly. Without a doubt, at this time, this blurry figure displayed a very terrifying divine ability that was enough to destroy everything. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile tensed up. Even their breathing stopped as they stared straight ahead. Boom! At this moment, the power displayed by the blurry figure was extremely terrifying. All kinds of light and magic appeared, causing all creatures to tremble. The celestial sword shook violently under this aura. In the blink of an eye, it was covered in cracks. It was obvious that it would be destroyed in the next moment. However, it was also at this moment that the young girl pointed her finger in the air. The celestial sword immediately collapsed on its own, turning back into a large amount of celestial light. It evolved into a storm of celestial light that annihilated all the divine abilities that the blurry figure had used, directly enveloping him. For a moment, rumbling sounds were endless. The place where the blurry figure stood was completely drowned by the celestial light. Roar! The roar was heard, shaking heaven and earth. Endless chaotic light intertwined, crushing all the celestial light that the young girl suppressed. Over there, the indistinct figure appeared again, and this time, it was no longer indistinct. His figure was blasted out, and it was a tall male. He wore black armor, and his eyes were ice cold. A bit of blood floated around him, making him appear scarlet and dazzling. He was injured? Wuxing Crocodile stared. Lin Tian was also shocked. This was someone who crossed over from the future to the present to kill him, powerful beyond belief, ridiculously powerful, boundlessly powerful, yet now, he was injured by the young lady so easily, a bit of blood flowing out, leaving him shocked. The man's eyes were really cold. He stared at the young girl in white mercilessly. "How many years has it been? It's been a long time since someone was able to injure me like this." His voice was low and incomparably cruel. The aura outside his body became more and more terrifying, and the chaotic light around him became even more terrifying. To injure me and make me bleed, even if you are a divine king, you will be very miserable. As his words fell, all the blood around him shook. It turned into a huge sea of blood, pressing down on the young girl in white from the long river of time. The 10 directions celestial domain shook violently. Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but feel a chill run down their backs. This sea of blood seemed to be able to easily destroy the entire 10 directions celestial domain. They couldn't imagine what kind of power this was. I will be miserable? You think too much. The young girl said. Facing the huge sea of blood, she gently flicked her finger. Another vast expanse of immortal light shattered the sea of blood. Then, she attacked again. With a wave of her hand, another immortal sword was formed. It was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of the man. With a poof, it pierced through the man's chest, directly shattering his body into pieces. This scene undoubtedly shocked Lin Tian and Wuxing Crocodile even more. They both stared at the young girl in white in disbelief. Too powerful. Roar. The man roared. His shattered body instantly reassembled. His eyes became even colder as he stared at the young girl in white. The young girl's expression was calm. She raised her hand again, and the immortal light around her condensed into swords. There were at least 10,000 swords, all aimed at the man. Clang, clang. Clang, 10,000 immortal swords clanged, suppressing the heavens. They directly pressed down on the man, rushing to him in the blink of an eye. The man shouted coldly. Stars appeared outside his body. They were densely packed as if he had summoned a star field. They went to meet the young girl's 10,000 immortal swords. Boom, the two collided. The stars shattered one by one, and so did the immortal swords. In the blink of an eye, the two dissipated at the same time. The greater void was completely destroyed, almost turning into a chaotic zone. The man stood in the long river of time, staring at the young girl in white. His eyes were extremely deep, and his pupils became even colder. The young girl stood in front of Lin Tian. Her expression was calm, and her immortal appearance was peerless. Rumble, suddenly, the world shook again. Just like when the man appeared, streaks of light rain appeared, and the chaos exploded. The entire 10 directions celestial domain seemed to be on the verge of cracking. In the next moment, 6 figures appeared one after another. They all exuded a supreme aura that suppressed the world. They landed in front of the man who appeared first, and their gazes instantly fell on Lin Tian. Found him. One of them said. The 7 of them had fought from the future to the present, and they had split up to find Lin Tian. At this time, they had all found him. Why haven't you gotten rid of him yet? One of the 6 people looked down at Lin Tian and asked the man who appeared first. The man was about to speak, but he was interrupted by the young girl's voice. Finally, you're all here. The young girl chuckled. She looked at the sky. With a buzz, the immortal light around her intertwined and swayed slightly. The man and the 6 people who arrived at this time were all shocked. At this moment, the aura exuding from her body became even more powerful. The 6 people who appeared after the man were slightly moved. They immediately noticed the young girl in white, and finally understood why the man who found Lin Tian first couldn't kill Lin Tian. Divine King? At this time, the 6 people who arrived at this time narrowed their eyes. At this time, they directly felt that the young girl in white was extraordinary. She also came from the future, and specially came to stop us from killing that person. Moreover, she came to the present world with her real body. The man said. What? Suddenly, the 6 people who appeared after the man's expression changed slightly. 2 rays of bright divine light flashed in their eyes as they stared straight at the young girl in white. This kind of gaze was somewhat terrifying. Although they were staring at the young girl, it still made Lin Tian and the others tremble. It was as if their bodies were about to explode in the next moment. The young girl was still very calm. Her gaze moved from the man who appeared first to the other 6 people one by one. Divine King Darkness, Divine King Thousand Slaughter, Divine King Eastern Pride, Divine King Destruction, Divine King Black Flame, Divine King Blue Firmament, Divine King Fallen Soul. 7 people, not one is missing. You know us? Divine King Black Flame asked. Wisps of divine flame surged in his eyes. The young girl chuckled. I came to kill you. How can I not know who you are? Isn't that funny? As soon as these words came out, except for the man called Divine King Darkness who had already heard the young girl say this, the other 6 people's eyes darkened. You alone want to kill the 7 of us? Divine King Thousand Slaughter said coldly. The young girl nodded. Yes. Her voice was calm from the beginning to the end. Then, the moment she finished speaking, the aura that rushed out of her body surged again. It was like the eruption of mountains and rivers, rolling toward the sky and covering the 7 people at the same time. Insolent. Divine King Thousand Slaughter's gaze was cold. Although the 7 of them had descended to the present world with their clones, because the realms of their real bodies were sufficient, their battle strength was still very terrifying. When the 7 of them stood together, they were enough to suppress and kill a real ordinary divine king. Moreover, they had lived for too long and were clearly much more senior than the young girl. But now, the young girl had pulled all 7 of them into the killing circle at the same time. This showed that she looked down on them. P.S. Shame, it's a little later than expected. Sorry. Immortal light spread out from the girl's body like a river of stars, pressing towards the sky and locking the 7 people at the same time. This kind of immortal light seems peaceful, but it contains extremely terrifying power. It was like the source of the world, intertwining and falling on the 7 people. Divine King Thousand Slaughter and the other 6 coldly snorted. Their eyes were cold as they attacked at the same time, filling the sky with murderous light. Boom, as the 7 people attacked together, the surrounding space suddenly shook violently. Chaos light, black flame light, starlight, divine soul light, and other divine light appeared at the same time. Like a long river of destruction, it rushed towards the girl's immortal light. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided, setting off a destructive storm. The surrounding space was shattered again and again, constantly evolving into a chaotic space. The entire 6th heaven shook violently again, as if it would shatter at any time. Buzz. Another wave of immortal light spread out from the girl's body, rolling around and stabilizing the 6th heaven in the blink of an eye. She looked at the 7 people in the sky with a calm expression. The celestial light that was like a river of stars towards the 7 people became even more tyrannical. It was like the light of a treasure that could annihilate all things. After a series of collisions, it shattered all of the 7 people's attacks. Then, with a tremor, it evolved into thousands of killing sword lights, which continued to envelop the 7 people with clanging sounds. Lin Tian was shocked. The girl was too strong. She was facing 7 powerhouses alone. Even after using her divine energy to protect this world, she still had the absolute advantage. The eyes of Divine King Thousand Slaughter and the others were cold, and the look in their eyes became even more terrifying. They stood in the long river of time like 7 peerless sovereigns. The aura around their bodies rose little by little, intertwining with each other. Since you are here, that person must be killed. Divine King Thousand Slaughter coldly glanced at Lin Tian. Kill her. Divine King Dark Abyss said, staring coldly at the girl in white. The other 5 powerhouses nodded. The aura around their bodies rose again, burning like a burning furnace. In the blink of an eye, the aura of the 7 people reached the peak. Even though they were just incarnations, they were still terrifying to the extreme. The 6th heaven, which was protected by the girl's immortal light, shook violently again, as if it was about to collapse. At the next moment, the 7 of them strode over like 7 supreme sovereigns. Their combined aura surpassed that of the young lady in white. They were like 7 world-destroying killing swords that drove the long river of time, crushing pieces of space and collapsing the sky. Boom, the terrifying murderous aura shook the heaven and earth. 10,000 Daos wailed in silence. Bolts of lightning struck down continuously. Large stars appeared one after another and pressed down. Strands of black flames burned through the 9 heavens. There were even dead souls that wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. The 7 people's gazes were cold. It was as if the entire world was being trampled under their feet. 10,000 streaks of killing light pressed towards the young girl. Be careful. Lin Tian couldn't help but shout. As if out of instinct, his body involuntarily moved. With a flash of his feet, he stood in front of the young girl. Boy, are you crazy? Whooshing Crocodile's face turned pale. Compared to the 7 people who had killed their way from the future to the present, Lin Tian couldn't even compare to a speck of dust. But now, he dashed to the front. Wasn't he courting death? Master! Little Yutong also called out. Even Lin Tian himself couldn't help but be moved. His body moved on its own, as if he was instinctively afraid that the girl would be hurt. Humph! The eyes of the 7 people pressing down from the sky were cold. They shifted their gazes away from the young lady and looked at Lin Tian. Immediately, an endless amount of murderous light shot towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, they landed on Lin Tian's head and mercilessly pressed down. Whooshing Crocodile's face changed drastically. It's over. Lin Tian felt death at the first moment. Before the killing light fell, his divine soul was about to shatter. Clang, the ear-piercing sound of swords shook the 3,000 great worlds. Endless celestial swords appeared at the first moment and rushed out from behind Lin Tian like a celestial river. In an instant, they shattered the endless killing light released by the 7 divine kings and sent them flying. Lin Tian's body relaxed, and the feeling of death disappeared without a trace. He couldn't help but turn to look at the girl, but he saw that she was looking at him with misty eyes. What's wrong? He couldn't help but ask. I'm happy. I'm touched. I just want to cry. The girl's eyes were watery as she looked at Lin Tian like a little girl. Since I was young, you protected and loved me like a little princess. You were afraid that I would be wronged, afraid that I would be in danger. I stepped into this era from the future. Even if you don't know me, even if you are so young and weak, your body instinctively drives you to stand in front of me and protect me, afraid that I would be hurt. But I'm not weak. The girl wiped away her tears, and her eyes were filled with pride. She looked at Lin Tiandao. Because my surname is Lin, and your battle blood flows in my body. Lin Tian was shocked. You? What? Surname Lin? In. Whooshing Crocodile was also shocked. Even little Yutong couldn't help but open her mouth wide. She looked at the girl in widened disbelief, and then looked at Lin Tian. Little sister, it's masters. The little girl's eyes were wide open. Boom, in the sky, far away in the river of time, the 7 divine kings rushed out at the same time, and their auras became even colder. You're his descendant? No. In that era, I've never heard of him having a descendant. And there's no such powerful descendant. He himself is only a divine king. You're lying. Divine King Thousand Slaughter, Divine King Destruction, and Divine King Black Flame spoke one after another. Only God King of Darkness, who was the first to find Lin Tian, had eyes as sharp as swords. He recalled what the white-clothed girl had said to him before. Some people, even if they had never experienced any great battles, even if they had never made a name for themselves, could still effortlessly suppress you. He stared at the girl, and his eyes were as cold as ice. Never experienced any great battles and are not famous. Good. 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 At this moment, he truly understood the meaning behind the young girl's words. He finally understood why the young girl was a divine king-level expert but he and the others had not heard of her. It turned out that she had only been quietly cultivating and had not participated in any great battles. Her reputation had not spread at all. Boom, immortal light rippled and surged, as if the world had awakened. It swept across the heavens and the myriad worlds, and shook all directions. The girl moved, and appeared in front of Lin Tian again. The immortal light outside her body became more intense, and her aura started to rise again. She looked coldly at the 7 people in the sky. You took advantage of the time when my father was in seclusion to break through to the Divine Emperor realm to return to the past. You want to kill my father's young body? You're too despicable and shameless. Her aura seemed to have no end, and it kept getting stronger. I'm going to bury all of you in this era. Boom, the immortal light outside her body shot into the sky as if it could suppress eternity. It was like a sea of immortals, and it faced the sky. Moreover, she moved on her own. She took a step forward and directly stepped into the river of time, and appeared in front of the 7 divine kings. Clang, immortal swords appeared outside her body, and they clanged as they slashed at the 7 people at the same time. They were as powerful as birds, and as fast as lightning. The 7 divine kings' eyes were cold. With a low roar, stars, chaotic light, black flames, and lightning were all displayed. Boom, the river of time surged like a vast sea. Terrifying power interweaved and was sealed in the river of time. It was as if any strand of it could destroy this great world. 8 peerless powerhouses from the future were fighting in the river of time. Lin Tian and the others looked over there, and they were all shocked. Especially Lin Tian, who looked at the girl in white in the river of time. His eyes kept flickering, watching the girl's every move. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. This is actually Brat Lin's daughter? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Master's daughter. Little Yitong stared. It was too shocking, it was too shocking. Boom, in the river of time, immortal light surged, and it was unparalleled. The girl's immortal beauty was unparalleled, and her white clothes fluttered. Her peerless face looked down on the world, and she suppressed the 7 divine kings. In the next moment, with a boom, the immortal light outside the girl's body changed. Golden divine light penetrated her body, and a divine sun appeared. It was as if it could burn all the worlds in the heavens and annihilate all the Tao in the heavens. Looking at this golden divine light, Lin Tian was moved again. The same power as Yitong. Little Yitong was shocked. Wuxing Crocodile directly stared. Sun Heart Sutra. In the river of time, the girl's body was surrounded by golden divine light. When the divine sun appeared, the blazing divine fire seemed to burn all things, burning all the divine abilities of the 7 divine kings. It was powerful and peerless. Then, in the next moment, the girl shook her right hand, and circles of dragon patterns appeared. They were exactly the same as the dragon patterns that Lin Tian used, but they were many times more powerful than Lin Tian's dragon patterns. They could not be compared at all. It was as if immortal true dragons were born, and they attacked the 7 divine kings. However, this wasn't the end of it. As the young lady took a step forward, a resounding heaven-piercing sword gleam rushed out. The silver Tao diagram of the 4 divisions was displayed horizontally. The resplendent book of medicine surged with a strange light, and the concentrated supreme formation patterns rose and fell. The immortal chaos fist gleam blasted out, and even more terrifying astronomical phenomena interweaved, forming the stars of the divine king of darkness and the strands of murderous flames of the divine king of black flames. This is? Wuxing Crocodile shrunk its neck. Brat Lin, she seems to have mastered all of your divine abilities and secret techniques in the future era. So powerful. Yitong's eyes widened even more. Lin Tian stared at the sky, and his eyes flickered. At this moment, he already believed that the girl who came from the future to protect him was really his daughter in the future. He also finally understood why he could not help but feel uncomfortable when he saw the girl's aggrieved expression when he abandoned her at the beginning, and why he went back to bring her along. He also understood why he instinctively stood in front of the girl to block the 7 divine kings from the future. It turned out that the 2 of them were related by blood. Boom, in the sky, golden radiance surged, and dragon patterns intertwined. The Tao diagram of the 4 divisions sealed the horizon, and the towering sword light slashed eternally. There were also chaotic fist light and mystical astronomical phenomena that appeared, and they pressed down on the divine king of darkness and the others from all directions. It was a terrifying scene. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound, and the long river of time was trembling violently, as if it could not withstand such power. Pft. 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 The 7 divine kings roared together. 7 different types of divine blood floated in the long river of time, and all of them suffered great losses. P.S. The second update will be released at around 18 p.m. Then, Dragon will work hard to adjust these few days, and fix the update and bring it forward. When the time comes, I will tell everyone at the end of the article. Oh, let's try to get it done before the end of this month. Oh, thank you for your support, everyone. 8 bright red blood floated in the river of time, blinding everyone's eyes. Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. The girl was too powerful. Dressed in white, she walked alone in the river of time. With a wave of her hand, she displayed many mystical abilities and secret techniques. She faced the 7 divine kings alone and stood at the absolute top from the beginning to the end. The eyes of the 7 divine kings were cold, and specks of blood surrounded them. In the next moment, their bodies trembled, and the blood floating in the river of time entered their bodies. Divine King of Darkness stared at the girl. His eyes were like 2 vast galaxies, cold, and oppressive. Kill. Chaotic light lingered around his body, and more stars appeared. He charged directly at the girl, shaking the river of time until it boiled. At the same time, the other 6 divine kings also moved. They each used their powerful techniques and drew out divine chains of the great Tao. They slashed at the girl like peerless killing swords. Their power was shocking, and their momentum was earth-shattering. It was as if they wanted to destroy eternity. "I'll kill you first, then kill him," Divine King Thousand Slaughter said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, densely packed weapons suddenly appeared beside him. Every single weapon was condensed from the order of Tao laws. Every single one of them seemed to be countless times more terrifying than a flawless heavenly treasure. It was as if they were going to break the river of time. In an instant, the surging killing power surged toward the girl. It was like an immortal mountain flood that wanted to crush heaven and earth. Lin Tian looked at the girl in white in the river of time and couldn't help but clench his fists. His eyes were filled with deep worry. In the river of time, the girl was peerless. She walked proudly in the world, facing the 7 divine kings and stepping forward step by step. "Even if your true bodies descend, you might not be able to defeat me. Now that you only have 7 incarnations, what can you do?" The girl snorted. She waved her jade-like hand, and the silver Tao diagram of the 4 symbols emitted endless divine light. In an instant, it faced the 7 divine kings. Swish, 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 a series of soft sounds were heard. The killing light of the 7 divine kings was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Not a single one was left. Then, the girl attacked again. She used her palm as a fist to perform the Chaos Emperor fist, enveloping Divine King Thousand Slaughter. Poof, bloody light splashed out. Thousand Slaughter Divine King directly exploded, blasted into pieces by the young lady. After that, she moved again. Towering heaven sword lights hummed as they enveloped the other 6 god kings. Every towering heaven sword light was incomparably powerful, shattering the chaotic light, piercing through the stars, shattering the black flames, and blasting the few god kings away. Roar! Incomparable dragon patterns trembled. Concentrated great dragons appeared, roaring into the heavens. They pressed down from all directions towards the 6 individuals. The 6 of them had nowhere to run. They immediately exploded, and blood dyed the surroundings red. Roar! Divine King Thousand Slaughter, who was the first to shatter, roared. His shattered body recovered, and the expression on his face became even more terrifying. At the same time, the other 6 divine kings had also finished repairing their bodies. All of them stared coldly at the white-clothed girl. "She's only an early divine king. She shouldn't be this strong," Godly King Luohun said in a deep voice. "The realms of our true bodies are high enough. Although we have only sent our avatars, when we work together, we can definitely kill an ordinary god king. Even if we can't kill him, we shouldn't be at a disadvantage. We shouldn't be suppressed." Divine King Black Flame also spoke. The 7 of them were surrounded by endless light. Their eyes stared coldly at the young girl. At the same time, they frowned slightly, feeling that this young girl was a bit strange. The young girl's steps were graceful, as if she was the lord of the world patrolling the world. Golden divine light surrounded her body, and there were even more dragon pattern light, medicinal cannon light, heaven-reaching sword radiance, chaotic fist might, 4 divisions Tao diagram, heavenly divine splendor, and endless formation patterns interweaving. Her might was unparalleled under the heavens. She raised her hand and waved it. She advanced in the long river of time, pressing towards the 7 divine kings. All types of divine light around her body pressed down together. Hong! Immediately, rumbling sounds rang out. The long river of time trembled greatly. All types of divine radiance hacked down at the 7 individuals from all directions. The 7 individuals' eyes became even colder. They took action together, interweaving even more powerful fluctuations. All types of secret techniques were activated together, fusing into a powerful killing sword. It faced the young girl's divine radiance, colliding together in the blink of an eye. Chi-chi-chi sounds continuously sounded. In the blink of an eye, the two sides vanished into thin air at the same time. However, it was also at this time that the young girl pressed in front of the 7 individuals. With a wave of her hand, the primal Chaos Emperor Fist's radiance was endless. It surrounded the 7 individuals at the same time, sending them flying with pung-pung-pung sounds. More than half of their bodies were shattered at the same time. Divine slaughter all spirits. A low roar sounded. Divine King Thousand Slaughter made his move. At this moment, he activated a super killing technique. Boundless Tao laws and order instantly appeared. These Tao laws and order were not something that ordinary great Tao laws could compare to. They were much more powerful than simple great Tao laws. As soon as they appeared, they stirred up monstrous waves. They faced the young girl with the fastest speed, shaking the whole world. Extreme darkness. Immortal netherworld slash. Extreme Tao destruction. Universe 9 heavens. Endless shattering. Collapsing heaven and falling earth. Almost at the same time, the other 6 divine kings opened their mouths at the same time. They all activated incomparably powerful killing techniques. Immediately, 7 types of terrifying great divine abilities pressed down on the young girl at the same time. The long river of time seemed to be about to explode. The young girl's expression was calm. She did not say a single word. All kinds of strange techniques interweaved, and all kinds of divine techniques surged. In the end, a fairy divine figure that was more than 10,000 zhang tall condensed behind her. Facing the 7 great divine abilities that pressed down on her, she directly slapped down with a palm. Hong, the long river of time rolled like boiling water. Boundless destructive waves surged wildly in all directions. Then, with a bang, the figures of the 7 divine kings were swept away at the same time. Each of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They looked in front of them in disbelief. There, the young girl was protected by the fairy divine figure behind her. She was not injured at all. How is this possible? Divine King Thousand Slaughter's eyes were cold. With the strength of existences like them, even if they used their incarnations to activate great divine abilities, they would still have the power to destroy the world. However, when the 7 of them used great divine abilities together, they did not hurt the young girl at all. Instead, they were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Dense cracks even appeared on their bodies. This was very hard for them to believe. Lin Tian looked at the long river of time and felt a little relieved. This was because the young girl would not be in danger. However, he was also shocked. The young girl's strength was really too shocking. How terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile stared with wide eyes. Yutong stared at the sky with a pair of round eyes. In the long river of time, the fairy divine figure behind the young girl dissipated. She took another step forward and walked towards the 7 divine kings. I've said it before. You are just incarnations. Even if you work together, you can't stop me. Her voice was calm. As soon as she finished speaking, streaks of towering sword light surged out. They were stronger and more terrifying, letting out sonorous sword cries. The eyes of the 7 divine kings turned even darker. At this moment, they looked at each other and nodded. Let's go. Divine King Thousand Slaughter said in a low voice. With a buzz, divine light surged around the bodies of the 7 of them. They followed the long river of time and began to return to the future. Although we did not kill that person's infant body, knowing that he has a descendant of a divine king is not a complete loss. We can be prepared in the future. Divine King Dark Underworld said. The others stared at the young girl in white with cold eyes. As God King level experts, and God Kings who had lived for a long time, after a few exchanges, they could tell that the girl was extremely powerful. Even if the 7 of them worked together, they were still no match for her. After all, they were only incarnations. At this moment, the young girl was here to protect Lin Tian. They could not kill Lin Tian. If they continued to stay, they would only end up with their incarnations dying in the young girl's hands. It would also affect the cultivation of their true bodies. As such, there was no need for them to stay. It would only do more harm than good to them. Lin Tian and the 5 Elements alligator were both shocked. The 7 great divine kings charged over from the future, but now, they were actually beaten to the point of fleeing. You can't leave. The young girl stood in the long river of time. Divine light intertwined around her body as she looked at the 7 divine kings who were following the long river of time. The 7 divine kings stayed in the long river of time and quickly left. They stared coldly at the young girl and snorted. The long river of time has begun to flow. We will return. You can't stop us now unless you are a divine emperor. Divine King Dark Underworld said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 divine kings' figures gradually moved further away and were about to disappear in the long river of time. Is that so? You will be disappointed. The young girl snorted. She raised her hands for the first time and slowly formed a mysterious seal. Time reversal. The 4 words were cold and calm. In an instant, the 7 god kings who were moving along the river of time trembled. After that, the time around the 7 of them started to flow in reverse, pulling them who were already about to leave this era back to where they came from. You? Suddenly, the 7 of them were shocked. It was also at this moment that the young girl formed another seal with her hands. It was as mysterious as before, intertwining with strands of strange light. Time seal. She snorted. Suddenly, the long river of time seemed to stop in this era and trap the 7 of them. At this moment, even if the 7 of them used all their methods, they could not escape from the long river of time. They could not go up or down. In an instant, the 7 of them were shocked. It was the first time they showed a shocked expression. Time? Eternal divine Tao? You can control time? How is that possible? The 7 of them were shocked. As ancient divine kings who had lived for countless years, it was difficult for their emotions to fluctuate greatly. However, at this moment, they were truly shocked. They looked at the young girl in white in disbelief. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others were shocked when they heard this. She can control time? This? Lin Tian stared at the young girl. His eyes were also filled with shock. Time was the most terrifying thing at any time. This young girl, his daughter in the future era, could control time? This was too ridiculous. Lin Tian looked around and frowned slightly. He always felt that someone was missing from his side, but when he really thought about it, he couldn't remember who it was. The 5 Elements crocodile rolled his eyes. What do you mean by missing someone? You're thinking too much. It's always been Uncle Crocodile, you, and Tiny Tot. That's right, Master. There's no one else. Little Yitong also said. Lin Tian was a little suspicious. He looked around again and then shook his head. He thought that he might really be thinking too much. The 5 Elements crocodile opened his mouth again and said, how did these things in the sea of consciousness suddenly appear? Strange. Oh, forget it. Who cares? I should have seen them somewhere by chance. It murmured to itself, then looked at Lin Tian and said, Little Lin, besides the 3,000 great paths, there is the immortal path, the divine path, and the eternal divine path. It seems that the nameless great path of yours is beyond the 3,000 great paths. Do you know what kind of great path it is? Lin Tian thought about it and said, no, it's only a classification of great paths. It's too general. I can't distinguish it. Your great path is really troublesome. The 5 Elements crocodile couldn't help but roll his eyes again. Lin Tian didn't care, it doesn't matter. Whether I know or not, it doesn't really affect me. Although he said that, what he was really thinking about was something else. In his sea of consciousness, his divine will was staring at the rainbow divine sword at the bottom of the sea of consciousness. Mysterious, beyond the heavenly treasure. What is its origin? He didn't care about the extra information about the divine sword in his mind, because the divine sword had always been very mysterious. Besides, he had already guessed that the grade of the divine sword was beyond the heavenly treasure. Therefore, when he stared at the divine sword, he just thought that the extra information about the divine sword in his mind was another sigh about the divine sword. I have to gather all the sword souls as soon as possible. By then, I should be able to break the barrier of the level 10 heaven with this divine sword alone, enter a higher world, and achieve the immortal realm. His eyes were shining. In this life, his goal on the road of cultivation was to achieve immortality, the five elements crocodile was amazed. He sorted out the extra information in his mind, and a strange light flashed in his eyes from time to time. I didn't expect there to be other levels after the chaotic realm. For a moment, I feel that the Emperor realm is nothing. He clicked his tongue. Lin Tian was speechless. When you first reached the celestial connecting realm, you knew that there were other levels after the Nirvana realm. Did you think that the Nirvana realm was nothing? They could kill you with a slap. Now, you found out that there are other levels after the chaotic realm. However, you only know that there are higher realms than the chaotic realm on the road of cultivation. People in the chaotic realm are still invincible to us now. Killing us is easier than pulling out grass. The five elements crocodile rolled his eyes and said, Uncle Crocodile is just saying it casually. How can I really think that the primal chaos emperor is nothing? Lin Tian glanced at him and didn't say anything. Master, what should we do now? Little Yi Tong asked. Cultivate. Lin Tian said. The path of cultivation is long. Now that he knows more things, he feels that he should work harder to become stronger. Uncle Crocodile thinks so too. The five elements crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded, looked around with a strange expression, then beckoned the five elements crocodile and little Yi Tong to leave. After that, they traveled through many mountains, and Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to dig up a lot of spirit crystals. In the blink of an eye, 6 months passed. On this day, in an ancient mountain range in the sixth heaven, the demonic aura billowed and shrouded the surrounding area, causing the nearby beasts to tremble in fear. Oh whoa! Cool! Uncle Crocodile has reached the true enlightenment realm again. The laughter of the five elements crocodile resounded throughout the entire ancient mountain range. What are you howling for? Lin Tian stood not far away, wanting to pick up a big stone at his feet and throw it at the crocodile. 6 months passed in a flash, and he found several more source veins along the way, allowing the five elements crocodile's cultivation level to reach the true enlightenment realm. His strength has skyrocketed, and his demonic aura has become even stronger. At the same time, during these 6 months, he has been in seclusion several times in a row, reaching the middle of the second level of the true enlightenment realm. His combat power has increased a lot. Uncle Crocodile, you are a crocodile, but the sound you make is like a wolf. Little Yi Tong said from the side. 6 months passed, little Yi Tong is now 6 years old, and his cultivation level has naturally increased a lot, reaching the royal flight realm. The five elements crocodile rolled his eyes, but he didn't care at all. He flapped his wings and flew over from a distance. Now that he has reached the true enlightenment realm for the second time, his combat power is several times stronger than when he first reached the true enlightenment realm. This feeling made him feel very comfortable, and he laughed from time to time. Kid Lin, where are we going next? He asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes flashed, and after a pause, he said. To the seventh heaven. He has long estimated that from the first to the ninth heavens, there are sword soul fragments of the seven-colored divine sword. Therefore, he needs to step into the upper heavens step by step and collect all the sword soul fragments of the seven-colored divine sword as soon as possible. The significance of this divine sword to him was too great. It can be said that the reason why he was able to embark on the path of cultivation and reach this day is because of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. Well, it's indeed time to go to the seventh heaven. The five elements crocodile nodded but then frowned, looked at little Yi Tong, and said. However, what about little Tot? He can't enter the seventh heaven now. To get from the sixth to the seventh heaven, one needed to be at least half a step away from the enlightenment realm. However, Yi Tong was only at the airborne realm, so it was impossible for him to step into the seventh heaven. Even if they used their origin to protect him, it would still be difficult. After all, it was a space-time portal from the sixth to the seventh heaven, and the pressure inside was terrifying. With their current level of cultivation, it was too dangerous to escort Yi Tong, who was at the airborne realm, from the sixth to the seventh heaven. A little carelessness could cause Yi Tong to be crushed by the natural pressure inside the space-time portal and die. Lin Tian looked at little Yi Tong, rubbed the little guy's head, and said, I have already thought about it. Let the little guy go to the third heaven, the second heaven, or the first heaven. From the lower heavens to the upper heavens, the requirements for cultivation are higher and higher, but from the upper heavens to the lower heavens, there are no requirements for cultivation. Little Yitong can go from the sixth heaven to any of the lower heavens. Now, the third heaven has the Yuhua Taoist sect, the second heaven has the Bai family, and the first heaven has the Burning Sun sect and the Zither Valley, all of which have a very close relationship with him. No matter where the little guy goes to, he will be well taken care of, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. When the Five Elements crocodile heard this, its eyes suddenly lit up. Not bad, this idea is good. It knows Lin Tian very well, and naturally knows that the third heaven, the second heaven, and the first heaven all have great forces that have a very close relationship with Lin Tian. Letting the little guy go to the third heaven is the best choice. Lin Tian nodded, then tilted his head and asked for little Yitong's opinion. I will listen to master. The little guy is very obedient. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, light intertwined between his eyebrows, transmitting all the forces and people related to him in the first heaven, the second heaven, and the third heaven into little Yitong's sea of consciousness. Immediately, he took out the high-grade divine weapon stone rune sword he obtained in the Baron God Mausoleum, erased his mark on it, and sent it into little Yitong's sea of consciousness. This stone sword is for you to protect your body, but remember, don't rely on it too much. After saying that, light flickered between his eyebrows, and he passed the divination divine art and high heaven sword art to little Yitong. Practice these two divine arts for the time being. It should be enough for you. If you can control them to a certain level, master will teach you other treasured arts. The little guy's eyes were bright, and he could feel the power of the techniques passed down by his master. He nodded seriously. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Go, master, and your uncle crocodile won't send you off. The little guy now has a high-grade divine weapon to protect his body. Moreover, the old drunkard gave him a big gift in the past. He left a wisp of his divine sense in the little guy's body. People below the Chaos Emperor realm can't threaten the little guy at all. Therefore, he isn't worried about the little guy's safety. Letting the little guy go on his own can actually play a role in tempering the little guy. Little guy, go, be careful on the road. The five-element crocodile also said. Yitong nodded and waved goodbye to Lin Tian and the five-element crocodile. Goodbye, master, goodbye, Uncle Crocodile. Little Tong will miss you. After saying that, the little guy looked at Lin Tian again, blinked his eyes, and said. Master, that, little Tong will go to the second heaven and the first heaven to meet the master's wives. Okay, say hello to your master's wives on behalf of master. Lin Tian smiled. Okay. Yitong nodded, waved to Lin Tian and the five-element crocodile again, then leaped into the sky and flew towards the location of the space portal leading to the fifth heaven. Now that he has reached the realm of flight control, he can naturally fly in the air. The five-element crocodile looked at this scene and said with a smile. If other cultivators see that such a 6-year-old little guy can actually fly in the air, I wonder how shocked they will be. Lin Tian also smiled, watching the little guy completely disappear from his sight, then looked in another direction, looking at the location of the space portal leading from the sixth heaven to the seventh heaven. Let's go. He said. The five-element crocodile nodded. Let's go. Immediately, one person and one crocodile also rose into the air, heading towards the location of the space portal leading to the seventh heaven. Their speed was extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of the space portal leading to the seventh heaven. It's still a huge stone platform, on which there is a purple beam of light, 10 meters high and 10 meters in diameter. It's full of mystery and majesty, as if it has existed since ancient times. The surrounding space is filled with an extremely rich aura of time. End of chapter 1009. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.